BibiDong and her daughter fighting over a man, and adding Hulaina into the mix? This scene is way too intense. Finger, it's time to get up. BibiDong playfully brushed the boy's cheek with her hair, smiling ambiguously. Can't sleep without me, right? Yifeng rubbed his eyes. Good morning, master. The bed is pretty comfortable that he had crossed over to Douluo for 12 years and had been taken as a disciple by BibiDong, managing to sleep with the Pope for 12 years. Xiaofeng, I couldn't find you. Qian Renshue barged in, seeing the two on the bed, and instantly exploded. You two are still sleeping together? Do you have no shame? Fenger and I are master and disciple. It's completely normal, BibiDong snorted coldly. Normal? Mom, you're stealing your daughter's fiancé and still have the nerve to say that? Qian Renshue shot back. As they were arguing, Hulaina pushed the door open. Brother Feng. Seeing the situation, she immediately backed down. Teacher, Sister Shui, you're also here. Today I'm taking Fenger for training, BibiDong announced. Why? I usually take him. Hulaina protested that I finally came back. Xiaofeng should accompany me. Qian Renshue joined the fray. Enough. Yifeng shouted. If you keep arguing, I'm running away from home. The three instantly fell silent but continued to glare at each other. You all go out. I want some peace, Yifeng said, feeling exhausted. Hulaina panicked. Aren't we training? Yifeng smiled bitterly. Training is useless. With my innate half-level talent, it's pointless to practice until I die. BibiDong looked at him, regretting deeply had she known this kid would steal her heart. She shouldn't have taken him as a disciple, and definitely shouldn't have let him get engaged to Qian Renshue. How long will these three women fight? What secret is hidden behind Yifeng's useless talent? Can he really handle the Pope, the angel god, and the saintess? This plot is simply too captivating. A level 9, useless, suddenly skyrocketing to level 25? The martial soul transforming from a broken knife into a divine weapon? This cheat is too powerful. Qian Rengshu's eyes turned red. Xiaofeng, I must be the main wife. With that, she turned and left out Yifeng's side. After 12 years in this world, he was only at level 9. He had planned to rely on the three goddesses for a comfortable life. Ding! God is Gongre Shi Tong Qi Dong. The voice's mind made him sit up straight 12 years. His golden finger had finally arrived. Newbie rewards. Teleportation talisman. Healing elixir. Soul Emperor talisman. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Benefits before even completing a task. Newbie mission. Conquer goddesses with a score of 80 or above. Reward. Upgrade martial soul. Wait. The system suddenly prompted, detected that the host has already conquered 3 goddesses with a score above 90. Mission exceeded. Bonus 25 levels of soul power. Yifeng was dumbfounded. The ones he had flirted with BibiDong, Qian Renshue, Hulaina, did they all count? Upgrade martial soul. His broken knife suddenly glowed, growing to 1.2 meters, the blued blade shimmering with cold light. So your name is Swift Wind. Yifeng tightened his grip on the long knife, feeling amazing. Claim level. A surge of energy rushed into his body, and 3 soul rings lit up behind him purple. Purple. Black. The first soul ring came from a Tuthasani-rolled bitter bamboo, with the soul skill meditation, which could increase attack speed with a vertical knife. The second soul ring was from an 8th-Thasani-rolled azure eagle, with the soul skill Swift Wind Strike, allowing him to dash to the enemy in an instant. The third soul ring was from a 10th-Thasani-rolled wind wolf king, with the soul skill Swift Wind Roar. Swinging the knife would create a tornado. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a complete life transformation. Just as he went from a level 9 useless to a soul sovereign, next he needed to conquer goddesses related to the destined child. Could it be Xiao Wu? Or other goddesses from the spirit hall? Yifeng gripped the swift wind knife and smiled. Now he didn't need to rely on others. He could spoil them with his strength. Next, would he have to bully Tang San? I can't wait for this plot. Just after teleporting, he encountered 3 old men bullying a beauty. Yifeng immediately unleashed a tornado with a powerful strike. What an impressive entrance. Used the teleportation talisman. Yifeng vanished in an instant. When BibiDong arrived, all she saw was an empty room and a letter. Panicking as she ordered, if you can't find the young master, none of you will survive. In the Stardow forest, the 3 old men surrounded the girl with sinister smiles. Blame your good sister. The girl closed her eyes, waiting for death, when suddenly someone shouted, face the wind. Yifeng revealed his purple axe soul rings and swung his knife to unleash a tornado, exactly the swift wind roar from the 10th Sandier soul ring. The 3 level 30 soul sovereigns were instantly severely injured, threatening, kid, do you dare meddle in the matters of the Star Luo Zhu family? Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this girl Zhu Zhuqing? He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, noting her obvious features. Zhu Zhuqing followed his gaze, her face turning red. Pa! Lecher. Yifeng felt awkward and quickly turned to the old man. What's the Douluo Zhu family to me? Killing you, what's the difference? The three old men were so scared they ran away in a panic. Are you okay? Yifeng supported Zhu Zi hucking that I am fine. Thank you. She stumbled as she got up, blood all over her back. Don't move, I have healing medicine. You'll apply it if you take off your clothes. I guarantee no scars. Zhu Zuking's face turned even redder. No need. But after walking just a few steps, she fainted. Yifeng had no choice but to tear open her back clothing, revealing a shocking wound. He poured the healing medicine on it, and the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing winced in pain, biting her lip tightly. Yifeng was worried she would bite through his hand, and with nothing else to use, he shoved his hand in for her to bite. This heroic rescue was too thrilling. Would Zhu Zhuqing kill him when she wakes up? Would the Douluo Zhu family take revenge? Could BibiDong and the others find Yifeng? This plot just can't stop. Zhu Zhuqing bit down hard, and Yifeng screamed. This little kitty's teeth were too fierce. After about 10 minutes, Zhu Zhuqing woke up and angrily said, "Who told you to take off my clothes?" Beast. Yifeng was dumbfounded. Is it wrong to save you? Who asked you to save me? Yifeng was about to retort when he pressed his hand against the ground and gasped in pain. His hand was covered in bite marks and blood. Bitten by a dog. He snorted coldly. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly recalled that in her dream, she had bitten something thick and hard. Looking at Yifeng's hand, her face turned instantly red. I'm sorry, did I ask? Saying sorry useful? Then what do we need the police for? What's the police? Doesn't concern you. Yifeng was furious. He kindly saved her, used healing medicine, and got bitten in return. What kind of situation is this? What do you want me to do to forgive me? Zhu Zhuqing looked at him pitifully. Yifeng instantly lost his resolve. I want you to tell me your story. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. Just this? She began to recount her childhood being bullied and hunted by her older sister, being abandoned by her fiancé Dai Mubai, being oppressed by her family. Yifeng was infuriated. Dai Mubai is just a scumbag. He doesn't deserve you. He looked at her seriously. Zhuqing, he'll protect you from now on. No one can bully you. Thank you, Yifeng. Zhu Zhuqing smiled at why Yifeng reached out to pull her, holding on as if he didn't want to let go. There's movement over there. Let's go check out. He dragged her off for a run, and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't keep up with his speed. When they arrived, they found it was just soul beasts fighting well. Why did you run so fast? Zhu Zhuqing gasped for breath. I want to find someone to take us out. I don't know the way. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glance. I know the way. Yifeng awkwardly scratched his head. I see, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, her heart racing fast, not knowing if it was from running or... Yifeng secretly smiled. Mission accomplished. This plot is too deep. Will Zhu Zhuqing be won over by him? If Dai Mubai finds out, will he be furious? Are they going to spread some sugar now? I could watch this drama for 100 episodes. Yifeng taking Zhu Zhuqing to see soul beasts mating? This plot is too wild. That's right, Yifeng deliberately pulled Zhu Zhuqing to run wildly, creating a suspension bridge effect. You know? When your heart races and you look at the other person, it's easy to feel something, but Zhu Zhuqing didn't look at him at all. She pointed at the fighting soul beasts and asked, "What are they doing?" Yifeng's eyes lit up. The assist was coming. He deliberately looked up at the sky. You better not know this. Zhu Zhuqing surprisingly said, "Oh, then forget it." Yifeng almost stumbled. Girl, you're not following the script. He could only forcefully flirt. They're just mating. Zhu Zuking's face flushed, her head lowered even more. Yifeng chuckled to himself. Though the process was bumpy, the effect was right on. Exiting the Stardow Forest, they arrived at Soto City. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly fell silent. This place was very close to Shrek Academy, close to Dai Mubai. Yifeng grabbed her hand and ran. It'll take you to a good place. Zhu Zhuqing frowned. Where exactly? A super cheap hotel. Trust me, you won't regret it. The two rushed to the Rose Hotel's entrance, where a familiar voice came from inside. This room should be mine. Zhu Zuking's footsteps suddenly halted. Her face turned pale, her eyes vacant. Let's go. Her voice trembled, filled with pleading. Yifeng tightened his grip on her hand, feeling heartbroken. But long pain is worse than short pain. It's so late we won't make it anywhere else. His tone was firm as he pulled her inside. Dai Mubai was inside. Were they really going to confront him heated? Would Zhu Zhuqing break down when she saw him? Could Yifeng beat Dai Mubai? This scene escalated too quickly. My heart is about to jump out. Dai Mubai showing off with the twins? Yifeng directly unleashing his 10th Sandier soul ring to strike back. This fight is so satisfying. Zhu Zhuqing pulled her hand back, steeling herself to walk into the Rose Hotel. Inside, the golden-haired, blue-eyed Dai Mubai was holding the twins, arrogantly telling the waiter, "Call your manager, this room is mine." Tang San frowned. "We came first." Xiao Wu directly retorted, "Get lost." Dai Mubai smirked, "If you can beat me, then you can leave." Bullying little girls, huh? Fight me. Yifeng just walked in with Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai saw Zhu Zhuqing and suddenly loosened his grip, but the twins held on tighter. He panicked and shouted, "Get away!" The twins ran away, crying in fear. Zhu Zhuqing's face froze completely, just like when he abandoned her back then. Dai Mubai glared at Yifeng. "Who are you? Mind your own business." Yifeng smiled. "I'm just minding it. I can't stand you bullying girls." He gave Xiao Wu a gentle smile, and she immediately felt a good impression compared to Dai Mubai. Yifeng was an angel. Dai Mubai, don't fight nameless people." Yifeng suddenly exploded in anger. "So you're the scumbag, Dai Mubai? Take this." The purple-black soul ring lit up. Face the gale. The third soul skill, Gale Roar, activated, and a tornado rushed toward Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was stunned. This kid actually had a 10th sandier soul ring. He quickly transformed. White Tiger Vajra transformation. But seeing the momentum of the tornado, his legs went weak. He dared not take it heed in and hurriedly dodged to the side. Can he dodge it? Yifeng's strike was aimed at protecting Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai was about to be severely beaten, right? Who would Tang San and Xiao Wu support? Has Zhu Zhuqing completely given up? This plot is so intense that I want to cheer. Yifeng's scheming tricked Dai Mubai terribly. Zhu Zhuqing directly took his arm. "Let's go. I'm all in for this dog food." Dai Mubai wanted to dodge the tornado. Yifeng directly unleashed his second soul skill Gale Assault. He flashed in front of Dai Mubai and struck down with a knife. Dai Mubai hurriedly blocked with his claws, and as they stalemated, Yifeng shouted, "Take another Gale Roar." Dai Mubai was taken aback, quickly retreating. How could he use a 10th sandier skill so quickly a second time? I fell for it. By the time he reacted, the tornado had slammed in him hard. Puff, blood sprayed wildly. "Scumbag Dai." Yifeng raised his knife to strike. "I'm a prince of Xinglua. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down?" Dai Mubai blustered. Why? Yifeng sneered. "What about killing you?" Dai Mubai panicked, starting to talk tough. "Zhuqing is my fiancé and won't help you to be angry. Do you deserve it?" Yifeng raised his knife higher. Why Yifeng? Let him go. Zhu Zhuqing finally spoke. Why Yifeng had been waiting for this sentence, deliberately frowning. "He treated you like this, and you're still pleading for him?" Dai Mubai was overjoyed. "Zhuqing, save me. He'll treat you well from now on." Zhu Zhuqing's expression was devoid of emotion as she took Yifeng's arm. "Dai Gongzi's affairs have nothing to do with me. Brother Feng, let's go." Dai Mubai was completely dumbfounded, watching her back as he howled, "Zhu Zhuqing, you bitch." Yifeng retaliated with another tornado. Puff. Dai Mubai directly fainted. At the door, Yifeng told Xiao Wu, "You guys should leave quickly, or I'll be troublesome." Tang San hurriedly thanked him and pulled Xiao Wu away. When the hotel manager returned to see the chaos, he roared, "Was it the evil eye White Tiger? Put all the blame on him." Poor Dai Mubai fainted and still had to take the blame. Outside the city, Zhu Zhuqing walked slowly with Yifeng. Had she completely given up on Dai Mubai? Were they going to spread some sugar next? Would Tang San notice Yifeng's interest in Xiao Wu? This plot is getting more and more exciting. Zhu Zhuqing sees through Yifeng's tricks. As a result, she directly fell into his arms crying. This twist is just too sweet. Outside Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly stopped. "You knew Dai Mubai was there all along, right?" Yifeng was stunned, a bunch of excuses flashing through his mind. But in the end, he could only smile bitterly. "You caught me. I found out he goes there every day and changes women every few days. You're lying?" Zhu Zhuqing shouted with red eyes. "You've never been to Soto City otherwise. You wouldn't have had to find so many hotels to find him." Yifeng looked at her and suddenly confessed. "I'm from the Spirit Hall. I'm here to attend Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai is a student here, so of course, I paid attention to him." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up. If the Spirit Hall has that kind of power, maybe they could help her dissolve the engagement. After hesitating for a long time, she asked, "What you said during the day still counts, right?" Yifeng was confused. "Which sentence?" "You." Zhu Zhuqing turned around and walked away, puffed up with anger. Why Yifeng hurriedly chased after her, ruffling her hair. "Silly girl, how could I forget about protecting you for a lifetime?" Zhu Zhuqing suddenly threw herself into his arms, crying her heart out. The grievances of being abandoned by Dai Mubai and the fear of being pursued by her sister all erupted at this moment. Wai Yifeng gently patted her back. "Cry, I'm here with you." After crying for a long time, Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, her eyes red. "Brother Feng, can you help me annul my engagement with Dai Mubai, please?" Yifeng was stunned. This wasn't like her. "My talent is not as good as his, and I will never surpass him on my own." Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head. "I believe you can help me if the Spirit Hall intervenes. Can Dai Mubai still be arrogant?" Has Zhu Zhuqing completely relied on Yifeng? Are they going to be overly sweet from now on? This plot is so sweet, it makes me want to scream. Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to kiss him. And then they shared the same bed. This night is too exciting. Help me annul the engagement, and I will try to be with you. Zhu Zhuqing mustered her courage to say. Wei Feng's expression turned cold. Don't trade yourself. You belong to yourself, live for yourself. He stared at her. I will help with Dai Mabai's matter, but I want nothing in return. Just live well. Zhu Zhuqing felt warmth flooding her heart and tiptoed to kiss him on the forehead. Yifeng deliberately rolled his eyes at her. It's getting dark, let's find a place to sleep. The two borrowed a room. In a village, the farmer only had one room. You sleep in the bed, he'll sleep on the floor. Yifeng began to tidy up the floor. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a long time. How about you sleep in the bed? Yifeng pretended to be reserved. No need. I'm fine sleeping on the floor. Zhu Zhuqing replied lightly. Oh, why Yifeng was confused, this script wasn't right. In the middle of the night, Yifeng was shaking on the floor, curled up and looking pitiful. Zhu Zhuqing panicked. Get into bed. Otherwise, they'll sleep on the floor with you. Yifeng reluctantly climbed into bed. We can't do anything. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes at him. I'm only 12. Just as he was about to fall asleep, strange sounds came from next door, soft female moans and slapping sounds. Zhu Zhuqing was curious. Are they fighting next door? Yifeng felt embarrassed. Do you remember the spirit beast from earlier? This is humans. Mating. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned red, and she buried her head in the blanket. Suddenly, she pointed at Yifeng. What is that? Yifeng's face turned bright red, stammering. That is my forbidden zone. Forbidden zone? Zhu Zhuqing was even more confused. Can this night pass peacefully? Will Zhu Zhuqing explode when she knows what the forbidden zone is? This plot makes my heart race. I can't stop watching. Zhu Zhuqing is feeling hot and seeking comfort. Yifeng can actually remain composed. His self-control is incredible. Zhu Zhuqing reacted, suddenly letting go of her hand. Her face redder than a monkey's, but the sounds from next door continued, making her feel all hot and bothered. Brother Feng, I feel so uncomfortable. Her voice trembled as she instinctively lifted her clothes. Wei Feng quickly rushed over to hug her, using his soul power to help her suppress the heat. Just sleep him here. Zhu Zhuqing fell asleep, reassured in his arms at such a time. He can still stay awake. He truly cares for me. Wei Feng felt uncomfortable and ran to take a cold shower before returning. The next day, sunlight streamed onto his face. Are you awake? Zhu Zhuqing smiled gently. Wei Feng took her hand. Let's wash up. Zhu Zhuqing obediently followed. Brother Feng, thank you. Yifeng playfully flicked her nose. Silly girl. No need to be polite. On the way, Yifeng asked, I'm going to Shrek, are you coming? Zhu Zhuqing didn't hesitate, of course. It doesn't matter where Dai Mubai is. Brother Feng will help me annul the engagement, right? Of course, I keep my word, ding. Zhu Zhuqing's strategy progress 50. Take 1 point of Tang San's destiny luck. Reward 3 levels of soul power. The system prompt sounded, and Yifeng smiled. Tang San, your luck is mine. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. Ma Hongjun was crying while holding a woman. Don't leave me. The woman ran away crying, I can't handle you. Ma Hongjun collapsed on the ground. If you leave, who will help me control my evil fire? Yifeng was speechless. This guy is looking for a girlfriend just to control his evil fire. Just as bad as Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing frowned. They were the ones making noise last night, right? Upon arriving at Shrek, what would happen when Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai meet? Yifeng brought Zhu Zhuqing into the school. Is he going to overturn Shrek? Can Tang San's luck be preserved? This plot is getting more and more interesting. The two no longer paid attention to Ma Hongjun and walked towards Shrek Academy. After walking for a while, they arrived at a dilapidated village, with Shrek Academy not far away. Looking at the shabby state of Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing frowned and said, Brother Feng, are you sure you want to come here? Yifeng nodded. No matter how rundown Shrek is, he wants to come because Tang San is here. Let's go in. Okay. The two entered Shrek Academy, where many people were already paying tuition and signing up. Wei Feng spotted Xiao Wu and Tang San in the crowd at a glance. There was no way compared to their peers. They were just too tall, especially Xiao Wu, who was even taller than Tang San. The first soul ring is 100 years old, which is good, but unfortunately, he is just an ordinary man. The old man looked at a boy and said leisurely. The boy's parents frowned and said, why? He is an outstanding student at the junior college. Didn't you see that his first soul ring is 100 years old? The old man stood up a bit impatiently and said, if you come to our Shrek Academy, you should understand the rules. Our Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. If you don't meet the requirements, coming here is just a waste of your registration fee. Everyone looked at him in confusion, not knowing that applying to a higher level academy had such rules. Tang San and Xiao Wu also looked at the old man curiously, and the old man continued. Shrek is a kind of monster, even among soul beasts, is an extremely peculiar creature. Our Shrek Academy is also known as the Monster Academy. Anyone over the age of 13 or with soul power below level 21 shouldn't waste their time. Well said. I also think that those who are under 13 and haven't reached level 21 really don't need to come here. At this moment, Yifeng also squeezed out of the crowd and directly echoed the old man's words. Hearing this, everyone looked at him curiously, and the old man nodded directly, appreciating the boy. Xiaowu looked at Yifeng excitedly and said, Sangu, it's that person from yesterday. Tang San also nodded, recalling that he still wanted to thank this brother yesterday, but unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance to thank him before he left. Yifeng held Zhu Zhuqing's hand and appeared in front of everyone. Noticing Xiao Wu's gaze, he also smiled gently at her. We meet again. Yes, big brother. We meet again, Xiao Wu said excitedly. She always had an inexplicable fondness for Yifeng. Yifeng shook his head and said, My name is Yifeng. What's your name? My name is Xiao Wu, Wu as in dance, she replied. Yifeng and Xiao Wu gently shook hands to show their friendliness. Tang San, who was beside Xiao Wu, also stepped forward and said, Hello, my name is Tang San. Oh, hello. Yifeng casually nodded and turned to look at the old man. This action made Tang San feel perplexed, as if his benefactor didn't really like him. Remove the as if, I truly don't like you. Yifeng looked at the old man and said, Shrek Academy has always only accepted monsters, not ordinary people. If an ordinary person cannot teach well, wouldn't that tarnish the Academy's reputation? Sir, don't you agree? The old man's expression twitched. Yifeng's words implied that Shrek Academy's reputation was built on their students being monsters, who could succeed even without teaching. If they admitted ordinary people, they would not be able to teach them well. This was a blatant provocation to Shrek Academy. The old man replied, If you want to know whether I can teach well, why not experience it yourself? I'm afraid you might not even qualify for admission. As he spoke, he revealed his soul rings. There were a total of 6 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, indicating that this old man was a soul emperor-level expert. Everyone was taken aback when he displayed his 6 soul rings. He looked at Yifeng and asked, Young friend, do you think with my strength, I can teach you? Yifeng smiled and said, It's just okay. Then he revealed his soul rings, purple, purple, black. Although Yifeng was only at level 37, at the age of 12, he was already quite terrifying, and his soul ring configuration was unheard of, purple, purple, black. What? The first soul ring is at the 1,000-year level? The third soul ring is at the 10,000-year level? The old man was taken aback. What kind of monster has such a terrifying soul ring configuration? And he's only 12 years old. Tang San was also astonished, thinking, didn't the teacher say that the highest level for the first soul ring could only be 100 years? Did the teacher deceive me? Or is the teacher's theory wrong? For a moment, Tang San fell into confusion. Wow, big brother is so amazing. Xiao Wu also looked at Yifeng's soul rings and praised him endlessly. Zhu Zhuqing proudly hugged Yifeng's arm even tighter. Yifeng smiled and said, So what do you think? Do I have the qualifications to enter Shrek Academy? The old man coughed and replied, Ah, young friend, your strength is extraordinary. Of course, you can join Shrek Academy. The old man felt a bit awkward. He originally intended to establish authority over Yifeng, but who would have thought that Yifeng's strength was so terrifying? He wasn't foolish. Someone with such a soul ring configuration must be from one of the top 3 sects or the Spear Hall. The old man continued, Young friend, your strength is remarkable. You can skip the 2nd and 3rd trials and go directly to the 4th round. Ma Hongjun, take him over. Yes, teacher. A little chubby boy squeezed out of the crowd. It was Ma Hongjun. In the original story, it was Dai Mubai who brought Tang San and the others. But since Dai Mubai was severely injured by Yifeng and was still lying down, only Ma Hongjun could come. Follow me. All right, Zhu Zhuqing, let's go. As Yifeng said this, he intended to take Zhu Zhuqing with him. The old man hurriedly said, Wait. Just because you're qualified to go over does not mean your girlfriend can go too. Girlfriend? Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but blush a little and quickly said, I'm not his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at her strangely. If she wasn't his girlfriend, why was she holding on so tightly? Yifeng also looked at her, his expression somewhat indifferent. In fact, he was extremely happy in his heart. As long as Zhu Zhuqing did not acknowledge their relationship as a couple, he still had a chance with Xiao Wu. Seeing his disappointment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit flustered and quickly explained, That's not what I meant, She stammered and couldn't find the words. Yifeng smiled slightly at her and said, It's okay, I know. His tone was extremely indifferent. This made Zhu Zhuqing feel even more guilty inside. All right, let's reveal our soul rings. We should go in. Zhu Zhuqing nodded silently and displayed her soul rings, which were the standard yellow configuration. I'm already at level 27. The old man nodded and said nothing more, allowing them to pass. Wait, we'll go together. Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were beside them, also followed and revealed their soul rings, all of which were the standard yellow configuration. Xiao Wu and I are both at level 29. The old man nodded. With Yifeng at level 37 in front, he wasn't very interested in those below level 30, even though they were also monsters. Seeing him agree, the four prepared to enter the fourth challenge with Ma Hongjun, when suddenly a voice came from behind. Teacher, I think I should also be exempt from the second and third challenges. The speaker was a girl, around 11 or 12 years old, with an exceptional figure and high looks, especially her extraordinary aura. Upon seeing this girl, Yifeng's heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Sure enough, the moment the girl saw Yifeng, her eyes lit up. She ran towards Yifeng, saying, Brother Feng, I missed you so much. The girl dashed into Yifeng's arms, leaving him in a dilemma of whether to embrace her or not. If he hugged her, Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze was already fixated on him. If he dared to make a move, she would turn hostile in an instant. If he didn't hug her, the girl in his arms would definitely be angry. It was truly a difficult position to be in. Yifeng looked at the girl in his arms and said, Rong Rong, why are you here? How is Uncle Ning's health? Ning Rong Rong raised her head and looked at Yifeng, saying, Aren't you going to check on Dad's health? Brother Feng, it's been so many years and you haven't even come see us. The girl's resentful expression made Yifeng's heart race as he sensed a chill in the air. Sure enough, the girl beside him, Zhu Zhuqing, spoke in a peculiar tone. Brother Feng, aren't you going to introduce who this sister is? Sister? Isn't Rong Rong about the same age as Zhuqing? Why is she calling her sister? Yifeng looked at Zhu Zhuqing strangely, only to see her little hand pointing at Ning Rong Rong's chest. Huh. In comparison, Ning Rong Rong really is a little sister? Ning Rong Rong also noticed Zhu Zhuqing's gesture and angrily said, Who are you? I'm talking to Brother Feng. What does it have to do with you? Zhu Zhuqing frowned. She really wanted to refute Ning Rong Rong, but she didn't know how to argue back, because she truly didn't know what her relationship with Yifeng was. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but look at Yifeng with a hint of resentment. Yifeng turned a blind eye and said to Ning Rong Rong, what is your current strength? Let me see. As soon as strength was mentioned, Ning Rong Rong happily replied, Hee, Brother Feng, you definitely can't imagine it. I'm now at level 26. Not bad, Rong Rong. What's there to be proud of? I'm at level 27, Zhu Zhuqing disdainfully said. Exactly. I'm already at level 29. Xiao Wu, who was nearby, chimed in out of boredom. Hearing this, Ning Rong Rong wasn't angry. Instead, she dismissively said, I'm a support type. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Can a support type really be at level 26 at this age? That's terrifying. Ning Rong Rong proudly turned to the old man and said, Can I go in now? The old man nodded and said, Go ahead. Yay, let's go together. Xiao Wu inexplicably cheered and wanted to hold Yifeng's hand. But with women on both sides of him, she had no place to hold hands. So she could only hold Tang San's hand. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San's face, then at Yifeng, and couldn't help but mumble, Why is there such a big gap? Xiao Wu, what did you say? Tang San looked at Xiao Wu in confusion, not knowing what she was talking about. Xiao Wu hurriedly said, Nothing. Tang San was puzzled as the five of them followed Ma Hongjun to the fourth checkpoint. After the five left, the old man frowned and murmured, The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is here. This will make Shrek Academy lively. I hope nothing goes wrong. 11. A little girl watching goldfish. My name is Ning Rong Rong, and I'm the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. My dad and two grandpas all love me very much. Originally, it was quite enjoyable being a little tyrant in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. But until I was 3 years old, I went with my father to an event held by the Spirit Hall. That day, I met him, Yifeng, a very special man. He was different from other men. Others only tried to please me, but he didn't. He neither flattered me nor bullied me. He took me out to play, flew kites with me, and even made candy hawthorn for me. The key point was he also took me to see goldfish. It was because of the goldfish that I got very angry with him, but I didn't blame him. I just wanted to be a little mischievous. After all, Dad said that a girl's goldfish shouldn't be shown to boys unless she likes him. I don't know what liking someone means. I just enjoy the time spent with Yifeng. But since then, after I turned 6, I never saw him again. He didn't come to find me, and I couldn't find him. Dad also wouldn't let me go out, but I really missed him. So a few days ago, I escaped from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I went to the Spirit Hall to look for him, and they said he was at Shrek Academy. What's Shrek Academy? I don't know, but as long as he's there, I'll go there. It's so great to see him today. He has become even more handsome. But why is there such an annoying woman next to him? What is her relationship with him? Ning Rongrong stared at Zhu Zhuqing, very displeased. That's all about my past as Princess Ning Rongrong. All right, we've arrived, Ma Hongjun said to the five. That is the teacher for the fourth checkpoint, Teacher Zhao Wujin. The five all looked at the middle-aged man sitting aside. Teacher Zhao Wujin, I brought this year's candidates. They are all exempt from the second and third tests. The middle-aged uncle slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and then looked at the five. Oh, so many? Zhao Wujin was a bit surprised. In previous years, it was good to have one, but how did five come this year? But it's fine. The more, the better. Not only are they exempt from the second and third tests, but they are also all above level 25. And the one who looks the best is even at level 37, higher than me. Ma Hongjun said with a sigh. If it weren't for the side effects of his martial soul, he wouldn't still be at level 28, and he couldn't even compare with Yi Feng, who was younger than him. Sigh. It's heartbreaking to think about. Hearing Ma Hongjun say this, Zhao Wujin also looked at Yi Feng in surprise and asked, You're already at level 37? Yes, Teacher Zhao. Seeing Yi Feng confirm, Zhao Wujin was overjoyed and said to Yi Feng, In that case, let's have a match. If you win against me, then you pass this checkpoint. Don't worry, I will suppress my level to 35 to fight you. Yi Feng frowned. Why was Zhao Wuji different from the original work? Shouldn't he have let Dai Mubai come up and beat him up first? Even if Dai Mubai wasn't here, it would be fine to let Ma Hongjun hit him. Ma Hongjun, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but sneeze. Yi Feng looked at Zhao Wuji and said, Okay, but you should still fight me at level 40. Zhao Wuji smiled and said, You don't know the difference between a soul sage and a soul master. Even if I suppress myself to level 35, the quality of my soul power is still higher than yours. Don't worry about me. Come at me with all your strength. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, If you want to get beaten up, I'll help you with that. Yi Feng activated his first soul ring and entered a brief meditative state. He went straight to the top-level third soul skill, which was unexpected. Zhao Wujia smiled, thinking it was Yi Feng's third soul skill. He stood quietly, waiting for Yi Feng to make his move. Soon, Yi Feng finished his meditation, and his overall strength received a comprehensive boost. He said to Zhao Wujia, Teacher Zhao, be careful. Then, he activated another 1,000-year soul ring. Seeing the 1,000-year soul ring appear, Zhao Wujia was a bit surprised. Was the second soul ring also of the 1,000-year level? Truly a monster. Zhao Wujia became slightly serious and mobilized his level 35 soul power, preparing to take Yi Feng's soul skill head-on. Yi Feng smiled and said, The last person who did this is still lying down. Although you are a soul saint, I will still make you feel some pain. The second soul skill, Gale Strike, was instantly activated, and in the next second, Yi Feng appeared in front of Zhao Wuji, striking down with his blade. Zhao Wuji's eyes brightened slightly. To him, this move seemed a bit strong, but still couldn't break his defense. Yi Feng smiled mysteriously. He had never thought of using this move. Suddenly, a pitch-black soul ring lit up behind him. What? A 10,000-year soul ring? Zhao Wuji was taken aback. He actually saw a 10,000-year soul ring on a 12-year-old soul master. Feeling the threat of the 10,000-year soul ring, Zhao Wuji frowned and shamelessly raised his soul power to level 40. Yi Feng did not notice his actions. His 10,000-year soul skill was already prepared. Howl of the raging wind, face the gale. A reinforced tornado instantly formed under Yi Feng's blade and shot toward Zhao Wujia. As the tornado was unleashed, Yi Feng quickly used wind assault to dodge to Zhu Zhuqing's side, evading the attack range. Zhao Wujia was taken aback. The power of this 10,000-year soul ring was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. Behind him, a 10,000-year soul ring also appeared, resisting Yi Feng's tornado. Bang! The collision of the two 10,000-year soul rings instantly stirred up a layer of air waves that spread outwards. After the collision, the ground where Zhao Wujia stood was already in ruins, with dozens of cracks on the surface. It seems I've underestimated you. As the dust settled, Zhao Wujia's figure appeared, completely unharmed. Seeing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged and said, Teacher Zhao is still impressive. I used all my strength and still couldn't hurt you at all. Zhao Wujia's face twitched. If he hadn't used his sixth soul skill just now, he would probably be incapacitated by now. That's right, the 10,000-year soul ring just now was not Zhao Wujia's fifth soul ring, but his sixth. Ahem. To be forced to this extent by you, I must admit you have won. You have passed this round. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Yi Feng thought Zhao Wujia was saying this to give him face and sincerely thanked him. It seems there are still good people in Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujia awkwardly turned his head, not daring to look at him. He said to the other four, You four can go together. If you can hold out for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Then you win. Zhao Wujia lit an incense stick and stood there, pretending to rest. The remaining four exchanged glances and began to discuss their strategy. The following events were similar to the original story. Under Tang San's command, the four managed to hold on. Looking at the people present, Zhao Wujia nodded in satisfaction and said, "Congratulations, you have passed the fourth test. From today on, you are members of Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun, take them to their dormitory." "Okay," Ma Hongjun replied weakly. He was now completely devoid of motivation after being stimulated by Yi Feng and the others. However, he couldn't disobey Zhao Wujia's words, so he had no choice but to drag his exhausted body to take them to the dormitory. "Have you decided who will room with whom?" Ma Hongjun led the way, with everyone following behind. "Just to be clear, our academy's dormitories don't have many rooms, so you all have to share. I want to live with Brother Feng," Ning Rongrong said happily, hugging Yi Feng's arm. "No way, no way." Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu hurriedly objected, while Yi Feng and Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with strange expressions. Zhu Zhuqing's objection could still be explained, but what was Xiao Wu getting involved for? Xiao Wu panicked and quickly said, "Boys and girls can't share the same dormitory. Rongrong, you should room with me." Tang San looked at Xiao Wu curiously. Had they shared a dormitory back at the Junior Soul Master Academy? "Exactly, you can't live with Brother Feng." Zhu Zhuqing also hurriedly stated, not finishing her sentence, as she wanted to room with Yi Feng too. After all, they had shared a bed before. Ning Rongrong huffed and said, "What does it matter? We used to sleep together all the time." Upon hearing this, both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu looked at Yi Feng, especially Zhu Zhuqing, whose eyes had turned icy. She pinched the soft flesh on Yi Feng's waist hard, making him cry out in pain. Yi Feng said, "I'll live alone. You three girls can live together. How about that?" "Yi Feng, why don't we live together? We're all guys." Tang San said something very inconsiderate. Yi Feng glanced at him and said, "Forget it. I don't have the habit of sharing a room with boys." Tang San scratched his head in confusion. "You don't have the habit of sharing a room with boys? So do you have the habit of sharing a room with girls?" He couldn't help but complain inwardly. It turned out that Tang San guessed correctly. During his 12 years in Douluo, Yi Feng had never shared a room with boys because Qian Renshua, BibiDong, and Hu Laina all competed to sleep with him. Sigh. Perhaps this is the trouble of being handsome. However, it seems that our academy doesn't have that many dorms. Ma Hongjun felt a bit troubled. He had one room for himself, and now only 2 rooms were left. Yi Feng smiled and took out a bag of gold soul coins from the soul guide device, a total of 100 coins. He threw it to the chubby boy and said, "Then I'll trouble you to stay with Tang San." The chubby boy took the bag and curiously opened it. When he saw it was filled with gold soul coins, his eyes instantly lit up. He quickly said, "No problem, it's on me. You all come with me." Soon, Ma Hongjun led everyone to their respective dormitories. The 3 girls shared one room. Tang San and Ma Hongjun shared another, and only Yi Feng had a room to himself. Looking at the empty dorm room, Yi Feng couldn't help but nod. Living alone was comfortable. This way, if he wanted to bring a girl over, no one would know. Just as Yi Feng was lost in thought, there was a sudden knock at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me. Brother Feng, are you asleep?" "Ning Rongrong. Why is she here?" Yi Feng quickly got up from bed and went to open the door for Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, what brings you here? Come in and sit down." Ning Rongrong gave Yi Feng a resentful glance and said, "Brother Feng, I thought you didn't want me anymore." "Huh? What do you mean? Why does it sound like I've abandoned you?" Yi Feng looked at Ning Rongrong and said gently, "How could that be? How could I not want Rongrong?" Although he didn't understand why she said that, it was definitely a good idea to respond with kind words. Ning Rongrong snorted coldly and said, "Then why hasn't Brother Feng come to find me in these 6 years? Clearly, you've seen my goldfish." Ning Rongrong quietly mentioned the goldfish, her face already flushed with embarrassment. "Goldfish? What goldfish?" Yi Feng quickly recalled the events related to the goldfish in his mind, and soon remembered what happened before he turned 6. At that time, he took Ning Rongrong swimming, but she refused to get in the water, and in the end, Yi Feng forcibly pulled her into the water. She was wearing a dress, and when it got wet, what was underneath became obvious. To ease the awkwardness, Yi Feng said, "Your goldfish is really beautiful." He still remembered how the little girl was embarrassed and angry about it for many days. After that, he awakened a half-level, useless martial soul, and then BibiDong. To protect him, never let him go out again. "Rongrong, I'm sorry," Yi Feng said softly, gently holding Ning Rongrong in his arms. Feeling the long-lost warmth, Ning Rongrong was very happy as well. The bitterness of the past 6 years surged to her heart, and she couldn't help but cry. Yi Feng gently held Ning Rongrong, not expecting that a once thoughtless act would lead a girl to wait for 6 years. He just held her in silence. Suddenly, there was a faint sound at the door, and Yifeng quickly looked over, only to see a dark shadow flash by. Although he couldn't see who it was, he could guess. Zhu. Why is she here? Will she be very sad if she sees me holding Ning Rongrong? Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. He let Ning Rongrong cry in his arms for a while, and when she had calmed down, Yifeng said, Rongrong, it's getting late. You should go back to sleep. No, I want to sleep with you. Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng with a serious expression. Yifeng's face couldn't help but twitch as he said, Rongrong, you've grown up too. You can't be the same as before, and besides, if we sleep together, what if I can't control myself? You know, Rongrong is also a beauty now. Yifeng deliberately teased Ning Rongrong a bit to make her go back first. Sure enough, after he said that, Ning Rongrong immediately got up from his arms. Her face flushed as she said, Brother Feng doesn't know how to be shy. I don't want to sleep with you anymore. I'm going back now. Good night, Brother Feng. The girl playfully made a face and ran outside, looking very happy. Good night, Rongrong. After Ning Rongrong left, Yifeng quickly got up and walked outside. He hadn't forgotten that there was still a little kitten waiting for him. But where should he go to find her? Yifeng pondered for a moment and decided to retrace their steps, hoping to find her. Sure enough, after walking for about 10 minutes, he spotted Zhu Zhuqing in the village outside the academy. Zhu Zhuqing was sitting on a rock, bathed in moonlight, which illuminated her graceful figure and gave her an ethereal aura. I thought you would come a bit faster, Zhu Zhuqing said, without even looking at Yifeng. Speaking to herself, Yifeng remained silent for a while, before slowly moving closer to her and sitting down beside her. The night was truly beautiful, with the moonlight shining down on the earth, creating a stunning sight. Yifeng didn't respond to her question, but instead praised the moon. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing finally turned to look at him and said, Is the moon more beautiful, or am I? Or is Ning Rongrong more beautiful? Here comes the deadly choice question. On the surface, it seems like a three-way choice, but in reality, it wants me to choose between her and Rongrong. No matter which one I choose, I will inevitably lose one. Those newcomers should not think about taking the easy way out, believing that complimenting her looks would resolve everything. In fact, once you compliment her, Ning Rongrong will come asking for an explanation the very next day. What will you do then? Yifeng subconsciously swallowed, facing such a life-and-death question. One careless mistake could be fatal. As he thought for a moment, Yifeng suddenly came up with an idea. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and gently said, How can a moon compare to Zhuqing? Its existence is only to highlight your beauty. Hearing him praise her, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit happy. But that wasn't the answer she wanted. She looked at Yifeng and asked, What about Ning Rongrong? Who looks better, me or her? Sure enough, he couldn't escape this question. Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, Ning Rongrong has her own beauty, and you have your own beauty too. You are different, so how can you compare each other? Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly, about to say something, when Yifeng continued, However, in my eyes, Zhuqing, you are even more special. Special? Are you saying I look better? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit happier, but still remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Seeing her not speak, Yifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Such ambiguous words allowed her to feel as if she received a response while avoiding any awkwardness. After all, he only said she was special, without specifying how or in what way. Even if Ning Rongrong found out, he still had room to maneuver. Thinking about it, he felt a bit pitiful. Clearly, he hadn't gained anything, yet it felt like he was acting like a thief. Sigh. Yifeng looked at the silent Zhu Zhuqing and felt a stir in his heart. So he said, Zhu Zhuqing, who do you think is better, me or Bai? Since you asked me to make a choice, I can also ask you to make one. Let's see what position I hold in your heart. Sure enough, upon hearing Yifeng's words, Zhu Zhuqing frowned. She looked at Yifeng and said painfully, Can you not ask me this? I don't know how to answer you. Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Yifeng was taken aback, not expecting her to flip the table directly. Is this the power of a woman? However, her words are quite hurtful. Does this mean that Bai is still very important in your heart? Yifeng was a bit angry. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, What if I insist on competing? He knew that saying this wasn't a good choice, but he really couldn't stand it. Why was she still thinking about that bastard Bai? Zhu Zhuqing was silent for a moment before saying, I don't know how to respond. I don't know what our relationship is right now. I also don't know how I feel about Bai. After all, we still have a marriage contract. So you still can't let go of him? Yifeng frowned. He wanted to say something, but what could he say? After all, she was right. Bai was engaged to her, and what did he have? He couldn't even guarantee that he only liked her. Yifeng was silent for a moment before saying, I will help you resolve the engagement issue as soon as possible. It's late, so I will head back first. After saying this, Yifeng walked towards the dormitory without looking back. Zhu Zhuqing stared blankly at Yifeng's distant figure, wanting to call out and keep him, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to say it. She could only let the tears fall, her heart filled with immense pain. Yifeng returned to the dormitory, lying on the bed with an indescribable heaviness in his heart. He didn't blame Zhu Zhuqing. She did nothing wrong. Perhaps the one at fault should be him. He was now a bit confused about his own feelings. Clearly, he had initially approached her for the sake of a system task. But how had he come to care about her so much? Is it true that those who hurt others must first hurt themselves? At this moment, Yifeng felt a bit lost. When he pursued by BibiDong, Qian Renxue, and Hulaina, he genuinely liked them, which is why he acted that way. But Zhu Zhuqing was different. He had initially pursued her with a purpose, yet now, even before completing that pursuit, he had already fallen for her. Sigh, forget it. Take it one step at a time. Not want to think about these things anymore. Yifeng lay on the bed and slowly fell asleep. The next day, Yifeng got up from bed around 8 o'clock. After a quick wash-up, he headed out. Today was the first day of school at Shrek Academy, and he wanted to make a good impression on the teachers. Good morning. Brother Feng, good morning. On his way, he ran into Ning Rongrong and the others, who greeted him warmly. However, unlike yesterday, she didn't rush up to hug him, perhaps out of fear that Yifeng might eat her. Yifeng didn't pay attention to her abnormal behavior, as his gaze was fixed on Zhu Zhuqing behind her. Zhu Zhuqing noticed his gaze and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Big brother, do you know where the cafeteria is? I'm so hungry, said Xiao Wu, who was beside them, rubbing her stomach and speaking in a pitiful tone. Yifeng just withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Wu, smiling slightly, and said, I don't know. Ask that little fat guy. Ning Rongrong said, we haven't seen that little fat guy. Xiao Wu hurriedly added, yeah, he lives with Sangu. And I don't even know where Sangu is now. Ah, that's a problem. I don't know the way either. Are you guys going to the dining hall? Follow me. At this moment, a bearded uncle by the roadside said, Yay, thank you, uncle. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Uncle? What uncle? I'm only 14. The man said somewhat angrily. 14? Uncle, don't joke around, Ning Rongrong said from the side. He doesn't look like he's 14 at all. He looks more like he's 40. I'm a student of Shrek Academy. My name is Oscar. I just have a bit of a beard. Oscar, uncle, your beard is not just a bit. Xiao Wu chuckled. You all? I'll shave it off tomorrow. Oscar snorted coldly, a bit annoyed. Yifeng hurriedly smoothed things over, saying, All right, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, stop teasing him. Oscar, could you please take us to the dining hall? Hearing Yifeng say this, Oscar's expression softened a bit, and he said to everyone, Follow me. The four of them followed him toward the dining hall, and on the way, they ran into Tang San and Ma Hongjun. After a simple breakfast, everyone went to the playground where the teachers were waiting. Of course, Dai Mubai was there too. 14. Seeds of hatred as soon as Yifeng arrived at the playground. He saw Dai Mubai chatting with several teachers. He instinctively glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who only shot a glance at Dai Mubai before lowering her head. Yifeng frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. He walked straight toward Dai Mubai. We meet again, classmate Dai Mubai. Yifeng's expression was calm and indifferent, as if he had no grievances with Dai Mubai. However, Dai Mubai did not share his good attitude. He looked at Yifeng, his teeth clenched in anger. It was this bastard who had stolen his wife, severely injured him, and left him with a huge debt. He glared at Yifeng and said through gritted teeth, What are you doing here? You dare to come? Yifeng smiled and said, Why wouldn't I dare to come? I'm a student of Shrek Academy. Moreover, Zhu Qing is also a student here. What? Dai Mubai frowned. These two scoundrels actually dared to join Shrek Academy. Not putting him in their eyes at all, Dai Mubai said, All right, you dare to bully me like this. Just wait. After saying that, Dai Mubai turned around and ignored Yifeng. He was afraid he would lose control and want to hit Yifeng, only to get beaten up by him. Seeing Dai Mubai's reaction, Yifeng sneered. Even if you were a tiger, you still have to lie down in front of me. Yifeng leaned closer to Dai Mubai and whispered, I'm not afraid to tell you. I've already slept with Zhu Qing. You have no hope. Sharing a bed, that counts as having slept together, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's veins bulged, and he angrily said, Yifeng, I'll kill you. As he spoke, he launched an attack towards Yifeng. Yifeng simidet. Wanting just that, he directly raised his hand and activated his eternal soul ring, preparing to unleash a gale berserk roar against him. Stop! At that moment, Zhao Wuji came over with a teacher, and upon seeing Yifeng and Dai Mubai fighting, he hurriedly tried to intervene. However, Dai Mubai had already lost his rationality in his anger and paid no attention to Zhao Wuji, directly attacking with a white tiger transformation. Yifeng originally intended to stop when Zhao Wuji spoke, but Dai Mubai was relentless, so he couldn't blame anyone else. His 10,000-year soul ring instantly lit up, and a tornado formed beneath his blade, attacking Dai Mubai. Howling Gale, White Tiger King Kong transformation. Zhao Wuji frowned, feeling very dissatisfied with the two ignoring him. He was about to rush in, but was stopped by another teacher beside him. Dean? The dean looked at the two on the field with a look of keen interest. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji said nothing. After all, with the dean present, nothing would go wrong. On the field, Dai Mubai instantly transformed into a white tiger and charged at Yifeng. This time he was clever and did not directly take Yifeng's howling gale. Instead, he circled around. Yifeng frowned. Although the gale roar was powerful, its shortcomings were too obvious. The forward speed of the tornado was too slow, making it easy for prepared opponents to dodge. Helpless, Yifeng could only activate his second spirit ring, the 8000-year spirit ring, and use the spirit skill gale charge. In an instant, he flashed in front of Dai Mubai and slashed down with his long knife. Dai Mubai blocked with his claws, successfully stopping Yifeng's attack. When one move failed, Yifeng changed his tactics, slashing, chopping, and sweeping. He threw out various knife techniques, catching Dai Mubai off guard. Seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand after a long assault, an enraged Dai Mubai directly abandoned his technique and gathered all his soul power in his hands to attack Yifeng. Upon seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. After the brief exchange with Dai Mubai, his 10,000-year spirit ring gale roar was ready again, and as long as Dai Mubai dared to attack, he would hit him with a move right in his face. Watching from the sidelines, Zhao Wuji noticed Yifeng's expression and instantly remembered that this kid had looked the same the last time he unleashed his ultimate move. He hurriedly said to the dean, "Dean, quickly stop them. Dai Mubai is in danger." The dean frowned, trusting Zhao Wuji, and rushed up immediately. Dai Mubai finally gathered his soul power and attacked Yifeng. Gulme. Yifeng also instantly formed a tornado under his knife, attacking Dai Mubai. The two techniques were launched simultaneously, and just as they were about to collide, a figure appeared in between, blocking the two attacks. Bang! The sound of soul power colliding exploded, and both Dai Mubai and Yifeng were blown away. Ning Rongrong, who was nearby, was shocked and rushed over. "Brother Feng, how are you?" "Brother Feng." Zhu Zhuqing also rushed over, her face filled with concern. At the same time, she felt very guilty. If it weren't for her, Brother Feng wouldn't have sought trouble with Dai Mubai and wouldn't have been injured. Brother Feng, she tightly held Yifeng's hand, tears streaming down her face. Across from her, Ning Rongrong glanced at her and frowned. What exactly is her relationship with Brother Feng? "Big brother, are you okay?" Xiao Wu also came over, expressing her concern. "Such a good-looking big brother. You can't have any problems." Cough, cough. "Thank you, I'm fine." Yifeng coughed lightly. He had just been shaken by the soul power wave and was merely blown away. He wasn't really hurt. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "I'm fine." He smiled gently at her, causing Zhu Zhuqing to instinctively shy away. Noticing her reaction, Yifeng felt a bit disappointed. Ning Rongrong glanced at Yifeng and then at Zhu Zhuqing, frowning. It seemed these two indeed had something going on. "What the heck? I clearly had my turn first." Ning Rongrong pouted, feeling a bit unhappy. "You two are really monsters. Your soul power collision almost hurt me." A voice slowly came from the center of the collision. Yifeng and a few others looked over curiously, completely unaware of who had just taken on the third soul skill of two soul sovereigns head-on. As the smoke cleared, a middle-aged man emerged. He appeared to be about 50 years old, very strong, and had a distinctive face. His chin was slightly protruding, his nose was sharp, and his face was quite wide. The man said, "I am Flender, the Dean of Shrek Academy. Welcome you little monsters to join Shrek Academy." He looked at Yifeng and said, "Your strength is impressive. Dai Mubai is much weaker than you. Although I don't know what conflicts you have. I hope you can turn hostility into friendship in the days to come." Upon hearing this, Yifeng paused for a moment and slightly nodded. Dai Mubai looked at Yifeng with anger. Although he wanted to kill him, he didn't dare to be too reckless in front of Flender. Reluctantly, he could only nod in agreement. As for whether they would act on it later, well, as long as they weren't discovered, it would be as if it never happened. "Yifeng, Zhu Zhuqing, just you wait. I, Dai Mubai, will not rest until I avenge this grudge." With this thought in mind, my face remained expressionless, only nodding slightly. When Flender saw that both of them agreed, he didn't say much more. After saying a few formal words, he let Zhao Wuji take them to training. "All right, The noise ends here. Now, let's start today's training. Zhao Wujia scanned the crowd below and said, "You will run 10 laps around the village. Remember, you can't use soul power. If you don't finish before dark, you won't be allowed to eat." Huh? No way, Teacher Zhao. As soon as the chubby Ma Hongjun heard he had to run 10 laps without using soul power, he couldn't take it anymore. That's right, Teacher Zhao. Isn't this too much? Can we run fewer laps? Ning Rongrong also blinked her big eyes at Zhao Wujia, thinking that making her, a young lady, run 10 laps was like asking for her life. Zhao Wujia looked at Ning Rongrong and asked, "How many laps do you think is appropriate?" Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and cautiously said, "How about just 1 lap?" Good. Teacher Zhao, how about just 1 lap? Ma Hongjun quickly added, saying that even 1 lap would still be manageable. Zhao Wujia's face twitched, and he shouted, "Hurry up and run 10 laps, not 1 less." Why yes. Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong both looked bitter, helplessly starting to run. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but shake his head. The young people these days really needed some discipline. Watching everyone gradually start to run, Zhao Wujia finally nodded in satisfaction. "Rongrong, are you okay? Can you keep running?" Yifeng ran to Ning Rongrong's side and asked with concern. "Brother Feng, I'm fine. I can still hold on." Ning Rongrong was already sweating profusely, but she kept running. Yifeng was a bit surprised. With Ning Rongrong's pampered personality, she could actually endure for so long. He smiled at Ning Rongrong and said, "If you can't run anymore, remember to tell me." Ning Rongrong nodded and said, I understand." She thought to herself, Brother Feng is still as caring as before. But the next second, Yifeng's behavior made her very unhappy. Yifeng saw that she was fine, so he hurried over to Zhu Zhuqing's side to show his concern for her. This made Ning Rongrong furious. Seeing Yifeng care for Zhu Zhuqing made her grit her teeth in anger. If she had known earlier, she would have said she had something to do. Sigh. Regret. On the other side, Yifeng approached Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Zhuqing, are you okay? Can you still run?" Zhu Zhuqing heard him but didn't turn around. She just lightly replied with an faced with her indifferent attitude. Yifeng couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand what was wrong with Zhu Zhuqing. She had been hot and cold with him these past few days. Yifeng said, "Zhuqing, you've changed. What's wrong with me?" Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly, "You used to treat me like a treasure, but now you ignore me." Huh, is this really you? The best way to solve a problem is to bring it up. Only by clearly expressing it to her can he perhaps truly enter her heart. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit flustered. She thought Yifeng might have misunderstood her. She hurriedly said, "That's not true. I just don't know how to face you. After all, I have a betrothal with Dai Mubai." After saying that, Zhu Zhuqing rushed forward without looking back. Yifeng slowly stopped and stood still. At this moment, it seemed that he understood something. It turned out that Zhu Qing didn't know how to face him. She didn't know what kind of person she was to him. And she didn't dare to openly say that she liked him. The reason was Dai Mubai. It was because Dai Mubai had a betrothal with her. Was this the thing that bound her? Yifeng understood that the key to conquering Zhu Qing in the end was not about her, but about Dai Mubai. Only by having him cancel the engagement could Zhu Zhuqing be with him. Realizing this, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. It was simple. "Hell, woman, you can't escape my grasp." He also started moving, following closely behind. In the evening, everyone finally finished 10 laps and was exhausted. "I can't take it anymore. Xiao Wu is going to collapse." Xiao Wu leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. "Xiao Wu, are you okay?" Tang San, standing nearby, was concerned for her. Thanks to his inner strength, he wasn't too tired after the 10 laps. "Yes, Xiao Wu. Do you want me to carry you back?" Yifeng also approached, not feeling as exhausted as them due to his high soul power. Although he couldn't use his soul power while running, he could recover it afterward, so naturally, those with higher soul power would recover faster. Okay. Big brother, hurry and carry me back." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was very excited. Being carried back was definitely better than walking on her own. Hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but frown. Xiao Wu usually asks me to carry her. Why is she asking Yifeng now? He looked at Yifeng with some dissatisfaction. "No way, Brother Feng has to carry me." "Brother Feng, it's been a long time since I've ridden on a big horse." Ning Rongrong also chimed in. She was exhausted too and naturally hoped Yifeng would carry her. When she said this, Yifeng's heart sank. It was bad. He had committed a big taboo. How could he openly be so nice to one goddess in front of 3? Wasn't this giving rise to a potential love triangle? Sure enough, Zhu Zhuqing's expression had already turned cold. Although she didn't say anything, silence was the most terrifying thing, right? Yifeng subconsciously swallowed, his mind racing. Soon he said, "Rongrong, you've grown up. How can you still ride like that? Aren't you afraid?" He made a gesture to Ning Rongrong that implied, "Did I eat you?" Ning Rongrong immediately understood, her face turning red, and she hurriedly said, "Pa, I don't want that. I'll walk by myself." Saying this, she headed towards the dining hall on her own. Seeing Ning Rongrong's trembling legs, Yifeng felt a bit heartbroken and could only feel sorry for her. He then looked at Zhu Zhuqing. This time he didn't say anything but gave her a very mournful look. The expression in his eyes seemed to convey, "I want to hold you, carry you too, but would you allow it?" Sure enough, after seeing Yifeng's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing silently lowered her head. "I'll go first," she said, and walked towards the dining hall. Upon seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, though he felt a bit regretful in his heart. He wished Zhu Zhuqing could disregard everything for him. If she could ignore the eyes of others and insist on him carrying her, he would definitely agree. Unfortunately, she ultimately didn't have the courage. Yifeng smiled helplessly and turned around to Xiao Wu, saying, "Come on, Xiao Wu, I'll carry you." Xiao Wu looked very excited and jumped onto Yifeng's back in an instant. Feeling a soft warmth gently bump against his back, Yifeng's mood improved a little. He carried Xiao Wu and slowly walked towards the dining hall. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others stood in place watching them, each with their own expressions. Especially Tang San, who felt very uncomfortable watching Yifeng carry Xiao Wu, but he couldn't explain why. After all, Xiao Wu was just like a sister. 16. The kitten's first kiss, Yifeng carried Xiao Wu to the cafeteria for a meal, then carried her back to the dormitory, reluctantly leaving afterward. The two girls watching were extremely annoyed. Ning Rongrong nearly wanted to pull Xiao Wu down and carry Yifeng herself. Zhu Zhuqing also wore a displeased expression. Although she wasn't sure about her feelings for Yifeng, seeing him treat Xiao Wu so well still made her uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, the naive and sweet girl, was completely oblivious and kept praising Yifeng in front of the two girls. "You don't know, right? Big brother's back is so broad. It's so comfortable being carried by him," Xiao Wu said with a beaming smile. The expressions on the faces of the two girls opposite her gradually darkened. "And also, being carried by Big Brother gives me such a sense of security. I just don't want to get down." Xiao Wu reminisced about the feeling of being on Yifeng's back, not knowing why she liked it so much. But the two girls couldn't take it anymore. "You took our man, and now you're flaunting it? Do you think we have no pride?" Zhu Zhuqing could no longer hold back, standing up and saying, "I'm going out for a walk. If I can't confront you, then I'll just avoid you." Ning Rongrong also stood up, saying, "I'm going to take a shower first. I've been sweating all day. It's unbearable." The two of them tacitly distanced themselves from Xiao Wu. Sitting on the bed, Xiao Wu was puzzled by their behavior. Thinking they were just going out for a simple walk or shower, she said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, come back early. Let's continue talking when you return." Upon hearing this, both girls involuntarily twitched their faces and quickened their steps. "There's no way we're coming back. We won't return today, no matter what," Zhu Zhuqing thought as she walked out the door. Under the moonlight, she wandered aimlessly, not knowing where to go or what to do. As she walked, she accidentally found herself in front of the stone from yesterday. At that moment, someone was already sitting on the stone. It was Yifeng. Yifeng sat quietly on a stone, the moonlight shining on his face, highlighting his handsome features. His striking aura made Zhu Zhuqing momentarily dazed. Yifeng looked at the moon with a worried expression, raising his wine glass and slowly reciting, "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my glass to ask the blue sky. I do not know what year it is in the heavenly palace tonight. I wish to ride the wind to return, but I fear the jade towers and palaces are too cold to high altitudes. Dancing to play with the clear shadows, how is it like in a human world? Turning the red pavilion and lowering the ornate windows, shining on the sleepless. There should be no hatred. Why does the moon always seem full when we part? People have their joys and sorrows, partings and reunions. The moon has its phases of brightness and darkness. This matter has been difficult to attain since ancient times. I hope for longevity for all, sharing the beauty of the moon thousands of miles apart." After gently reciting the poem, he tilted his head and drank the wine in his hand in one go. "I hope for longevity for all, sharing the beauty of the moon thousands of miles apart." Zhu Zhuqing softly repeated this line. Isn't this what she hoped for as well? She also wanted to be with Yifeng, but her engagement with Dai Mubai was like a knife, standing between them and making her feel trapped. Moreover, Yifeng didn't only like her. She didn't know if he could bring her a future. As if sensing the girl's thoughts, Yifeng jumped down from the stone and walked to her side. He gently said, "I've already contacted the Spirit Hall, and they will soon negotiate with the Dai family of the Luo Empire. I believe that as long as the price is right, they will not refuse." The girl looked at him joyfully and said, "Thank you, Brother Feng." Saying this, she went to hug Yifeng. Yifeng did not refuse. Instead, he held her tighter. He gently said to the girl in his arms, "Don't worry, with me here. No one can hurt you." The girl softly replied with an trusting this man. However, soon after, she frowned again and pushed Yifeng away. Yifeng looked at her strangely, wondering how she could change her attitude so quickly after just being fine a moment ago. Is a girl's heart really that fickle? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yifeng and said, "Feng Ge, I think you need to explain what is going on between you and Ning Rongrong. And what about Xiao Wu? Do you like her too? I knew this day would come. If you're a scumbag, you have to be prepared to get stabbed. Should I deceive her? Or deceive her? Forget it. I'll just tell the truth. After all, the Douluo continent doesn't stipulate monogamy." He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Zhuqing, I've known Rongrong for a long time, and I know she likes me, but what can I do? Who told you that your man is so charming?" Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red as she replied, "Pa, you're not my man. What about Xiao Wu?" "Xiao Wu? Well, okay, I admit it, I do like Xiao Wu." Zhu Zhuqing frowned. Although she could guess, his direct admission still made her quite angry. "Humph, then go find your Xiao Wu." Zhu Zhuqing turned and walked away. Yifeng. At this moment, he absolutely could not let her go. Otherwise, she would definitely ignore him for a few days. He stepped forward, grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and pulled her into his arms, kissing her cherry-like lips. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in shock at his sudden attack, and after realizing what happened, she wanted to break free from him. However, Yifeng's soul power was too high, and no matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. Zhu Zhuqing sighed in her heart, resigning herself to the situation and closing her eyes. After more than 10 minutes, Yifeng finally released the beauty in his arms. At this point, Zhu Zhuqing had already become soft all over, unable to stand firm. Yifeng gently helped her onto the stone, looking at her with a face full of smiles. Zhu Zhuqing glared at him in dissatisfaction. This bastard actually ambushed her without any warning. This was her first kiss. Bastard. Her little fist kept pounding on Yifeng's chest. Yifeng did not resist. Instead, he embraced her shoulders and said gently, "Zhuqing, I will take responsibility for you. I will always protect you." Zhu Zhuqing slowly stopped clenching her fists and lay quietly in his arms. After a while, she asked, "What about Rongrong and Xiao Wu? What will happen to them?" Yifeng didn't think twice and said, "Of course I want them all." "Bastard." Zhu Zhuqing angrily scolded and bit him on the chest. It hurts, it hurts." "Zhuqing, are you trying to murder your husband?" Yifeng pretended to shout in pain. Hearing his dramatic cries, Zhu Zhuqing let go. Gently rubbing the spot she just bit, and softly said, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. Compared to the grievances you've suffered, this little pain is nothing." Zhu Zhuqing fell silent for a moment, looking at Yifeng, and said, "Are you really hoping that I will agree to let you have a harem?" Yifeng nodded. Since it had come to this point, it would be too hypocritical to say he didn't want to. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before saying, "I can agree to you." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "I knew Zhuqing was the best." He directly kissed Zhu Zhuqing on the cheek. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glance and said, "I haven't finished yet. I can agree, but you have to promise me one condition." "What condition?" Yifeng asked. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him seriously and said, "I want to be the head of the Zhu family." 17. Confronting Yu Xiaojiang. You want to take control of the Zhu family? Yifeng looked at Zhu Zhuqing in surprise, completely not expecting her to bring this up. Zhu Zhuqing cast him a resentful glance and said, "Isn't it all because of you? Because of me?" Yifeng was confused. "What does this have to do with me?" Zhu Zhuqing said, "You're so fickle." "What will I do if one day you don't want me anymore?" Hearing this, Yifeng instantly understood. She was afraid that he would not want her anymore. So she brought this up to seek some security. Yifeng understood in his heart, feeling a bit lost. She really didn't trust him enough. He smiled and said, "Sure, I promise you." Seeing him agree, Zhu Zhuqing also smiled happily. Just as Yifeng thought, she simply wanted a sense of security. The two enjoyed a tender moment before Yifeng sent Zhu Zhuqing back. After sending her off, Yifeng returned to the dormitory. In fact, he had lied to Zhu Zhuqing about one thing. He had not contacted the Spirit Hall about the Luo Empire. Firstly, it was useless. The Luo Empire had its own government and would not bow to the Spirit Hall, especially regarding matters involving their direct lineage. As long as Mubai had value, they would not give him up. Secondly, Yifeng felt he was not thick-skinned enough. He really couldn't stand having 3 women supporting him while also making them do things for him, especially something that could benefit the enemy. So he planned to solve it himself. Since they would not give up on the valuable Mubai, he would make Mubai worthless. Yifeng smiled sinisterly and said, "Mubai, don't blame me. It's all your own doing." He returned to his room, thinking about how to incapacitate Mubai. and before he knew it, he fell asleep. The next day, Yifeng got up on time, ready to go to class. As soon as he arrived at the playground, he saw a crowd gathered in a circle. Curious, he asked, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" "Ah, big brother, you're here. We're listening to the master talk about theory." Upon seeing Yifeng, Xiaowu excitedly shouted. Since being carried by Yifeng yesterday, her affection for him had greatly increased. Tang San, standing nearby, frowned a bit in dissatisfaction, feeling like he was about to lose something. Hearing Xiaowu mention the master, Yifeng also frowned. Could it be that he had arrived? Sure enough, in the middle of the crowd stood Master Yu Xiaogang, who was also BibiDong's teacher and first love. Looking at Yu Xiaogang, Yifeng felt a surge of anger. It was this guy who caused the teacher so much pain. If he hadn't worked hard to win over the teacher, she might still be fond of this jerk. In this day and age, anyone dares to call themselves a master. Yifeng scoffed. In his opinion, Yu Xiaogang's theories were even less than great. After all, his first soul skill was at the level of 2,000 years, which was a huge difference compared to Yu Xiaogang's highest level of 100 years. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang frowned as well and looked at Yifeng. He said, "Why does this student say that?" Yifeng smiled and said, "I've read your theory, and it's simply utter nonsense." "How can you speak like that, Yifeng?" Tang San, unable to tolerate his words about his teacher, retorted. Yifeng didn't even look at Tang San and said, "Isn't it true? He thinks the first soul ring is at the highest 100-year level, while my first soul ring is at the 1,000-year level. The second and third soul rings are also different from what he said. Doesn't this indicate something?" Upon hearing this, Tang San was a bit confused. According to Yifeng, it seemed that the master was indeed wrong. Yu Xiaogang felt a bit awkward as he had also heard about Yifeng's situation from Tang San. He explained, "You might just be an exception. The probability of such occurrences on the continent is very low." Is it an accident just because it differs from your theory? Although this is indeed given by the system, saying it's an exception isn't wrong, but would we agree with your words? That can't be the case. Just right. Is it an accident just because it differs from your theory? I think you're afraid to admit that your theory is wrong. That's true after all. You still rely on this to deceive the world. Yifeng finished speaking and coldly looked at Yu Xiaogang. The few people around frowned, completely unaware of why Yifeng was targeting Yu Xiaogang so much. Did they have some kind of grudge? Feng Ge Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, holding Yifeng's hand. Looking at him with concern, Yifeng also calmed down a bit, realizing that he still had to stay at Shrek Academy for a while. It would be unwise to fall out with Yu Xiaogang at this moment. Brother Feng, Ning Rongrong also stepped forward to hold Yifeng's hand, with one woman on the left and the other on the right. Yifeng also smiled back at her. Xiao Wu, who was nearby, wanted to join in, but didn't know where to go after looking left and right. In the end, she saw that Yifeng's back was empty, so she jumped up. "Big brother, we are all here." Feeling the concern of the three girls, Yifeng felt warm inside and said, "Thank you. I'm fine." He looked at the opposite Yu Xiaogang, who was currently frowning. After Yifeng's words, he thought for a moment that perhaps his theory really needed some improvement. He sighed and said to Yifeng, "You're right. My theory does have many shortcomings, and I will work on it." Yifeng glanced at him deeply and didn't say anything more. Teacher Tang San looked at Yu Xiaogang with concern, and Yu Xiaogang patted his shoulder to indicate that everything was fine. "All right, since you are all here, let me introduce myself. My name is Yu Xiaogang, and I am a new teacher at Shrek Academy. From now on, your training will be arranged by me." He looked around at everyone and finally fixed his gaze on Yifeng, saying, "My theories may not be completely applicable, but I will arrange training according to your individual situations, so please rest assured." Noticing his gaze, Yifeng didn't say anything either. He still couldn't leave Shrek Academy and couldn't confront Yu Xiaogang. Seeing that no one objected, Yu Xiaogang continued, "In that case, you don't have to train today. Since Oscar has reached level 30, prepare yourselves, and we will go to the Stardow Forest tomorrow." "What? Oscar is already level 30? Yifeng glanced deeply at Oscar. And indeed, as expected of a member of the main character group, his level-up speed was so fast. Thinking back to when he didn't have a system, it took him 6 years to reach level 9. There's no comparison when it comes to talent. He could only rely on cheats to barely level up by courting goddesses. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, everyone dispersed, preparing to head to the Stardow Forest tomorrow. Yifeng also took this time to figure out how to target Daimu Bai, and it would be best if he could also trick Yu Xiaogang along with him. Although he was originally a level 29 waste, it wouldn't hurt to waste him again. On the road, the next day, everyone was waiting early at the academy gate, just waiting for Yu Xiaogang to arrive so they could set off. Finally, they could go, oh no, to the Stardow Great Forest. Xiao Wu was so happy she was dancing around. Beside her, Yifeng smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, It seems like you really like the Star-Do Great Forest. Of course. I love it there. The air is good, the soul beasts are friendly, and they speak so nicely. I really love it there. Friendly? That might be true for you. But for the rest of us, if we dare to accidentally wander in, we'd be taken out in an instant. But then again, thinking about it, Xiao Wu is after all a transformed soul beast. So going to the Star-Do Great Forest this time is just like going home. Is everyone here? Then let's set off. Yu Xiaojiang's voice came, and he was walking over with Zhao Wujia. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Wujia and asked curiously, doesn't teacher Yu just need to lead the team by himself? Why is teacher Zhao here too? Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Yifeng smiled and said, teacher Yu can't lead the team. His level 29 soul power can't protect us. What? Ning Rongrong looked at Yu Xiaojiang in surprise. She had never seen anyone at such an age still at level 9. How is that possible? Even a pig, after lying around for so many years, wouldn't only be at level 29. After Yifeng said this, Yu Xiaojiang's face turned red. He replied, my situation is a bit special. I will never break through level 30 in my lifetime. However, my theory is definitely sound. Saying this, he nervously glanced at Yifeng, but fortunately, Yifeng didn't rebut him this time. Zhao Wujia also said, you all need to trust Yu Xiaojiang. Although his strength is a bit lacking, his theory still has its merits. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully. Zhao Wujia addressed everyone. All right, everyone come over. The group gathered around. The Star-Do Forest we're heading to is a very dangerous place. The soul beasts inside are extremely ferocious, so you must be cautious, very cautious. Remember, do not leave the team, and do not enter the core area of the Star-Do Forest. After Zhao Wujia finished speaking, everyone nodded. No one would really joke about their lives. Zhao Wujia smiled and said, all right, let's set off. Yes. Thus, the Shrek team set off for the Star-Do Forest. On the way to the Star-Do Forest, Yifeng curiously looked at the surroundings. He hadn't paid attention to the scenery the last time he walked with Zhu Qing. Now, with time to look around, he discovered that the environment outside the Star-Do Forest was truly beautiful. Various native plants were distributed everywhere. The scenery was pleasant, and even the air was so fresh. He looked at Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, you were right. The Star-Do Forest is indeed nice. And the air is very fresh. Isn't it? How could Xiao Wu lie to Big Brother? It's super good here. Xiao Wu excitedly replied. This was her home, and she definitely loved it. Oscar, standing nearby, said, the Star-Do Forest is indeed a good place, but it is also a dangerous one. It is the breeding ground for soul beasts, the favorite place for soul masters, but also the place where soul masters suffer the most casualties. Hearing this, Xiao Wu frowned. It was those annoying soul masters who came to her home every day to hunt soul beasts, and those were all her friends. Tang San said, is that the place where the Tiando Empire raises soul beasts? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu's frown deepened. What do you mean, Sangu? The Star-Do Forest is my home. It's not a place where the Tiando Empire raises soul beasts. You are killing my family. Yifeng glanced at Xiao Wu and saw that she was unhappy. So he hurriedly said, Tang San, you are mistaken. The Star-Do Forest is the home of the soul beasts. They have lived here since they were young, and they are not raised by others. Moreover, soul beasts have their own lives, and if it's not necessary, we should avoid harming them. Hearing Yifeng say this, Xiao Wu looked at him gratefully, thinking that her big brother was truly a good person, unlike Tang San, who was unfriendly towards soul beasts. Tang San frowned, but didn't say much. He didn't dislike soul beasts, he just didn't have a particular fondness for them either. Oscar also chimed in, Tang San, you are indeed mistaken. The Star-Do Forest is not a place for raised soul beasts. Compared to places where soul beasts are kept, it's nothing. The Star-Do Forest is one of the most famous gathering places for soul beasts on our Douluo continent, and its area is nearly as large as the Barak Kingdom. Tang San was a bit surprised, not expecting the Star-Do Forest to be so vast. Yifeng also smiled and said, moreover, there are 100,000-year soul beasts in the core circle of the Star-Do Forest. Tang San, you look so ugly. Be careful that those 100,000-year soul beasts might not like you and slap you to death. Tang San frowned. He didn't take Yifeng's words seriously. What 100,000-year soul beast would be so idle? He looked at Yifeng and said, the face is given by my parents. There's nothing I can do about it. After that, he ignored Yifeng and walked to the other side. Yifeng shuruk indiferently. The group continued on their way and arrived at a small town. The town was particularly lively, bustling with people, and was about 3 times the size of the village next to Shrek Academy. Apart from the lack of city walls, it was not much different from a city, with all kinds of shops available. Yifeng looked at the various shops in the town and saw a small palace at the end of the street. It bore the symbol of the Wuhuan Temple. Indeed, Under Yi Feng's persuasion, BibiDong had set her strategic focus on the grassroots community. Wherever there were people, over 90 of the time, there would be the presence of the Wuhuan temple, except in some inaccessible places and some unseen areas. Yi Feng looked at the branch of the spirit hall. Deep in thought, perhaps this could work. At this moment, Zhao Wujia also said, "Let's rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." Everyone nodded in agreement, especially Ning Rongrong, who could no longer bear it. It was quite a challenge for a young lady like her to walk such a long distance. "There's a hotel ahead. Let's stay there." Zhao Wujia pointed to an ordinary hotel in front of them. Shrek Academy was not wealthy, and Flinder was particularly stingy, giving them very little salary. So they could only afford places like this. No one had any objections. After walking all day, having a place to rest was already good enough. "Let's go in and eat first. I'm starving," Ma Hongjun said, patting his belly, which had been growling for a while. Yi Feng nodded and said to the three girls, "Let's go, we're going to eat." "Yeah, it's time to eat. Xiao Wu wants to eat carrots. Brother Feng, I want to sit with you. Brother Feng, let's go." The three girls followed Yi Feng into the restaurant. Only the four boys were left looking at each other, each with different feelings. Dai Mubai looked at them angrily. Tang San felt sour in his heart. Oscar felt a bit jealous for no reason, while Ma Hongjun felt nothing at all. He just wanted to eat. "Are you teaching me how to do things? Let's sit over there." Yi Feng pointed to a big table and took the three girls over. Tang San and the others also sat down one after another nearby. The 8 of them sat at the same table, but the atmosphere was far from harmonious. Yu Xiaojiang and Zhao Wujin did not eat with them. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were chatting and laughing with Yi Feng, while Xiao Wu lay on the table, waiting for the food to arrive. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, very dissatisfied with Zhu Zhuqing's behavior, and Tang San frowned, feeling unhappy as well. Oscar looked at Ning Rongrong with a complicated expression and finally sighed helplessly. Ma Hongjun felt nothing. He said to the waiter, "Bring the dishes quickly. I'm starving." "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter hurriedly replied and went to the kitchen. At that moment, another group of 8 people arrived outside. Yi Feng also noticed them and instantly guessed their identities. They were indeed from Tsanghui Academy. That girl looked pretty good, and with a leader, these people should be from Tsanghui Academy. Ma Hongjun looked at the only girl in Tsanghui Academy, and he was almost drooling. Yi Feng frowned. He really disliked Ma Hongjun's lecherous appearance. Although Yi himself was also quite lustful, he had his principles, unlike Ma, who was so disgusting. Dai Mubai glanced at her, his eyes brightening. He was no longer thinking about Zhu Zhuqing, so naturally, he wouldn't behave like a virtuous gentleman in front of her. "Hee, Tsanghui Academy, quite interesting." Yi Feng glanced at him, then looked at the girl, frowning slightly. He didn't want such a beautiful girl to be tainted by Dai Mubai. It seemed he needed to complete that task quickly. He said to the 3 girls, "I have something to take care of. I'll step out for a bit." "Where are you going, Brother Feng?" Ning Rongrong asked him with concern. Yi Feng smiled and said, "I'm just going out for a walk, and I'll be back soon. Then come back early." Yi Feng nodded, greeted Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, and then turned to leave. After exiting the hotel, Yi Feng directly turned into a small alley, winding his way until he arrived at the branch of the Wuhuan Hall. "Who goes there?" The guard at the branch immediately became alert. Yi Feng took out a token from his storage ring. The front of the token was engraved with the emblem of the Spear Hall, while the back had a character from Maple. Upon seeing the young master, the 2 guards immediately knelt on one foot. Everyone in the Spirit Hall recognized the young master's token. Yi Feng smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "You guys are great. Get up." "Thank you, young master. We are just fulfilling our duties. Please don't blame us." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Take me to meet the executive officer of your branch." The executive officer was established by Yi Feng to manage the branch, and each branch had an executive officer, a chief guard, and a financial officer. These 3 positions supervised each other and restrained each other, managing to maintain a balance. The 2 men nodded, and one of them led Yi Feng inside, while the other continued to guard the door. Under the guard's lead, Yi Feng quickly found the executive officer. The subordinate knelt on one knee before Yi Feng and saluted. "Get up." "Thank you, young master." Yi Feng looked at him and said, "I have something I would like to ask you for help with." "Please give your orders, young master." Yi Feng slowly spoke out what he wanted. The executor looked at Yi Feng with a strange expression, but didn't say anything. The young master's orders were everything. Soon, he brought Yi Feng what he wanted. Looking at the 2 packages in his hands, Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. He said not to tell anyone about his visit today, especially the Pope. Yi Feng still didn't want BibiDong to know where he was. "Yes," the executive nodded, but in his heart he was thinking, "I don't even need to tell the Pope. The Pope has known you were here for a long time." "My dear young master." You can't really think the Pope doesn't know what you're doing, right? How naive. As far as I know, there are at least 8 soul masters nearby, if not 10. With a silent complaint in his heart, the executive said nothing. Anyway, if the young master wanted to play, we as his subordinates would just accompany him. Yifeng didn't know what the executive was thinking. After obtaining what he wanted, he returned to the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, he saw the Shrek team fighting with its Tsanghue Academy. The 7 members of Shrek were engaged in a fierce battle with the leader of Tsanghue Academy. And Yifeng had no intention of intervening. Instead, he found a spot to sit down and watch the show. According to the original storyline, they were bound to win. Sure enough, not long after Yifeng sat down, the 7 of them defeated the leader of Tsanghue Academy. Just then, a lazy voice came from nearby. What are you all making noise about at this late hour? It was Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao. The 7 of them lowered their heads. Today, this situation was not their fault. If it weren't for Dai Mubai wanting to tease the girl from Tsanghue Academy, they wouldn't have gotten into a fight. The 6 of them looked at Dai Mubai with various expressions, and Dai Mubai felt a bit awkward. He had just been incited by Ma Hongjun, and he indeed acted like a lecher without thinking, going to tease that girl. Unexpectedly, Tsanghue Academy was also quite aggressive and directly fought back. When they couldn't handle the younger ones, the older ones came in. Seeing Zhao Wujia, the teacher from Tsanghue Academy looked as if he had found a lifeline and hurriedly said, "You are their teacher, right?" Zhao Wujia nodded expressionlessly. "How do you discipline your students? They openly teased our academy's students and even seriously injured them. How do you account for this?" Zhao Wujia calmly looked at him and said, "Are you teaching me how to do my job? You, as a teacher, how can you be so unreasonable? Your students did wrong. Shouldn't you also hold them accountable?" The teacher from Tsanghue Academy was furious and nearly pointed his finger at Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia sneered disdainfully and released his 7 spirit rings, instantly overwhelming everyone with his spirit saint-level power. He said, "Our Shrek Academy has always been reasonable. If you think my students are wrong, why don't you come and talk to me about it?" The teacher from Tsanghue Academy was frightened by his level 76 spirit power and no longer dared to argue. Even if it wasn't their fault, they had to admit it now. The teacher quickly apologized to Zhao Wujia, and after Zhao Wujia forgave him, he took the people from Tsanghue Academy away. Zhao Wujia looked at everyone and said, "Listen carefully, you are monsters from Shrek Academy, not mediocre people. Those who dare to cause trouble are monsters. Those who don't are mediocre." Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Yifeng, who was watching from the side, frowned, dissatisfied with Zhao Wujia's handling. As a teacher, you should not be so biased and only use power to suppress others. Students taught by such a teacher are bound to be no good. No wonder Tang San seemed fine now, but later committed the atrocious act of destroying the Spirit Hall. It was all because of his teachings. Remember, at our Shrek Academy, no matter what you do, our teachers will take responsibility for you. Zhao Wujia said confidently to everyone. "Hooray, Teacher Zhao is the best." Xiao Wu exclaimed happily. With Zhao Wujia protecting her, she could act recklessly. "Teacher Zhao is wise." "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." Seeing everyone so happy, Zhao Wujia nodded and said to them, "It's late now, you should go back and sleep. We'll continue our journey tomorrow." After being educated by Zhao Wujia for a while, everyone dispersed. They all stayed in the hotel. The 3 girls shared a room, Tang San and Ma Hongjun shared one, and Dai Mubai and Oscar shared another. Yifeng occupies a room alone. Don't ask why, just know it's because he paid for it. Yifeng returned to his room, changed into a set of night clothes, and then used a soul bone to disguise himself. Don't ask how he got it. Just know it was given by Qian Ruxue. "Great, now no one can recognize me." He spoke, his voice sounding extremely old. Yifeng gently walked out the door and lingered at Dai Mubai's entrance. He needed to think a way to lure him out. Yifeng pondered, unsure of how to get Dai Mubai to come out. At that moment, Dai Mubai's door opened by itself. Yifeng was startled and quickly hid. He saw Dai Mubai dressed neatly, looking like he was about to go out. He left the hotel and walked straight outside, with Yifeng closely following behind. Where was he going? Yifeng looked at Dai Mubai with some confusion, wondering why he was out at this late hour. After Dai Mubai exited the hotel, he headed straight towards the brothel. Oh, so he was going to relieve himself. What a lecherous guy, coming to such a place in the middle of the night. Yifeng complained about Dai Mubai's behavior with disdain. He didn't follow Dai Mubai inside, but waited for him outside instead. This was a good opportunity to prepare some things. Yifeng went to a nearby shop and bought a black hat, which had a wide brim that perfectly covered him, making him appear even more mysterious. He stood by the railing, waiting for Dai Mubai to come out. He initially thought he would have to wait a long time, but to his surprise, Dai Mubai came out in less than 10 minutes. Without considering the process, did you actually have 5 minutes when you officially started? Could it be that Dai Mubai is actually a 3-point real man? It's very possible, after all. He is only 15 years old, and who knows how many women he has had. It's quite normal for him to run out of bullets. Yifeng couldn't help but complain in his heart, and hurriedly walked towards the weak Dai Mubai. Hey, young man, do you need some medicine? I have all kinds here. Yifeng raised his eyebrows at him, giving him a knowing look. Dai Mubai frowned and said disdainfully, "Humph. Do I need that stuff? You're joking. I lasted 3 minutes. Even Miss Gulong couldn't handle it." Yifeng's face twitched. "It's only been 3 minutes, aren't you proud?" "Ahem, young man, are you sure you don't want it?" "Humph. I don't want it," Dai Mubai said as he walked away. Yifeng smiled slightly and looked at his back, saying, "My medicine can make you last for an hour." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai paused for a moment. "An hour? How is that possible? You must be joking. There is no way a medicine can last for an hour. 3 minutes is the limit for humans." "That's right, the girls in the enclosure all say the same thing. Every time it's over, they say I'm the longest." Yifeng's heart raced. Could this be the frog at the bottom of the well? Just because you have 3 minutes? Do you think the world only has 3 minutes? I laugh. I don't even want to talk about my several hours of achievements. It seems I can only use my trump card. I have a potion that will make women fall in love with you once you take it. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately stopped and walked over to Yifeng, saying, "Old man, tell me more about this miraculous potion." Yifeng's lips curled slightly, finally falling for it. He took out 2 bottles of medicine and said to Dai Mubai, "This medicine, of course, it's not as magical as drinking it and instantly falling in love." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai, in anger, grabbed Yifeng by the collar and said, "Old man, are you messing with me? Hey, don't be in a rush. Although this medicine isn't that miraculous, after drinking it, I guarantee you'll feel hot all over and disoriented in an hour." At that time, Yifeng gave Dai Mubai a lewd expression. Dai Mubai frowned and slowly let go of Yifeng. He said, "How much is this medicine?" "A fair price, 100 gold soul coins." "What? 100 gold soul coins? Why don't you go rob someone?" Dai Mubai shouted angrily. Yifeng smiled mysteriously and said, "Is it really that quick to rob money?" Dai Mubai was silent for a moment. This unscrupulous merchant was determined to trick him. He suddenly had the thought of robbing the medicine, but then he realized that this place was a brothel. If anything went wrong, wouldn't he expose his intention to buy medicine? He frowned and looked at Yifeng's cunning expression, then painfully took out 100 gold soul coins from his pocket. "You better not deceive me, otherwise." Dai Mubai clenched his fist, the air around him crackling. Yifeng swallowed hard and pretended to be scared as he said, "How could I dare? I'm just an ordinary person trying to make a living. I wouldn't dare to deceive a soul master." Dai Mubai nodded, understanding that he wouldn't dare to deceive him. He gave Yifeng the gold soul coin and took 2 bottles of medicine from Yifeng's hands. "How do you use this?" Yifeng checked the gold soul coins one by one with his teeth, without raising his head, and said, "The blue one is the medicine. The white one is the antidote. Just a drop in the food will do." Dai Mubai looked at him, unimpressed, thinking to himself that he was just an ordinary person who probably had never seen so many gold soul coins in his life. Looking at the medicine in his hand, Dai Mubai couldn't help but sneer, Zhu Qing, you bitch, let's see how you escape this time." After obtaining the medicine, Dai Mubai turned around and went back to the hotel. Yifeng looked at his back and shouted, "Remember not to use too much." Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, felt indifferent, since he didn't plan to show her any mercy. More was better after all. He sneered and quickly walked towards the hotel. Once Dai Mubai completely disappeared from sight, Yifeng finally laughed out loud. "Ha! Dai Mubai, I've already delivered Pandora's box to you. It's up to you whether you use it or not." In fact, Yifeng had just tricked Dai Mubai. That blue pill was not the kind of drug, just ordinary water, while the white one was the real drug. The reason he switched them was to make sure that when Dai Mubai took action, he would drink the real drug himself. Moreover, just a little of that drug might not have much effect, just an ordinary spring medicine, but once taken in excess, it would bring forth desires that would not end until completely exhausted. Dai Mubai, I'm not forcing you to take that drug. If you can really manage to be a good person, then we can coexist peacefully. But if you really intend to harm Zhu Qing, then don't blame me. Yifeng took a deep look in the direction where Dai Mubai had left, and after a while, he returned to the hotel. Back at the hotel, Yifeng took off his disguise, took a shower, and then fell into a deep sleep. As a young person with a regular routine, he couldn't stay up late. After all, staying up late would make one age, and that wouldn't look good. The next day, everyone got up early and had breakfast at the hotel. Yifeng looked at Dai Mubai, and it was obvious that his mood had brightened significantly today. which made Yifeng smile. I'm just quietly waiting for you to make a move. Hey teacher, you missed a great show yesterday. Ma Hongjun raised his eyebrows at Yu Xiaojiang, looking very gossip-like. Oh, what happened yesterday? Yu Xiaojiang looked at him curiously. Yesterday, Yu Xiaojiang had been walking all day and was exhausted. He went straight to bed upon arriving at the hotel and had no idea what had happened. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun hurriedly said, "It was about Dai." Dai Mubai shot Ma Hongjun a glare, causing him to shrink his head and dare not speak again. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Dai Mubai, then at Ma Hongjun, a bit puzzled, not knowing what was going on. All right, you guys finish up quickly. We need to set off. Although he was curious, he didn't press further. After all, young people's matters should be resolved by themselves. Yes, everyone replied and quickly tidied up their breakfast, preparing to depart. Once they left the small town, everyone quickened their pace, as they were very close to the Douluo forest. Oscar appeared very excited, as he would soon obtain his third spirit ring, which would also be his first 1,000-year spirit ring. Before long, they entered the Douluo forest, and under Yu Xiaojiang's guidance, they quickly confirmed their target, which was the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. One must say, having a theoretical master around indeed helped a lot. Although Yifeng didn't like Yu Xiaojiang, he wouldn't say anything about it in this regard, as he didn't understand much about it anyway. Soon, everyone headed toward the direction of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. All right, let us stop for a moment. Zhao Wujia spoke up, prompting everyone to halt. They stopped, and the hundreds of miles they had traveled made them feel quite hot, especially Yu Xiaojiang, whose spirit power of level 29 was the weakest among them. Comparable to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, after running for so long, he was nearly exhausted. I have a big sausage. Oscar chanted a spell and conjured up several sausages, handing one to Yu Xiaojiang. Master, have one to replenish yourself. Thank you. Yu Xiaojiang took the sausage and ate it without hesitation. Do you guys want some? Oscar looked at everyone. The three girls quickly shook their heads. They still found it hard to accept Oscar's method of turning things into sausages and preferred not to eat if they could avoid it. However, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San didn't hesitate to eat. Yifeng, do you want to eat? Yifeng looked at him in confusion and said, Do you think I need it? Oscar glanced at Yifeng and saw that he was completely relaxed, not a drop of sweat on him. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. How do you manage to not sweat at all? Xiao Wu pouted, seeming a bit unhappy that Yifeng wasn't sweating. Yifeng smiled and said, I don't know. Maybe it's because my soul ring years are high. There's nothing I can do. My physical strength is just good. The crowd was speechless. Having high soul ring years is impressive, huh? So sour. Cough, cough, all right. Everyone gather around. Zhao Wujia spoke up. The crowd gathered around him. You all need to remember, the Douluo forest is not a place where the Empire raises soul beasts. It's very dangerous. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and the Master don't leave my side. I'm not afraid. Brother Feng will protect me. Ning Rongrong said proudly, holding Yifeng's hand. Zhao Wujia frowned, but didn't say anything. Brother Feng doesn't have time for you. Zhu Zhuqing also held Yifeng's other hand, glaring at Ning Rongrong. What you say doesn't count. Brother Feng is mine. Pa, you shameless. Seeing the two girls arguing, Xiao Wu suddenly wanted to join in, but she had nowhere to hold on to. Xiao Wu cast a resentful glance at Yifeng, then skillfully jumped onto his back. Big brother has to protect Xiao Wu too. Surrounded by three girls, Yifeng felt a bit helpless. It really was true that one monk drinks water, 2 monks carry water, and 3 monks have no water to drink. Dai Mubai beside them also gritted his teeth in frustration. Yifeng, Zhu Zhuqing, wait for me. With this medicine, you won't be able to escape. Dai Mubai smiled sinisterly, looking as eerie as possible. All right, stop causing trouble. If anything really happens besides Teacher Zhao, no one can save you. Yu Xiaojiang took a breath and then spoke. Yifeng frowned but did not refute, as he knew he was right. In this Douluo forest, he really did not have the strength to protect them. The 3 girls exchanged glances, snorted coldly, and reluctantly got off Yifeng. All right, let's set off. Try to get back before dark. Yes, Teacher Zhao. Everyone set off towards the area where the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was spotted. Dai Mubai led the way, Tang San followed beside him, and Ma Hongjun was on alert for their surroundings. Oscar and Yu Xiaojiang stayed close to Zhao Wujia. Only Yifeng was joking and laughing with the 3 girls along the way. Anyone who didn't know would think he was on vacation. This made Dai Mubai grit his teeth in frustration. Be careful, Tang San, he said, noticing a group of weasel-like rodents appear. What are you worried about? Dai Mubai replied disdainfully. Just kill them. Tang San frowned and said, We're in the Douluo forest now. We shouldn't kill indiscriminately. If the smell of blood attracts a powerful soul beast, that would be bad. Dai Mubai frowned, but didn't say much more and followed him around. After about an hour of walking, they encountered many weak soul beasts, which Dai Mubai did not kill, but merely scared away. Yi Feng, who was following behind, was a bit surprised. Could it be that this Dai Mubai wasn't as despicable as he had thought? Ye Feng it. He would rather Dai Mubai be a ruthless person than someone who shows mercy to weak soul beasts. Yi Feng looked at Yu Xiaojiang and said, Dai Mubai did well. Did you teach him? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and said, it should have been Xiao San who told him. In the Stardow Forest, you can't shed blood. Otherwise, it will attract powerful soul beasts. So that's how it is. I was wondering how Dai Mubai could possibly care about soul beasts. It turns out that's the reason. Yi Feng sneered. As long as you're not a good person, then I won't feel guilty. All right, let's take a break. Zhao Wujia saw that they were close to their destination and also suggested that everyone rest for a while. Upon hearing this, the tense spirits of the group relaxed a little. Great, finally we can rest. Ma Hongjun stretched lazily and said happily. At that moment, a soul beast suddenly attacked them. Be careful. 22. Do you want me to fight him? Zhao Wujia shouted urgently as he saw the soul beast attacking. Yifeng quickly noticed the approaching soul beast. He looked over with a strange expression. Was the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake delivering itself to him? Indeed, the snake with a pair of wings was the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake. It had a fleshy crown on its head, which looked bigger than its head, bright red like blood, and its tail was fan-shaped. After recognizing the incoming soul beast, Zhao Wujia's eyes lit up. It's the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake. He immediately reached out his large hand and grabbed the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, which pitifully rushed into his hand, throwing itself into a net. Ha ha ha! Oscar, your soul ring is here. Zhao Wujia knocked the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake unconscious and tossed it in front of Oscar. This one should be at least 1,000 years old. As the light red color indicates, it has reached that age. Yu Xiaojiang observed the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake carefully and said, moreover, its length is 6 to 8 meters, which should mean it's a 1,300-year-old soul beast. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Oscar and smiled. Oscar, this old beast is very suitable for you. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang say this, Oscar happily hugged him and said, great, thank you. Master, thank you, Teacher Zhao, and everyone. Everyone nodded, indicating that he should absorb the soul ring first. Only Yifeng frowned, contemplating whether he should get rid of Oscar's soul ring. Forget it, Oscar and I have no grievances. If it were Dai Mubai and Tang San, I might consider it. Dai Mubai goes without saying. We have deep enmity, and I can't let him go if I have the chance. As for Tang San, he*s just unlucky. Who told him he*s the chosen one? Only by dealing with his system will I be rewarded, which will allow me to become stronger. Then I won't hold back. Oscar said, taking out a dagger from his bosom and slashing down at the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake. Stop. Oscar stabbed down, completely ignoring the words of the newcomer. The newcomer frowned and said, didn't I tell you to stop? Sorry, I couldn't control myself. And why should I listen to you? Oscar looked at the newcomer, a young girl, followed by an old man. The old man appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, with white hair combed back, although he was not young. He still looked quite spirited. The girl beside him was quite pretty, appearing to be around 16 or 17, and her fitted attire accentuated her figure quite noticeably. Yifeng felt a stir in his heart upon seeing her. She must be the snake granny, and that girl must be her granddaughter Mangaran. The snake granny looked at Oscar angrily and said, you little brat, can't you understand human language? We discovered this phoenix tail, coxcomb snake first. Oscar replied, so what? This snake was given to me by Teacher Zhao, so I can kill it if I want. The snake granny glared at Oscar and said, you dare to be so rude? Let's see how I teach you a lesson. The snake granny raised her cane, which was her martial soul, and attacked Oscar. Zhao Wujia frowned and directly released 7 soul rings, the pressure of a soul sage pressing down on the snake granny. Educating my student in front of me? Did you ask for my permission? The snake granny was startled. How did she encounter a soul sage in this Stardow Forest? With Dragon Lord not around. She couldn't afford to fight him. The snake granny quickly withdrew her attack, and Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't bear it if the snake granny really came at him. Old witch, aren't you very capable? Come on, hit me. The snake granny frowned, her eyes nearly spitting fire at Oscar. If it weren't for Zhao Wujia being there, she might have killed him. Is this how a soul sage bullies others? Zhao Wujia also frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with Oscar's behavior, but he ultimately said nothing. After all, he had just sent them to cause trouble yesterday, and it wouldn't be good to scold him today. Seeing Zhao Wujia remain silent, the snake granny became even angrier, saying, does the soul sage not know my name? It would be good for Snake Granny to know. Snake Granny? The Snake Granny from Dragon Lord and Snake Granny? That's right, it's me. Zhao Wujia frowned. This was troublesome. Dragon Lord and Snake Granny were usually inseparable, and with the Snake Granny here, Dragon Lord was likely not far away. Together, they could battle a title Douluo. If they really want to fight him, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Oscar apologized to the Snake Granny. What? Teacher Zhao, you didn't say that yesterday. Zhao Wujia frowned. Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. If you want to cause trouble, you should pick someone I can handle. Hurry up. Oh, Oscar said dejectedly, I'm sorry. Hearing this, the Snake Granny's mood improved a little, but she still said, your student killed the snake we had our eyes on first. And that snake has a wound from our attack. How does the Soul Sage plan to resolve this matter? Everyone looked at the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake. And indeed, there was a wound there. Zhao Wujia frowned and said, then how does the Snake Granny plan to resolve it? Since the snake is already dead, I won't make it difficult for him. How about this? As long as he can defeat my granddaughter, this matter will be over. No way. The Snake Granny frowned and said, is the Soul Sage so overbearing? I've already made a concession, and you still refuse? Zhao Wujia explained. The Snake Granny misunderstood. It's not that I'm unwilling, but Oscar is a food system soul master and is not suitable for combat. Upon hearing this, the Snake Granny nodded. Indeed, as a support-type soul master, he was not suited for battle. She looked around and spotted Yifeng in the crowd, her eyes lighting up. What a handsome young man. He would be enough to be a husband for Iran. Then let him do it. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed, and they saw Yifeng standing there, completely confused. Me? Yifeng pointed at himself, puzzled. Zhao Wujia also looked at the Snake Granny oddly, wondering why she chose him. Yes, it's you. The Snake Granny nodded. This young man is so young. He probably doesn't have 30 levels, right? Let Iran go easy on him later. Yifeng walked out from among the crowd and asked again, are you sure? The snake woman frowned, feeling that this person was too indecisive. If you say it's you, then it's you. Why all the uncertainty? Yes, it's you. All right. Yifeng shrugged helplessly and smiled at Meng Iran. Meng Iran was also captivated by his handsome face and instantly blushed. I must give him a chance later. Yifeng smiled and said, I am Yifeng, a level 37 battle spirit master with a martial soul windblade. Please give me your guidance. As he finished speaking, 3 soul rings appeared behind him, purple, and black. The scene suddenly fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. Meng Iran gaped in disbelief. Grandma, do you want me to fight him? 23. Do you really want me to fight him? Meng Iran looked at the Snake Granny with a face full of resentment. She only had level 30 soul power. How could she possibly defeat a level 37 battle spirit master? Moreover, this battle spirit master had an unheard of soul ring configuration of purple, and black. The Snake Granny also felt a bit awkward. She initially thought Yifeng was young and wouldn't be very strong, and was even considering letting Iran hold back a bit. But who would have thought he was actually a level 37 battle spirit master with such a terrifying soul ring configuration? Cough, Iran. Don't be intimidated by his high soul power. If you suppress him to level 30, he definitely won't be able to beat you. Really? Meng Iran was a bit skeptical. With Yifeng's purple, and black, even if he were suppressed to level 20, she still couldn't win. Iran, you have to believe in yourself. The Snake Granny gave Meng Iran an encouraging look. With no choice, Meng Iran steeled herself and agreed. Hey, Yifeng, right? You need to suppress your power to level 30 and fight my Iran. The Snake Granny said to Yifeng, who simply nodded and instantly suppressed his soul power to level 30. Miss, you can come at me. Meng Iran nodded, feeling a bit nervous. I am Meng Iran, with a martial soul snake staff, a level 30 2-ring battle spirit master. After speaking, Meng Iran immediately used her second soul skill, Snake Body. With the Snake Body, Meng Iran quickly closed the distance to Yifeng and struck down with her staff. Yifeng smiled. You want to play close combat with me? You must have forgotten what my martial soul is. He directly used his martial soul to block Meng Iran's snake staff, then activated his second soul skill and flashed behind her. Looking at Meng Iran's voluptuous figure, Yifeng couldn't help but give her a slap. Meng Iran's face instantly turned red, filled with both shame and anger. First soul skill, Tongue Blade. She activated her first soul skill and attacked Yifeng, but he easily blocked it by looking up. He then spun his long knife and pulled her into his arms. Smells really nice. Yifeng praised sincerely as he inhaled the girl's fragrance. He couldn't help but admit that mature women have their charm, unlike Ning Rongrong and the others who, while beautiful, hadn't fully matured yet, making them less enticing than Meng Iran. Let go of me. Meng Iran struggled desperately in his embrace, but couldn't break free. Hearing his teasing made her body feel soft, and she couldn't muster any strength. However, his chest felt so warm and comfortable. Meng Yiran suddenly became infatuated. Miss Yiran is so beautiful. I really don't want to let go. Yifeng whispered in Meng Yiran's ear. That warm breath made her ears flush, rendering her speechless. Brother Feng, how long are you going to hold me? Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng with dissatisfaction, wondering how their match turned into flirting. Brother Feng, did you forget there are 3 beauties here? At this moment, Ning Rongrong felt completely sour. Zhu Zhuqing glared at Meng Yiran and said to Yifeng, Brother Feng, what are you doing? Clearly, I am your girlfriend. Don't think that just because I agreed to a harem, you can flirt with girls in front of me. I can't accept that. Big brother's a bad guy, Xiao Wu pouted. Yifeng had never held her like this. How could he hold a stranger? Xiao Wu thought to herself, I'm definitely going to be bigger than her in a few years. Hearing them, Yifeng finally realized that all 3 women were present. How could he cross the line like this? He gently released Meng Yiran, who hurriedly escaped to Snake Lady's side, her face already flushed. Sorry, Miss Yiran. Did I hurt you? And no, it's fine, Meng Yiran said shyly. Haha, a bit of teasing during a match is normal. It's no big deal. Snake Lady laughed heartily, implying something. She was quite satisfied with Yifeng and naturally welcomed Meng Yiran having a bit of something with him. Grandma Meng Yiran said coquettishly. When Snake Lady spoke, her previously cooled face turned red again. Snake Lady laughed. Yifeng was speechless. This Snake Lady really had a big heart. Ha ha ha, Yiran, you don't need to be shy. I think you two are quite suitable. Why not get to know each other better? Not suitable. Who said that? They are not suitable. No way. Big brother can't be with her. As soon as Snake Lady finished speaking, the 3 women stepped forward to oppose, feeling that if they let Snake Lady continue, there might really be another rival in love. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, surprisingly uniting in their stance. As for Xiao Wu, her presence didn't change much. Snake Lady frowned and said, Who are you to make decisions for him? I am his girlfriend, Zhu Zhuqing said calmly. Ning Rongrong looked at her oddly. Since when are you Brother Feng's girlfriend? Did I agree? However, it wasn't the time for internal strife. It was better to unite against outsiders first. I am Brother Feng's childhood friend. He loves you the most. Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Ning Rongrong. Loves you the most. Have some self-respect. Clearly, Brother Feng loves me the most. But she didn't say much. Ning Rongrong posed no threat to her since she was older. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her figure and nodded in satisfaction. However, Meng Yiran was different. She could threaten her and must not be allowed to join Brother Feng's harem. Xiao Wu looked at the 2 and frowned. She wanted to say something, but she really didn't know what her relationship with Yifeng was. After thinking for a while, Xiao Wu simply said, I am Big Brother's sister. He has carried me before. What? He's your brother? Then who am I? Tang San looked at Xiao Wu in confusion, wondering why she seemed like a different person since Yifeng appeared. Could looks really be that important? Tang San touched his pockmarked face and sighed helplessly. Even if you have a close relationship with Yifeng, you have no right to make decisions for him. Snake Lady frowned, completely not expecting Yifeng to have such good luck with women. But she didn't want her granddaughter to miss out on Yifeng. She could see that Meng Yiran had feelings for him. She looked at Yifeng and said, Kid, what do you think about getting to know my Yiran? Meng Yiran also shyly lowered her head. Brother Feng. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yifeng, her eyes full of warning. Brother Feng. Ning Rongrong hugged Yifeng's arm, smiling, though her smile was somewhat cold. Big brother? Xiao Wu blinked her big, cute eyes, looking at Yifeng expectantly. Seeing the situation with the 3 women, Yifeng felt helpless. How did this harem suddenly catch fire? Should he go for it or not? Yifeng looked at the 3 beautiful women around him, then glanced at Meng Yiran, and it didn't seem too difficult to make a decision. He turned to the Snake Lady and said, Thank you for your kindness, but it seems I don't have much time right now. The Snake Lady frowned. Was this young man refusing her? Hearing this, Meng Yiran also sighed. It seemed she was still not fated with him. The 3 women, however, felt much happier. It turned out that we were more important to Yifeng. Are you sure you don't want to think it over? The Snake Lady coldly looked at Yifeng, as long as he was willing to refuse. Even if Zhao Wujia was here, she would still want to have a go with him. Grandma, forget it, Meng Yiran said, pulling the Snake Lady's hand with a hint of disappointment. She wasn't someone who couldn't get married, so why share a man with others? All right. If Yiran doesn't want it, then let us go. The Snake Lady looked at Meng Yiran affectionately. No matter how outstanding the boy was. If my Yiran said she didn't want him, then that's that. Grandma, let us go. Meng Yiran glanced at Yifeng reluctantly, and Yifeng also gave her an apologetic look. After all, teasing without taking responsibility was quite scummy. Watching Meng Yiran and the others leave, Yifeng sighed helplessly. Are you satisfied now? Yifeng shook off Ning Rongrong's hand, feeling quite dissatisfied with the behavior of the three just now. Although they hadn't done anything wrong, he was still unhappy. Brother Feng, we're doing this for your own good. Meng Yiran clearly doesn't look like a good person, Ning Rongrong said, feeling a bit gloomy as she looked at Yifeng. What could you do when encountering such a flirtatious man? Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I'm just not ready yet. Zhu Zhuqing also felt a bit apologetic. She had clearly agreed to Yifeng having a harem. But when she saw Yifeng flirting with other girls in front of her, she really couldn't accept it. Big brother, don't be angry. You still have Xiaowu, Xiaowu said playfully. Yifeng sighed helplessly. It was hard to blame them. After all, which woman doesn't want her man to love only her? But what about my poor Ran? Has she really missed out like this? Let's just forget about this time. But next time, please don't do this again. I understand your feelings, but I don't like being forced to make decisions. Finally, the farce came to an end. Without the meddling of the snake lady, Oscar could finally absorb his third soul ring. Great. Little snake, here I come. Oscar sat cross-legged beside the corpse of the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, and began to absorb his purple soul ring. After a while, he stood up excitedly. I did it. How is it? What ability? Yu Xiao asked eagerly, happy for him. Hee. Thanks to you, Master, my third soul skill is pretty good, and I've reached level 31. Congratulations. Xiaowao. Oscar, you're amazing. With everyone praising him, Oscar felt a bit shy. It's all thanks to Master. Dai Mubai asked, so what exactly is your soul skill? When it came to this, Oscar seemed a bit shy. I'm afraid you'll laugh at me. Ma Hongjun said, what's there to be afraid of? Is it something weird again? Oscar hesitated for a moment before demonstrating his third soul skill. I have a mushroom sausage. A mushroom sausage suddenly appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Puffed. Hearing his strange incantation, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Even Yifeng, who already knew the plot, found it amusing. Oscar looked at them with dissatisfaction. Yifeng, Oscar. Don't blame us. We are professionally trained and usually don't laugh unless we can't help it. Ha ha. Oscar got even angrier. All right, stop messing around. Since Oscar has already obtained the third soul ring, we should head back. Yu Xiaojiang looked at the sky. It wasn't dark yet, and if they hurried, they should be able to return to the town before nightfall. We might not be able to go back to that teacher, Tang San suddenly said. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Only Yifeng seemed to be pondering. Tang San said embarrassedly, I just watched Yifeng fight and suddenly got a bit of inspiration. Then I broke through. Yifeng's face twitched involuntarily. No way, bro. That was called a fight? I just flirted with Meng Yiran a bit. And you broke through just by watching? Is it really that ridiculous? As expected of the child of destiny, I admit it. Is that so? Then let's all work hard and help Xiao San find his third spirit ring, with his own disciple breaking through. Yu Xiaojiang was also very happy and immediately wanted to help him think of a suitable spirit beast. Yes, the others had no objections. After all, helping one is helping, and helping two is also helping. Great. Third brother, you broke through too, Xiaowu said happily. Tang San was her brother. If he could break through, she would be happy too. Thank you, Xiaowu. Tang San was also very happy to see Xiaowu caring about him. It turned out that Xiaowu was only temporarily dazzled by Yifeng. I am still the most important person in her heart. However, Xiaowu's next sentence almost broke him. Third brother, keep it up. Although you can't compare to big brother, you're still pretty good, Xiaowu said innocently. Tang San was so angry his teeth itched. What's so great about being strong? Isn't it just that your spirit power is higher than mine and you look better than me? Is that really impressive? It seems like it really is impressive. Tang San helplessly realized that he really couldn't compare to Yifeng. All right, let's set off to find the spirit beast. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San and said, Xiao San, your third spirit ring should preferably be a control type, and if it has some poison attribute, that would be best. Tang San nodded. He thought the same. I know there are spider-type spirit beasts in that direction. Let's go take a look. Yu Xiaojiang pointed in one direction, and everyone moved forward in that direction. They crossed most of the forest and finally saw the spider-type spirit beast. It was a spirit beast with a body area of less than 1 meter, with 8 long legs or 2 meters long, covered in a black shell, and had extraordinarily sharp legs. This is a man-faced demon spider. It's very suitable for you. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the spirit beast in front of him. Tang San was also a bit happy. Although the spirit beast in front of him was only around 800 years old, it was a rare man-faced demon spider, very suitable for him. Although the age was a bit low, it was still pretty good. Tang San nodded. Yu Xiaojiang had told him that a suitable spirit beast is better than one with a higher age. He didn't hesitate much and directly attacked. Blue silver bind. Tang San used his first spirit skill to attack, and facing a spirit beast of less than 1,000 years, he could easily take it down. The man-faced demon spider was startled and instantly bound by the blue silvergrass. Hiss! It let out a scream, appearing very scared. Tang San smiled slightly. Just as he was about to give it a quick end, he sensed a hint of danger. Be careful. 25. Let me help you? Be careful. Yu Xiaojiang shouted. Tang San was also startled and hurriedly jumped away from his spot. As soon as he left, the place he had just stood was severely damaged by sharp blades. Tang San frowned and looked over, only to see a man-faced demon spider with a total area of 1.5 meters, its 8 long legs exceeding 3 meters, standing there. Enormous compared to the previous one. The large man-faced demon spider hurriedly used its blades to cut through the blue-silver grass to rescue the small man-faced demon spider. SSS. The small man-faced demon spider was rescued, but was paralyzed by the poison of the blue-silver grass and couldn't move. The large man-faced demon spider let out an angry cry and looked at Tang San with killing intent. It swung its giant claws to attack Tang San, with its 8 long legs rushing towards him. Not good. Tang San was startled. This man-faced demon spider looked terrifying and definitely couldn't be matched in strength. Tang San dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the man-faced demon spider's attack. Blue Silver Bind. Tang San used his first spirit skill to attack the man-faced demon spider, but it was cut off by the man-faced demon spider's blades. Second spirit skill, Parasite. Tang San used his second spirit skill, Parasite, trying to trap the man-faced demon spider. But the man-faced demon spider directly dissolved it with a mouthful of venom. The large man-faced demon spider let out a roar, and its 8 long legs attacked Tang San from different directions. Without using the Hao-Ian hammer, Tang San was clearly no match. Third brother. Xiao Wu looked worriedly at Tang San, preparing to help him, when she heard Yi Feng say, "Let me do it." Yi Feng smiled at Xiao Wu, reassuring her. Xiao Wu also nodded, feeling that with Yi Feng's help, there shouldn't be any problems. Tang San, I'm here to help you. Tang San nodded. The human-faced demon spider was clearly not something that blue silver grass could handle, and he didn't want to reveal the Hao-Ian hammer too early. Yi Feng was also not ambiguous, directly using his second soul skill to charge in front of the humanoid demon spider and delivering a strike of 10,000. The humanoid demon spider let out a roar and used its sharp blade to block Yi Feng's sword. Yi Feng sneered, "No matter how sharp your legs are, they're still made of flesh. How dare you clash with my knife? You're simply asking for death." He was about to strike down, but unexpectedly, the human-faced demon spider spat out a mouthful of poison at him. Not good. Yi Feng quickly shifted the angle of his knife, turning offense into defense, using the claws of the human-faced demon spider to propel himself away, narrowly avoiding the spider's venom. Be careful of his poison, Tang San reminded. Yi Feng frowned slightly. The poison of the face-devouring spider was indeed a bit troublesome. He said to Tang San, "You hold it off for a while." Tang San nodded. He was confident he could hold off the face-devouring spider. With blue-silver entangling, Tang San directly used his first soul skill to engage in battle with the face-devouring spider. Yi Feng was not ambiguous either, and first used his first spirit skill to enhance his strength. The human-faced demon spider let out a roar, thinking these two humans were shameless for trying to engage it in a wheel battle. It was even more pathetic than a dog spirit beast. Tang San had no idea what it was thinking. He was currently using blue silver grass to attack the 8 large legs of the human-faced demon spider. As long as he could entangle its 8 legs, it would be powerless. However, the human-faced demon spider would not let him have his way. It constantly broke free from the blue silver grass's entanglement, using its sharp claws to cut away or its venom to corrode anything it couldn't dodge. Tang San frowned. This human-faced demon spider was too effective against blue silver grass, and he couldn't win using it. Yi Feng, are you ready? Yi Feng woke up from his meditation. His strength had been greatly enhanced. He said, "Wait a moment." Yi Feng looked at Ning Rongrong and said, "Rongrong, give me strength." Ning Rongrong nodded and said, "Okay." The 7 treasure glazed tile in Ning Rongrong's hand spun, and a surge of power flowed into Yi Feng's body. Feeling the incredibly strong power within him, Yi Feng's confidence greatly increased, and he said, "That's enough." Upon hearing this, Tang San quickly used his first soul skill, which was instantly countered by the man-faced demon spider. He didn't mind and used that moment to exit the battlefield. Yi Feng saw Tang San come out and quickly activated his second spirit ring, flashing in front of the faceless demon spider. He raised his gale high in his hand and shouted, "Face the gale." The black spirit ring behind him flickered, and as he swung down his blade, a tornado instantly formed beneath it, rushing towards the faceless demon spider. The spider was taken aback, facing such terrifying power. It felt the threat of death. However, the spirit skill was right in front of it, and it couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Yifeng, don't kill it. Feeling the terrifying power of Yifeng's spirit skill, Yu Xiaojing shouted anxiously. This faceless demon spider was clearly much stronger than the previous one, and if Tang San could absorb it, that would be the best outcome. But would Yifeng listen to him? Obviously not. Do you think I came to help Tang San because of our brotherly bond? Don't make me laugh. I just want to kill this faceless demon spider myself. So Tang San won't get the external spirit bone. Without the external spirit bone, Tang San's combat power will be reduced by at least half. Moreover, the system just issued an urgent mission for me to personally kill the faceless demon spider and cut off Tang San's chance. Yifeng sneered, Tang San. So what if you were the child of destiny? Offending the system, you'll have it coming. Just at that moment, the tornado had just collided with the faceless demon spider, and a terrifying pressure spread outwards. The faceless demon spider roared in unwillingness, gradually extinguished under the powerful attack of the tornado. In the place where it fell, a purple soul ring slowly rose. The death of the faceless demon spider left the little faceless demon spider in deep sorrow. It dragged its paralyzed body to the fallen spider, calling out softly, as if crying. Seeing their tragic state was pitiful, Xiao Wu also felt a bit sad. They were my family. Yifeng, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to go easy? Yu Xiaojing angrily pointed at Yifeng and scolded. TCH, are you stupid? In that situation, how could I hold back? If you wanted to, why didn't you step in yourself just now? Yifeng said unhappily. Dare to scold me? Who do you think you are, Yu Xiaojing? What are you even worth? Yu Xiaojing was also somewhat annoyed, wondering why he hadn't spoken up earlier. He looked at the small-faced demon spider and then at the large-faced demon spider and sighed helplessly. It seemed he could only let Xiao San absorb the small-faced demon spider. Xiao San, go kill that small-faced demon spider. Although it's a bit younger, it's indeed suitable for you. Yes, teacher, Tang San nodded. Although it hadn't reached 1,000 years, it was still a decent soul ring. The small-faced demon spider looked at Tang San warily, its eyes filled with anger. Xiao Wu felt sorry for it and said, Sange, can we let it go? Tang San frowned and replied, Xiao Wu, this is my soul ring. Hearing this, Xiao Wu lowered her head helplessly. The small-faced demon spider was so pitiful. Huh, you guys are really ruthless, wanting to wipe out its entire family. Yifeng mocked, then came over and hugged Xiao Wu's shoulders, saying, let's go, Xiao Wu. Let's stay away from them. It's too cruel. Xiao Wu nodded, allowing Yifeng to wrap his arm around her. You should marry her. Listen, is that even human language? Why should I kill the small-faced demon spider? Don't you have any understanding of the situation? If you hadn't killed the large-faced demon spider, would I need to kill the small-faced demon spider? And now you're pretending to be the good guy in front of Xiao Wu? It's just a soul beast. Isn't it meant to be killed? Tang San said this in a fit of anger. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but tremble slightly. So, in Sanji's eyes, are soul beasts so worthless? Sange, I'm also a soul beast. Feeling Xiao Wu's distress, Yifeng quickly said, what you said is wrong. Soul beasts are also lives. They have intelligence. If it's not necessary, we shouldn't kill them. Does Tang San not understand this principle? Of course he does. Yu Xiaojing had taught him. But seeing Yifeng hugging Xiao Wu, he didn't know why he just wanted to oppose Yifeng. He said, soul beasts are meant to be used as spirit rings for humans. That's their mission. Saying this, he used a hidden weapon to kill the small-faced demon spider in a cruel manner. Xiao Wu listened to Tang San's words and felt her face turn pale. So, in Sanji's heart, are soul beasts so unworthy? She felt a bit uncomfortable. She couldn't accept that Tang San was this kind of person. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Yifeng looked at the pale and weak Xiao Wu with concern. Xiao Wu looked up at Yifeng and trembled as she said, Big brother, do you hate soul beasts? I don't hate them. I think soul beasts are no different from humans. They are also a form of life and deserve respect. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly ask this? Xiao Wu shook her head, her complexion improving slightly. Indeed, Big Brother is better than Sange. At least he doesn't hate soul beasts. Yifeng looked at Xiao Wu and said with concern, let me help you to rest. Okay. Seeing the ambiguous interaction between Yifeng and Xiao Wu, Tang San felt a surge of anger. Ever since Yifeng appeared, Xiao Wu had never treated him well, which made him very upset. You won't let me kill the soul beast, then I will kill it anyway. Tang San sat down on the ground and began to absorb the 800-year soul ring of the little-faced demon spider. As Tang San started, Yifeng also received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special task, successfully preventing the appearance of the 8th soul stock spear, and gaining 5 days of fate including the previous one. Ding. The host is rewarded with the immune to all poison system, the cold voice stated. Immune to all poisons? What is that? Yifeng curiously opened the note. Immunity to all poisons. A special constitution that is immune to all toxins. And a drop of blood can neutralize all poisons. Wow, that's amazing. I was just struggling with the venom of the human-faced demon spider. And now, this can make me immune to toxins? As expected of the system. Moreover, this detoxification function. It might be difficult to seize Tang San's opportunities in the future. Yifeng was quite satisfied with this reward from the system. With this, he could act freely without fearing others' underhanded tactics. Just as Yifeng was feeling proud, a sudden voice came through. Who bullied my granddaughter? A powerful voice rang out, and everyone looked over warily. 3 soul masters arrived. The other 2 were familiar to them, Snake Lady and Mangaran. The one in the middle was unfamiliar, but it wasn't hard to guess who it was. Dragon Lord? Zhao Wujia watched the person in the middle cautiously. It is indeed I, Dragon Lord, he nodded. He had no need to hide his identity, because Zhao Wujia was not worthy. A soul sage, and he had killed before. Zhao Wujia frowned. It really was Dragon Lord. Now this is troublesome. Seeing everyone so tense, Dragon Lord suddenly smiled and said, You don't need to be so nervous. I'm not here to kill anyone. I'm just looking for someone. Who is Yifeng? So, he really is here to find me? Yifeng had no choice but to step forward. Feng Yi. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yifeng, and she didn't need to guess to know that Long Gong brought Meng Yiran here for a reason. She could only warn Yifeng for the moment. Yifeng looked at her helplessly and said, Do I have a choice? Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Yifeng and then at Long Gong, as if there really was no choice. She huffed in anger, turned her head, and stopped paying attention. Yifeng smiled, also shaking his head helplessly. He looked at Long Gong and said, I met you, Long Gong. It's good to see you again. He then turned to Meng Yiran, his smile still on his face. Meng Yiran's face turned slightly red. She had just casually mentioned to her grandfather. But who would have thought he would bring her over directly? It was really embarrassing. Long Gong nodded and thought this young man looked good. No wonder Yiran liked him. Kid, I heard you rejected my granddaughter, Yiran. Meng Yiran's face turned even redder. She never expected Long Gong would say that outright. Seriously, if you don't care about your own face, at least consider your granddaughter's feelings. Yifeng was also quite surprised, not expecting Long Gong to be so direct. He smiled and said, Long Gong, you misunderstood. Since Miss Meng is so beautiful and charming, how could I possibly refuse? Hearing him praise her looks, Meng Yiran's face turned red, feeling very shy. Long Gong nodded, acknowledging that the young man was perceptive. All right, since you think our Yiran is beautiful, then you should marry her. Don't worry, our Meng family won't treat you poorly. What? Let Yifeng marry Meng Yiran? Everyone was shocked. What kind of boldness did Long Gong have? No way I oppose this. Zhu Zhuqing coldly looked at Long Gong at this moment. She didn't care whether he was a soul king or a title de law. Daring to snatch my man? No way. I also oppose it. Ning Rongrong angrily looked at Long Gong. Our young Miss Ning isn't even thinking of monopolizing Brother Feng. And who do you think you are, some so-called dragon? You dare to think about monopolizing? Exactly. Xiao Wu also disagreed. Big brother is ours. Xiao Wu pouted. If Yifeng got married, how would she still let him carry her? Yifeng was also taken aback. He never expected that the Dragon Guild would operate this way. If you want to send your granddaughter, then just send her. We'll accept her. But if you think you can take her back after we accept her, sorry, that's not going to happen. Yifeng furrowed his brows and said coldly, I, Yi, a dignified man of 7 feet, have always been the one to marry others. How can there be a reason for others to marry me? Dragon Lord, you'd better take back your words, or it won't end well. Yifeng looked coldly at Lord Long, his words filled with a hint of threat. Lord Long was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, good kid, you're the first one to dare to speak to me like this. Today, I will definitely make you marry Ran. Yifeng squinted his eyes and said coldly, It seems we can only have one match. Long Gong was taken aback. One match? You, the Soul Master, want to have a match with me, the Soul Fighter? What kind of new joke is this? It's quite funny. Ha ha ha. All right, you have courage. If you can really defeat me, I will give up this idea. How about that? Yifeng said nothing and silently entered a battle state. Just as he was about to use his first spirit skill to enhance his strength, the ground suddenly shook. The earth trembled as if something enormous was rushing towards this location. Yifeng looked up and saw a huge gorilla rushing towards him. Is this Erming? Yifeng instinctively looked at Xiao Wu, and sure enough, her expression was full of joy. He seemed to ponder, as if this was a good opportunity to increase his favorability. Zhao Wujin frowned and shouted to everyone, Everyone stand behind me. Teacher Zhao, what's wrong? What kind of soul beast is that? Ma Hongjun looked at Ming in surprise. Ming's massive body looked quite intimidating. It's the Forest King, the Titan giant ape. Long Gong frowned, his eyes filled with vigilance as he looked at Ming. What? The Forest King? Yu Xiaojiang was also shocked. How could this 10,000-year-old beast leave the core area to come here? He looked at Xiao Ming, who was like a mountain, with dark fur that had a slight sheen under the light. It was a creature that resembled both a monkey and a gorilla, its entire body pitch black except for a pair of lantern-sized eyes that gleamed like yellow crystals. In the blink of an eye, Ming ran right in front of the crowd. Zhao Wujin watched Xiao Ming warily but still stepped forward respectfully and said, "Respected Forest King, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to leave immediately." He knew that 10,000-year-old beasts were intelligent and could definitely understand him. However, Xiao Ming clearly did not want to listen. He directly swung a punch at Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin was startled and quickly activated his martial soul, bracing for the punch from Xiao Ming. Bang! Zhao Wujin was sent flying. "Don't hurt them." Xiao Wu furrowed her brow and shouted at Xiao Ming. "Zhao Wujin and the others are my friends. How can you hit my friends?" Xiao Ming scratched his head in confusion, wondering how the big sister had gotten along so well with humans in such a short time. He didn't understand this and didn't care. He simply grabbed Xiao Wu and ran off into the distance. Xiao Wu was startled. Xiao Ming's sudden action was clearly not part of the plan. Good opportunity. Yifeng smirked. It was time. Damn it, let Xiao Wu go. Yifeng's face was filled with anger as he activated his second soul ring and flashed to Xiao Wu's side, coincidentally being caught by Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming didn't care that there was an extra person in his hand and just ran back. Brother Feng. Ning Rongrong was alarmed and worried about Yifeng's safety. Brother Feng, damn it. Zhu Zhuqing glared at Xiao Ming and charged forward, but unfortunately, her small feet couldn't possibly catch up to Ming. Watching Xiao Ming get farther away, Zhu Zhuqing shed tears of pain. It turned out that without realizing it, Yifeng had become so important to her. "Zhuqing," Ning Rongrong called out worriedly. At that moment, she felt a bit helpless. "I believe he will be fine." Zhu Zhuqing wiped her tears and said firmly. Ning Rongrong nodded. She also believed Yifeng would be okay. Sigh. That kid was taken away by the king of soul beasts. It seems you have no hope now. Long Gong remarked indifferently about Yifeng, thinking it was no big deal to lose a grandson-in-law. We can find another one. Grandpa Meng Yiran wanted Long Gong to save Yifeng, but upon reflection, it seemed that Grandpa couldn't possibly take on that king of soul beasts. "Yiran, let's go." Long Gong shook his head, intending to take Meng Yiran away. At that moment, a terrifying threat suddenly approached them from all directions. Who? Long Gong frowned. He could feel that this aura was similar to his own, meaning there were at least a dozen soul Douluos nearby. "Old thief, where do you think you're going?" A voice rang out, and then 12 soul Douluos in matching uniforms appeared in the sky. They were all filled with rage. Looking at their uniforms, it was not difficult to recognize them as members of the Spirit Hall. Long Gong frowned and said, "I have no enmity with the Spirit Hall." "What do you mean by this?" The leader sneered and said, "Perhaps there was no enmity before, but now you have a blood feud with the Spirit Hall." Long Gong frowned and said, "Please clarify, I don't quite understand." The leader of the Spirit Hall coldly replied, "The one just captured was our Spirit Hall's young master." Another Spirit Hall member beside him added, "If it weren't for you being here, we wouldn't have stayed so far away and missed the chance to rescue the young master." "Yes, it's all your fault." "What? Yifeng is the young master of the Spirit Hall?" Long Gong was shocked, realizing he had just been thinking about having the young master of the Spirit Hall as a son-in-law. Heavens, if the Pope finds out about this news, will he kill me? However, blaming him for Yifeng being captured didn't seem right. I just didn't intervene. It's not like I sent the king of soul beasts to capture him. You're being too unreasonable. What does Yifeng being captured have to do with me? The leader of the Spirit Hall snorted. "Of course, I know it has nothing to do with you, but can I bear this blame myself?" "Obviously not, because it could cost lives." Enough nonsense. We will take you to see the Pope. Don't think about resisting. Our 12 brothers are not something you can defeat. Long Gong frowned as he looked at the 12 soul Douluos in the sky. If it came to a fight, he could escape, but Snake Woman and Meng Yiran probably couldn't. He sighed and said, "All right, I will go with you." The leader of the Spirit Hall nodded and then turned to the Shrek group and said, "You all come too." Zhao Wuji nodded. He didn't dare to resist. Dai Mubai frowned. He never expected Yifeng to be the young master of the Spirit Hall, making it difficult for him to seek revenge now. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes filled with anger. At that moment, Tang San finally finished absorbing the soul ring. "Great, I successfully absorbed it. Old Tang San excitedly opened his eyes, ready to share his soul ring with everyone. But when he saw the atmosphere, it seemed something was off. What's going on? Sigh. Xiao Wu and Yi Feng were captured by the king of soul beasts. Yu Xiaojiang sighed and explained the situation to Tang San. What? No way. I have to go rescue Xiao Wu. Where do you think you're going? The leader of the spirit hall coldly stared at Tang San, asking what he wanted to do. I want to rescue Xiao Wu. Aren't you members of the spirit hall? Your young master was also captured, and instead of planning to rescue him, you're here to capture us? Tang San angrily glared at the leader of the spirit hall. The leader fell silent for a moment. Do you think we don't want to? That is the king of soul beasts. We are helpless. But he wouldn't explain so much to Tang San. He said to his subordinates, take them away. Yes. A soul Douluo stepped forward to take away the Shrek group. Tang San angrily glared at the leader of the spirit hall, filled with unwillingness. 28. Let me see your tail. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Standing in Ming's large hand, Yi Feng looked at Xiao Wu and asked with concern. Xiao Wu was also startled by Yi Feng's sudden appearance and quickly said, Big brother, how did you also come? Yi Feng hugged Xiao Wu tightly and gently said, I'm here to protect you. Don't worry, Xiao Wu. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Feeling Yi Feng's warmth and his caring words, Xiao Wu was a bit moved. Thank you, big brother. Yi Feng released Xiao Wu and looked at her seriously, saying, Xiao Wu, I will protect you for a lifetime. Xiao Wu looked into his eyes and could see the sincerity reflected there. Her heart was pounding. Why is big brother so good to me? Yi Feng gently rubbed her little head and said softly, silly, our little Wu is so cute. Who wouldn't want to protect her? And then in what? Little Wu blinked her curious big eyes and looked at him. Yi Feng blushed slightly and said, I like you, silly. Xiao Wu was taken aback, not expecting Yi Feng to say that. It turned out that the big brother liked Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu also liked the big brother. Xiao Wu smiled innocently, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Yi Feng was momentarily stunned as he looked at the adorable Xiao Wu. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing's sensuality, Xiao Wu's charm lay in her cuteness, the kind that made one unable to resist wanting to cherish her. Hearing her say that she liked him too made Yi Feng's heart race, and he wanted to kiss her. But then he heard Xiao Wu say, I also like Sister Zhuqing and Sister Rongrong. They're all so nice to me. After a pause, she continued, I used to like Sangu, but Sangu doesn't like soul beasts. I'm so conflicted. Big brother, do you like soul beasts? Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes at Yi Feng, and he was stunned for a moment, realizing that the kind of liking she was talking about wasn't what he thought it was. He felt like he was overly excited for nothing. But then again, with Xiao Wu's personality, did she even understand what love meant? Yi Feng helplessly supported his forehead and said, Xiao Wu, you've asked me several times already. I've said I'm tired. I like spirit beasts, I like spirit beasts. Did you hear that clearly? Yi Feng pinched Xiao Wu's face, feeling a bit helpless and a bit angry. He almost thought he had really succeeded in his pursuit and was about to take action. Xiao Wu wasn't angry at being pinched. Instead, she felt a bit happy. She smiled and said, Big brother, you were really nice. Xiao Wu who get Yi Feng tightly, feeling very joyful. Yi Feng helplessly embraced her as well. The two tightly held each other in Ming's large hands. Ming, who was running, was filled with confusion. How could the boss lady have such a good relationship with this human? And if you want to hug, just hug. Don't do it in my hands. I'm an orangutan, not a dog, and I don't need dog food. Xiao Ming, feeling helpless, had no choice but to quicken his pace. Soon, they arrived at the core area of the Star Do Great Forest. Xiao Ming gently set Xiao Wu and Yi Feng down. As soon as they landed, Yi Feng activated 3 spirit rings. There was no choice. The show had to go on. Where's this place? Where have you brought us? Yi Feng looked at Xiao Ming vigilantly, tightly protecting Xiao Wu behind him. Xiao Ming winked at Xiao Wu, signaling her to figure out a solution. Xiao Wu lowered her head and gently tugged at Yi Feng's clothes. Yi Feng turned around and said to Xiao Wu, Don't worry, Xiao Wu, I will definitely protect you. If it wants to hurt you, it will have to kill me first. Hearing him say this, Xiao Wu was also very touched. She said to Yi Feng, Big brother, actually, there is something I've been hiding from you. What do you mean? Xiao Wu, why are you bringing this up now? Yi Feng kept a wary eye on Xiao Ming while replying to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu felt both touched and amused. She said to Yi Feng, Big brother, touch my ear. She wiggled her rabbit ears. Yi Feng looked at the rabbit ears on her head, moving back and forth. And he really wanted to reach out and play with them. But the show wasn't over yet. How could he expose himself? He frowned and said, Xiao Wu, why are you saying this now? Just touch a little. Yi Feng glanced at Xiao Ming warily. Seeing that it didn't move, he turned his head and touched Xiao Wu's rabbit ears. It really is soft and tender, feels so good to touch. Yi Feng instinctively rubbed. Xiao Wu let out a soft sound, feeling too comfortable with Yi Feng touching her ears. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Yi Feng looked at Xiao Wu with curiosity. Xiao Wu said, big brother, you can feel it, right? My rabbit ears are real. Yi Feng frowned and said, indeed, this texture is exactly the same as the real thing. Xiao Wu, where did you buy it? I want to buy one too. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at him and replied irritably, this is meat, real meat. I grew it myself. She said softly, actually I am a soul beast. 100,000-year soul beast in human form. Yi Feng was taken aback and said, Xiao Wu, are you serious? Xiao Wu nodded. Yi Feng was silent for a while, unsure of what to say, but he was already overjoyed inside. After acting for so long, he finally waited for Xiao Wu to say this sentence. The fact that she was willing to say it proved that he had already entered her heart. At least he was somewhat important to her. Would that big brother look down on Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu cautiously spoke, not daring to look at Yi Feng. Yi Feng was silent for a moment and said, Xiao Wu, do you think a rabbit's tail is long or short? Xiao Wu was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Feng to say that. Hee, Xiao Wu, let me see your tail, Yi Feng said with a grin, looking at Xiao Wu with a lewd expression. You're so annoying, big brother. Xiao Wu blushed at Yi Feng's teasing, but the initial unease had long since disappeared. Yi Feng looked at Xiao Wu and said seriously, Xiao Wu, it doesn't matter whether you are a spirit beast or a human. What matters is that you are Xiao Wu, and I like Xiao Wu. Big brother. Xiao Wu was so touched that tears flowed down her face. Big brother is really a good person, unlike some people who only bully spirit beasts. Tang San sneezed for no reason. Yi Feng looked at Xiao Wu with deep affection, although there was no expression of love on her face. Yi Feng didn't care about that anymore. He went straight in and kissed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was caught off guard by the sudden attack and didn't know how to react. She stood there foolishly being kissed by Yi Feng. After a few minutes, Yi Feng slowly released Xiao Wu's lips, and by then, her eyes were already red, clearly showing that she had feelings. Big brother, Xiao Wu called out to Yi Feng gently, and he was moved, wanted to take action right then and there, but suddenly a loud noise startled him. A roar, like that of a bull, echoed, waking the two from their moment. The enormous roar was deafening, and in Yi Feng's eyes, waves were rising in the nearby lake. A gigantic soul beast slowly emerged from the water. It was a huge creature with a bull's head and a serpent's body. Known as the Tianqing Yolong. Like the Titan giant ape, it was the king of soul beasts in the Stardow forest. Its size was massive. The Titan giant ape looked like a child in comparison. As soon as the Tianqing Yolong appeared, Yi Feng felt as though the sun had been blocked out. It truly was a 100,000-year soul beast. Daming, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly, as she considered the Tianqing Yolong family. Xiao Wu, you're back. Daming was also very happy. Ever since Xiao Wu's mother was killed, she had become one of the few remaining companions. It looked at Yi Feng beside Xiao Wu, frowned, and said, Xiao Ming, why did you bring a human back? Roar. Erming protested. It's not like I wanted to bring him. He came on his own. Daming, don't blame Erming. I asked Big Brother to come. Xiao Wu quickly pulled Yi Feng forward, introducing him to Daming. This is Yi Feng. He's a really nice big brother and also a friend of mine. Yi Feng looked at the sky blue bull and politely said, I've met you, Soul Beast Lord. Since you're Xiao Wu's friend, then our friend is also polite, Deming replied. However, it immediately warned, but if you dare to do anything bad to Xiao Wu, then don't blame me for being too cruel. Deming's big eyes, like lanterns, stared intently at Yi Feng, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He hurriedly said, Soul Beast Lord, rest assured, I will never harm Xiao Wu. After all, she is someone I like. You like a soul beast? Kid, you are really interesting. Deming's gaze towards Yi Feng softened a bit, and it said, You don't have to call me Soul Beast Lord. Since you are Xiao Wu's friend, then you are our friend too. You could just call me Deming. Yi Feng nodded. It's fine to call casually. Who wants to use formal titles? Xiao Wu, take good care of your little boyfriend. I won't disturb you anymore, Deming said and slowly sank into the water. Boyfriend? What is that? A male friend? Xiao Wu looked at Yi Feng curiously, clearly intrigued. Yi Feng looked at her and couldn't help but smile, saying, A boyfriend is someone who can do things like just now, at any time. Just now? Xiao Wu instantly thought of the kiss they just shared and couldn't help but lick her lips. She looked at Yi Feng and said, Big brother. Xiao Wu wants another kiss. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes widened. Could it be that Xiao Wu is actually a corrupt woman? Does she have interests in that aspect? No. How could our adorable little Xiao Wu be that kind of person? He looked at Xiao Wu seriously and said, Xiao Wu, do you know what kind of relationship is needed to do kisses? I know. It's just a boyfriend, right? Big brother, you just said that. Xiao Wu looked at Yi Feng in confusion. Yi Feng was taken aback. It seemed right, but he felt something was off. He looked at Xiao Wu and said again, Xiao Wu, a boyfriend is someone you truly like. Yes. I like you. What's wrong? I'm going to be infuriated. Can't you stop misunderstanding my meaning? Yi Feng struggled and finally explained. It's different. The liking I'm talking about is for the only man you truly like, the man you intend to entrust your life to, the man you have genuinely fallen in love with. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, pondering Yi Feng's words. She didn't know if Yi Feng could be considered the only man she liked, nor had she thought about whether she wanted to entrust herself to him. As for love, what is that? Big brother, maybe I can't kiss you yet. I still don't know what love is. I'm sorry. Xiao Wu looked at Yi Feng with a hint of apology in her eyes, feeling somewhat dejected, seeing that she understood his words. Yi Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want Xiao Wu to be confused about being with him. He was greedy and wanted all of her. Yi Feng looked gently at Xiao Wu and said, It's okay, Xiao Wu. It's fine if you don't understand. I will keep teaching you until you do. Xiao Wu nodded happily, really liking Yi Feng's attitude. Where do you live, Xiao Wu? Take me to see it. Yi Feng glanced at the sky. It was already dusk. If he went back now, he probably wouldn't make it in time, so it was better to stay for the night first. I live right here. Xiao Wu pointed to the empty field and said happily. Yi Feng frowned and said, Xiao Wu, stop messing around. Where's your room? Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and said shyly, Big brother, I lived in a cave before I transformed. After I transformed, I no longer lived here. So I don't have a house. No house. Then where are we sleeping tonight? Yi Feng sighed helplessly, not knowing if he could build a wooden house before tonight. Since that's the case, Xiao Wu, let's build a house. Build a house. Xiao Wu can't do that. It's okay, just follow my instructions. Yi Feng pointed to the grove and asked Xiao Wu and Xiao Ming to chop some trees. Xiao Wu was full of energy and immediately called Ming to go chop trees, as there were plenty of trees in the Stardow forest. Ming also rudely pulled up the trees one by one, as easily as pulling up carrots. After they brought the trees back, Yi Feng used his martial soul to cut the trees into pieces. The poor blade of the wind directly became a logging tool. Soon, pieces of wood were inserted into the ground, with a triangular roof on top, secured with vines, and a simple house was completed. Looking at the wooden house in front of him, Yi Feng said with satisfaction, How about it, Xiao Wu? Our beloved house is done. Wow, Big Brother is amazing. Xiao Wu was very happy. This house was built together, and it felt very meaningful. That's right. Flattered by Xiao Wu, Yi Feng was also very happy. Seeing that it was still early, he used the remaining wood to build a bed. Xiao Wu was not idle either. She went around looking for fruits to prepare for dinner. Big brother, it's time to eat. Xiao Wu came back with a big bag of fruits for Yi Feng. Yi Feng finally finished making bed. He sat on the bed, eating the fruits from Xiao Wu, and playfully rubbed his fingers on Xiao Wu's ears. Not bad. Very delicious. It tickles. Big brother, don't. Xiao Wu couldn't stand the tickling on her ears by Yi Feng, and her blushing face made Yi Feng's heart race. Xiao Wu, you are really beautiful. Yi Feng looked at Xiao Wu and wanted to kiss her again. 30 agreement. Seeing Yi Feng wanting to kiss her, Xiao Wu quickly dodged and avoided him. She looked at Yi Feng and said seriously, Big brother, you can't do that. Xiao Wu hasn't fallen in love with Big brother yet, so Big brother can't kiss Xiao Wu. Yi Feng missed a strike and wore a, not expecting that the pit he dug for others would end up burying himself. He looked at Xiao Wu, feeling a bit unwilling, and suddenly thought of a good idea. Ahem, Xiao Wu, you didn't like me, so you can't kiss me, but I like you, so of course I can kiss you. Is that right? Xiao Wu looked at Yi Feng with confusion, feeling that something was off, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Of course it is. Yi Feng said seriously. Do I look like I'm lying to you? Yi Feng looked at Xiao Wu with a serious expression, and she looked back at him. He really didn't seem to have any signs of lying. Well, okay, Xiao Wu nodded. Since her big brother said so, it must be right. He wouldn't lie to her. Seeing her agree, Yi Feng smiled slightly, thinking that all those years of acting weren't in vain. Then Xiao Wu, here I come. Xiao Wu replied with a trembling voice. Seeing her like this, Yi Feng couldn't hold back any longer and leaned in to kiss her. Xiao Wu let out a soft cry as Yi Feng conquered her territory. After a few minutes, the two of them blushed and released each other. Big brother, you're so bad. Xiao Wu shyly looked at Yi Feng, remembering that while they were kissing, his hands had never stopped moving. She didn't know how many places on her body he had attended to. Yi Feng also looked apologetically at Xiao Wu and said, I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. It was all just instinctive reaction. I'm not paying attention to you anymore. Xiao Wu wants to sleep. Xiao Wu snorted coldly, then lay on the inner side of the bed, pretending to sleep. Yi Feng also smiled happily, Today, as strategy progress is quite fast. Don't be angry. Next time, I'll let you touch it back. No, big brother is too bad. Xiao Wu pouted, covered her ears tightly, and said, I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me. Yifeng simidet. Following the principle of moderation, it was not appropriate to tease her anymore. Yifeng took out his coat from the storage belt and gently draped it over Xiao Wu. You need to cover yourself well when you sleep, or you'll catch a cold. Good night, he softly said in her ear. The girl listened to his words, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. She slowly fell asleep. Yifeng also lay on the bed, slowly falling asleep. The night passed without a word. The next day, the sunlight shone on Yifeng's face right on time. Feeling the heat of the sun, Yifeng frowned and slowly woke up. As soon as Yifeng woke up, he felt as if his whole body was trapped. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Xiao Wu was lying on him. Xiao Wu's face was pressed tightly against his chest, her arms and legs wrapped around him like an octopus. Seeing Xiao Wu sleeping soundly, Yifeng didn't want to disturb her and just quietly watched her sleep. To be honest, sleeping Xiao Wu was really quite charming. Her delicate features paired with her thick long hair, along with the unique scent of a young girl, were simply enticing, especially as Xiao Wu's ears twitched continuously. It stirred Yifeng's heart, and he couldn't help but gently nibble at one. So sweet. Xiao Wu let out a soft sound and slowly woke from her deep sleep. Yifeng quickly relaxed his grip. He looked at Xiao Wu and said calmly, Good morning, Xiao Wu. Good morning, big brother. Xiao Wu smiled happily, completely unconcerned about lying in Yifeng's arms. Did you sleep well last night, Xiao Wu? I slept very well. Your chest is very warm, Xiao Wu said cheerfully. Ever since her mother passed away, she had not experienced the feeling of sleeping against someone else's chest again. Yifeng looked at her happy expression and felt a bit happy as well. But Xiao Wu was too unguarded. How could you just sleep on a man's chest? One must know that not everyone is like Lu Xiaohui. He had to teach her well. Xiao Wu, do you know that men and women shouldn't just hug and sleep together? Why? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Why are there so many rules among humans? Yifeng chuckled and said, Because only a husband and wife can do this. Xiao Wu, are you ready to be my wife? Husband and wife? That means a partner for mating. No. Xiao Wu is still young and can't be your wife. Xiao Wu blushed and hurriedly rejected. Yifeng felt a bit bitter and said, Xiao Wu, it's quite impolite to refuse a boy like that. Xiao Wu lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Can Big Brother wait for me to grow up? When I grow up, I can be Big Brother's wife. Really? Xiao Wu. Yifeng looked at Xiao Wu excitedly, and she shyly nodded. Although she didn't understand what love was, she was willing to mate with Big Brother. Let's make a pinky promise. No one is allowed to change. Yifeng said with a smile, extending his hand. Xiao Wu also seriously extended her small hand and linked it with his. Pinky promise, if anyone changes, there'll be a little dog. Yifeng smiled secretly at Xiao Wu, knowing that such childhood promises are the most binding for girls. Just look at those novels. Which of the female protagonists, raised from a young age, doesn't have a promise with the main character? Yifeng looked at Xiao Wu, who also had a serious expression on her face, and that was enough. Perhaps it was just a small agreement for now, but the seed had already been planted, and there would eventually be a day for it to sprout. All right, Xiao Wu. We should head back, Yifeng said. If we don't go back soon, Zhu Qing and Ron will start to worry. So soon? I finally came back once. Xiao Wu pouted, a bit unhappy. It was her hard-earned chance to return home, and with Yifeng accompanying her, she could finally be close to him without having to rely on his back. At this moment, she felt a little reluctant to go back. Be good. We need to go back first, or they will worry. Don't worry, I'll come with you next time. Xiao Wu nodded, although she felt reluctant. She knew she couldn't let Sangu and the others worry too much. Then let's go tell the Ming and andHer. Ye Feng nodded, and the two tidied up before walking outside. They arrived at the large lake in the core area of the Stardow Forest, and Xiao Wu shouted at the water, Daming, we are going back. The water churned, and Daming's giant head emerged from it. Daming looked at Xiao Wu and frowned, saying, Xiao Wu, are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay a few more days? Xiao Wu shook her head and replied, No, we have to go back, or Sangu and the others will worry. Daming furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and then said, Then remember to come back often. Daming then turned to Yifeng and said, Take good care of her. Before Yifeng could respond, it submerged itself back into the water. Yifeng, it's just so inexplicable. 31. Don't you want me to come? After bidding farewell to the Ming dynasty, Yifeng and the others had Xiao Ming take them out of the Starry Forest. It has already been a night, so they probably won't be waiting for us in the same place. Let's go check out the little town we were at before. Yifeng sat on andHer Ming's shoulder and said to Xiao Wu, "Okay, Ming, let's charge." Xiao Wu nodded, happily directing Ming to rush towards the small town. Roar! Ming let out a roar, clearly also very happy. Yifeng felt helpless. Both of them were soul beasts of the 100,000-year level. Can't they be a bit more mature? Xiao Wu is fine. She looks just like a child. But Ming, with your size, can't you be a little less childish? Yifeng helplessly shook his head and said to Ming, "Charge, charge, the night has set off." Roar! With Yifeng's addition, Ming felt even happier and rushed out in a flash. Ming, you will so fast. Wow! Xiao Wu shouted happily, fully enjoying the moment. Charge! Wow, wow, wow. Yifeng imitated Tarzan's call, and upon hearing this, Xiao Wu became interested as well. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Even Ming couldn't help but join in their shouts. The three of them, 2 humans and 1 soul beast, shouted foolishly, startling a bunch of soul beasts. Seeing those soul beasts running around in a panic, the two exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, I'm so happy, big brother," Xiao Wu said, brushing her wind-blown hair, her eyes filled with joy. Yifeng looked at Xiao Wu affectionately and kissed her without thinking. Xiao Wu didn't resist, allowing him to kiss her. Ming, who was running, couldn't help but feel confused. How could they be having so much fun, just kissing like that? How many times do I have to say it? I'm not a dog soul beast, don't feed me dog food. Ming growled in dissatisfaction. But it didn't affect the two. With no choice, Ming continued to run ahead. After a while, Xiao Wu and Yifeng finally stopped kissing. Yifeng held Xiao Wu close, and she leaned against his chest, both of them enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. "Big brother, do you think we will always be together?" Xiao Wu said softly, her tone calm. Yifeng was silent for a moment. He hugged Xiao Wu tightly and said gently, "We will definitely be together forever." Xiao Wu looked up at Yifeng, smiled lightly, and said, "I believe in you, big brother." Yifeng also smiled, just about to make a move toward Xiao Wu, but was startled by Ming's sudden break. Ming, what's wrong?" He pointed to the small town not far ahead and growled softly. Oh, we've arrived so quickly. The two jumped down from Ming's shoulder and landed steadily. Xiao Wu looked at Ming and said, "Thank you. Ming, you should go back now. This is a human city. It's very dangerous." Roar! Ming let out a low growl, reluctantly glancing at Xiao Wu. "Be good, Ming, I will come back often." Xiao Wu gently urged it to leave quickly, as they were not far from the human city, and if a human expert discovered it, it would be troublesome. "That's right, Ming, you should go back. I will often bring Xiao Wu back." Yifeng also chimed in. Ming looked at Xiao Wu with reluctance, then at Yifeng, before turning to run towards the core area of the Stardow Forest. "Goodbye, Ming. Goodbye." The two shouted at Ming's retreating figure, and only stopped when Ming had completely disappeared. "All right, Xiao Wu, let's go back." Yifeng looked at Xiao Wu, who nodded in agreement. However, her expression didn't seem that happy. "It's not like we won't see each other again. Why be so sad?" Xiao Wu shook her head and said, "I'm not sad because of that." "Then what is it?" Yifeng looked at Xiao Wu in confusion, not knowing what else she could be sad about. Xiao Wu looked at Yifeng seriously and said, "After we go back, I won't be able to hug Big Brother anymore. Sister Zhuqing and Sister Rongrong will definitely take up Big Brother's left and right hands," she said with a face full of grievance. "I can only hug his back every time." Yifeng was taken aback, completely not expecting that Xiao Wu was struggling because of this. He couldn't help but feel a bit guilty in his heart. If it weren't for his playboy ways, they wouldn't have to share their man with other women. To make it up to Xiao Wu, Yifeng said, "Next time, Xiao Wu, come up and hug me in front. Don't worry, my chest is reserved for you." "Really? That's great." Xiao Wu happily jumped up. Yifeng felt even more distressed. "Let's go. Let's take a look in the town." Yifeng held Xiao Wu's hand and walked toward the small town. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed, completely unaware of what they would face next. After walking for more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the small town. At this moment, the small town was quite different from usual. There were as many as 500 guards, all of whom were above the Soul Master level. Yifeng frowned, feeling that something was off. He said to Xiao Wu, "Why don't we just go back to Shrek Academy? They might have already returned." Xiao Wu nodded. With so many people in this small town, she wasn't very fond of it either. Just as the two were about to leave, it seemed that the guards of the town had discovered them. "It's the young master." A guard suddenly shouted. Someone behind hurriedly called out, "Young master spotted. Quickly report to the eldest young master." One person immediately ran towards the town, while the others rushed towards Yifeng. "Young master, please wait." Yifeng frowned slightly. Upon hearing this sentence, he instinctively wanted to move forward, as it felt reminiscent of the saying, "Please stay, fellow Taoist." However, he still stopped. It was at this moment that he realized these people were actually from the spirit hall. Little Wu, feeling nervous, hugged Yifeng tightly, clearly a bit scared. It's okay. Little Wu, they're all our people. At this time, the guards of the spirit hall rushed forward, kneeling on one knee in front of Yifeng, and said in unison, "We have seen the young master." Yifeng nodded and said, "Get up." "Yes. How'd you end up here?" A leader stepped out from the guard and respectfully said to Yifeng, reporting to the young master, "We came here with the eldest young master." "Eldest young master? Senior sister? Why is she here?" Yifeng was a bit puzzled. "I just went missing for a day, and you all flew here from the Martial Soul Hall? Isn't that a bit too fast?" "Young master, it's better for you to ask the eldest young master yourself." The guard didn't dare to say much more. It's best not to meddle in the affairs of the young master. After all, the last head guard ended up minding because he interfered in the young master's matters. Yifeng nodded and was about to follow them into the town when he heard a voice. "What is wrong, junior brother? It seems you don't want me to come." A captivating voice came from within the town, followed by a stunning young woman slowly walking towards Yifeng. The woman had short, golden hair, exquisite and three-dimensional features, and a curvaceous body that was visually striking. Especially the natural allure she exuded made it hard for anyone to resist. She was Yifeng's senior sister, Hulaina. Hulaina walked slowly towards Yifeng, with a dozen soul Douluos following her, including Longgong, Shipe, and Zhao Wuji. "Senior sister, that is not what I meant. I mean, how did you arrive so quickly? The spirit hall is quite far from here." Yifeng hurriedly explained, not wanting Hulaina to misunderstand. Hulaina opened her mouth to speak, but two voices came from behind her. Brother Feng, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, seeing that Yifeng was fine, hurriedly approached him. The two ran to Yifeng and skillfully hugged him, one on the left and one on the right. "Brother Feng, I'm so glad you're okay. Brother Feng, I missed you so much." The two cried in Yifeng's embrace, and the poor Xiao Wu was pushed out. Xiao Wu pouted, feeling unhappy. Suddenly, she remembered what Yifeng had said earlier, and her heart stirred as she squeezed her way back to the middle of Yifeng. Hee. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiao Wu curiously. Why is she usually at the back, but is in front today? Did something happen last night? The two exchanged glances, both looking displeased at Xiao Wu. Seeing the three goddesses competing for attention in his embrace, Yifeng could only smile helplessly. This is trouble. Senior sister is still here. Her little temper might just kill me. Sure enough, Hulaina, across from Yifeng, had already turned cold. She looked at Yifeng and said slowly, "Junior brother really has great skills. You've only been out for a short while and already surrounded by so many beauties. It's truly enviable." The last part of her sentence was almost spat out through gritted teeth, and Yifeng could feel her anger. Sigh. Another Shura field. "I'm used to it," Yifeng said to the three girls in his arms. "You have to hold on tight. Many people are watching us." The best way to calm a chaotic situation is to break it down one by one. Who cares the most about appearances here? It definitely isn't Xiao Wu. She doesn't care about these things. It's not Ning Rongrong either. As the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she has seen all kinds of grand occasions. That leaves Zhu Zhuqing, who hasn't broken off her engagement with Dai Mubai yet, and she surely wouldn't want to act too recklessly in front of him. Sure enough, after hearing Yifeng's words, Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly released Yifeng and ran with her head down into the crowd. "I'll go first." Yifeng looked apologetically at Zhu Zhuqing and then said to Xiao Wu, "Xiao Wu, you should go to Teacher Zhao and the others first. There are too many people here, and it would be bad if your secret got exposed." Secret? Xiao Wu thought for a moment and realized he was talking about her spirit beast. Xiao Wu frowned slightly. With so many people here, there was indeed a possibility of exposure. "Then big brother, I'll be going first," Xiao Wu said. Yifeng nodded, watching Xiao Wu walk towards Shrek. "All right, the last one." Rongrong said, "Brother Feng, if you don't say anything, I'll just walk by myself," and cast a resentful glance at Yifeng. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, not expecting that the most willful Rongrong would be the one who cared about him the most. "Rongrong, you're really nice. Stop it, I'm also angry. You better think carefully about how to comfort me." Ning Rongrong pouted and directly walked towards the Shrek crowd. Yifeng couldn't help but smile. "You've already asked me to comfort you, so you must not be angry." "Thank you, Rongrong." Finally sending all the women away, Yifeng let out a sigh of relief and walked step by step towards Hulaina. "Sister, let's go inside first. It's windy out here." Hulaina frowned and said, "No way. You have to explain everything clearly today, or you can't leave." Hulaina, with her natural charm, was still very alluring even when angry, making Yifeng's heart race. He looked at Hulaina and gently said, "Sister, let's go inside first. There are too many people here." and it wouldn't be good if the teacher found out. Yifeng leaned close to Hulaina's ear, gently exhaling, and said, "You agree, right, Nar?" Hulaina's face involuntarily flushed red as she replied, "Umph." "Then come in and explain." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the spirit hall in the town. Watching her leave, Yifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally made it through. For some reason, he instinctively didn't want the three women from the spirit hall to know about Zhu Qing and the others, especially Xiao Wu, who was a spirit beast. What if the three women from the spirit hall became jealous and, to prevent him from having a harem, killed Xiao Wu to obtain her soul ring? Wouldn't that make him feel miserable? Yifeng shook his head, determined not to let such a thing happen. He turned to the waiting guards of the spirit hall and said, "You stay here and do not enter without my command." The guards responded in unison. Yifeng nodded and walked towards the branch of the spirit hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Hulaina gently flipping through a book. The speed was so fast that it didn't seem like she was reading. Instead, it looked more like she was fanning herself. Yifeng knew that she must be very unhappy right now. He gently walked up behind her, embraced her tightly, inhaling her unique scent, and softly said, "Nar, I miss you." "Oof, you don't miss me. You have your little girlfriend now. Would you still remember me? Don't hug me." Hulaina frowned and snorted coldly. Although she said that, she made no move to pull away. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but smile inwardly. Women are indeed like this, saying one thing, but their bodies are quite honest. "Nar, you know I love you." Hulaina turned her head to look at him and said seriously, "Then tell me, do you like me or do you like those three little girls?" Here it comes again. Why does every goddess have to ask this? I thought only girls around Zhu Qing's age would ask this, but Nar, you're like this too. Yifeng sighed and said, "Nar, asking this question is pointless. Even if I say I only love you, what does that change? I won't really give up on Zhu Qing and the others. Besides, if one day the teacher asks the same question, should I give you up as well?" Hulaina frowned, snorted coldly, and said, "Can't you just say you like me more? Would it kill you? Even if you just lied to me a little, that would be fine." Yifeng suddenly became serious and said, "Nar, you know I would never lie to you. Don't say such things in the future." "Oh, I understand," Hulaina replied weakly. This was also what she liked about Yifeng. He was strong-willed. Yifeng nodded slightly, thinking that a well-behaved senior sister is the best kind of senior sister. So obedient. He gently hugged Hulaina, greedily inhaling the scent on her body. "Nana, why did you come so quickly? I was only missing for a day, and you all arrived." Yifeng was quite curious about this. It was at least 100,000 miles away from the Wuhuan Hall, right? Even if you could fly, you couldn't fly that fast. Hulaina said lightly, "Of course, it's because we've been following you all along." "What?" Yifeng was shocked. Hulaina had been following him the whole time? Didn't that mean she watched him live streaming his attempts to flirt with girls? "Don't worry. It's just some soul Douluo offerings following you. I didn't have the time to watch you flirt with girls the whole time." It seemed like Hulaina knew what Yifeng was thinking, and she shot him a glare. Yifeng also felt a bit awkward. Nar knew him too well. He asked Nar, "How did you arrive so quickly?" Nar replied nonchalantly, "A few days ago, my subordinates said you were going to the Stardow Forest, and I was worried, so I came along." Hearing this, Yifeng was deeply moved. Among the three women from the spirit hall, none of them didn't cherish themselves. They all cared about him. Yifeng tightened his grip around Hulaina's hand and said affectionately, "Thank you, Na." After saying that, he leaned in and kissed Hulaina's small mouth. Unlike Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, Hulaina had already grown up and everything about her had matured, making the experience much better. Hulaina allowed him to kiss her, as it wasn't their first time. This rascal had never stopped taking advantage of her since they met. When they were younger, he had the audacity to use bath time as an excuse to see all of her. At first, she thought he was too young to understand such things, but after a few years, Hulaina realized she was wrong. She was terribly wrong. This scoundrel understood more than she did, but by then, it was too late. She had long gotten used to what he did to her. So how could she possibly refuse him? Especially that stormy night when he hid under her covers. And then that night, what was meant to happen happened. And what wasn't meant to happen also occurred. Hulaina felt helpless, but there was nothing she could do. They had long since transitioned from being senior and junior disciples to lovers. There was no going back to the past. Sigh, it's all fate. After kissing for more than 10 minutes, Yifeng finally released Hulaina, who gently lay in his arms. "Nah, thank you." Looking at the beautiful woman in his embrace, Yifeng spoke from the heart. It was this woman who had always been obedient to him, never harmed him, and always thought of him. Moreover, there were times when Yifeng angered BibiDong, and it was Hulaina who stood in front of him. Although BibiDong wouldn't do anything to him, he was still very touched. especially when he awakened his martial soul at the age of 6. He was only at the innate half level at that time, and the elders were very disappointed in him, especially Qian Xuanji, who always wanted to deprive him of his position as the young master. It was the 3 women from the Spirit Hall who opposed the majority and protected him. From that point on, Hulaina took on the responsibility of teaching him. It was hard for her. Why say all this? I am your woman. As long as you don't abandon me, I will always stand by your side, Hulaina said gently, as she loved this man very much. Yifeng looked affectionately at Hulaina and said, "Nar, I love you. I love you too, Feng brother." Hulaina gently responded to Yifeng. At this moment, in the quiet Spirit Hall sub-branch, the two embraced deeply, affirming each other's feelings. After a long time, Hulaina finally said, "Feng brother, I heard that you are now at level 37? What happened? How did you cultivate so quickly?" Hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but smile proudly. He looked at Hulaina and showcased his soul rings. The purple and black soul ring configuration cast a mix of colors on Hulaina's face. Nar, I'm also a battle soul master now." Hulaina looked at the 3 soul rings in surprise. Although she had heard this news, seeing it in person still astonished her. She didn't expect that someone could really have such a soul ring configuration. She felt a bit happy and a bit frustrated. Feng brother has become powerful now. Indeed, without my interference, Feng brother's progress is fast. I really am not suitable to teach Feng brother. Seeing her dejected expression, Yifeng was momentarily stunned. "Sister, are you thinking so much?" Yifeng shook his head and said helplessly, "Nar, what are you talking about? Nar is really amazing. Without Nar's education, I might still be a waste at the innate half level. Feng brother, don't comfort me, I understand. I've taught you for 6 years, but it can't compare to your efforts in just a few months," Hulaina said with a bitter face, clearly unhappy. Yifeng helplessly supported Hulaina's shoulder and said seriously, "Nar, you shouldn't talk about yourself like that. Your education is really important to me. And the reason I reached level 37 so quickly is actually because my martial soul has evolved." "Really?" Yifeng nodded and summoned Jifeng. "Look." Hulaina gently touched the blade of Jifeng, feeling the power of the sword. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. "What an impressive sword. So much better than your previous little broken knife." Yifeng nodded. "This is indeed much better than before." Hulaina said curiously, "This martial soul can really evolve. How amazing. Brother Feng, you are really lucky." Yifeng also smiled and said, "With andHer by my side, my luck will naturally improve. You are my source of luck. You have such a sweet mouth and are so good at talking. I don't know how many girls you've deceived." Complimented by him, Hulaina felt a bit happy. But when she thought about how Yifeng would have many girlfriends, she frowned again, feeling quite unhappy. Yifeng smiled and said, "Nar, don't think too much. No matter how many women I have, you are the one I love the most." Hulaina rolled her eyes at Yifeng and said unhappily, "You are clearly a scumbag." "Ha, no way. Nar, don't flatter me, or I'll get proud. You shameless person. How about you try and see if I'm shameless?" Yifeng said, wanting to kiss her, but Hulaina quickly dodged and said irritably, "Stop joking, we should go out." "No, I don't want to go out. It's more comfortable staying with my senior sister." Yifeng smiled. He could only be this relaxed when he was with Hulaina. Hulaina rolled her eyes at him and said, "Be good. Next time." "All right, as you say." Yifeng smiled and nodded. Hulaina shot him an annoyed glance. The two of them held hands and walked out of the Wuhuan Palace branch. Once outside, many attendants sold Douluos, and the granddaughter of Long Gong and Shipo were already waiting outside, along with the Shrek group. When they saw the two holding hands come out, there was no reaction from the people of the Wuhuan Palace, but the others had slightly strange expressions, especially Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, who all frowned. I just knew Ning Rongrong muttered something. Upon seeing Hulaina, she could guess that there was something between her and Yifeng. There was no way that Yifeng, that scumbag, would let such a beautiful girl go without making a move. Besides, Hulaina was just his senior sister, not his teacher, so he probably didn't care about that. Speaking of teachers, Yifeng wouldn't really target his teacher, BibiDong, too, would he? Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong frowned. It shouldn't be true, right? That would be too much. Yifeng held Hulaina's hand and walked to the front of the crowd. Hulaina spoke up. "Since our young master is fine, then there's no need to trouble Dragon Lord and Snake Lady to come here." Dragon Lord and Snake Lady nodded. Since it was a misunderstanding, it was best to clear it up. It's just a bit of a pity that such an outstanding child like Yifeng happens to be the young master of the Spirit Hall. So there's no chance of making him a son-in-law now. Dragon Lord glanced at Meng Iran, then at Yifeng, wondering whether he should let Iran approach him. After all, apart from having too many women, Yifeng seemed to have no other shortcomings. Having many women is nothing for strong individuals like them. The more Dragon Lord thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He looked at Yifeng and said, "Young Master Yi, you see, we had a bit of a conflict earlier, and I feel quite embarrassed about it. I just want to make it up to you." Yifeng looked at Long Gong strangely and said, "Long Gong, you're being too polite. It's just a small matter. No need to worry about it." Long Gong shook his head and said, "How can that be? Long Gongming Shu, have always been clear about rewards and punishments. If there's something to be done, one must accept the consequences. How about this? Lei Ran serve as your maid for a few months." Long Gong's words left Yifeng stunned. What does that mean? Last time you wanted me to be your son-in-law, and now you want your granddaughter to be a maid? Your old man changes his mind quite quickly. Grandpa Meng, Yi Ran shyly acted cute. As Long Gong's granddaughter, how could she not understand his intentions? Grandpa wants her to take the initiative. Meng, Yi Ran glanced at Yifeng. So handsome, I can't refuse. No way, Feng Ge doesn't need a maid. Zhu Zhuqing protectively held onto Yi Feng's left arm, looking displeased at Long Gong. That's right, Brother Feng has us. No need for a maid. Ning Rongrong also clung to Yi Feng's right arm, looking at Long Gong with hostility. Xiao Wu noticed both hands were occupied and quickly squeezed in between, proudly saying, "Yes, yes, whatever a maid can do. Xiao Wu can too." Everyone looked at Xiao Wu strangely. A maid can serve in the bedroom, can you? Under their gaze, Xiao Wu blushed a little and hurriedly hid in Yi Feng's embrace. Yifeng looked at Long Gong with a troubled expression, and Long Gong sighed helplessly, not expecting that no one wanted to take his granddaughter. Just as he was about to give up, Hulaina, who had been silent, spoke up. "That sounds good." Just in time, Feng brother still needs a maid. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and he looked at Hulaina with joy. Sure enough, andHer understands me. Unlike Rong Rong and the others, who only think about possessing me. Hulaina smiled at Yifeng, seemingly indifferent. Zhu Zhuqing and the other two couldn't help but feel a bit sour. Why did it seem like her relationship with Yifeng was deeper than theirs? This was also because Zhu Zhuqing and the others were too young and didn't know how to please a man. For men, if you only want to possess him, it might actually turn him off. On the contrary, if you let go a little, he will love you even more. In the competition for a man, Zhu Zhuqing and the other two together were no match for Hulaina. "All right, since you're fine now, I'll be heading back," Hulaina suddenly said as she looked at the sky. "Huh, andHer, are you leaving just like that? Won't you stay with me for a few more days?" Yifeng looked at Hulaina a bit reluctantly. He really liked her, especially her unique, alluring aura. Hulaina glanced at the three women in Yi Feng's arms and said softly, "Are you sure you have time to accompany me?" The three women felt a bit guilty at her gaze and hurriedly got up from Yi Feng's embrace, looking as if they had seen the main wife. Yifeng couldn't help but smile. If you ended up like this when you met Hulaina, how humble would you have to be when you meet Qianrenxue and BibiDong that day? Truly, three pitiful girls. Yifeng looked at Hulaina and said, "Senior sister, you came specifically to see me. Even if I don't have time, I have to make time. Forget it. Go accompany your little girlfriend. I came out this time not only to see you, but also to do something." Hulaina gently shook her head. She also wanted to spend a few more days with Yifeng, but she really didn't have the time. "If you have time, go back to the spirit hall. The teacher misses you too." "All right, senior sister, I'll see you off." Hulaina nodded, signaling the attendants to pack their things and prepare to depart. "Brother Feng, I'm leaving now." Hulaina waved to Yifeng and took the attendants away. "Goodbye, senior sister." Yifeng waved his hand reluctantly. With the departure of his senior sister, he was back to being single again. There was no way around it. His relationships with the three girls had reached a level where they could be intimate. After Hulaina's figure completely disappeared, Yifeng turned around. Then he saw 12 soul Douluos staring at him in surprise. "Why are you still here? Aren't you going with the young master?" One of the leaders among the soul Douluos stepped forward and said, "Young master, we were sent by the Pope to protect you. Our only responsibility is your safety." "What? 12 soul Douluos protecting me? Isn't that a bit extravagant? It seems the teacher really cares about me. But with so many soul Douluos around, how am I supposed to flirt with girls?" I don't need your protection. You can leave now." The soul Douluos remained indifferent. "No, I really don't need it. I can protect myself." They still showed no response. "Our mission is to protect the young master." Yifeng pressed his forehead, feeling a bit helpless. "What is going on?" "Then you all should not appear in front of me. At least you must not be discovered by me." The 12 soul fighters responded in unison and disappeared in the blink of an eye before Yifeng. Yifeng felt helpless. Since he couldn't drive them away, he might as well treat them as if they didn't exist. However, He had to admit that having so many soul guardians protecting him made him quite happy. After all, she was the big wife, and she really cared for him. 35. Tang San's new soul skill finally. The people from the spirit hall left, and Yifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the spirit hall gone, he could relax and pursue girls. Just as he was lost in thought, Long Gong suddenly stepped forward and said, "Young friend, we might also need to leave. I still have to trouble you to take care of things." Yifeng glanced at Meng Yiran behind Long Gong, who had already shyly lowered her head. It must be said that Meng Yiran was indeed somewhat attractive, although she couldn't compare to the three girls from the spirit hall, and she was still a bit lacking compared to the three girls from Shrek. However, her advantage lay in her age. At 17 or 18, she had just reached the maturity that one should have. Well, she's certainly appealing. Long Gong is being polite. I will take good care of Iran. Yifeng and Long Gong exchanged a glance and smiled at each other, understanding each other perfectly. Then I'll leave it to you, Long Gong said, and then left with Snake Lady. Meng Yiran shyly stepped forward and said, I hope you will take care of me in the future. Of course. Of course. Yifeng accepted Meng Yiran's words with a smile. After all, who doesn't like a pretty girl? Especially one who comes to him without any effort needed to pursue her? Meng Yiran also felt a bit shy, always thinking that this future didn't seem very pure. After sending off Long Gong and Snake Lady, Yifeng finally had time to return to the Shrek team. Teacher Zhao, we're back. It's good that you're back. Zhao Wuji nodded, saying nothing more. Behind him, Dai Mubai and Tang San frowned. Tang San was just a bit unhappy, but Dai Mubai was grinding his teeth in anger. Why hasn't this guy died at the hands of the 100,000-year soul beast? Yifeng, Xiao Wu, how did you escape from the Titan Great Ape? Yu Xiaojiang asked curiously, knowing that it was a 100,000-year soul beast. Even a soul, Douluo, might not survive its grasp. Yet Yifeng, the battle soul sovereign, managed to do so. Ma Hongjun and the others also looked over with curiosity. That day, the Titan Great Ape had scared them half to death, so they were eager to know how Yifeng had come back. Xiao Wu nervously grasped Yifeng's hand, and he smiled at her, saying, Actually, it was nothing much. That day, the Titan Great Ape grabbed us and was just about to return to its core area, but then it needed to relieve itself. So I took the opportunity to use my second soul skill to escape with Xiao Wu, just managing to dodge it. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at him in disbelief, not expecting their rescue to be so dramatic. Relieving itself? So even a 100,000-year soul beast has to do that. Yu Xiaojing nodded, not finding anything wrong with it. A 100,000-year soul beast is still a soul beast, and soul beasts need to relieve themselves. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Seeing that they accepted his explanation, Yifeng and Xiao Wu both breathed a sigh of relief, truly afraid he would delve deeper into it. Yifeng looked at Tang San and asked with a smile, Tang San, what is your third soul skill? Let me see. He was indeed curious about what kind of soul skill the nearly 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider would bring to Tang San. Tang San frowned and replied somewhat unhappily, It's just an ordinary soul skill. He glanced at Yu Xiaogang with a hint of blame, thinking that it was because of his theory that he chose the man-faced demon spider. My soul skill is called Silk Net, which can shoot out blue-silver grass in a specified direction to hit enemies. But since it hasn't reached 1,000 years, its attack power is very weak. Tang San looked at Yu Xiaogang with a resentful expression. Yu Xiaogang also felt a bit awkward. He didn't expect the gap between an 800-year-old man-faced demon spider and a 1,000-year-old one to be so significant. The 800-year-old man-faced demon spider not only lacked the venom of the 1,000-year-old one, but also didn't have enough toughness. Hearing Tang San say this, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, he was clever enough to kill the large man-faced demon spider, which made Tang San's soul skill so lacking. Yifeng said, It's okay, Tang San. An 800-year soul ring is also great. You have to trust Yu Xiaojing's judgment, huh? By the end, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. Tang San looked at Yu Xiaojiang with a resentful expression, while Yu Xiaojiang avoided his gaze, not daring to look at him. All right, since Yifeng and Xiao Wu are back, let's head off, Zhao Wujia said, sensing the awkward atmosphere and hurriedly speaking up. Okay, Teacher Zhao, Yifeng said with a light smile, nodding and leading the way towards Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu quickly followed suit. Xiao San, let's head back to the academy first, Yu Xiaojiang said awkwardly. Oh, Tang San nodded expressionlessly. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but sigh. He knew that his brilliant image in Tang San's heart had somewhat shattered. However, he really didn't know how to explain, as it was indeed because of his theory that Xiao San's soul skill had turned out this way. Yu Xiaojiang sighed again and walked toward Shrek with a slightly dejected demeanor. Once everyone set off, the small town returned to its usual tranquility. Brother Feng, can you tell me what you and Xiao Wu did yesterday? Ning Rongrong asked curiously while on the road, as she could clearly sense that Xiao Wu's attitude towards Yi Feng had changed significantly. Hearing her question, Yi Feng recalled the sweet night he had with Xiao Wu the previous evening and instinctively licked his lips. Ning Rongrong caught this expression and said angrily, "Aha! I knew there was something going on between you two." She looked at Yi Feng with teary eyes, and Yi Feng felt a bit guilty as he said, "I'm sorry. Rongrong, I clearly arrived first, so why is it that they all come before me?" She looked at Yi Feng with a sense of grievance, nearly in tears. Yi Feng said, "I'm sorry, Rongrong. Brother Feng, promise me, the next one must be me. Okay? Listen, can you hear how humble this request is?" Yi Feng's heart softened in an instant. He gently stroked Ning Rongrong's little head and said seriously, "Okay, I promise you, the next one will definitely be you." Ning Rongrong smiled, but the tears at the corners of her eyes made people feel heartbroken. Yi Feng also felt a bit guilty. It was all his fault for being too greedy, which made so many good girls humble themselves to such an extent for him. Although he believed he had affection for each girl, his time was always limited, and he couldn't spend too long with them. Therefore, in order to better care for them, Yi Feng made a decision. He wanted to become a god, as only by becoming a god could he have endless time to accompany them. All right, to become a god, I need to work harder to win over the goddesses. At this moment, Yi Feng was filled with motivation. After walking for a long time, the group finally arrived at the city next to Shrek Academy, just as it was getting dark. Looking at the city before them, Dai Mubai's heart stirred, and he suggested to everyone, "Why don't we just sleep here tonight? Since Yi Feng and Xiao Wu have safely returned, I'll treat you all to a meal." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng understood. It was about to begin. Listening to Dai Mubai, Yi Feng instantly got the idea. It was about to start. He just didn't know what method he would use to drug them. Well, it's rare for Dai Mubai to treat us. How could we refuse? Right, everyone? Yes, yes. Xiao Wu want to feast. Dai Mubai glanced at Yi Feng oddly. Usually, this guy was always opposed to him. Why did he agree with his suggestion today? But that didn't matter. What was important was that since you agreed, then tonight Zhu Zhuqing would be mine. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing with ill intentions, and she noticed, giving him a cold glare in response. You little vixen, tonight I'm going to make you cry. Dai Mubai thought resentfully, yet he smiled cheerfully on the outside. All right, let's go to the most luxurious hotel in Soto City. Today I'm treating, so everyone don't hold back. Great. I must make Dai Laoda go bankrupt today. Yeah, let's go. Xiao Wu, wait for me. The group chatted and laughed as they walked toward the restaurant. Even Zhao Wujia and Yu Xiaojiang followed behind. Soon, they arrived at the most luxurious restaurant in Soto City. As soon as they entered, Dai Mubai shouted, "Boss, I've reserved the whole place today. Kick everyone else out." The boss quickly ran to him, bending over with a smile. "Young Master Dai, you're here. Cut the crap. Clear the place for me. I've reserved it." Dai Mubai had a plan today. He couldn't let outsiders disturb them. So he simply reserved the whole restaurant since he wasn't too short on money. Moreover, this restaurant had rooms above it, perfect for what they needed to do. The boss looked a bit troubled and said, "Young Master Dai, there's so many people here, I can't just kick them out. How about I get you a private room?" Dai Mubai disdainfully looked at him and said, "If I say I'm reserving the whole place, then I am. It's just a matter of money. I'll pay." He generously tossed a large bag of gold soul coins to the boss, and the boss's eyes instantly lit up. "All right, I'll clear the place for you right away." The boss smiled and ran off to get busy. Dai Mubai sneered. For these merchants, nothing was impossible as long as you had enough money. "Let us go sit over there." Dai Mubai skillfully led everyone to the center of the hall, where there was a huge dining table. Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. She instinctively felt a bit repulsed by Dai Mubai's behavior. She was not someone who liked to force others. Yi Feng smiled at her and said, "Let's go over there." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. No matter what, she and Dai Mubai were classmates now, so she had to give him face. Once everyone sat at the dining table, the boss brought over the menu. The entire restaurant had been booked by Dai Mubai, and the boss was happy to personally serve them. "You can order first." Dai Mubai handed the menu to the three girls, indicating for them to order first. This was originally a very gentlemanly act, but unfortunately, the three girls had some grievances against him and ignored him. Xiao didn't feel much about it, but she was chatting with Yi Feng, so she also ignored Dai Mubai. As a result, Dai Mubai awkwardly held the menu, maintaining the gesture of offering it. He frowned, feeling a bit embarrassed and somewhat angry, but he held back for the sake of tonight. "Teacher Zhao, teacher you can order." Zhao Wujie and Yu Xiaojing nodded and took the menu to start ordering. Yifeng sat across from Dai Mubai. On the surface, he was talking to Xiao Wu, but in reality, he was always paying attention to Dai Mubai. There was no way around it. He was also afraid that Dai Mubai might suddenly do something unexpected. Big brother, which is tastier, red radish or white radish? Xiao Wu counted on her fingers how much she would eat next, and what would be good. Is white radish better for soup? Or is red radish better for stir-fried meat? If Xiao Wu likes it, she can have them all. Yifeng affectionately patted her little head and said gently. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she nodded happily, agreeing that she thought the same. Yifeng smiled. Our little Wu is really cute. Brother Feng, what do you like to eat? I still don't know what you like. Ning Rongrong, who was beside Yifeng, also asked curiously. Although she had known Yifeng the longest among the three women, she really didn't know what he liked. After all, they hadn't seen each other for 6 years. Me? I don't have anything particularly favorite. Does spicy rabbit head count? Yifeng said with a mischievous smile, uttering something inexplicable. Big brother, you're terrible. Xiao Wu glared at Yifeng, clearly startled. What the heck? You know it's a rabbit, and you still say you like to eat rabbits. Rabbits are so cute. How can you eat them? Ning Rongrong looked at the two of them in confusion. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Just kidding. I don't like to eat rabbits. Yifeng laughed and explained. Only then did Xiao Wu breathe a sigh of relief, glad that he didn't like to eat them. So what does Big Brother really like to eat? It can't be rabbits. Yifeng thought for a moment. What does he like to eat? Mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, braised pork, kung pao chicken, sauerkraut fish, fish-flavored shredded pork, and sugar-coated ribs. All of these are delicious. As long as you make them, I will like to eat them. Really? Ning Rongrong said happily, which gave Yifeng a somewhat ominous feeling. But he still nodded. Zhu Zhuqing, who was listening nearby, nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, Yifeng still did not know what kind of price he would pay for this statement in the future. Brother Feng, can you tell us about the Spirit Hall? You've never mentioned it before. Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously. Although she already knew that Yifeng was from the Spear Hall, she didn't expect that he was actually the young master of the Spear Hall. Speaking of the Spear Hall, Yifeng also became interested and was just about to talk to the three women when he saw Dai Mubai stand up and leave the table. Yifeng frowned and said to Zhu Zhuqing, Sorry, I have something urgent to attend to. I need to leave for a bit. After saying that, he got up and followed Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, wondering what that meant. When they asked him a question, he answered, but when she asked him, he suddenly had something urgent. For all men like this? Ugh, scumbag. Zhu Zhuqing put on a face, feeling gloomy. On the other side, Yifeng cautiously followed Dai Mubai all the way to the back kitchen of the restaurant. So that's where the food was being prepared. Yifeng watched Dai Mubai's actions, nodding thoughtfully. However, if that's the case, how is he going to get the antidote to the others? Did he want everyone to be affected? Just as Yifeng was curious, he saw Dai Mubai pour the antidote, which was actually poison. Yifeng tricked him into thinking it was the other way around, into a basin of cat meat. But how could there be cat meat in a restaurant? That's ridiculous. Since it was cat meat, wouldn't that mean Zhu Zhuqing, who had a cat martial soul, wouldn't eat it? But this was too random, right? What if someone didn't like cat meat and refused to eat it? Yifeng frowned, always feeling that Dai Mubai's plan was unreliable. But that's fine. It means not too many people will fall for it. After learning about Dai Mubai's plan, Yifeng felt a little relieved. Next, it was time to let those who should eat, and those who shouldn't not eat. Yifeng smiled, always feeling that he was the real villain. Back at the dining table, everyone was chatting, but Zhu Zhuqing sat there gloomily, looking very lonely. Zhuqing, what's wrong? Why are you sitting there all by yourself? Yifeng walked over and asked with concern. Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly, turning her head away to ignore him. This left Yifeng feeling confused. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Yifeng said with concern. None of your business. Oh, then I won't care anymore. You're so spoiled, with such a big temper. Do you really think I'm a sycophant? Just kidding, you have so many women. If they all acted like you, I'd be exhausted. Yifeng turned his head decisively and ignored her. This made Zhu Zhuqing very angry. She turned around, looked at Yifeng, and said, Just because I told you not to care, does that mean you won't care? Yifeng frowned and said, What do you want to do? He spoke a bit loudly, which startled Zhu Zhuqing. The others at the dining table also stopped their conversations and quietly watched them. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Startled by him, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit wronged. She just wanted Yifeng to comfort her, but the situation was not what she had expected. Why are you yelling at me? Yifeng was also helpless. Seeing everyone looking at them, he compromised. I'm sorry, it's my fault. He actually didn't want to be harsh with Zhu Zhuqing. He just lost control for a moment. It was already unfair to her that she joined his harem, and if he treated her poorly again, That would be too much. Oomph. In a fit of anger, Zhu Zhuqing ran out directly. Yifeng felt helpless. It was like taking advantage of someone and then acting innocent. I'll step out for a moment, he said apologetically before following her out. The others looked at each other, unsure of what to say, especially Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who were a bit unhappy. It was hard to watch their man getting into a quarrel with another woman right in front of them. Huh? Where did everyone go? Where's Zhu Zhuqing? At that moment, Dai Mubai happened to return. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was missing from the dining table, he couldn't help but frown. Anyone could be absent, but how could Zhu Zhuqing be missing? Without her, who am I supposed to target tonight? Boss Dai, you're back late. Zhu Qing had a quarrel with Yifeng and just went out. Ma Hongjun kindly said. Dai Mubai frowned. What were those two up to again? It doesn't matter. After tonight, Zhu Zhuqing will be mine. Dai Mubai smirked, as if he could already envision Zhu Zhuqing being at his mercy. Meanwhile, Yifeng followed Zhu Zhuqing outside, and she hadn't gone far, just strolling slowly near the restaurant. Yifeng looked at it and felt a bit relieved. Zhu Qing wasn't such a rude and unreasonable person after all. Zhu Qing, don't speak, I don't want to hear it. When a girl says she doesn't want to hear something at that moment, does she really mean it? Yes, she does. So in situations like this, we should just take action directly. Yifeng gently walked up behind Zhu Zhuqing and hugged her tightly. Zhuqing, I love you. Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled slightly, and she stubbornly replied, I don't believe you. Yifeng smiled, turned her body around, and said affectionately, look into my eyes, you can see my true heart. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively turned her head away, not wanting to look at him. Her mischievous behavior made Yifeng laugh. He gently held her face and softly said, look into my eyes, feel my heart. Zhu Zhuqing was forced to look at Yifeng, and her face instantly turned red. The breath that Yifeng exhaled blew on her face, making it feel ticklish. Yifeng's stunning beauty was right in front of her. Who could resist it? Zhu Zhuqing looked into Yifeng's eyes, seemingly captivated by those deep eyes, completely lost in them. Seeing her dazed expression, Yifeng smiled gently and said, Zhuqing, I love you. He leaned in and kissed Zhu Zhuqing's small lips directly. Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft sound, not resisting Yifeng, allowing him to take the lead and occasionally responding. After more than 10 minutes, the two reluctantly parted. So sweet. Yifeng instinctively licked his lips. Zhu Zhuqing's face involuntarily flushed, and she hurriedly turned her head away, not daring to look at him. Yifeng couldn't help but smile and said, all right, we should head back. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and awkwardly followed behind Yifeng. The two of them walked back in a front and back manner. Once they returned to the restaurant, as soon as they entered, various gazes turned towards them. Awesome, Brother Feng, you settled it so quickly. From now on, you're my idol. Ma Hongjun gave a thumbs up to Yifeng. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu looked at them with complex expressions. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth in anger, but still forced a smile and said, come and sit down, the dishes are getting cold. Yifeng sat back down with the extremely embarrassed Zhu Zhuqing. Come on, try the signature dish of this restaurant. Dai Mubai pointed to a pot of meat. Hearing this, everyone was a bit curious, but since the teacher didn't pick up their chopsticks, they didn't either. I'll try it first, Yu Xiaojiang said as he picked up a piece of meat and started eating. Not bad. What kind of meat is this? Dai Mubai smiled and also picked up a piece to eat, saying while chewing, this is the restaurant's unique signature dish, steamed cat meat. What? Got met. Yu Xiaojiang was startled. He knew that Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul was the nether cat. What does Dai Mubai mean by making them eat cat meat? Yu Xiaojiang looked at Zhu Zhuqing, whose face had already turned dark and gloomy. Everyone also had strange expressions, not daring to eat the cat meat. Dai Mubai's nude. You can eat or not, but if something goes wrong tonight, don't blame me for not reminding you. Come on, let's drink. Dai Mubai raised his wine glass. But no one paid attention to him. It was clear that everyone was a bit unhappy with Dai Mubai's behavior. It was too disgusting. Dai Mubai frowned, but didn't say anything, finishing his drink alone. After he finished, Yifeng raised his wine glass and said to everyone, come on, let's all toast. We are all classmates now, and there's nothing we can't get over. Everyone stood up and clinked glasses with Yifeng. Dai Mubai sat there dumbfounded, his face almost twisting in anger. What does this mean? I tell you to drink, and you won't. He tells you to toast, and you all stand up? Is this aimed at me, Dai Mubai? Dai Mubai frowned, extremely frustrated by everyone's behavior, but they didn't care what he thought. They were only 12 or 13 years old and didn't have that much scheming. Yu Xiaojiang walked up to Dai Mubai, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Mubai, don't do this kind of thing in the future. You are all classmates. There's no need for it. Classmates? Do you think they treat me as a classmate? Huh. Yu Xiaojiang, you are too naive. Those two scoundrels would love for me to die, so they could be together openly. Just thinking about how Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing were flirting in front of him made Dai Mubai furious. But for the sake of today's big plan, he still smiled on the surface. You're right, teacher Yu. I was indeed a bit excessive. Yu Xiaojing nodded, recognizing his mistake, which made him a good kid. Then go apologize to Zhuqing. Dai Mubai frowned. Apologize to Zhu Zhuqing? Don't even think about it. Forget it, teacher Yu, maybe next time. Yu Xiaojing sighed helplessly. These conflicts among kids are really hard to handle. Just remember not to do this kind of thing again. Dai Mubai nodded. Anyway, tonight Zhu Zhuqing would be mine. Once I conquer her, I will naturally treat her well. Thinking of Zhu Zhuqing's graceful figure, Dai Mubai unconsciously swallowed. Yu Xiaojing shook his head and said nothing more. Returning to his seat, Dai Mubai watched Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Feng chatting and laughing. He wasn't angry, but rather happier. After tonight, she would be mine. Everyone continued to eat and drink, and after nearly an hour, Dai Mubai suddenly said, Everyone has eaten enough, right? There are rooms upstairs. Let us stay here. No one had any objections. At this point, 3 of the 4 girls were drunk. Meng Yaran, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, while only Zhu Zhuqing was still relatively sober. Among the boys, only Yu Xiaojing was a bit tipsy, and Tang San took him back to the room. Watching Tang San and Yu Xiaojing walk into the room, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. If you remember correctly, Yu Xiaojing had eaten that meat, right? Now, there would be a good show to watch. Yi Feng helped the 3 drunk girls back to their rooms, and then sent Zhu Zhuqing back to her room before returning to his own. As soon as he entered his room, Yi Feng quickly put on his night clothes and began observing Dai Mubai's room in the dark. Before long, Dai Mubai opened the door and stepped out. At that moment, he was already feeling hot all over and had difficulty walking. Hee. The effects of a drug are starting to kick in. Yi Feng smiled and closely followed behind him. Dai Mubai struggled to walk to Zhu Zhuqing's room and gently opened the door. When they had booked the entire place, he had asked the owner for spare keys to all the rooms for this moment. He opened the door and walked in, immediately spotting Zhu Zhuqing lying on the bed. Dai Mubai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had just had a little to drink. Though she wasn't drunk, she felt a bit dizzy. However, she had developed the habit of being on guard since childhood to protect herself. So, as soon as Dai Mubai entered, she noticed. Zhu Zhuqing frowned. She didn't know what Dai Mubai was there for, but she remained silent, curious about what he would do. If it was something bad, she would kill him. Dai Mubai walked up to Zhu Zhuqing, and at this moment, he could no longer control himself and suddenly lunged at her. Zhu Zhuqing was startled and quickly jumped up, clawing at him. Dai Mubai was also taken aback, and just as he wanted to retreat, his legs went weak, and he sat directly on the floor. Zhu Zhuqing's claws happened to strike at his lower region. Ah! Dai Mubai screamed in pain. Although it was just a slight injury, it was in the most important place for a man. You, did you not take the spring medicine? Spring medicine? What spring medicine? Zhu Zhuqing looked at him in confusion and, after a moment, realized what he meant. She glared at Dai Mubai in anger and said, You bastard. With that, she charged at him, but Dai Mubai was not going to let her succeed. He quickly sidestepped and jumped out the window to escape. Damn it, that bastard. Zhu Zhuqing angrily watched Dai Mubai flee, not expecting he would do such a thing. Oh no, what if Feng Ge gets caught? She instantly realized the danger. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Feng also guessed what was happening and hurried back to his room. Zhu Zhuqing quickly ran towards Yi Feng's room. When she reached his door, she knocked, but there was no response. She listened closely at the door and heard painful, frantic sounds from inside, which made her panic. Feng Ge, open the door! Open the door! After shouting several times without any response, Zhu Zhuqing, in her anxiety, kicked the door open. Feng Ge, are you okay? Zhu Zhuqing rushed to Yi Feng's side, only to see him clutching the blanket in pain, drenched in sweat. Feng Yi! Zhu Zhuqing shook Yi Feng's shoulder, and he slowly came to his senses. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and trembled, saying, Zhuqing, hurry and go, I can't control myself. Zhu Zhuqing frowned. Seeing him like this was heartbreaking. But do I really have to give it to him? Zhuqing, hurry and go. It's okay, Feng Ge, I'm here. Zhu Zhuqing sighed. She would have to give it to him sooner or later, so it might as well be now. Feng Ge, it's fine, I can do this, just come. The girl smiled gently, slowly taking off her clothes and exposing her snow-white body to Yi Feng. Yi Feng was momentarily stunned, forgetting even to act. Alas, I am truly a beast, actually using deceit to obtain Zhuqing's body. What a bastard. After cursing himself in his heart, Yi Feng directly embraced Zhu Zhuqing. Feeling the softness in his arms, Yi Feng gently said, Zhuqing, I love you. Zhu Zhuqing shyly replied, "Brother Feng, I love you too." The two shared a passionate kiss. After the kiss, Yifeng also let go of his restraints and engaged with Zhu Zhuqing. And that night was ultimately not something to be spoken of to outsiders. In fact, writing about it would lead to a ban. On the other side, Dai Mubai, after escaping from Zhu Zhuqing's room, felt uncomfortable all over and hurriedly headed towards the bar. However, in his current state, he walked slowly, and when he finally reached the bar, he couldn't hold back. He saw a pig walking in front of him, and unable to resist, grabbed it and took it into the woods. The pig's screams echoed through the forest. 39. Strategy completed. The next day, as dawn broke, Yifeng was still lying in bed, with no intention of getting up. There was no choice. He had fought fiercely with Zhu Zhuqing until around 3 in the morning. One could only say that a soul master's body is abnormal. It was clearly the first time, yet they lasted so long. As a result, Yifeng couldn't even get out of bed now. At this moment, the system perfectly acted as his alarm clock. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of conquering a goddess beside the Son of Destiny with a score of no less than 90. Current acquisition of Destiny Luck 10, the system coldly stated. Yifeng was awakened instantly by the sound in his dream. Have I completed the task? Great! I can finally level up. I no longer have to envy them for being able to level up. During this time, Yifeng had also tried to cultivate. But after experiencing the thrill of rapid leveling, who could still calm down to cultivate on their own? With cheats already in play, why should I bother to cultivate? Sorry, I can't afford to lose face like that. So during this time, Zhu Zhuqing leveled up once. And Xiao Wu leveled up 3 times. She didn't need to obtain soul rings. When Yu Xiaojing asked her how she got her soul rings, she just said it was from when she and Yifeng were captured that day. And Yifeng helped her. Even Ning Rongrong, who was a support, leveled up once, while he had no movement at all. System, hurry up and give me my reward. Yifeng was a bit impatient. With new power, he could confidently pursue girls. Ding! Rewarding the host with level 5 soul power, special domain, and special external soul bone. The system said coldly, "Is level 5 soul power all I get? That a bit less, but still okay. With this level 5 soul power, I can reach level 42 in the Battle Soul sect." System, claimed a reward. A stream of power silently flowed into Yifeng's body, and before Yifeng could react, it was over. Is that it? Just that? It feels completely lacking. Yifeng was a bit disappointed. Isn't everyone else's system supposed to have heavenly phenomena and golden lotuses everywhere? Why is there not even a shiver with yours? Ding! Due to the presence of others around the host, this level's reward was issued in a silent mode. The system said coldly. Yifeng finally realized that Zhu Zhuqing was still lying beside him. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's face, Yifeng felt a bit guilty. After being with her last night, he originally intended for it to be just a one-time thing. But Zhu Zhuqing made Yifeng feel too good, and he could only go on and on. It wasn't until around 3 or 4 in the morning that he finally let her fall asleep. Yifeng gently kissed Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a deep affection in his heart. Zhu Zhuqing stirred a little, but did not wake up. Yifeng did not disturb her and let her sleep a little longer. Just right. He wanted to take a look at his new soul ring. The soul power given by the system was great, as it directly skipped the step of obtaining a soul ring, and the soul ring provided was also very advanced. This time, after the Battle Soul Master promoted to Battle Soul Sect, he received a 40,000 year soul ring called Gale Slash. Gale Slash came from a wind attribute wolf-type soul beast and was a very powerful soul skill, similar to a quick draw slash, charging for 3 seconds in his hand before striking at the enemy. Unlike the quick draw slash, it could be used without a sheath. Looking at this soul skill, Yifeng was still somewhat satisfied. Although the 3-second charge was a bit annoying, skills with prerequisites were generally very strong. If he were to use it on Dai Mubai, he would probably be split in half. Yifeng thought to himself, wondering how Dai Mubai was doing now, whether he was happily lying in the arms of some lady at the bar. He instinctively hugged Zhu Zhuqing, adopting a victorious posture. System, isn't there still a special domain and external soul bone? Were they? Ding, they have been issued. The system said coldly. A surge of energy flew into Yifeng's body, and a special soul bone also fell into his hand. That energy was the domain. As soon as it entered Yifeng's body, he knew its name and function. Special domain, wind restriction domain. Within the range, it reduces all enemy speed, with stronger effects on weaker opponents and weaker effects on stronger ones. At the same time, the user's speed is doubled within the domain. This is a good item. It lowers others while strengthening oneself. And if this domain could be used in conjunction with Gale Slash, it It would be incredibly powerful. At that time, a Gale/everyone. 5 seconds. Who would be his opponent? Of course, that was just a thought. His soul power couldn't support too many Gale slashes. At most 3 times before he would be exhausted. For now, he was very satisfied with the first 2 rewards. He just had to see what the third one was. Yifeng gently picked up the external soul bone and looked at its description, feeling a bit shocked. This is just too suitable for Zhu Zhuqing. It's simply tailor-made for her. He moved a bit in excitement, which happened to wake Zhu Zhuqing up. Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes and saw Yifeng smiling at her as soon as she woke up. Why are you up so early? She frowned and said, I can't take it anymore. Yifeng certainly knew what she was talking about, and he looked at her a bit awkwardly, concerned, and asked, Does it still hurt? What do you think? Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glare, feeling annoyed. He was too wild last night. It was her first time. Sorry, Zhuqing. Yifeng hugged Zhu Zhuqing tightly. At that moment, neither of them was wearing any clothes, and Yifeng could clearly feel Zhu Zhuqing's softness. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and said, All right, I need to get dressed. Wait, let me show you something first. I won't look. It's not that. Then what is it? Yifeng took out an external spirit bone, which was a cat's tail. As soon as she saw it, Zhu Zhuqing was captivated. After all, her martial soul was a cat. Do you want it? Zhu Zhuqing nodded and called out, Husband. Yifeng said with a mischievous smile. Zhu Zhuqing's face involuntarily turned red. This bad guy was at it again. After some hesitation, she softly said, Husband, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Zhu Zhuqing shot him an annoyed glance and said, If you love me, then just give it to me. Seeing her expression, Yifeng smiled and still handed her the spirit bone. Here you go. Zhu Zhuqing happily accepted the spirit bone, cherishing it. Hurry and absorb it. I'll protect you. She nodded and immediately began to absorb the external spirit bone. However, she forgot that she wasn't wearing any clothes at the moment. Yifeng lay quietly to the side, enjoying the beautiful scenery in front of him, feeling very happy. The external spirit bone he gave to Zhu Zhuqing was called the 9-nether cattail, an external spirit bone of a 9-nether spirit cat, with a lifespan of 50,000 years. Absorbing the spirit bone would accelerate Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation speed and provide various enhancements. The most important thing was that, with this spirit bone, Zhu Zhuqing would no longer be a cat without a tail. Before, when he saw her martial spirit manifested, he always felt it was strange. How could there be a cat with only ears and no tail? Now it was perfect, everything was complete. Have you had enough of watching? After Zhu Zhuqing fused with the external spirit bone, she opened her eyes and blushed as she shot a glance at Yifeng. Not enough? A lifetime wouldn't be enough. Yifeng smiled happily, openly admiring Zhu Zhuqing's body. Zhu Zhuqing gave him a glance and slowly got up to put on her clothes. Yifeng felt a bit regretful, as there was nothing more to watch. How is it? How much does the external soul bone enhance? Zhu Zhuqing said while getting dressed. It's great. I just leveled up. So you're level 29 now? She nodded, surprised that she could level up to 29 so quickly. Well, thank you, Fengge. After putting on her clothes, Zhu Zhuqing walked in front of Yifeng, showing her gratitude. Yifeng gently embraced her, softly saying, Little girl, you are my woman. If I don't treat you well, who else will I treat well? She nodded, saying nothing. She had given him her body, and they were no longer strangers, so there was no need to fuss over so much. Just as they were being affectionate, a sudden scream came from outside. They exchanged a knowing glance, and both stood up. Wait for me to get dressed. Okay. Soon, Yifeng finished getting dressed and went outside with Zhu Zhuqing. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Tang San limping outside, his face filled with pain. Looking at him, Yifeng pondered. Could it be that Tang San was ambushed by Yu Xiaojing yesterday? Tang San also noticed Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing, immediately lowering his head, his face full of agony. Just as Yifeng thought, last night Tang San had brought Yu Xiaojing back to his room and ended up staying over. After all, he had stayed with Yu Xiaojing before. But who would have known that today Yu Xiaojing was unusually frenzied, taking advantage of his sleep to ambush him from behind. Although he woke up later, it was too late. Under Yu Xiaojing's relentless assault, he was already powerless to resist, only able to suffer through the torment. It wasn't until dawn that Yu Xiaojing finally let him go, but he was exhausted and fell asleep right on Yu Xiaojing's bed. When he woke up the next day, he saw Yu Xiaojing lying beside him, and at that moment, he really wanted to kill Yu Xiaojing, but remembering that Yu Xiaojing was his teacher, he held back. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Yifeng and the others. Tang San, are you okay? Didn't sleep well last night? Yifeng pretended to be curious and asked. Tang San felt a bit embarrassed, not responding, and walked outside. The earlier scream must have come from outside. Seeing Tang San's reaction, Yifeng didn't know what had happened, but had guessed most of it. Just then, Yu Xiaojing walked out. Seeing his weak appearance, Yifeng understood everything. It seemed that Tang San had indeed been taken advantage of last night. Teacher Yu, did you sleep well last night? Yifeng teased Yu Xiaojing. Rare to call him teacher. Yu Xiaojing's face flushed, instinctively glancing at the departing Tang San, trembling as he replied. Not bad. Seeing his expression, Yifeng felt greatly amused. Yu Xiaojing, oh Yu Xiaojing, I didn't expect you to have today. Don't blame me. You ate the meat yourself. Yifeng was in a great mood and no longer paid attention to Yu Xiaojing, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand and walking outside. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was also walking with some difficulty and needed Yifeng to support her. Yu Xiaojing followed behind, watching Zhu Zhuqing walk, which was strikingly similar to Tang San. He instantly understood and couldn't help but sigh. At least Zhu Zhuqing was with someone of the opposite sex, while Tang San was with someone of the same sex. And it was still his own master. Sigh. What a pity. Yu Xiaojing sighed, feeling like it aged a whole circle. The three of them slowly made their way outside, where a crowd had already gathered. Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing finally squeezed inside with great difficulty. Then they witnessed an unforgettable scene. They saw Dai Mubai lying naked on the ground. Next to him was a dead boar, which had a painful expression, clearly having suffered greatly in life. I heard a pig scream last night, and thought someone was slaughtering a pig. Who would have thought someone would do this to a pig? It's surprising. This person looks so dignified, yet would do such a thing? Who knows? Some people have the face of a human, but the heart of a beast. They don't like humans. They prefer pigs. Poor pig. I wonder if it can still be eaten. The crowd around Dai Mubai was discussing among themselves, clearly shocked that someone could be so crazy. Yifeng, standing nearby, couldn't help but want to laugh. He also didn't expect Dai Mubai would do such a thing to a pig, thinking he would just visit a pigsty. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was disgusted by Dai Mubai's appearance, covering her mouth as if she was about to vomit. Tang San stood by pale-faced, looking at the pig as if he saw himself from last night. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing squeezed in as well. Seeing the grim scene, he was momentarily stunned, but he quickly reacted, telling everyone disperse. Don't look. But how could the crowd listen to him? Who are you? Why should we listen to you? Exactly. Do you think you're a spirit hall enforcer? Could be you know this person? It's possible. Maybe he's his son. As the crowd continued talking, their comments became increasingly absurd, quickly piecing together the situation between Yu Xiaojing and Dai Mubai. They said Yu Xiaojing couldn't satisfy Dai Mubai, which is why he came looking for a pig. They claimed Yu Xiaojing and Dai Mubai both liked pigs. Various outrageous remarks were thrown around, turning Yu Xiaojing's face red. He hurriedly said, "Stop talking nonsense, he's just my student." Hearing Yu Xiaojing say this, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. If he hadn't said anything, it would have been fine, but now he only made them more excited. Oh, I knew it. A teacher who can teach such a student can't be a good person. Exactly, maybe he taught him this. Look at his weak state. He might have just fought with the pig. Tang San's face turned awkward. Who are you calling a pig? Yu Xiaojing was even more furious, having no idea how to retort them. This was the power of keyboard warriors. Truly terrifying. All right, everyone disperse. At that moment, Zhao Wujia finally arrived. He released his spirit rings, and the pressure of a soul sage made everyone dare not linger and hurriedly left. Looking at the lying Dai Mubai, Zhao Wujia frowned and asked, what happened to him? Once the crowd had dispersed, Yu Xiaojing breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to check on Dai Mubai's condition. After a while, Yu Xiaojing sighed again. Dai Gong. Zhao Wujia frowned. What is going on with Dai Mubai? How could he do such a thing to a pig and end up like this? What happened? Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, just about to speak when Yifeng stopped her. They couldn't expose the matter of Dai Mubai drugging someone. Otherwise, if Zhao Wujia investigated, they might expose themselves. Which would be good? Zhuqing, Dai Mubai is already in such a pitiful state. Let it go. He whispered in Zhu Zhuqing's ear. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. With Dai Mubai's current condition being so dire, if they talked about him drugging someone, his reputation would really be ruined. Let's take him back to the hotel first. We need to perform surgery to remove that thing quickly, or he might end up paralyzed, Yu Xiaojing hurriedly suggested, noting that Dai Mubai's situation was not optimistic. Zhao Wujia nodded and carried Dai Mubai back to the room. Teacher Zhao, what happened? What is wrong with Dai Lauda? Ma Hongjun happened to come out and saw Zhao Wujia carrying Dai Mubai. Zhao Wujia shook his head, remaining silent as he directly carried Dai Mubai into the room. Thank you, Master, Yu Xiaojing nodded, and the two performed a surgical procedure on Dai Mubai in the room. Ma Hongjun stood outside, curiously asking what happened. Yifeng remained silent. Although he disliked Dai Mubai, He didn't want to speak ill of him behind his back. Zhu Zhuqing also kept quiet. After all, Dai Mubai was still her fiancé, even though she was now with Yifeng. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ask, "When will you fulfill the promise you made to me?" Although the engagement no longer held much power over her, she didn't want to carry it around, even if it was just in name. Soon, with Dai Mubai now incapacitated, breaking off the engagement would be just a matter of a few words. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, fully trusting her man. Ma Hongjun, seeing that the two were talking to each other and ignoring him, was anxious. He looked at Tang San and said, "Third brother, what's going on? What happened? What happened? What are you all talking about?" At this moment, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Meng Yiran also came out. Hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel curious. When Tang San saw Xiao Wu, his expression became complicated. He felt uncomfortable just thinking about what happened yesterday. Xiao Wu noticed and asked with concern, "Third brother, what's wrong?" "It's nothing." Tang San quickly waved his hand. He didn't dare let Xiao Wu know what Yu Xiaojiang had done to him. What exactly happened? Xiao Wu was very curious, wondering why everyone looked so strange. Everyone looked at Tang San with curiosity. He sighed helplessly and finally spoke. "We just woke up and heard someone screaming outside. So we want to take a look and saw." "And saw what?" Tang San, "Just say it." Ning Rongrong was very anxious, as she hated it when people stopped talking halfway. "We saw Dai Mubai fighting with a pig and ended up injuring himself. Teacher Zhao and old Yu Xiaojiang are performing surgery on him." After hearing this, Meng Yiran nodded thoughtfully. Dai Mubai was truly crazy for fighting with a pig. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu both looked puzzled, not knowing what that was. Ning Rongrong asked Yifeng, "Brother Feng, what is that?" Yifeng hasn't replied yet, but Zhu Zhuqing has already started to feel shy. Now, she is quite familiar with that. Yifeng also felt a bit awkward and said, "Ahem, it's just..." Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and realized what it was, causing her face to flush. Dai Mubai was surprisingly reckless. Only Xiao Wu looked confused, not understanding what was going on. It's a soul beast. With that said, Xiao Wu understood. She didn't expect Dai Mubai to be similar to their soul beasts. Xiao Wu couldn't help but say, "If that pig is a soul beast, then he really is quite similar." Dai Mubai is impressive. He can even play himself to the point of being useless. Ma Hongjun also admired him greatly, thinking that he was quite ruthless. "All right, let's not talk about it anymore." Dai Mubai is already pitiful enough. Seeing everyone discussing Dai Mubai, Tang San couldn't help but step in to mediate. Yifeng couldn't help but smile. "You don't even know who administered the drug to Yu Xiaojiang. If you knew that you were completely developed by Yu Xiaojiang because of Dai Mubai, would you still speak up for him?" He didn't say anything more. After all, these were all things that couldn't see the light of day. Everyone waited outside for several hours before Zhao Wujia and Yu Xiaojiang finally opened the door. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang was drenched in sweat and was already extremely weak. He had been exhausted all night last night and had spent several hours performing surgery on Dai Mubai today. He could barely hold on. Zhao Wujia supported him, allowing him to stand with difficulty. Seeing his weak state, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but tease, "Teacher Yu, why do you look so weak? You weren't doing anything inappropriate with Teacher Qi inside, were you?" Yu Xiaojiang instinctively glanced at Tang San, who also looked pale. He couldn't help but feel pained. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. He didn't really mean it, did he? What nonsense! Teacher Yu is exhausted from performing surgery on Dai Mubai. Zhao Wujia hurriedly said. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, "You all take care of Dai Mubai. I'm going to rest first." The group made way for Zhao Wujia to help Yu Xiaojiang to rest. After the two left, they walked into Dai Mubai's room. At this moment, Dai Mubai had already woken up, staring blankly at the ceiling with a blank expression. His lower body was wrapped in layers of bandages. Looking at him, Yifeng felt a bit of pity. It was too cruel. Zhu Zhuqing also looked at him with a bit of sympathy, but in the next second, her expression became resolute. It was all his own doing, not worth feeling sorry for. Xiao Wu curiously stared at the bandages, wanting to see what was going on underneath. Ning Rongrong hid behind Yifeng, not daring to look even once, while Meng Yiran looked at Dai Mubai boldly. Although she had never seen anyone in such a miserable state, she was, after all, the granddaughter of the Dragon King and the Snake Lady. She had seen plenty of dead people, so what was there to fear? Dai Lauda, tell me, why are you so stubborn with a pig like this? If you really want it, just tell me, and I'll take you to the brothel. With your looks, they will definitely give you a discount, Ma Hongjun said insensitively, sprinkling salt on Dai Mubai's wounds with every word. Even Yifeng couldn't help but twitch. What a sharp tongue. All right, Ma Hongjun, stop talking. Tang San quickly pulled on Ma Hongjun. If he kept going, Dai Mubai would probably kill him directly. I'm just showing concern for Dai Lauda, Ma Hongjun said, and then didn't speak anymore. He knew very well about Dai Mubai's temper. If he really wanted to hit him, he wouldn't be able to fight back. He looked at Dai Mubai, who was strangely unresponsive today, just quietly staring at the sky. Ma Hongjun frowned and said, Dai Lauda, don't scare me. You know I'm timid and can't handle being frightened. Upon hearing this, everyone also realized that Dai Mubai was a bit terrifyingly quiet today. Could it be that he wanted to commit suicide after the surgery? Ye Feng fronit. He didn't want Dai Mubai to die just like that. If Dai Mubai died, the Douluo Empire would definitely conduct a thorough investigation into the matter, which would bring a lot of trouble to the Spirit Hall. Although he wasn't afraid of the Douluo Empire, he also didn't want to engage in a war with them. Yifeng reached out his hand towards Dai Mubai, wanting to see if he was still alive. Just as his hand reached into the air, it was grabbed by Dai Mubai. Yifeng frowned. What was he going to do? Dai Mubai forced a smile on his pale face and said, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. That's good to hear. Boss Dai, please don't think too much about it. It's just that thing that happened, and it doesn't seem that serious. Ma Hongjun wanted to comfort Dai Mubai, but when he thought of what had happened, he felt scared. If it were him, he definitely couldn't handle it. Dai Mubai released Yifeng's hand and weakly said, It's okay, you guys don't worry. I'll adjust. Yifeng frowned. This Dai Mubai was quite strange. Would he really say such things? Something unusual must be going on. He looked at Dai Mubai warily, sensing a crisis. It seemed that Dai Mubai noticed Yifeng's hostility, and he gave him a pale and weak smile, saying, I'm sorry. Yifeng, I know we had some conflicts in the past, but that's all behind us now. I hope you won't take it to heart. After a pause, he continued, How about this? I will write a letter back later to have them annul my engagement with Zhu Qing. Really? That's great. Zhu Qing laughed happily. Not expecting Dai Mubai would personally want to annul this engagement. It seemed he wasn't as bad as she thought. Yifeng was taken aback, and his heart became even more alert. Dai Mubai actually said such a thing? Could it be that he was possessed? Or was there some kind of conspiracy? However, no matter what, since he has already spoken, there is no reason to refuse. Even if there is a conspiracy, I will do my best to stop it. All right, then I'll trouble you. Yifeng deliberately held Zhu Qing tightly, wanting to see his reaction, but it ended up disappointing him a bit. Dai Mubai's expression was calm, showing no signs at all. It's fine, after all. I'm useless now, and there's no meaning in hanging on to Zhu Qing. It's better to fulfill you all. Dai Mubai smiled kindly, as if he had truly changed for the better. Yifeng nodded. No matter why Dai Mubai did this, he had no reason to refuse, nor would he refuse. All right, you all can go out now. I need a rest. The others nodded and left the room. Once the door was closed, the originally amiable Dai Mubai's face instantly turned sinister. Damn it, you all should die. Yifeng, Zhu Qing, I will definitely kill you. His expression was ferocious, filled with murderous intent, as if he were two different people compared to his earlier friendly demeanor. He cursed through gritted teeth, but even his curses were low enough not to be heard by anyone outside. Unfortunately, there was no one here to discover his true face. Outside the door, Zhu Qing hugged Yifeng's arm and happily said, That's great, Feng Ge. This way we can be together forever. Yifeng frowned and said, I always feel it's not that simple. Don't think too much. Maybe Dai Mubai has let go of it after being wasted. In any case, we should be happy that the engagement can be. Zhu Qing smiled happily. The stone that had been pressing on her heart was finally about to be lifted. Yifeng nodded and said, I hope so. He also hoped that Dai Mubai was sincerely trying to change, but that was clearly unlikely. After a few hours of rest, Zhao Wujia told everyone to return to Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun and Oscar carried Dai Mubai, while the others surrounded them, trying to prevent outsiders from seeing him. There was no choice. After yesterday's commotion, Dai Mubai had become a public figure, and they naturally dared not let others see him. The group discreetly made their way back to Shrek Academy in the evening. All right, you all take Dai Mubai back to his room, and then go rest. Zhao Wujia instructed the group before walking into the courtyard. So much had happened during this outing that he needed to report to Dean Frank. Knowing that guy's temperament, there would definitely be a salary deduction this time. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but sigh. Being a teacher was not easy. Yes, Teacher Zhao, everyone replied. Ma Hongjun said, Tang San, you take the master back. Oscar and I will take Dai Mubai. Hearing this, Tang San was startled and quickly refused, saying, Oscar, you come with me. Ma Hongjun and I will take Dai Mubai back. We are in the same dormitory, so it's more convenient. Oscar nodded. He didn't mind either way. Yu Xiaojiang sighed, realizing that Xiao San would not forgive him this time. Indeed, if someone did such a thing to me, I wouldn't forgive them either. Yu Xiaojiang was supported by Oscar as they headed back, feeling like he had aged a whole lot. Yifeng couldn't help but smile. He said to the girls, I'll take you back. Okay. Yifeng sent 4 girls back to the dormitory. Wait for girls. Yifeng awkwardly discovered that Meng Yiran had been there all along. Miss Yiran, where are you going to sleep tonight? Meng Yiran shyly replied. I'm your maid, so naturally, I should sleep with you. No way. Ning Rongrong pouted and said angrily, You're a girl. How can you sleep with a boy? I don't agree. Exactly. You should sleep with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips, inviting Meng Yiran to sleep with her to prevent her from sleeping with Yifeng. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing, just quietly watched Yifeng. Yifeng was also helpless, feeling that a good situation had been ruined. He said helplessly, Yiran, you might as well sleep with them. It's not convenient for me. Meng Yiran nodded thoughtfully, not insisting. After all, she only liked Yifeng and wasn't at the point of being crazy for him. It was fine not to give herself so early. It was just a good opportunity to observe and understand him better. All right, let me take you back. The girls nodded and returned to the dormitory, chatting and laughing with Yifeng. After sending off the 4 girls, Yifeng did not go back to the dormitory, but instead walked towards the outside of Shrek Academy. Once outside, he shouted into the open space, and soon as Sol Douluo appeared in front of him. Keep an eye on Dai Mubai for me. If he makes any moves, let me know immediately. Yifeng issued the command seriously. He had read many novels, and how many times had he seen the protagonist let their guard down, allowing the villain to succeed? This time, I'll keep a close watch on you. Let's see what tricks you can play. Yifeng sunided. He never believed that Dai Mubai would change for the better. Yes. The Soul Master immediately responded. He was from the Spear Hall, and as the young master of the Spear Hall, Yifeng naturally had the authority to command him. Yifeng nodded, explained some details, and then went back to the dormitory to sleep. Although he didn't know what Dai Mubai was up to, being cautious was never a bad thing. Back in the dorm, Yifeng lay on the bed, struggling to fall asleep. There was no way. He had such a great time last night, and now he had to sleep alone tonight. Who could handle such a contrast? Should he go find Zhu Qing? Yifeng shook his head, feeling it was inconvenient. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was in a dormitory with 3 other people, so it wouldn't be good for him to go over. Helpless, Yifeng could only take a cold shower to calm himself down, and then in his dreams, he even dreamed about Zhu Zhuqing. Just as he was about to walk towards happiness, a voice suddenly came to his ear. Master, master. Zhu Zhuqing, call me master? Is this a big deal? Yifeng instantly became excited, but then he thought it felt wrong. Zhu Zhuqing was clearly with him, but this voice was clearly coming from right next to him. Yifeng suddenly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Meng Yiran wearing a maid outfit, carefully preparing breakfast for him. Master, you're awake. Meng Yiran shyly exclaimed. Yifeng was taken aback and said, Why do you call me master? Meng Yiran replied, seriously, Grandpa asked me to be your maid. So you are naturally my master. After saying that, she felt a bit shy. After all, it was her first time doing something like this. Yifeng was taken aback, thinking no way. Your grandfather just said that casually, and you took it so seriously? Do you have to be so earnest? However, Meng Yiran really looked so alluring in her maid outfit, which accentuated her already well-developed figure even more enticingly. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Instinctively swallowing his saliva, Meng Yiran noticed his little action, feeling a bit shy, and quickly said, Let's have breakfast. Oh, Yifeng nodded, hurriedly lifting the blanket, preparing to get out of bed. Meng Yiran called out, quickly covering her eyes. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly lowered his head, only to realize that he was not wearing any clothes. He felt a bit embarrassed, as if he had gotten too carried away in a dream and had taken off his pants. I'm sorry, I'll get dressed right away. He quickly put on his clothes and said, Okay. Meng Yiran finally let go of her hands, her face already flushed. At this moment, her mind was in a mess. It was her first time seeing something like this. Come on, let's have breakfast. Yifeng nodded, feeling a bit awkward as he walked to the breakfast area and began to eat slowly. Thank you, Yiran. I have to say, Meng Yiran's breakfast is really delicious. A simple fried egg, a few meat patties, and a glass of milk. It's very nutritious. You are the host. Serving the host is what I should do. Meng Yiran lowered her head, not daring to look at Yifeng. Serving the host is what you should do. Does that mean any kind of service is acceptable? Yifeng looked at Meng Yiran's maid outfit and couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Who could stand this? Ahem. Yiran, you really don't have to call me master. Long Gong just said that casually. You could just listen and not take it seriously. Let's just be friends. Although he really liked this feeling, he wasn't a pervert. How could he force a girl to do this? That would be unconscionable. It's fine, master. Grandpa said so. So Yiran has to do it. Meng Yiran shook her head, not agreeing, with Yi Feng's opinion. For some reason, she kind of liked this feeling. It was very strange. Seeing her insist, Yi Feng didn't say anything. If she's happy, there's no reason to refuse, right? After having breakfast with Meng Yaran, they went to see Dean Frank. The dean talked a lot about yesterday's events, but unfortunately, Yi Feng didn't hear a word of it. He only caught one phrase, a week off. You all shouldn't indulge too much this week. You still need to practice. A week later, we will implement a new training plan for you, Frank said earnestly. Yesterday, Zhao Wujia and the others returned, bringing him a lot of trouble. First, Dai Mubai's lower body was incapacitated, although it was Dai Mubai's own doing. He still had to apologize to the Xingluo Empire since it happened under their jurisdiction. Then, there was Yu Xiaojiang wanting to resign from his teaching position at Shrek Academy. Frank felt helpless regarding this old friend. Although he didn't know what had happened, he still persuaded Yu Xiaojiang to stay, as his theories were indeed valuable, and he couldn't just let him go. Finally, there was Tang San. He actually wanted to leave Shrek Academy too. Although he stayed under Frank's persuasion, he felt a sense of crisis because of this matter. What exactly happened to cause such a significant change in a student and two teachers? Frank felt helpless and could only give the students a week off to investigate, though he probably wouldn't find much. You all stay in the academy this week, understood? Yes. Everyone responded excitedly, finally getting a break. Frank waved his hand, signaling them to leave, and he prepared to investigate. Brother Phone, let's go play. Since we have a week off, how about we go to Soto City? Ning Rongrong happily rushed over, her eyes filled with anticipation for the coming week. Did the dean just say we shouldn't leave the academy? Yifeng said helplessly. Did you forget what Frank just said? Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue and replied, what does it matter? We're not going far. I want to go too. Xiao Wu happily raised her hand, bouncing around cutely. Brother Phone, let's go. Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yaran were also looking forward to playing. Yifeng pondered for a moment, then nodded. It's just going to Soto City. There shouldn't be any issues, right? All right, you all go back and prepare. We'll set off shortly. Yay. Xiao Wu was excited to go eat delicious food and ran towards the dormitory. Ning Rongrong was also very happy and followed Xiao Wu to the dormitory. Master, I'll go pack your things first, Meng Yaran said and walked towards Yi Feng's dormitory. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yi Feng with a strange expression, and Yi Feng felt a bit awkward. 44. A strange letter, why does she call you master? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows, feeling that something was off. Yi Feng felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly explained, it's her own choice to be called that. I advised her, but she wouldn't listen. It's really not my fault. I truly tried. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glance and said, just go ahead and show off. I can't be bothered with you. After saying that, she went back to her dorm to pack her things. Hey, Zhuqing, don't go. Yi Feng grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand, stopping her from leaving. What do you want? Yi Feng looked at Zhu Zhuqing sincerely. Zhu Zhuqing was a bit confused, not knowing what he was talking about. He leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing and softly said, come to my room tonight. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned red, and she pushed Yi Feng away, walking towards the dormitory. Was he thinking every day, can't he be a little more pure? If he wants to, he can come find me himself. Zhu Zhuqing thought shyly, quickening her pace. Yi Feng smiled and didn't chase after her. It was just a casual remark. It would be great if she came, but if not, that was fine too. He leaned against a tree trunk near the entrance of Shrek Academy, waiting for a few girls. He didn't know how long he had been waiting. Yi Feng was almost falling asleep and still hadn't seen them come out. Why is it taking so long? Yi Feng complained. Are all girls like this? At that moment, a soul Douluo from the spirit hall appeared before Yi Feng and respectfully said, young master, Dai Mubai has made a move. Yi Feng fronted. Did Dai Mubai prepare so quickly? What did he do? The soul Douluo replied. Dai Mubai asked Ma Hongjun to send him a letter. And the destination is the royal family of the Luo Empire. What about the letter? The soul Douluo took out a letter from his bosom. Yi Feng opened it and looked it over carefully, finding no issues. It mainly contained some everyday talk, primarily mentioning matters related to Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai actually wrote a letter asking the people of the Luo Empire to cancel the engagement with Zhu Zhuqing. Yi Feng frowned slightly, instinctively feeling a bit skeptical. You put this letter back exactly as it is. The soul Douluo nodded, but just as he was about to leave, he heard Yi Feng say, you need to allocate some personnel to protect Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Meng Yaran. The soul Douluo frowned and said, young master, we only received the order to protect you. Yi Feng also frowned slightly and said with some discontent, just do as I say. The Pope won't blame you. Soul Douluo thought for a moment and then nodded. Protecting a few little girls shouldn't be difficult. Yes. Yi Feng nodded, signaling him to step back. The soul Douluo quickly left the spot. Brother Feng, have you been waiting anxiously? Ning Rongrong waved at Yi Feng from a distance and walked over happily. Big brother, we're here. Xiao Wu also hopped over. Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran walked slowly beside them, both full of smiles. Not bad. Able to set off before dark. Yi Feng couldn't help but comment. Although it was still noon, by the time they reached Soto City, it would be around 3 or 4 o'clock. The key point was that he hadn't eaten lunch yet. I just wanted to tell third brother about it. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and said cutely. Forget it, let's set off. Yi Feng didn't dwell on it and waved his hand to let everyone start. They all had their own storage rings, so they didn't need to carry anything. Yay, let us go. Xiao Wu happily dashed ahead. I can finally go out to play with Brother Feng. Ning Rongrong sighed, holding onto Yi Feng's arm, looking very happy. Yi Feng also smiled. It is indeed a happy thing to be able to play with 4 beautiful girls. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at Soto City, and, just as Yi Feng had thought, it was already around 3 or 4 o'clock. I'm so hungry. I can't move anymore, Xiao Wu said with a frustrated expression. Yi Feng pointed to the small restaurant in front and said, let's go there. Great. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up as she dashed forward. Yi Feng smiled, saying that Xiao Wu really was like a child. Let's hurry. We don't want Xiao Wu to go hungry, Zhu Zhuqing said with a smile, and everyone headed toward the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yi Feng asked, Boss, do you have any private rooms available? The restaurant owner quickly replied, Yes. You have come at just the right time. We still have the last private room available. Please follow me. Yi Feng nodded and followed with the 4 women. They walked into a relatively spacious room, which could accommodate about 8 people. Yi Feng and the 4 women sat down happily. Guest, what would you like to order? The boss politely brought over a menu. Yi Feng took it and handed it to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you order something. Okay. Xiao Wu took the menu, pointed at the vegetarian section, and said, I want stir-fried carrots with meat, white radish soup, and radish greens and radish. Yi Feng's face twitched as he heard this. Xiao Wu, are you planning to eat all the radishes? They're all vegetables. Xiao Wu looked at Yi Feng in confusion and said, How is that possible? Isn't the red radish stir-fried with meat still meat? And radishes are so delicious. It's true that red radish stir-fried with meat does have meat in it, so it seems like there's no problem with that. But the key point is, who can eat so many radishes? Yi Feng shook his head, snatched the menu from Xiao Wu's hand, took a look, and after seeing there was no cat meat or rabbit meat, he directly told the boss, Fry 1 book. Huh? What? The boss was taken aback and didn't understand what he meant. Yi Feng smiled and said, I'll have one of each dish on this menu. All right, I'll get that ready for you. The boss happily took the menu, thinking this is a big client. Yi Feng smiled indifferently, saying that Yi, has never lacked money. After all, who has 3 rich ladies? No one understands the happiness of a rich lady better than I do. Brother Feng, can you finish all this food you've ordered? Ning Rongrong asked, as her appetite wasn't that big. It's okay, Xiao Wu said with a grin, as she loves eating the most. Yi Feng affectionately patted Xiao Wu's head and said, Then eat more. Our Xiao Wu needs to grow up quickly. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, You can only fulfill our promise when you grow up. Xiao Wu's face instantly turned red, and she softly replied, I know. Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. Xiao Wu's silly appearance was really cute. What are you talking about? Ning Rongrong looked at Yi Feng curiously. Yi Feng said, This is a secret between me and Xiao Wu. When Ning Rongrong heard this, she became unhappy again. Why does Brother Feng have secrets with everyone but me? So annoying. She pouted and was about to say something when the door was kicked open. Before the person arrived, a voice came in. Is it you who robbed my room? A guy with yellow hair, accompanied by a group of little brothers, kicked the door in. The hotel owner beside him tried to dissuade him. Sir, please don't do this. There are guests here. Get lost. The yellow-haired guy impatiently shrugged him off. He looked at the 4 beautiful women in the room and lewdly said, Oh, there are such pretty girls here. How about it? Want to drink a few cups with me? Exactly. If you drink a few with our boss, he might reward you with some soul coins. His little brother chimed in. If you take good care of our boss, what do you want? Just look at this little beauty. If we play with her, it will be so much fun. The few thugs were talking among themselves, completely ignoring the frowns on Yi Feng and the others' faces. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yi Feng, and Yi Feng nodded, standing up. Yi Feng quietly looked at the yellow-haired thug and disdainfully said, How do you want to die? The yellow-haired thug was taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, Let me die. With you? Ha, kid, do you know who I am? Yi Feng shook his head. Are you very famous? The little brother with yellow hair hurriedly said, Kid, listen up. Our boss is a big shot with 3 consecutive wins in the soul fighting arena. The yellow-haired guy immediately puffed out his chest proudly. Oh, 3 consecutive wins. Is that impressive? Yifeng was confused. Has the soul fighting competition already become this impressive? Can a 3-game winning streak be so arrogant? The blonde guy laughed and said, of course. I advise you to hurry up and leave. Then leave the 4 beauties to me. I'll take care of them. Ha ha. Yifeng frowned. This guy is looking for death. Although he didn't know how powerful a 3-game winning streak in the soul arena was. The purple and black soul rings behind him instantly lit up. Dare to provoke my woman? Go die. The terrifying pressure of 4 soul rings surged towards the blonde guy. The blonde guy and his companions were stunned. He was just a level 21 soul master. How could he possibly be Yifeng's opponent? Big brother, I was wrong. Spare my life. Dad, grandpa, ancestors. Please spare us. We were blind and didn't recognize the great mountain. Yifeng frowned and said, show your soul ring. The yellow-haired boy trembled and shook his head, having already wet himself. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to reveal his soul ring in front of the soul sect. Ancestor, I'm only level 21. How could I possibly be your opponent? Level 21? So pathetic? Yifeng frowned, thinking it was more impressive than this. Apologize. The yellow-haired man quickly knelt down in front of Yifeng, banging his head and admitting his mistake. Ancestor, I was wrong. I was a fool not to recognize the greatness. His little brothers behind him also hurriedly knelt down, banging their heads and admitting their mistakes. Yifeng pointed to the 4 girls and said, talk to them. Yes, yes. The yellow-haired boy hurriedly brought his gang to bow and apologize to Ning Rongrong and the others. Fairy sister, we were wrong. Please let us go. That's right. Fairy sister, just treat us like a fart and let us go. Fairies don't fart. Ning Rongrong playfully replied. The yellow-haired group was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond to that. Yifeng glanced at Ning Rongrong and couldn't help but laugh. He said to the blonde guy, get lost. Don't block my view. Yes, yes, yes. The blonde guy replied, as if he had received an order, hurriedly leading his many underlings away from here. Yifeng looked at the messy room that had been wrecked by the blonde guy and felt a bit uncomfortable. He turned to the boss and said, boss, can you change our room? Sure, sure. The boss was taken aback for a moment. He had just been shocked by Yifeng's strength and now dared not refuse him. Whether there was a room available or not, they had to make it happen. Yifeng nodded. It would be best to change to another place, otherwise he wouldn't be able to eat. Soon, everyone arrived at the new private room. As soon as they sat down, Ning Rongrong curiously asked, Brother Feng, how do you have 4 soul rings now? I remember just a few days ago you were only level 37? Yeah. Big brother, you're so fast that even Xiao Wu can't keep up with you. Xiao Wu pouted as well. She had just barely reached level 32, and now Yifeng was already at level 40. Brother Feng, do you have some secret cultivation method? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yifeng with even more curiosity. The speed at which he reached over level 40 was something she couldn't even dare to imagine. Even Meng Yiran couldn't help but look at Yifeng. Yifeng smiled mysteriously and said, want to know? The 4 girls all nodded. Kiss me and I'll tell you. The 4 girls instantly blushed. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were relatively okay since they had kissed before, but Meng Yiran and Ning Rongrong couldn't handle it, as they had never done that. Ning Rongrong punched Yifeng on the head and angrily said, what are you thinking? Say it if you want. Yifeng awkwardly scratched his head. The plan didn't succeed. All right, I said it won't work. He looked at the 4 girls and slowly said, actually, it's because I was fortunate enough to eat a divine herb, which is why my level has increased so quickly. Divine herb? What is that? Is there more? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yifeng anxiously. If anyone here craves strength the most, it would definitely be Zhu Zhuqing. Due to her childhood experiences, Zhu Zhuqing now has a strong desire for power. The other 3 girls also looked at Yifeng, curious about the divine herb that could enhance their strength. I forgot. It's been so long. Who would remember? Yifeng casually said. Originally, he was just speaking offhand. His soul power was all given by the system. It wasn't tea from any divine herb. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. And the other 3 girls also rolled their eyes at Yifeng. You can't even remember this. Ning Rongrong was a bit speechless, something that could quickly increase soul power. And he couldn't even remember its name. Yifeng smiled awkwardly. Just as he was about to find an excuse, the system suddenly appeared. Ding! New mission from the system. Please conquer an important figure related to the Child of Destiny, who is from a major sect on the continent, with a requirement of over 90 points. Related to Tang San? An important figure from a major sect on the continent? Over 90 points? Why not just say, to conquer Ning Rongrong directly? Don't these 3 conditions just point to Ning Rongrong? Yifeng silently complained to his heart. Ding! Task changed. New task. Please charm Ning Rongrong, the system said coldly. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment. Is this a complaint from the system? So the system is this playful. Yifeng helplessly shook his head, but the system was just too cute. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly shake your head? Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng with a puzzled expression. 46. The excluded Xiao Wu Yifeng smiled and rubbed her head, then said, It's okay. I just wanted to say that all my memories are used to remember Rongrong. How could I possibly remember anything else? Ning Rongrong pouted and said, Who believes that? Last time you didn't even recognize me. Yifeng also felt a bit awkward. The last time Ning Rongrong appeared, he really didn't recognize her. After all, it had been 6 years since they last met. Ahem, let's not talk about that anymore. I just heard those little rascals mentioning something about the fighting soul arena. It sounds like a lot of fun. Do you want to go take a look? Yifeng hurriedly changed the topic. All right, Xiao Wu is going. Xiao Wu happily raised her hand, seeming to particularly enjoy these activities. Shall we go together then? Yifeng looked at Zhu Zhuqing and the others. They nodded in agreement, having no objections. Only Ning Rongrong seemed a bit downcast. Soon, the boss brought out the dishes. A table full of food, all different. Let's start eating, Yifeng said, and everyone began to eat. With so many dishes, Xiao Wu ate nearly half by herself. It's hard to believe how her stomach works. She eats so much and doesn't seem to gain weight. Perhaps that's the advantage of being a soul beast. Yifeng also ate quite a bit, but Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran didn't eat much, especially Ning Rongrong, who ate the least. Yifeng could also sense Ning Rongrong's unhappiness. Thinking that he needed to win her over, Yifeng gently picked up some meat and gave it to her. Rongrong, eat more, look how thin you become. He softly caressed Ning Rongrong's little face and said tenderly. Ning Rongrong pouted and unhappily replied, I don't like eating meat. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, and his chopsticks holding the meat involuntarily loosened, causing the meat to fall into Ning Rongrong's bowl. He smiled wryly and said, I know, but how can you grow up if you don't eat meat? He leaned closer to Ning Rongrong's ear and whispered, if you don't eat more, you won't grow up. Yifeng stared at Ning Rongrong in front of him, and his intention was very clear. Ning Rongrong was taken aback for a moment. Her face couldn't help but turn red, and she kept punching Yifeng's chest with her little fists. You're so annoying, you're so bad. Ha! Yifeng smiled and hugged Ning Rongrong tightly. The atmosphere was just right to do something. He looked at Ning Rongrong and said affectionately, Rongrong. Ning Rongrong shyly closed her eyes, waiting for Yifeng's next move. Yifeng looked at Ning Rongrong like this, and without thinking, was about to kiss her. A cough instantly startled both of them. Yifeng raised his head and saw the 3 girls at the dining table. Only then did he remember they were all there. Noticing their cold gazes, Yifeng felt a bit embarrassed. Ning Rongrong's face turned even redder. Let this eat. Yifeng picked up his bowl and chopsticks, eating heartily to ease the awkwardness. Ning Rongrong also lowered her head and began to eat a piece of meat. Oomph, scumbag, Zhu Zhuqing said discontentedly. You clearly took my body just yesterday, and today you're being all lovey-dovey with another woman in front of me? Can't you hold off for a few days? She pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Yifeng looked apologetically at Zhu Zhuqing, realizing that he was indeed too anxious. Big brother Xiao Wu opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Ever since leaving the Stardow Forest, she hadn't kissed Yifeng again. What to do? Suddenly, she really wanted to. Meng Yiran also shyly looked at Yifeng, knowing that he was a scumbag, but she didn't expect him to be this much of a scumbag, daring to act like this in front of other women. However, it was so exciting. I want that too. Just thinking about being held in Yifeng's arms in front of all the other women made her so thrilled. Is this love? Yifeng had no idea what she was thinking. Otherwise, he would have taught this a good lesson. A lesson in bed. He quickly finished his meal, calmly looking at everyone and said, Are you full? Let's go to the Soul Arena and have a look. His tone was so calm, as if nothing had just happened. Zhu Zhuqing sighed. This person has such thick skin, there's no way to make him feel ashamed. All right, I'm ready. Xiao Wu immediately stopped and was full of energy. Seeing Xiao Wu's greasy mouth, Yifeng couldn't help but shake his head and gently wiped her little mouth with a tissue. Xiao Wu, you need to pay attention to your image while eating. Look at your mouth all covered in grease. Hihi, Xiao Wu similitsei. Think ye think vipe hermot, and she quite enjoyed it. All right, Yifeng put down the tissue and nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned his head and saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. Yifeng tentatively said, How about I help you wipe it? X3 The 3 women all snorted coldly. Ye think seek it. This really is a case of 1 monk having water to drink, 2 monks carrying water to drink, and 3 monks having no water to drink. I'm done eating, Zhu Zhuqing said and got up to walk outside. I'm full too. Ning Rongrong followed her out. Master, I'm done eating as well. You take your time. Meng Yiran hurriedly followed the two women. This left Xiao Wu and Yi Feng staring at each other. What's going on? Are they jealous? Xiao Wu, let's go too. Yi Feng shook his head and said to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded and followed Yi Feng outside. Outside, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Meng Yiran walked side by side. Zhu Zhuqing said, let us discuss something. Discuss what? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Meng Yiran also looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing thought for a moment and expressed her idea. Don't you feel uncomfortable seeing Feng go with other women? Ning Rongrong and Meng Yiran nodded. It wasn't just uncomfortable. It was simply painful. Then let us make an agreement, shall we? For these 7 days, each of us gets 2 days where Feng Ge belongs only to her, and no one can take him away. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the two women, arms crossed, and at that moment, she actually had the aura of a harem master. Ning Rongrong and Meng Yiran exchanged glances, feeling it was very feasible. Although it was only 2 days, it would be great if no one interrupted. I have a question. Aren't there 4 of us? Meng Yiran asked her confusion. Zhu Zhuqing smiled mysteriously and said, how can there be 4 of us? There are clearly only 3 of us. Ning Rongrong and Meng Yiran exchanged glances, both understanding her meaning. There were only the 3 of them here. So there were only 3 people. Then whoever is with Feng Ge at that time, the other 2 will be responsible for diverting Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong suggested. The 2 women nodded. Poor Xiao Wu was just excluded like that. Since it was my suggestion, I'll go first. Zhu Zhuqing said. The 2 women nodded, having no objections. After a pause, Zhu Zhuqing added, it starts from tomorrow. Today doesn't count. The 2 women rolled their eyes at her, thinking, is she afraid we'll argue with her? Ridiculous. What do you mean it starts from tomorrow? At this moment, Yi Feng also walked out with Xiao Wu and just happened to hear them talking about tomorrow and today. No, you heard wrong. Zhu Zhuqing said firmly, not giving Yi Feng a chance to doubt. Master shouldn't pry into our girls' secrets. Meng Yiran also added, as this was a secret between the 3 of them. Feng Ge, do you want to know? Ning Rongrong smiled at Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded, feeling quite curious. I won't tell you. Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue and said nothing more. Yi Feng was speechless. Is even Ning Rongrong this mischievous? Zhuqing, Rongrong, what are you talking about? Can Xiao Wu know? Xiao Wu curiously looked at the 3 girls, wanting to know as well. The 3 girls exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, holding Xiao Wu's hand, and said, we were talking about some really beautiful masks. Do you want to go see them? Xiao Wu? Great, great. I also like masks. Xiao Wu said. Then let's set off. Just like that, Xiao Wu was led by Zhu Zhuqing to the shop selling masks. Yi Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Xiao Wu was really too easy to fool. Although he didn't know what they were talking about. It was obvious they weren't discussing this. Helpless, Yi Feng had no choice but to follow along. They arrived at a mask shop, which displayed various kinds of masks. Yi Feng immediately spotted a white mask in the middle. Boss, can you take that white mask down for me to have a look? At that moment, the 4 girls were busy picking their favorite masks, so Yi Feng leisurely chose one for himself as well. All right, the boss quickly brought it over to Yi Feng. As soon as he touched the mask, he felt very satisfied. It was made of ice silk, covering only the eyes and not the mouth. The mask felt slightly cool to the touch, perfect for someone like Yi Feng, who was both handsome and charismatic. Sir, what do you think of this mask? No need to say more, I'll buy it. The boss was taken aback, as he was just about to promote it when Yi Feng made the purchase. All right, sir, I'll wrap it up for you. Yi Feng nodded. He had never lacked money. He would buy whatever he liked without ever asking for the price. Boss, let me take a look at this mask. At that moment, a female customer walked over and pointed at the mask in Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng frowned slightly. What does it mean? Does he not know if I bought it? He turned his head, intending to reprimand this rude person, but just as he was about to speak, he was taken aback, because the person in front of him was actually a beauty, and unlike Xiao Wu's cuteness, Zhuqing's sexiness, or Rongrong's elegance. The first impression this girl gave Yi Feng was one of gentleness. It had the flavor of a first love. The girl had a slender and slim figure. Her long blue hair flowed down her back like a waterfall, and she had deep blue eyes. Dressed in all black, her temperament was as gentle as water. Yi Feng swallowed the words of insult. Madam, I spotted this mask first. The beautiful woman was taken aback when she saw Yi Feng. She had never encountered such a handsome man before. It seemed that compared to him, the captain was not even worthy of comparison. Her face turned slightly red, and she shyly said, if that's the case, then forget it. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Yi Feng felt a wave of emotions. It was the taste of first love. He smiled and said, if you want it, I can give it to you. Thank you. The person shyly nodded. Yifeng handed her the mask and said, "Can you tell me your name?" The person took the mask, lowered her head, and said, "My name is Yi Lingling." Yi Lingling? 9-heart begonia Yi Lingling? Yifeng looked at Yi Lingling with some surprise, not expecting to meet her here. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence, my name is Yifeng, and we both share the surname Yi." Yifeng smiled and extended his hand to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling hesitated for a moment, but still shook hands with him. The moment Yifeng held Yi Lingling's hand, he felt as if he had been electrocuted. Her hand was icy cold, with incredibly delicate skin, making it hard for him to let go once he held it. Yifeng instinctively rubbed his hand against hers. Yi Lingling's face instantly turned red. She didn't dare to look at Yifeng and said softly, "Young Master Yi." Yifeng also reacted instantly and reluctantly let go of Yi Lingling's hand. "I'm sorry." Yi Lingling nodded and said nothing. "Young Master Yi, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave," Yi Lingling said and walked towards the exit. "Aren't you staying a little longer? There's still many masks here. Why not choose a few more?" Yi Lingling shook her head, raised the mask that Yifeng had given her, and said, "No need. I have one already." "Thank you, young Master Yi." After saying that, she really walked away. Yifeng watched Yi Lingling's figure walking further and further away, feeling quite reluctant. "Oh, my first love. She's gone. Can't see her anymore." A female voice came from behind, and Yifeng didn't react at first, responding to her words. "Yes, can't see her anymore." After saying that, Yifeng realized that the voice sounded very familiar. He hurriedly turned around and saw 4 girls staring at him with their arms crossed. Zhu Zhuqing coldly laughed and said, "If you're so reluctant, why not go with her? Is she prettier than Xiao Wu? Why are you staring at her?" "Oomph. Big brother is the worst." Even the usually obedient Xiao Wu was dissatisfied with Yi Feng's behavior and snorted coldly. "Oh, Brother Feng, how about the girl's hand? Do you want to chase her and touch her more?" Ningrongrong site sarcastically. "Is a master still not allowed?" Meng Yi looked at Yi Feng with a resentful expression. The 3 girls looked at Meng Yi strangely, wondering why she was acting all spoiled when she was supposed to be questioning him. Meng Yi shrugged nonchalantly. She didn't care how many girlfriends Yi Feng had, so why should she question him? Yi Feng also felt extremely awkward in an instant. His mind quickly raced to come up with a countermeasure. After thinking for a long time, he finally spoke up. "Actually, you all don't know. That person just now was the final boss of the Soul Fighting Arena. I was just gathering intelligence on the enemy." "That's right. Yi Lingling is indeed part of the Imperial Fighting Team, and the Imperial Fighting Team is indeed the final boss of the Soul Fighting Arena." The 4 girls simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. "We believe you if we were fools. You just had a crush on her." Ning Rongrong shot Yifeng a glance, knowing full well what he was thinking. Yifeng also felt a bit awkward. "Rongrong, let's not say everything out loud. This master is really hard to deal with." "Cough cough Rongrong, don't speak carelessly. I'm serious about testing the enemy situation." The girls rolled their eyes at him. "What kind of person are you? Don't we know a little about it?" "All right, Feng Ge, you don't need to explain. Just obediently let us beat you up." Zhu Zhuqing raised her fist. Her intention was clear. Yifeng sighed helplessly and closed his eyes in resignation. "Don't hit my face." Bang, 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 for small fists pounded against Yi Feng's chest. Not painful or itchy. Yifeng couldn't help but feel warm inside. "You still love me. All right, let's go to the Soul Fighting Arena and have a look." Yifeng nodded and led the 4 women towards the Soul Fighting Arena. The Soto Soul Fighting Arena stood in the center of Soto City, exceptionally tall, and was the largest building in the entire Soto City, visible from afar. The Soto Soul Fighting Arena was oval-shaped, reaching a height of 120 meters, and was divided into one main fighting arena and 24 sub-fighting arenas. It could accommodate up to 60,000 spectators. Inside, there were even 100 VIP boxes. Yifeng brought 4 girls to the entrance of the Soul Fighting Arena. He said, "Here we have single battles, double battles, and team battles." He looked at Ning Rongrong and said, "Rongrong, you are a support-type Soul Master, so you shouldn't participate in single battles." Ning Rongrong noted it. She had no fighting power at all, and it would be embarrassing to go. "As for the team battles, we don't have enough people, so we won't participate." Yifeng looked at the girls and said, "Have you decided who you want to team up with for the doubles match?" "I want to team up with you all." The 4 girls exchanged glances, filled with hostility. "Hey, didn't we agree that I would go first?" Zhu Zhuqing frowned and quietly said to Ning Rongrong and Meng Iran, "Didn't you say it would start tomorrow?" Ning Rongrong was also dissatisfied. "I'm a support type, of course. I need Brother Feng to protect me." Meng Iran also expressed her discontent, saying, "I'm the master's maid, so I naturally have to be with the master." "What are you all talking about? Can you take Xiao Wu with you?" Xiao Wu looked at them in confusion, wondering why she suddenly felt left out. Zhu Zhuqing turned to Xiao Wu and said, then Xiao Wu, let me team up with Brother Feng, okay? No. Xiao Wu rejected her without thinking. Oomph. Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly. If that's the case, then I won't take you. Brother Feng, what do you think? Who do you want to team up with? Yifeng's face twitched. How was he supposed to choose? None of the options felt right. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, Zhuqing, who do you think I should team up with? Zhu Zhuqing turned her head and replied, who knows you? Yifeng shook his head and said helplessly, then I'll team up with all of you. Anyway, there's no rule that says a person can only join one team. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Is that allowed? Great, great. Xiao Wu had no objections. Xiao Wu shouted happily, clearly in agreement. Then I can join too. Ning Rongrong smiled. Knowing that if she had to choose just one, her advantage wouldn't be great. It was better to team up with everyone. It's up to the master. Meng Yiran also smiled sweetly. As long as she could team up with Yifeng, why bother with so much? Yifeng looked at Zhu Zhuqing. The three girls had already expressed their opinions, and she was the last one. Zhu Zhuqing sighed helplessly and said, then let's do it this way. Let's go in. Yifeng smiled and led the girls into the soul fighting arena. After testing their soul power in the inspection area, everyone was divided into groups. Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng and said, Brother Feng, what should we name our team? Yifeng thought for a moment. My martial soul is a knife, and Ning Rongrong's martial soul is a tower. He smiled and said, then let's call it the Knife Tower Combination. Knife Tower? Is that the name of our martial soul combination? Not bad. She happily nodded, and thus the Knife Tower Combination was officially established. Please create a combination for us. Let's call it the Knife Tower Combination. Ning Rongrong looked at the staff in front and announced their combination name. The person nodded and recorded the combination of Yifeng and Ning Rongrong. When it was Xiao Wu's turn, she happily walked up, hugged Yifeng's arm, and said excitedly, Big brother, should our combination be called the Knife Rabbit Combination? Knife Rabbit Combination? What a strange name. Yifeng's face twitched slightly. After a moment of thought, he said, the name Knife Rabbit doesn't sound quite right. How about we call ourselves Wind Dance? It's nice, isn't it? Wind Dance? Yifeng and Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu happily nodded and said with a smile, great. I like this name. She looked at the staff member and said, Uncle, we want to form a group called Wind Dance. Yifeng's Wind Dance, Xiao Wu's Dance. The staff member looked up, curiously at Yifeng, thinking, how is it him again? And both are beauties. However, he didn't say anything, as Yifeng's profile noted his soul power. What's wrong with a 12-year-old soul master having two girlfriends? He recorded Xiao Wu and Yifeng's information on paper, and thus the Wind Dance group was established. After Xiao Wu finished forming the group, Zhu Zhuqing also stepped forward, smiling as she asked Yifeng, Brother Feng, what name are you planning to come up with? Yifeng fell into deep thought. Ning Rongrong had taken the soul spirit combination, and Xiao Wu had taken the name combination. So what should he use for Zhu Zhuqing? How about a combination of soul spirit and name? Or we could just call our group Night Owls. We are all Night Owls. Zhu Zhuqing gave him a speechless glance. Night Owls? Do you have to be so childish? After thinking for a moment, she said, how about we call it the Cattail team instead? Cattail? Yifeng instinctively looked behind her. Although she hadn't summoned her external spirit bone, he knew that the cattail he had given her was there. So this name is to commemorate the external spirit bone I gave her. Huh? Yifeng nodded and said, all right, let's go with cattail. Zhu Zhuqing also nodded and approached the staff to tell them the name of their combination. The staff then looked at Yifeng, thinking, wow, the third one already. And they all looked so good. He suddenly felt envious. If he could team up with such beautiful girls, he would wake up smiling from his dreams. Unfortunately, he felt unworthy. The staff shook his head and recorded the cattail combination of Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing. After Zhu Zhuqing finished, the last one was Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran cheerfully approached and said to Yifeng, Master, how about we call our combination Master and Servant? Yifeng shook his head. Master and Servant? You really dare to think that? I can't stand this name. Meng Yiran couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Master and Servant is great. How about calling it the Maid Team? No way. What about the Maid Combo? No way. Yifeng shook his head and said, Yiran, think of a normal name. Don't use such strange names. Oh, Meng Yiran was very disappointed. This master was too difficult to please. Then let's call it the Knife and Snake Duo. Happy win, boy. Knife and Snake? My knife, your snake? Yifeng nodded. Although it was similar to Ning Rongrong's, it was still nice. Hee, let's go with this then, Uncle, thank you. The staff member had long been expressionless, feeling extremely envious inside. Soon, the five-member group formed a team and went aside to wait. So exciting. Who will be the one to fight with Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu eagerly awaited her opponent. Yifeng leaned casually against the wall, at his level, It was already impressive to find an opponent. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were chatting, seemingly discussing something mysterious. Ling Cat, it's your turn to shine. Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment, put on a black mask, and went up. Wow, Zhuqing is so fast, I thought I would go first. Xiao Wu pouted, eager to participate. Xiao Wu, your level is high, so naturally, you're a bit slower. It's okay. Yifeng patted Xiao Wu's head and led them to watch Zhu Zhuqing's match. On the competition stage, Zhu Zhuqing stood wearing a black mask, facing a chubby middle-aged man. Wow, little sister looks pretty good. Come, Lunk will give you a hug. The middle-aged man grinned lewdly and made a pouting gesture at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and immediately revealed her soul rings, charging forward. The yellow dual soul rings behind her flickered, significantly increasing her speed. So it's a beast martial soul. What a coincidence, mine is too. The middle-aged man sneered, raising his own white-yellow soul rings and attacking Zhu Zhuqing. His martial soul was a pig. Once he used his soul power, it became tough and resilient, boasting high defense. Zhu Zhuqing frowned. She was an agility attack type, not a strength type, making it difficult to fight someone with such high defense. If it were a few days ago, I might have had to tangle with you, but now. An external soul bone flashed behind her. Second soul skill, Hell's Claw. Zhu Zhuqing instantly dashed behind the man, unleashing her second soul skill. What? The man was startled. Zhu Zhuqing's explosive power in that moment made him feel a life-threatening danger. Second soul skill, Pork Tank. The man also activated his second soul skill, boosting his physical defense. However, Zhu Zhuqing's second soul skill, enhanced by the external soul bone, unleashed a power that only a powerful attack-type soul master possessed. Bang! The man was sent flying, his formidable defense proving useless. Ling Cat wins. Zhu Zhuqing stepped down from the stage, and Yifeng and the others hurriedly approached. Zhuqing, you're amazing, Xiao Wu exclaimed happily, as if she had won herself. Yifeng also gave Zhu Zhuqing a thumbs up. Zhuqing, your explosive power just now was terrifying. It seems even stronger than my amplification. Ning Rongrong said with some confusion, it shouldn't be like this. My 7-treasure glazed tile is the strongest support type martial soul on the continent. Yet there's someone whose amplification is even more powerful than mine. Zhu Zhuqing smiled, glanced at Yifeng, and said, you can ask him. Ning Rongrong then looked at Yifeng and said, Brother Feng, what's going on? Yifeng said, oh, it's nothing, just an external spirit bone. External spirit bone? What is that? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. External spirit bone is an extraordinary existence that surpasses the 6 major spirit bones. If spirit bones are rare and hard to come by, then the opportunity to obtain external spirit bones can only be found above them. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Is this external spirit bone really that powerful? Moreover, external spirit bones have various magical effects, which I don't fully understand. After listening to Yifeng's explanation, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a bit envious. She hugged Yifeng's arm and said, Brother Feng, good brother, I want an external spirit bone too. Xiao Wu wants one too. Xiao Wu wants one too. Master, can I have one? Yifeng's face twitched. Do you think external soul bones appear just because you say so? Come on, I only have one, okay? And Xiao Wu, why are you joining in? You, a soul beast, can use external soul bones? I don't have any more. I only have one, and I've already given it to Zhuqing. The 3 girls couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, looking enviously at Zhuqing. Zhuqing also proudly straightened her waist. Longxi, it's your turn to take the stage. Longxi is Meng Yiran's nickname. Meng Yiran stuck her tongue out at Yifeng and said, Master, I'll go up first. Good luck. Meng Yiran nodded and walked onto the arena. Her opponent was a girl who, although average-looking, had a decent figure and seemed to be over 30, barely deserving a score of 60. Yifeng didn't even want to know her name, as it was unnecessary for someone rated 60. The opponent was a powerful attack-type battle soul master, and that girl wielded a large sword, engaging in a back-and-forth battle with Meng Yiran. It must be said, it was quite exciting. Take my sword. The girl directly swung her sword at Meng Yiran, who managed to dodge carefully. For her first soul skill, Meng Yiran used it to slow down the girl's speed. However, the girl's soul master strength was clearly not to be underestimated. For her second soul skill, Sword Chi Slash, she unleashed a sword aura that looked very similar to Yifeng's third soul skill, but unfortunately, it was too low level, only a yellow ring. Meng Yiran, seeing this soul skill, didn't dare to take it head-on and hurriedly dodged, looking a bit flustered. Fortunately, the speed of this soul skill was quite slow. Otherwise, she would have really been hit. Meng Yiran frowned, not planning to continue the fight. For her third soul skill, dragon shadow, snake shape. A large purple soul ring appeared behind her, and a creature resembling a snake and a dragon attacked the girl. The girl was startled and hurriedly used her third soul skill to strike at the snake shadow. Bang! Mang Yiran's third soul skill was directly shattered, but instead of worrying, she laughed. Be careful, it's poisonous. What? The girl was shocked, and after the snake shadow dispersed, countless toxic mists rushed toward her. She instinctively tried not to breathe, but it was too late. Bang! The woman was directly poisoned and fainted. Long she wins. Mang Yiran smiled slightly and walked over to detoxify the woman. The woman slowly woke up, looked at Mang Yiran, and smiled brightly, saying, Not bad, little sister. I envy you. Mang Yiran smiled back and said, You're also quite good. After saying that, she turned to leave. Yifeng was still waiting for her. As Mang Yiran came off the stage, Yifeng and the four of them welcomed her. Yifeng gave her a thumbs up and said, Not bad. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, master. Mang Yiran playfully smiled. Now she was used to calling him master and didn't feel embarrassed at all. Sister Yiran, is the arena competition fun? Xiao Wu asked Mang Yiran. Mang Yiran smiled and said, Xiao Wu, you'll find out when you go up later. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was also looking forward to it. Since Mang Yiran was going up, it must be my turn next, right? Next up, Happy Win Guy. Happy Win Guy. Who is that? Xiao Wu looked at everyone in confusion, and the three girls all shook their heads. Ahem, Happy Win Guy is my nickname. Yifeng said a bit awkwardly. He hadn't thought much about it at the time, and just blurted out Happy Win Guy, not expecting it to sound so embarrassing when read out loud. Zhu Zhuqing and the others looked at Yifeng strangely, not expecting Feng to have this hobby. Yifeng's old face turned red. This time he made himself socially awkward. It's not me, Xiao Wu said dejectedly, as she had been waiting for a long time. Don't worry, Xiao Wu will definitely have her chance. I'll go up first. Yifeng comforted Xiao Wu a bit, then put on a black mask that Zhu Zhuqing and the others bought for him and went on stage. Yifeng never expected that he would encounter an opponent on the very first day. After all, this is Soto City. A small Soto City actually has so many soul sects. Yifeng looked at his opponent across from him, a middle-aged man who looked average and clearly someone who had been running around for years. Kid, hurry up, I'm in a rush. The man directly revealed his soul ring configuration of white, yellow, and purple, looking at Yifeng with a face full of disdain. Yifeng was taken aback and asked, What are you eating? Trying to boost your courage? All right, then I'll send you down with one move. The middle-aged man frowned and said, Let's see your skills then. Fourth soul skill, Earth Shatter. He actually used his fourth soul skill right away. That's really ruthless. Suddenly, the middle-aged man touched the ground with one hand, and countless spikes emerged from the earth, piercing towards Yifeng. Yifeng frowned as he activated his second soul skill, Gale Assault. A purple soul ring appeared, and Yifeng directly flashed in front of the middle-aged man, rendering his fourth soul skill useless. What? The man panicked, intending to dodge, but as a ranged attacker, he was clearly at a disadvantage in close combat and was kicked away by Yifeng. Victory for the Happy Win Man. Damn it, how embarrassing. Yifeng hurried off the stage, not wanting to stay up there for another second. Wow, Brother Feng is amazing. He won with just one move. Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng excitedly. He was just too cool a moment ago. The older brother has already gone on stage, so it must be my turn next, right? It has to be my turn. Xiao Wu pouted, quite dissatisfied. Clearly, Yifeng had a higher soul power than her. He'd got to go up while she didn't. Don't worry, Xiao Wu. You'll definitely be next, Yifeng said as he patted Xiao Wu's little head seriously. We've all gone on stage, and since Ning Rongrong isn't participating in the singles match, the author should at least let Xiao Wu go up, right? Dota team, it's your turn. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, then quickly stood up, excitedly holding onto Yifeng's arm. Brother Feng, it's our turn. Xiao Wu pouted and looked at them, wondering why the team battles had started, but she wasn't included. Yifeng looked apologetically at Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, wait a little longer, it's almost done. Xiao Wu, looking displeased, replied, You've said that several times already. We're going up first. Yifeng brought Xiao Wu onto the stage. Are you the Dota duo? The Happy Win Man and the Glass Princess? The two members on the opposite side said. Yifeng looked at Ning Rongrong oddly, wondering what the hell the Princess Liuli was. Ning Rongrong blushed, but replied, I am the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. So what's wrong with being called Princess Liuli? After saying that, it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. That's right. We're the Dota duo. Who are you? The opponents frowned, questioning how they could come to a double battle without understanding their opponent's information. That was too disrespectful. Listen carefully. We are the Wolf and Leopard duo. I am the Black Wolf, and this is my wife, the White Leopard. Wolf and leopard duo? What a strange name. Yifeng nodded and didn't say much. Since the four of them already knew each other, I announced that the competition begins. With the referee's command, the wolf-leopard combination became noticeably more serious. While Yifeng and Ning Rongrong showed no reaction at all, the black wolf looked at the white leopard and analyzed seriously they should be rookies, lacking experience. Let's test them out first. The white leopard nodded and they both launched their attack. First soul skill, Wolf Claw. First soul skill, Wild Leopard Strike. The two directly used their first soul skills, with a white and a yellow soul ring appearing behind them. Yifeng hurriedly took out the swift wind blade and confronted the two. Bang bang bang. Relying on his powerful soul power, Yifeng was able to exchange blows with them without using any soul skills. The seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda was famous for its power. Ning Rongrong used a soul skill on Yifeng, instantly boosting his strength. Bang! The wolf-leopard combination missed their attack and quickly retreated. Yifeng charged at the two with his knife. Bai Bao, I'll hold him off. You go deal with that girl. Heilang said to Bai Bao. On the battlefield, support-type soul masters must be targeted. Understood. Bai Bao nodded. The two exchanged glances and instantly formed a plan. Second soul skill, Bai Bao's hunt. Third soul skill, Heilang's gathering wave. A glimmer of sharpness appeared in Bai Bao's hand as he attacked Yifeng, while Heilang directly unleashed his third soul skill. A massive amount of energy gathered in his mouth, targeting Yifeng. Yifeng smiled slightly and raised his hand to unleash his third spirit skill, Gale Howl. A massive tornado instantly formed under Yifeng's blade, charging towards the black wolf and white leopard. The black wolf furrowed his brows. Although Yifeng was unexpectedly strong, he still held on and used his third spirit skill to stalemate with Yifeng. This was because he wanted to buy time for the white leopard. Indeed, the white leopard, originally attacking Yifeng with its second spirit skill, instantly changed direction and charged towards Ning Rongrong. Yifeng was taken aback and didn't care about the black wolf anymore. He hurriedly activated his second soul skill to flash to Ning Rongrong's side. But as soon as he moved, it gave the black wolf an opportunity, and the third soul skill directly struck him. Yifeng took a hit from a 1,000-year soul skill and was slightly injured, but he managed to endure it and used his second soul skill to flash beside Ning Rongrong. Over here, Ning Rongrong was watching Yifeng fight, thinking about giving him an assist at a critical moment. But who would have thought that just a second ago everything was fine? And the next second a white leopard was charging at her with its claws raised. She had never seen such a scene before and was instantly frightened, standing there in a daze, unable to dodge. Get down, the white leopard shouted as it attacked Ning Rongrong. Just when Ning Rongrong was in despair, Yifeng's tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Get away, Yifeng shouted in anger, striking the white leopard and sending it flying. Rongrong, are you okay? Yifeng quickly turned around, looked at Ning Rongrong, and asked with concern. Ning Rongrong was stunned for a second, and tears instantly streamed down her face as she began to cry. Oh, Brother Feng. She rushed forward and tightly hugged Yifeng, clearly terrified. Yifeng also frowned helplessly. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was different from the original work. She had not experienced much hardship and was naturally a bit fragile. It's okay, Rongrong, I will protect you, Yifeng said comfortingly while holding Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong nodded, released Yifeng, and she did not forget that they were in a competition. Brother Feng, help me teach them a lesson. Yifeng nodded and looked at the black wolf and the white leopard. Very good cooperation, but you absolutely should not touch my Rongrong. After hearing this, Ning Rongrong was also very touched. She felt that she was still very important in Brother Feng's heart. The black wolf and the white leopard exchanged glances and immediately became vigilant. Third soul skill, Black Wolf Light Wave. Second soul skill, White Leopard Hunt. The two attacked Yifeng with all their might. Yifeng smiled and said to Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, yes. The seven treasure turned out to be named Strength. A powerful force entered Yifeng's body. Yifeng tightly gripped the knife, and the 10,000-year soul ring appeared behind him. Let me face the gale. A tornado, much stronger than before, instantly formed under Yifeng's knife, attacking the black wolf and white leopard. The black wolf gathered light waves, and the white leopard prepared a hunt. The two hurriedly met the attack, and three streams of soul power collided together. Yifeng used his powerful soul force to instantly overpower the two, and a tornado surged towards them. Bang! The two were blown away, injured all over. The Dota team emerged victorious. Yifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally won. You guys are pretty good, but I won't let anyone hurt my woman, Yifeng said to the two of them. If they hadn't intended to harm Ning Rongrong, perhaps he would have played with them a bit longer. The black wolf and white leopard exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat baffled. All right, Rong Rong, let's go. Ning Rong Rong nodded. She had just wiped her tears, and her eyes were still red and swollen. The two walked side by side toward the stage, both feeling a bit silent. A level 42 battle soul sect, plus a level 27 support-type soul master, and still almost lost to the continent's number 17 treasure, glazed tile tower. Yifeng felt very guilty. He had no experience in team battles and didn't know he needed to protect the support-type soul master. Brother Feng, are you okay? Zhu Zhuqing asked anxiously as she saw the two of them come down from the stage. Yifeng shook his head. He wasn't seriously injured. He had countered a large portion of the Black Wolf's third soul skill, and the remaining impact on him wasn't much. However, it was quite humiliating. Ning Rongrong was also silent, feeling a bit guilty. I am Soda X Dva. Yifeng and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, and to their surprise, both said, I'm sorry. Yifeng shook his head and said, Rongrong, what are you apologizing for? The one who should really say sorry is me. I didn't protect you well. Ning Rongrong also shook her head and seriously said, No, it's clearly me who caused trouble for Brother Feng. It's me who couldn't take care of you. It's me who didn't help you, it's me. All right, enough already. Are you two done? Zhu Zhuqing shouted speechlessly, where are you playing at? Yifeng and Ning Rongrong exchanged a glance, and both smiled. In that moment, it felt as if their relationship had taken a step forward. Then let's go back and talk. Yifeng said, I'm a bit tired today. Huh? Xiao Wu hasn't even performed yet. Xiao Wu pouted, her face clearly showing her unhappiness. Yifeng was a bit troubled. He was really feeling tired and wanted to go back. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to sense Yifeng's thoughts. She looked at Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, stop messing around. Let's go back first. We'll come again tomorrow. Oh, fine. Xiao Wu replied with a face full of grievance. Yifeng gently touched Xiao Wu's rabbit-like head and said softly, Xiao Wu, be good. Let's go back and get some sleep. We'll come back to play tomorrow. Xiao Wu nodded and said, Then I want to sleep with Big Brother. She really missed the feeling of sleeping in the same bed with Yifeng. No way. X3 Xiao Wu, you're still young. You can't sleep with Feng Ge. Zhu Zhuqing said sternly. If anyone's going to sleep with him, it should be me, since I've already slept with him before. Just thinking about how Yifeng invited her to come over tonight made her happy. She couldn't let Xiao Wu take that away. That's right, Xiao Wu. Don't you know there's a difference between boys and girls? Ning Rongrong also chimed in, not wanting Xiao Wu to get ahead of her. Xiao Wu, be good. How about sleeping with your sister tonight? Meng Yiran said gently. As long as Xiao Wu didn't sleep with Yifeng, it didn't matter who she slept with. Xiao Wu pouted and said unhappily, You all just like to bully me, hum? Yifeng also awkwardly looked at the girls, wondering if this meant the beginning of a palace fight. Xiao Wu was clearly no match for them. Ahem, don't bully Xiao Wu. He was just about to say that Xiao Wu should come over tonight when Zhu Zhuqing leaned close to his ear and said, I'll go to your room tonight. Yifeng's eyes instantly brightened as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who shyly nodded in response. Ahem, Xiao Wu, you're still young. You can't sleep with me, you know? He leaned close to Xiao Wu's ear and whispered, Did you forget our promise? When you grow up, we can sleep together. Faced with the choice between the non-eating Xiao Wu and the eating Zhu Zhuqing, Yifeng rationally chose Zhu Zhuqing. Thinking about that promise made Xiao Wu a bit excited, and she gently nodded in agreement. The five of them left the Soto City Soul Arena, and by this time, it was already dark. They found a hotel to stay for the night. Fortunately, there was more than one room available, and Yifeng generously wanted one room for each person, for convenience's sake later. But unfortunately, he was rejected by Ning Rongrong and the others. We don't need that many rooms. 3 will be fine. I'll stay with Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu can stay with Elan. Yifeng nodded, having no objections. After all, he lived alone, so Zhuqing could come over. After booking the hotel, the 5 of them had a simple dinner and then returned to their rooms. Yifeng returned to his room, took a shower, and prepared to welcome Zhu Zhuqing's arrival. However, he waited for several hours and still did not see Zhu Zhuqing. To avoid falling asleep, Yifeng tried hard to recall the events of the day. First, there was the battle with Ning Rongrong. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile was the continent's #1 support-type martial soul, its enhancement was not very significant for him. This resulted in Ning Rongrong not only failing to help him, but also becoming a burden. Of course, he didn't blame Ning Rongrong, nor was it that the 7-treasure glazed tile was useless. It could only be said that Ning Rongrong's strength was insufficient, and he himself lacked experience in team combat. It seemed that in future battles, he needed to pay attention to his teammates at all times. Yifeng thought to himself that he was very clear about his shortcomings. He glanced at the time and saw that it was already quite late. He figured that Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't come tonight. He sighed helplessly and was just about to go to sleep. Brother Feng. Yifeng instantly became energized and hurried to the door to let Zhu Zhuqing in. Zhu Zhuqing was wearing a loose nightgown, and the scenery inside was faintly visible. She shyly said, Rong Rong is sleeping late. I have to wait for her to fall asleep. Yifeng swallowed hard with excitement, picked her up, and closed the door. Outside the door, it was calm, but inside, the battle continued. 52. Ning Rongrong's breakfast the next day. The master woke up. Don't make a fuss. Yifeng patted beside him in his sleep, only to hit empty space. Wait, wasn't Zhu Zhuqing lying next to me? And she calls me master? He was startled and quickly woke up. Then he saw Meng Yiran standing at the head of the bed. Yiran, why are you here? If it's not me, then who else could it be? Meng Yiran asked. Puzzled. No, I meant to ask, how did you get in? Meng Yiran pointed to the door and said, you didn't close the door, so I just came in. She added, Master, really, you didn't even close the door properly when you sleep. This isn't the academy, you know? Ye think akardli nodded. Thinking it must be because Zhu Zhuqing didn't close the door when she left this morning. Yiran, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Meng Yiran shook her head and said, there's no breakfast prepared for the master today. Because Rongrong said she would personally prepare breakfast for the master. Ning Rongrong? Is she going to prepare breakfast for me? Yifeng smiled and said, I'm looking forward to it. Meng Yiran also nodded and said, I want to know what delicious food Rongrong can make. While they were chatting, Ning Rongrong's voice happened to come over. Brother Feng, have you gotten up yet? Ning Rongrong entered Yifeng's room holding a basin of breakfast. There was a lid covering the breakfast, making it quite mysterious. Yifeng smiled and said, I've been awake for a long time. I heard Rongrong prepared breakfast for me. Let me see what it is. Ning Rongrong said proudly, Hee. I prepared breakfast for Brother Feng very early. She placed the basin on the table and showed off, tada, steamed hairy crab. On top of the basin was a very large hairy crab, about the size of the basin itself. What's strange is that this hairy crab wasn't very red. Could it be that the hairy crabs in Douluo continent are different from those on Blue Star, and even when cooked they don't turn red? Yifeng glanced at the hairy crabs and then at the blushing Ning Rongrong and couldn't help but smile fondly. Then I'll have a taste. Ning Rongrong smiled as she handed the chopsticks to Yifeng. Yifeng picked up the chopsticks and went to grab the hairy crab, but then his chopsticks were caught. That's right, they were caught by the hairy crab. Snap! The hairy crab broke the chopsticks. Yifeng fell silent for a moment, holding the broken chopsticks, unsure of what to say. How could this happen? Why is this hairy crab being so naughty? Can't it just be obediently eaten? Ning Rongrong poked it, feeling a bit unhappy. I clearly cooked it. How could this be? Meng Yiran smiled and said, Did you add water? Ning Rongrong looked at her in confusion and said, Do I need to add water? Meng Yiran was taken aback and replied, How did you cook it without adding water? Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and said, I just put it in the pot to cook. I even waited until the pot was damaged before taking it out. Ning Rongrong pouted, completely unaware of which step went wrong. The pot got damaged? Yifeng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That was too harsh. No, Rongrong. You have to add water to cook the hairy crab, otherwise it won't be cooked. Oh, then I'll go cook it again. Ning Rongrong picked up the hairy crab and headed towards the kitchen. Yifeng smiled helplessly, not knowing what kind of hairy crab she would come up with, hoping it wouldn't be a dark dish. He looked at Meng Yiran and said, Yiran, why don't you go help her? Meng Yiran shook her head and said, No way. Just now when I went over, Rongrong drove me out directly and didn't want my help. Yifeng nodded, with Ning Rongrong's stubbornness. If she didn't want help from others, no one would dare to assist her. Meng Yiran looked at Yifeng and said, Moreover, I want to be with the master even more. Yifeng was taken aback and said, Yiran, you really don't have to do this. Long Gong was just joking. You can do whatever you want. Meng Yiran looked at Yifeng seriously and said, This is what I want to do. Master, I just want to be your maid. Yifeng looked at Meng Yiran, completely not expecting her to say such things. Could it be that Yiran is actually submissive? He shook his head and said, There's no need to deceive yourself, really. Meng Yiran looked at Yifeng with a hint of sadness and said, Master, do you dislike me? Although I'm not as beautiful as Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, I'm not bad either, right? She lifted her chest and said, I'm bigger than them. They haven't grown up yet, so let me take their place, okay? Yifeng frowned and said, Yiran, don't say such things. In my eyes, every girl is irreplaceable. They all have their own uniqueness, and so do you. Meng Yiran smiled and said, I understand. I just wanted to say what Zhu Zhuqing can do, I can do too. Yifeng was taken aback and said, What? Meng Yiran smiled and said, It's about what you did yesterday. After saying that, her face couldn't help but turn red. Yifeng also instantly understood what she meant and awkwardly said, "So you already know?" Meng Yiran gave him a glare and replied irritably, "Zhu Qing was shouting so loudly last night, I'm not deaf. What about Rong Rong and Xiao Wu? Don't they know?" Meng Yiran shook her head and said, "I don't know about Rong Rong, but Xiao Wu was sleeping very soundly yesterday, so she definitely didn't hear anything." She glanced at Yifeng and said, "Even if they know, they might not know what it is. The host really shouldn't. Zhu Qing is only 12 years old. How would you do this?" Yifeng felt quite embarrassed by what she said. "If this were on Blue Star, I would be facing criminal charges." She said softly, clearly, "I'm more mature, yet you didn't come to me." "What?" Yifeng was stunned for a moment, not hearing what she said. "It's nothing. I'm going to see if Rong Rong is done cooking." After saying that, she walked directly out the door. Yifeng sat on the bed, feeling quite awkward. Who would have thought that the soundproofing in this hotel was so poor? After a while, Meng Yiran came back with Ning Rong Rong, still carrying the same basin as before. "I just got to the kitchen, and Rong Rong already finished it," Meng Yiran said. Ning Rong Rong also smiled and said, "Hee, Brother Feng, this is definitely going to be delicious." She placed the basin on the table, revealing the bright red hairy crabs inside. Yifeng nodded. The color looked decent. "Then I will give a try." Ning Rong Rong nodded and looked at Yifeng with anticipation. Yifeng directly tore off a leg with his hands, and it was filled with meat. He couldn't wait to take a bite, but then his expression turned strange. This feeling, why does it seem like he was eating seasoning? And it had all the flavors: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. "Rong Rong, did you add some seasoning?" 53. A date with Zhu Qing. "Rong Rong, did you add some seasoning?" Yifeng frowned. "This smell is too strange, right? I haven't experienced this kind of smell, even with the stinky tofu I've kept for 10 years. Of course, the chef in the kitchen said that it's best to add some seasoning when cooking, otherwise it won't taste good." Ning Rong Rong said matter-of-factly, "Well, it depends on what you're cooking. If you put so much seasoning on a hairy crab, are you sure you're not poisoning it?" Meng Yiran smiled, reached out to tear off a leg, and said, "Let me try." Ning Rong Rong looked at her expectantly. Meng Yiran put the hairy crab in her mouth to taste, and then the next second she froze. She got up lightly, silently put down the hairy crab, and said, "I'll go check if Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu are awake." After saying that, she directly rushed out of the room. Yifeng's face twitched. "Making it hard for you, still." Ning Rong Rong pouted and said unhappily, "Is it really that bad? I don't believe it." She also reached out to tear off a leg of the crab and took a bite. Then she fell silent. She picked up the crab and said, "I'm going to throw it away." Yifeng pressed down on the crab with one hand, shook his head, and said, "Why throw it away? I can eat it." Ning Rong Rong pouted and said, "But it tastes so bad." Yifeng smiled and said, "As long as it's made by Rong Rong, no matter how bad it tastes, it's still delicious." Saying this, he directly picked up a hairy crab and started eating. Ning Rong Rong looked at Yifeng with emotion and said, "Brother Feng." Then she kept watching Yifeng eat the hairy crab. At this moment, Yifeng was in pain inside. "No, Rong Rong, why aren't you following the script? Shouldn't you be moved and then throw the hairy crab away right now? Or you could leave for a moment, and I could throw it away too. Are you just staring at me, trying to murder me?" Helplessly, under Ning Rong Rong's expectant gaze, Yifeng ate the hairy crab with a death-defying attitude. Crunch, crunch. The sound of eating echoed continuously in the room. After more than 10 minutes, Yifeng finally finished one leg. For the first time, he particularly hated hairy crabs, thinking, "What have you grown up for?" Just as he was figuring out how to save himself, Meng Yiran arrived with Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu. Yifeng's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, you're awake. Come, come, quickly try the hairy crabs that Rong Rong made." Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red as she nodded. "Hairy crabs? Where?" "Xiao Wu wants to eat," Xiao Wu said excitedly. When it came to food, she was always happy. "It's not that tasty here." "Ning Rong Rong, saitektedli," Xiao Wu casually replied. "It's okay, Xiao Wu doesn't mind, as long as there is something to eat." Hearing this, Ning Rong Rong looked at Xiao Wu with anticipation. Then Xiao Wu took a bite of the hairy crab. "What this? It's so bad." Xiao Wu grimaced, having never tasted something so unappetizing. Ning Rong Rong lowered her head. "Xiao Wu, don't say that. It's not as bad as you say. It's actually okay." Zhu Qing also took a bite. Although it was hard to eat, she didn't exaggerate like Xiao Wu did. Xiao Wu pouted and whispered, "It's really very bad." Ning Rong Rong sadly said, "Xiao Wu is right. It is indeed very bad. It seems I don't have a talent for cooking." Yifeng's face twitched. "You may not have a talent for cooking, but you have a talent for poison making. Ahem. We should probably head to the soul fighting arena now, and we can talk about cooking another time." The girls nodded in agreement and didn't mention the cooking matter again. The five of them tidied up a bit and headed towards the Soto Soul fighting arena. On the way, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Meng Yiran and Ning Rongrong, saying, "Don't forget our agreement." Meng Yiran and Ning Rongrong exchanged a glance and nodded. Ning Rongrong said to Yifeng, "Brother Feng, look, it's still so early. We probably won't find anyone there." Yifeng looked at the time, and it seemed to be the case. "So where are we going now? We can't just go back to the room and sleep, right?" Ning Rongrong smiled and said, "Sister Ran, Xiaowu, and I are going to buy some things. You and Zhu Qing can do whatever you like." Yifeng was taken aback and said, "Let's go together." Ning Rongrong shook her head and said, "No, this is a secret for the three of us." After saying that, she pulled Xiaowu and left with Meng Yiran. Xiaowu, looking confused, was taken away. Yifeng looked at them strangely, feeling puzzled. "Feng, then let's go for a stroll," Zhu Zhuqing said shyly while playing with her hair. Yifeng nodded, pointing in a direction opposite to that of Ning Rongrong and the others, saying, "Let's go check that out," although he didn't know what their plans were. It suited him just fine. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, a bunch of poses and scenes flashing through his mind. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, and the two walked in that direction. "Feng, I want to play that," Zhu Zhuqing said, pointing at the dart game, happily shouting. "Okay, let's do it 10 times. Yifeng waved his hand and got started. "Hey," Zhu Zhuqing threw a dart but missed. "Hey," she threw another one but still missed. Yifeng said helplessly, "Can't you just use your soul power?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and replied, "That won't work. Using soul power to do that wouldn't be interesting." Yifeng smiled and said nothing. So Zhu Zhuqing threw 10 darts, but none hit the target. Zhu Zhuqing pouted and said unhappily, "I'm not playing anymore. Feng, let's go there." She pulled Yifeng to a place selling fish. "Boss, how much for the fish?" "1 copper soul coin for 10 tries." Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Yifeng, and he immediately understood, handing the boss a silver soul coin. "Just have fun." "Okay." Zhu Zhuqing smiled sweetly and directly used the tools given by the boss to catch fish. Yifeng smiled. It turned out to be just a little kitten. It really likes fish. After playing for a while, Zhu Zhuqing caught a dozen small fish and was satisfied to stop. "So beautiful." Zhu Zhuqing looked at the small fish in the bag and was very happy. "Shall we take them back to raise?" She shook her head and poured the fish back into the tank. "No, let the owner take care of them. I just like catching them. I don't like raising them." Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "If everyone were like you, the boss would probably wake up laughing from his dreams." Zhu Zhuqing chuckled but didn't respond. She pointed to the clothing and accessory store over there and happily said, "Feng, let's go check that out." Yifeng nodded. As long as she was happy, it didn't matter where they went. The two of them walked into a clothing and accessory store, and as soon as they entered, Zhu Zhuqing spotted a set of clothes. "Boss, bring that outfit over for me to have a look." "Customer, your taste is really good. This is our store's treasure." The shop owner hurriedly approached and praised Zhu Zhuqing. "Take it down for me." "Sure." The owner took down the outfit, which was white, looking very stylish and definitely handsome when worn. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the outfit and then at Yifeng, happily saying, "Brother Feng, why don't you try it on?" Yifeng nodded, took the clothes, and walked to the fitting room. Soon, Yifeng changed into the clothes and came out. "How does it look?" Yifeng turned around in front of Zhu Zhuqing, and her eyes lit up. Yifeng already had a great figure, and now wearing this outfit made him even more handsome. "So handsome." Zhu Zhuqing honestly nodded. Yifeng smiled and said, "Zhu Qing has good taste. Boss, I'll take it." "All right." The boss nodded, seemed to think of something, and said to Yifeng, "Sir, this outfit is a couple style. How about getting one for your girlfriend as well?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Then take it out. I'm not short on money." "All right." The boss hurried to get the clothes. "Actually, I don't need the clothes. I have plenty," Zhu Zhuqing said. Yifeng touched her little head and said, "How can it be the same? This couple's outfit is not just ordinary clothes. It's a proof of our relationship." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, no longer opposing anything. Soon, the boss came out with a set of black clothes. Looking at the style, it was indeed a couple's outfit like the one just now. One black and one white. It looked pretty good. "Sir, would you like to try it on?" The boss handed the black clothes to Zhu Zhuqing, who nodded and took the clothes, walking towards the changing room. Yifeng was a bit looking forward to how Zhu Zhuqing would look after getting dressed. "Customer, you are really lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend." The boss gave Yifeng a compliment. Yifeng smiled and did not reply to him, saying that he still had 6 more like this. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing came out after changing her clothes. Unlike her usual black leather outfit, this one was also black but not as stiff as leather. The outfit still showcased Zhu Zhuqing's figure, adding a touch of softness to her explosive appearance, especially with her hint of red makeup, making her look stunningly beautiful. Yifeng was directly stunned. "How is it? I've never worn this kind of clothes before. Zhu Zhuqing fidgeted a bit, feeling a little unnatural. It looks good, really good. Zhuqing, you should wear this kind of clothes more often. Although leather clothes are also nice, girls should wear this kind of clothes to have the right feeling. Yifeng exaggerated sincerely, and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but blush, saying, I don't believe you at all. Hurry up and pay the bill. We need to leave. Yifeng smiled, settled the bill with the boss, and then took Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they walked out of the store. As soon as they stepped outside, a crowd of eyes turned to them, and praises were heard one after another. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing and Yifeng were both handsome and good-looking, but they didn't seem very mature. After putting on this outfit, they appeared a bit more grown-up and even more attractive. Brother Feng, where are we going next? How about the small woods? Yifeng said mischievously. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback and asked, what are we going to do in the small woods? Yifeng lowered his head and gently whispered a few words into her ear. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned red. I hate it. I'm not talking to you anymore, she said, and walked towards a small forest. Yifeng smiled and followed her inside. 3 or 4 hours later, the two of them walked out with beaming faces. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed, and she lowered her head, too shy to speak. Let's go find Rongrong and the others, Yifeng said, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand and walking forward with a sense of accomplishment. Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, feeling very bashful. The two made their way to the Soto arena, just in time to find Rongrong and the others waiting at the entrance. Why are you guys so slow? We've been waiting for a long time. Rongrong pouted and said unhappily, sorry to keep you waiting. Yifeng said apologetically, wow, big brother, your and Zhuqing's outfits look so nice. Xiaowu admired Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing's clothes, genuinely complimenting them. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and said, isn't it nice? This is our couple's outfit. Xiaowu was taken aback, her previously happy expression disappearing in an instant as she pouted. It's not nice at all. It's so ugly. Exactly, what couple's outfit? It's not nice at all. Rongrong also said displeased. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and replied, I think you guys are just envious. Yifeng quickly pulled Zhu Zhuqing, thinking that if she continued to provoke them, it would cause chaos in the harem. Let's go in first. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and didn't say anything more. Rongrong said unhappily, Brother Feng, how can you be like this? It's not fair. Everything is about Zhuqing. Yifeng also felt a bit awkward and hurriedly said, there will be. His perfunctory attitude made the three girls quite unhappy. However, they didn't know what to say. Big brother must remember Xiaowu. Xiaowu said seriously. Yifeng also nodded seriously. All right, let's go in first. Next time, let Feng go by for you guys, okay? Zhu Zhuqing said helplessly. She was gradually developing the aura of the leader among the four. It's quite strange since she was the youngest. The three girls snorted coldly, showing their dissatisfaction but not saying anything. Upon entering the Soto arena, everyone arrived at yesterday's spot and waited as usual. Since we didn't fight yesterday, I should be the first to go today, Xiaowu said with enthusiasm, looking forward to this battle for a long time. It should be you. Yifeng Simidet. It's been so long. It's about time for Xiaowu. Next up, Longxi. Me? Meng Yiran pointed at herself, a bit surprised. She shyly said, Xiaowu. I'm sorry, but I'll go first. Xiaowu pouted and didn't say anything. Yifeng Akardli Simidet, wondering how he had just finished speaking and was already slapped in the face. Meng Yiran stepped onto the stage, and her opponent was a woman in her 30s, holding a book and wearing glasses, looking very refined. Longxi, a level 32 soul master with an unknown martial soul, was skilled in using poison. The woman said seriously. Meng Yiran was taken aback. This was clearly prepared. She smiled and said, please give me your guidance. The woman nodded and immediately revealed her yellow-white soul ring configuration. First soul skill, word spirit manipulation. A circular ring appeared beneath her feet, and spider silk continuously emerged from within, attacking Meng Yiran. It's a control type. Meng Yiran frowned. This would be difficult to deal with. 55. Martial soul fusion skill. Meng Yiran frowned and directly used her first soul skill, Tongue Blade. A yellow soul ring appeared behind Meng Yiran, and she grasped her snake-headed staff in hand. The powerful force of the 100-year soul ring instantly shattered the white soul ring's soul skill. The woman frowned. This was the suppression of soul ring age. Second soul skill, Withered Leaf. Limbs emerged from the ground, attacking Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran frowned and dodged left and right. Second soul skill, Snake Body. Relying on her snake body, Meng Yiran easily evaded the woman's attacks and successfully reached her front. What? The woman was startled, just as she was about to use her third soul skill. Meng Yiran's first soul skill knocked her out, falling off the stage. Longxi victory. Meng Yaran smiled and returned to where Yifeng was. Master, I did quite well, right? Yifeng nodded and said, very impressive. Complimented by him, Meng Yaran was quite happy. After Sister Iran finishes, it should be my turn next, Xiao Wu said eagerly. Yifeng smiled and said, Kin, big brother, don't talk. Every time you say something, I definitely can't get on again. Xiao Wu pouted, stopping Yifeng. Yifeng smiled awkwardly and said nothing. What does it have to do with me? If I don't say anything, does that mean Xiao Wu can go up? Next, Softbone Rabbit. The author. Are you slapping my face again? Do you not take me, the main character, seriously? Great, it's Xiao Wu's turn. Xiao Wu smiled happily and bounced up to the stage. Hello, I am the Softbone Rabbit. Please take care of me. Xiao Wu greeted politely, and it was clear she was very happy. Her opponent was obviously taken aback, not expecting to face a little girl. Knife Man, please take care of me. He also didn't dare to be careless. Anyone on this stage must be a soul master. As the match began, Knife Man cautiously observed Xiao Wu, not daring to make any sudden moves. Xiao Wu smiled and innocently said, I'll go now. Knife Man nodded, feeling extremely wary. Second soul skill charm. What? Knife Man was startled. She used her second soul skill right away. Suddenly, a deep yellow soul ring appeared behind Xiao Wu, and a wave of soul power attacked Knife Man. Knife Man frowned. Just as he was about to counterattack, he felt his consciousness blur. First soul skill waist bow. Xiao Wu used her first soul skill and kicked the enchanted Knife Man away. Knife Man felt a sharp pain, and then he heard the referee shout, Softbone Rabbit wins. When Knife Man woke up, he found himself on ground. Yay, Xiao Wu won. Xiao Wu happily jumped off the stage and directly landed in Yifeng's arms. Yifeng also carefully caught her. Big brother, Xiao Wu is amazing, right? Yifeng nodded, impressed that the battle could end so quickly. No wonder it was Xiao Wu. Hurry up and praise me. Yes, our Xiao Wu is the best. That's right. Yifeng gently put down Xiao Wu, and everyone felt a bit happy. With a lively Xiao Wu around, the atmosphere wouldn't be too dull. Next, the cat-tailed duo. Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance and walked onto the stage side by side. Wow, look at them. They're so good looking. I know, right? They match perfectly. They must be a couple. This is just too beautiful. Simply the most beautiful combination. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, the audience couldn't stop praising Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing because they were just too stunning. The guy was handsome and the girl was beautiful. Moreover, they were wearing couple outfits today, which made them look even more compatible. Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance and smiled in unison. Sister, they are a couple. Sister, they are a couple. Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing looked over to see a pair of twins across from them talking. Sister, I'm so envious of them. I also want a partner. Sister, I'm so envious of them. I also want a partner. The two sisters kept repeating each other's words, feeling quite speechless. The twin sisters looked to be around 20 years old and were average looking, the kind of people Yifeng wouldn't spare a second glance at. Can we start now? Yifeng looked at the twins and said, Sister, he is asking us. Sister, he is asking us. The twins exchanged a glance and both smiled. Come on. Yifeng nodded, and the swift wind blade appeared in his hand. Zhu Zhuqing also directly activated her martial soul. Sister, we are going. Sister, we are going. The twins said in unison, both revealing their martial souls. Since they both have water attribute martial souls. First soul skill, water flow. First soul skill, water flow. Yifeng was taken aback. He didn't expect their soul skills to be exactly the same. A stream of water formed from soul power rushed towards the two of them. Although it had no lethal force, it directly obstructed their movements. Especially for Zhu Zhuqing, it is well known that cats dislike water. So after being trapped by the water stream, she was quite uncomfortable. Fengge. Yifeng nodded and directly used his third soul skill, Gale Howl. A powerful whirlwind directly sucked away the water, forming a water tornado. Yifeng was taken aback, not expecting that adding water to a tornado would have this effect. If they added fire, wouldn't it be a fire tornado? Adding lightning would be a lightning tornado? He thought of Meng Yaran, and if they added her poison, wouldn't it be a poison tornado? With this in mind, it really seemed possible. Sister, what should we do? Younger sister, what should we do? Sister, should we use that? Younger sister, should we use that? The two sisters exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yifeng frowned and looked warily at the twin sisters, unsure of what they would use to block his water tornado. He saw the twin sisters holding hands, their heads touching, and with serious expressions they said, Martial Soul, Fusion Skill, Deep Sea Roar. What? Yifeng was taken aback. It was actually a martial soul fusion skill? No way. Director? Did you pick up the wrong script? In this small Soto arena, you actually let a martial soul fusion skill appear? Yifeng frowned slightly, feeling a bit flustered. Zhu Qing, can you hold him off for a moment? Zhu Zhuqing nodded seriously. Seeing this, Yifeng directly used his first soul skill to enhance his abilities. On the field, a water tornado, powered by Yifeng's terrifying soul power, surged towards the twins, who also unleashed their martial soul fusion skill, creating a massive water column. Deep Sea Roar, with a force even more terrifying than the water tornado, charged forward. The water tornado lasted less than 10 seconds before collapsing. Moreover, after it collapsed, the water was absorbed by Deep Sea Roar, replenishing some of the energy it had consumed. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and looked at Yifeng, who was still meditating and unable to take action. Helpless, she could only brace herself and go for it. 56. A difficult battle, second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill. As a speed-type attacker, it was impossible for her to take on the martial soul fusion skill head-on. Therefore, she could only attack the twin sisters. Fortunately, after obtaining her external soul bone, her strength had been greatly enhanced, and her speed had increased significantly, allowing her to reach the twins before Deep Sea Roar could hit Yifeng. Sister, what should we do? Sister, what should we do? The twin sisters exclaimed, immediately shifting their firepower to attack Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly dodged. However, the stage was small, and after dodging for a while, she was forced to the edge. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, hesitating whether to take it head-on. Zhuqing jumped down. At this moment, Yifeng had completely finished meditating and urgently urged Zhu Zhuqing to get off the stage to avoid injury. But Zhu Zhuqing did not listen to him. Instead, she used her first soul skill to accelerate and charge towards the twins. Seeing this, Yifeng hurriedly used his second soul skill to flash over. Sister, be careful. Sister, be careful. The twin sisters warned each other, and the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared in front of them. First soul skill, Phantom Stab. Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws swiftly reached for the twin sisters, and just as it seemed they would be injured, the Deep Sea Roar had already arrived behind Zhu Zhuqing. Note, Deep Sea Roar is like a missile. Once launched, it doesn't require the owner's control and will only stop when the soul power is exhausted. Zhu Zhuqing frowned. Faced with the choice of injuring the enemy or being hurt herself, she decisively chose the former. At this moment, Yifeng also flashed to Zhu Zhuqing's side. Zhuqing, I'm here. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, no longer hesitating, and attacked the twin sisters. Yifeng also looked at the martial soul fusion skill in front of him, seriously gripping the blade of Gale in his hand. Behind him, the 40,000-year soul ring shone brightly, indicating that Yifeng was using his fourth soul skill. The Gale Slash unleashed a blade of energy that was instantly cleaved by Yifeng, striking towards the Deep Sea Roar. Two massive energies clashed against each other, with soul power continuously dispersing into the surroundings. After a 10-second standoff, Yifeng's Gale Slash ultimately broke through the Deep Sea Roar. Zhu Zhuqing also used a shadow-piercing strike, sending the twin sisters flying out of the arena. Cattail combination victory. With the referee's announcement, the entire battle arena erupted in a roar. I knew they could do it. So cool, what an exciting battle. Cattail is invincible. Yifeng held Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and the two enjoyed the cheers of victory. Sister, we lost. Sister, we lost. The twin sisters looked dejected, clearly unhappy. Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile. As they walked to the stage, Ning Rongrong approached them with a beaming smile. Brother Feng, Zhuqing, you both are amazing. Ning Rongrong said sincerely. Compared to the battle she had with Yifeng yesterday, Zhu Zhuqing obviously performed much better. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and said, it's Brother Feng who is too strong. I didn't really use much effort. Don't be humble, Zhuqing. If it were us, we definitely couldn't do as well as you. Zhu Zhuqing smiled again and didn't refute. Yifeng said irritably, Zhuqing, you're really crazy. In that situation, just now, you could have jumped off the stage directly. Why did you go up? He touched Zhu Zhuqing's head and said, what if he got hurt? Zhu Zhuqing smiled and said, it's okay, I know my limits. She held Yifeng's hand and said, besides, I believe that Brother Feng can protect me well. Yifeng shot her an annoyed glance. Next up was the spirit cat. Zhu Zhuqing, who was momentarily taken aback, not expecting it to be her turn so soon. Zhuqing, are you okay? Do you want to take a break? Yifeng asked with concern. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, it's fine. With that, she stepped onto the stage. On stage, Zhu Zhuqing's opponent looked at her and said, I saw your performance just now. You're very strong. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, nodded, and didn't say anything. The opponent continued. Although you're strong, I won't let you in easily. Ku Rong, level 27 Soul Master, Martial Soul, Devil Vine. Please give me your guidance. Zhu Zhuqing nodded again, showing no interest in talking to him. After he finished speaking, he directly attacked Zhu Zhuqing. First soul skill, Devil Vine Binding. His body produced countless devil vines that attacked Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing frowned. It turned out to be a control type. The agility type despises control type the most. First soul skill, Nether Spike. She used her first soul skill to boost her speed, frantically running through the devil vines, looking for an opportunity to attack. Bang! A devil vine came at her, which she dodged, but before she could catch her breath, another devil vine attacked. Countless devil vines surrounded her. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and suddenly had an idea. She ran around the devil vines, and they followed closely behind her. Soon, after running several laps, the devil vines were unable to move because they had entangled themselves in their own skills. Ku Rong frowned and quickly dispelled his first soul skill. But without the protection of his first soul skill, he was fully exposed to Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing quickly attacked him. First soul skill, Nether Spike. Her claws glowed as she charged at Ku Rong. He, however, smiled fearlessly. Second soul skill, Withering Growth. The broken devil vine skill was instantly regrown and shot straight at Zhu Zhuqing. What? Zhu Zhuqing was startled and hurriedly dodged, but at that moment, she was in midair and couldn't evade in time, getting her foot caught by a devil vine. Ku Rong laughed and said, "You're good, but you're too overconfident." Zhu Zhuqing frowned, trying to use her claws to break the devil vine, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. It's useless. You can't break my devil vine. If you weren't caught, you might have been able to do it, but now, don't you feel powerless all over? Ku Rong laughed heartily, feeling victory was within reach. Hearing him say that, Zhu Zhuqing realized her soul power was draining. Panic set in her heart. Was she really going to lose? No, she couldn't admit defeat. She gathered all her strength in her hands and tried again with her claws. Seeing this, Ku Rong laughed and said, "I told you it's useless. Why don't you listen? Just admit defeat." Zhu Zhuqing frowned. Her external soul skill activated, gathering all her soul power into her claws. And she suddenly clawed at the devil vine. Crack! With a boost from her external soul bone, Zhu Zhuqing finally shattered the devil vine. As soon as she landed, Zhu Zhuqing rushed at Ku Rong, who was caught off guard and was knocked flying out of the ring. Spirit Cat, victory! With the referee's declaration, Zhu Zhuqing successfully defeated Ku Rong and won the match. Zhuqing, great job. Xiao Wu gave her a thumbs up. Zhu Zhuqing smiled, feeling very happy. She stepped down from the stage, just about to share her victory with Yifeng. Suddenly, she felt a surge of inspiration and directly sat down on the ground. What happened to Zhuqing? Ning Rongrong pointed at Zhu Zhuqing, asking with concern. She is probably about to break through. Yifeng thought for a moment and guessed the reason. No way. Didn't Zhuqing just break through to level 29 a few days ago? Meng Aran looked at Zhu Zhuqing in surprise. Leveling up once every 2 or 3 days. What a terrifying speed. Yifeng pondered for a moment, realizing that it was likely the soul power from the external soul bone that hadn't been fully used during the battle, which had now suddenly manifested and led to her breakthrough. This was indeed her good fortune. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of jealousy. Among the 4 girls, 3 had reached level 30, while she was still at 27, unsure of when she would reach 30. She pouted a little, feeling a bit unhappy. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing successfully broke through and achieved level 30. Congratulations, Zhuqing, Yifeng said happily. Of course, he was thrilled that his woman could level up. Zhuqing, you're amazing. Zhuqing, that's great. Everyone praised Zhu Zhuqing, and she responded with smiles to each compliment. Since Zhuqing has broken through, let's go out for a meal. It's perfect since we're heading to the Stardow Forest tomorrow to obtain soul rings. Yifeng suggested, seeing everyone so happy. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yifeng and said, Brother Feng, haven't you fought yet? Shouldn't we wait for you to finish first? Yifeng shook his head and said, there's no need to wait. My soul power is high, so I probably won't get a chance today. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and didn't say anything more. The group left the Soto arena. And by this time, it was dark, just in time for a late-night snack. Yifeng led the 4 women toward a nearby restaurant. Boss, we need a private room. The boss hurried over and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, but our private room is just fully booked. How about sitting in the main hall? Yifeng frowned and looked at the women, asking for their opinions. Then let's go to the hall. Zhu Zhuqing said nonchalantly, as it didn't matter where they ate. All right, please come in everyone. They walked over to a large table and sat down. Yifeng directly had the boss bring a bunch of barbecues and beer, ready to have a good time tonight. Come on, let's toast to Zhu Qing. Congratulations on reaching level 30. Yifeng said while holding up a glass. Cheers. Everyone clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in one go. While everyone was having a good time, only Ning Rongrong looked gloomy. Yifeng noticed it and hurriedly asked, Rongrong, what's wrong with you? Ning Rongrong shook her head, not wanting to speak. Yifeng looked at her strangely, not knowing what was wrong with her. Rongrong, is there something you want to tell me, got it? Ning Rongrong pouted and said unhappily, Brother Feng, you all have reached above level 30. But I'm still at level 27. I can't keep up with you all. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment. It turned out she was worried about this. He looked at Ning Rongrong seriously and said, Rongrong, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to help you quickly increase your soul power. Yifeng directly thought of the immortal grass of the poison Douluo. Since giving it to Tang San would be a waste, it would be better to give it directly to me. Ning Rongrong smiled and inexplicably began to trust him a bit. Well, thank you, Brother Feng. Come on, let's drink. All right. Yifeng and Ning Rongrong also joined the drinking party. The 5 of them drank until midnight, and several of them got drunk one after another. First was Zhu Qing, who, as the main character, naturally drank the most and got drunk the fastest. Then came Xiao Wu, Meng Aran, and others, who also got drunk one after another. Yifeng also used his soul power to eliminate the alcohol, allowing himself to stay sober. After sending the ladies back to their rooms, Yifeng returned to his own room and lay down. Just as he was about to sleep, there was a knock at the door. Zhu Qing? Could it be that Zhu Qing hasn't eaten enough today and wants to come for a second meal? Yifeng was instantly excited and hurried over to speak to her. Zhu, is it you? Rongrong? Ning Rongrong was taken aback and said, Why are you so surprised? What's wrong? You don't want me to come? No, I'm just curious about how you got here. Ning Rongrong paused for a moment and, feeling shy, said, I can't sleep and wanted you to tell me a story. Yifeng was taken aback, as if he often told stories to Ning Rongrong when he was little. He smiled and said, Sure, come in. Ning Rongrong nodded and walked straight into Yifeng's room, carefully burrowing into the quilt. Yifeng looked at her actions and asked curiously, Rongrong, what are you doing? Listening to a story feels better when you're in bed. Didn't you say that? Ning Rongrong said seriously. Yifeng thought carefully, and it seemed that there really was such a thing. He remembered that when he was a child, in order to make Ning Rongrong happy, he once told her that one had to lie in bed to tell stories. Yifeng similait. Not expecting that the little girl from back then had grown up so much, he skillfully burrowed into the quilt, looked at Ning Rongrong, and gently said, Then let's get started. Ning Rongrong nodded, looking at him with anticipation. Ahem, once upon a time, there was a princess named Snow White, and she was very beautiful. How beautiful was she? Yifeng was taken aback for a moment. How would I know how beautiful she is? I haven't seen her. He smiled and said, Just as beautiful as our Rongrong. Flattered by his compliment, Ning Rongrong's little face turned red, and she shyly said, You're annoying. Keep talking. Yifeng smiled and continued. Snow White has a wicked stepmother who can't stand her being well. So she disguised herself as a witch and gave Snow White a poison apple. Snow White accidentally ate the poison apple and fell into a deep sleep. Huh? How could this happen? How could Snow White have such an ending? Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng with disbelief. Snow White is so beautiful. How could her ending be like this? Yifeng smiled and said, Of course not. This poison has an antidote. Really? Then how do we? Ning Rongrong asked happily. Yifeng said, As long as her true prince kisses her gently, she will wake up. Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng and said, What happened next? Did her true prince come? Yifeng nodded and said, Here it comes that day. Her true prince arrived riding on a rainbow cloud, coming to rescue her against the endless glow of the sunset. Wow, so romantic. 58. Off to the starry forest. Wow, so romantic. Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng happily, as if she were the one being rescued. Yifeng smiled indulgently and said later, Snow White lived happily with her prince. Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng and said, So, is Brother Feng my prince? Yifeng nodded and said seriously, Yes. I am Rongrong's prince. He gently hugged Ning Rongrong and kissed her on the hair. Ning Rongrong fell silent, not knowing what she was thinking. After a while, Ning Rongrong raised her head to look at Yifeng and said seriously, Brother Feng, do you really like Rongrong? I mean, like between a man and a woman? Yifeng was taken aback, never expecting her to ask such a question. To be honest, he hadn't really thought about it before. When he first met Ning Rongrong as a child, the only reason he got close to her was because she was one of the main characters in Douluo continent. Otherwise, who would want to play with a little demon king? However, as he interacted with Ning Rongrong, Yifeng gradually discovered that she was actually a very good girl. Her mischief was just a facade, Inside, she was a very lovable girl, especially since Ning Rongrong had been gradually tempering her personality for him, trying to become the kind of girl he liked. Upon reflection, she really was wonderful. He pondered for a moment and then said, I like her, I like Rongrong. Although at first, Rongrong was very mischievous, later I realized how adorable she truly is. He looked at Ning Rongrong seriously and said, I like you, Rongrong. Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. She smiled and said, I like you too, Brother Feng. She pecked Yifeng on the lips, and just as she was about to pull away, Yifeng tightly embraced her. Ning Rongrong was given a deep kiss by Yifeng. After the kiss, Ning Rongrong shyly said, I should head back now. Aren't you staying the night? Yifeng smiled and tried to persuade her. Ning Rongrong's face turned red, and she shyly replied, No, Brother Feng is too bad. I'm afraid you'll bully me. After saying that, she ran out without looking back. Yifeng smiled and savored the taste of Ning Rongrong. Very sweet. He shook his head and lay down to sleep. The next day, Master, it's time to get up. The familiar wake-up call from Meng Yiran rang in his ears. Yifeng slowly got up and saw that 4 girls were all in his room. Good morning. Yifeng yawned and stretched lazily. Big brother, what time is it? Why are you just getting up? We've all been waiting for you. Xiaowu pouted, a bit anxious. Yifeng said apologetically, Sorry, Xiaowu, I'll get up right now. Yifeng freshened up and took the 4 girls to have breakfast. Then the 5 of them set off for the Stardow Forest. Charge! We're going to the Stardow Forest. Xiao was very excited. After all, they were going home. Yifeng smiled and looked at Zhu Zhuqing, saying, Zhuqing, have you thought about what kind of soul ring you want? Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment and replied, It must be over 1,000 years. Yifeng nodded. With Tang San's previous experience as a lesson, he certainly wouldn't say something like Yu Xiaojiang, claiming that the best is the most suitable. My martial soul is the nether spirit cat. It would be even better if it could be related to cats. Yifeng thought for a moment. Does the Douluo continent have cat spirit beasts? There should be some. After all, there are cat martial souls. Yifeng looked at Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, do you know where there are cat spirit beasts? Xiao Wu pouted and unhappily said, Big brother, have you forgotten who I am? Yifeng was taken aback for a moment. That's right, Xiao Wu is a soul beast. Is it a bit inappropriate for me to ask her to take me to hunt soul beasts? This put him in a bit of a dilemma. With no one to guide them, when would they find it? Xiao Wu pouted and said with a pained expression, I won't tell you where the cat soul beast is. She pointed in a direction, reluctantly, saying so. Yifeng was overjoyed, hugged Xiao Wu, and kissed her, saying, Thank you, Xiao Wu. Xiao was also delighted. But soon her face turned sour. Does this count as selling out my teammate? Yifeng said to Xiao Wu, It's fine, I promise you. Apart from what Zhuqing wants, I absolutely won't harm any other soul beasts. Xiao Wu reluctantly nodded. She couldn't really let Zhu Zhuqing not get her soul ring. After finding the direction, Yifeng led the 4 girls north. Along the way, they encountered many small soul beasts, and Yifeng sincerely didn't harm them. In fact, when some small soul beasts were injured, Yifeng would even help treat their wounds. This small gesture made Xiao Wu very happy. She liked people who didn't dislike soul beasts the most. I'm so tired. How much longer do we have to walk? Ning Rongrong said with a grimace. She was originally born into a wealthy family, so how could she endure so much hardship? They had already walked over 100 miles, and she couldn't take it anymore. Yifeng smiled helplessly. He walked up to Ning Rongrong, squatted down, and said gently, Come on, my princess. Ning Rongrong smiled and jumped onto Yifeng's back, happily saying, Okay, my prince. The two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Meng Yiran looked at them curiously, not understanding what was happening. The 5 of them walked for about 10 more miles and finally arrived at a very dark place. It was so eerie here. Could this be the territory of cat-type soul beasts? Yifeng put Ning Rongrong down and looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu did not respond to him, just nodded expressionlessly. Yifeng smiled, finally arriving. You all wait outside for a moment. I'll go take a look. Be careful, Zhu Zhuqing said with concern. If anything happened to Yifeng because of her spirit ring, she would never forgive herself. Be careful, Brother Feng. It's so dark and scary here. Ning Rongrong looked inside with a frightened expression. The darkness made her feel uneasy. Master, safety first, Meng Yiran said seriously. In her eyes, Yifeng was still very important. Big brother, be careful. Xiao Wu also expressed her worry. Although she didn't want Yifeng to hunt spirit beasts, it was clear that Yifeng was more important than the spirit beasts. Yifeng nodded solemnly and said to the 4 women, Don't worry. I won't joke with my life. He looked at the 4 women, smiled mischievously, and said, You should trust your man. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the forest. Upon hearing him, the four women blushed, although they had already had Yi Feng in their hearts. They still felt shy when he said it so directly. But in the next second, they all looked worried, fearing that something might happen to Yi Feng. 59. The cold cat of the underworld. As soon as Yi Feng entered the small forest, he felt a chill in the air. It was very eerie here, with large trees and vines surrounding the area so densely that not even sunlight could penetrate. Yi Feng stepped carefully inside, one step at a time. Crack! The sound of a twig snapping came from his left, and Yi Feng hurriedly turned his head to look. However, he saw nothing. Yi Feng frowned. It was too eerie here, and he couldn't see any soul beasts at all. He stood still for a moment, then decided to activate his 1,000-year soul ring, using it as a flashlight. Alas, having such a high-level soul ring wasn't necessarily good. The 1,000-year purple light was hardly illuminating. If only it were 100 or 10 years old, that would be better. For the first time, Yi Feng felt a bit dissatisfied with his soul ring. The 1,000-year soul ring, although the purple light wasn't bright enough, at least it allowed him to see a little more clearly. Yi Feng quickened his pace and walked inside. The deeper he went, the stranger he felt. He frowned. It was too quiet here, eerily quiet. He looked around, and all he saw was darkness, just darkness. Yi Feng's heart stirred, and he directly summoned the Blade of Gale into his hand. Wind Restriction Domain. He unleashed his momentum and activated the Wind Restriction Domain. And then he saw a group of soul beasts suddenly being pressed to the ground. Damn, so many? Yi Feng was taken aback. At that moment, he was surrounded by soul beasts, all of which were cat soul beasts. System, what kind of soul beast is that? When faced with uncertainty, asking the system is always the right choice. Ding. Yinming Cold Cat, a rare cat soul beast. There was once a 100,000-year-old Yinming Cold Cat, but for certain reasons, its clan was nearly exterminated. The system replied coldly. Yi Feng was taken aback, not expecting that this nether cold cat was actually over 100,000 years old. Fortunately, it was killed. Otherwise, he would have met his end here today. He looked at the most powerful soul beast in the middle, which should be less than 10,000 years. Meow, meow. A group of little kittens were crazily shouting at Yi Feng, and their calls were quite adorable. Yi Feng watched them warily, continuously releasing his domain to suppress their movements. He quickly found one that was around 1,000 years old. Just you. Yi Feng looked at the 1,000-year-old kitten standing in the crowd. Its body was black with blue, surrounded by streaks of blue. According to the system prompt, it was 1,300 years old, just suitable to be Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring. Yi Feng smiled and directly used his second soul skill to flash in front of it. Taking advantage of its unpreparedness, he grabbed it. The little cat panicked and meowed, and then all the little cats began to cry out. Their eyes glowed red as they charged towards Yi Feng. Not good. Seeing this situation, Yi Feng hurriedly exerted his full strength to activate his domain, suppressing their speed. They were just little kittens that had not lived for even 10,000 years. How could they possibly resist Yi Feng's domain? Yi Feng walked outside with a 1,000-year-old kitten in front of them. Meow, meow. A bunch of unwilling voices from the little kittens came from behind. Yi Feng felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. How could such cute little kittens be bullied like this? He shook his head helplessly and quickened his pace. This world is like that, survival of the fittest. If you are weak, you will be bullied by the strong. But is this rule really right? Yi Feng was a bit confused. He was not a saint. He just thought the world was too strange. Why were soul beasts born to serve as soul rings for humans? Why do humans need soul rings to level up? Sigh. Forget it. Why think so much about it? After all, I can't change it. He shook his head and quickened his pace. Soon he walked outside. I'm back. Yi Feng held the little cat, which was 1,000 years old, with a smile on his face, completely free of the sorrow he had just shown. The little cat in his hands had long been dizzy from his antics. Brother Feng, are you all right? Zhu Zhuqing asked with concern, completely ignoring the little cat. Brother Feng, it's good that you're okay. Ning Rongrong smiled as well, relieved that Yi Feng was safe. Master, well done. Meng Yiran smiled gently. Truly worthy of the man I have my eyes on. Big brother, you didn't harm them, did you? Xiao Wu hurriedly asked about the little cats when she saw Yi Feng was fine. After all, she was acquainted with their ancestors. Yi Feng nodded and said, I'm fine. This is a soul beast for you, a more than 1,300-year-old nether cold cat. He then looked at Ning Rongrong and Meng Yiran, saying, I'm definitely okay. They're just small soul beasts. Finally, he looked at Xiao Wu and gently said, Don't worry, Xiao Wu, I didn't do anything to them. Xiao Wu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that nothing happened. Thank you, big brother. Yi Feng smiled and said nothing. Zhu Zhuqing looked curiously at the little cat in Yi Feng's hands and said, This cat's name is just one character different from my martial soul. Yifeng nodded. The names Yin Ming Lung Mao and Yin Ming Ling Mao indeed only differ by one character. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said happily, "Hurry up and absorb it." Zhu Zhuqing nodded and took the unconscious cat from Yifeng's hands. The way the cat was fainted was quite cute, and she felt a bit reluctant to act. "I'm sorry, but after you become my soul ring, I will treat you well," she said before preparing to take action to kill it. "Zhuqing," Xiao Wu called out unwillingly. Zhu Zhuqing looked at her in confusion. Xiao Wu closed her eyes and said reluctantly, "Give it some dignity." Zhu Zhuqing nodded and used her first soul skill to give it a quick end, tried to avoid damaging the body too severely. With a soft sound, the sharp claws pierced into the skin, and a purple soul ring slowly rose up. "Zhuqing, hurry up and absorb it," Yifeng said gently. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. She sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the 1,000-year soul skill. Yifeng looked at her expression and thought it would take quite a while. He decided to chat with Xiao Wu. At that moment, Xiao Wu had a distressed look on her face, clearly in pain. "Xiao Wu, are you okay?" Big Brother asked. Xiao Wu looked at him with tears in her eyes. Yifeng gently hugged her and said softly, "It's okay, Xiao Wu. It's just living in a different way." He knew that Xiao Wu couldn't bear to see spirit beasts being killed. Thinking about it, she was one of them. If someone killed a person in front of him, he probably wouldn't be able to stand it either. Xiao Wu nodded and said, "I know this is very normal. There are also fights among spirit beasts, I understand that. But they're the descendants of Sister Lung." Sister Lung? Could it be that 10,000-year-old ghostly cold cat? Yifeng said, "It's okay, Xiao Wu." He was about to comfort Xiao Wu when he sensed a strong fluctuation of soul power. "Young master, run." A soul Douluo from the spirit hall rushed towards Yifeng, looking very flustered. Yifeng frowned. "What happened?" "Ha, want to leave? Do you look down on me, the poison Douluo?" 60. Poison Douluo? Yifeng fronit. "Why is he here? And he's fighting with the guards of the spirit hall. What's going on?" Ha. "Kid, wait until I take the lives of these soul Douluos. Then I'll come to kill you." The poison Douluo fought against 11 soul Douluos, and he was actually overpowering them all by himself, as expected of a title Douluo. Even if the 11 soul Douluos joined forces, they were not his match. Yifeng looked at the soul Douluo in front of him and said, "How did you provoke the poison Douluo?" The soul Douluo with a distressed expression quickly explained, "It's unfair, young master. Even if we had 10 times the courage, we wouldn't dare to provoke a title Douluo." That poison Douluo suddenly rushed out, saying he wanted to kill you. We saw that things were not right, so we rushed up and got into a battle with him. Yifeng frowned. "So, the poison Douluo is targeting me? I don't have any conflict of interest with him, right? Could be that someone hired him?" He nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a possibility, although he didn't know what could make a mere title Douluo dare to go against the spirit hall. He looked at the soul Douluo in front of him and angrily said, "You guys are really useless, aren't you? 12 soul Douluos, not to mention defeating him. You should at least be able to fight him to a standstill, right?" Yifeng angrily said, "It's embarrassing that 12 soul masters can't defeat a title Douluo. It's not shameful, but it's not a good look." The soul master replied awkwardly, "Young master, it's not that we can't do it. It's just that the poison from the poison Douluo is too troublesome. My brothers are all poisoned." He tore the fabric on his arm, revealing a pitch-black arm. It was clear that he had been poisoned deeply. Yifeng frowned, not expecting the poison of the poison Douluo to be so terrifying. But then again, if it weren't frightening, how could it be called poison Douluo? Speaking of poison, I seem to remember that I am the body of all poisons, immune to all toxins, and my blood can neutralize all poisons. With this thought, Yifeng smiled and said to the soul Douluo, "Open your mouth." The soul Douluo looked at Yifeng in disbelief, wondering if he wanted to enjoy himself before dying. "But aren't there many girls around? Why me? Could it be that the young master actually has that kind of preference?" "Open up," Yifeng said impatiently. The soul Douluo turned pale. He never expected that after a glorious life, he would still have to endure this humiliation before dying. Sigh. Well, who told him he was the young master? The soul Douluo painfully opened his mouth, waiting in anticipation, no, in agony, for Yifeng's arrival. Yifeng saw him in such pain and did not hesitate, quickly pricking his finger to let a drop of fresh blood fall into his mouth. The soul Douluo nervously closed his eyes, and after a while, he felt a drop of liquid fall into his mouth. He thought to himself, "Is this how it ends, young master? Is that it?" "All right," Yifeng said lightly, completely unaware of what the soul fighter was thinking. The soul fighter opened his eyes a bit disappointed, not expecting the young master to be so quick and so little at such a young age. Just as he was about to feel disappointed, He noticed that his injured hand was continuously emitting a cool sensation. What is this? He looked at Yifeng, not knowing what had happened. Yifeng smiled and said, has your poison been cured? It seemed that Douluo was taken aback, completely not expecting that a poison he couldn't resolve could be cured by the young master with just a soul sect. The young master is formidable. Yifeng smiled and ignored him, looking at the arena. The poison Douluo was exchanging blows with 11 soul Douluo, and before long, one of them was sent flying. Each soul Douluo that was knocked back was poisoned severely. Yifeng hurriedly rushed to the poisoned soul Douluo's side to detoxify him. Just like that. For every soul Douluo that the poisoned Douluo injured, Yifeng detoxified one, creating a rather delicate situation. Get lost. The poisoned Douluo struck the last soul Douluo away with a palm, then looked up at Yifeng. Kid, now it's your turn. What? How is this possible? The poisoned Douluo was taken aback, only to see that the 11 soul Douluos he had poisoned were all standing there perfectly fine. Even the soul Douluo he had just knocked away was back on his feet thanks to Yifeng's healing. Didn't he expect this, did you? The poisoned Douluo's poison is indeed powerful, but unfortunately for you, I just happen to know how to detoxify it, Yifeng said with a smug smile, proud of his ability to cure a tidal Douluo's poison. Impossible. While there are people in this world who can detoxify my poison, it definitely can't be you. And it certainly can't happen this quickly. The poisoned Douluo frowned, looking utterly unconvinced. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and pointed to the 12 soul Douluos behind him, saying, you may not believe it, but the facts are right in front of you. Douluo frowned and said, if you were really that powerful, would the Luo Empire give you up? Luo Empire? Yifeng was taken aback. Did he think I was from the Luo Empire? Yifeng frowned slightly. It seemed that this matter was inextricably linked to Daimubai. He shook his head and said, the poisoned Douluo seems to have misunderstood something. I am not from the Luo Empire. I am from the Spirit Hall. They're also all offerings of my Spirit Hall. The poisoned Douluo frowned and said skeptically, impossible. I have seen the clothing of the Spirit Hall's offerings before. Don't try to deceive me. Yifeng helplessly shook his head and said, our Spirit Hall updated our uniforms 2 years ago, so it's normal that poisoned Douluo didn't recognize me. He took out his token from his waist and threw it to poisoned Douluo. This is the token of the young master of our Spirit Hall. Poisoned Douluo can take a look. Poisoned Douluo took the token, examined it carefully, and indeed found it similar to the design method of the Spirit Hall. He frowned. If what this young man said was true, then it meant, damn it, that bastard from the Luo Empire actually dared to deceive me. Yifeng looked at the angry poisoned Douluo and couldn't help but smile. It turned out to be a misunderstanding, which made things easier. He was really afraid that poisoned Douluo genuinely wanted to kill him. He said to poisoned Douluo, senior poisoned Douluo, since we've cleared up this misunderstanding, let's just leave it at that. I promise I won't hold you accountable in the future. Poisoned Douluo pondered for a moment and then shook his head. I don't believe you. Only the dead can keep secrets. Since I've already offended you, I might as well kill you both. That way no one will know. Yifeng frowned slightly, wondering how this guy could be so ungrateful. Fenggu. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, a bit scared, and held Yifeng's hand. Looking at Ning Rongrong, Yifeng suddenly felt a stir in his heart. He smiled at Ning Rongrong and said, it's okay. Rongrong, I will protect you well. I believe in you. Fenggu. Ning Rongrong smiled, having an inexplicable trust in Yifeng. Yifeng nodded and looked at poisoned Douluo, sternly shouting, poisoned Douluo, are you sure you want to take action against us? Do you dare to offend both the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School at the same time? Although we can't defeat you, with so many soul Douluos here, one of us will surely be able to escape. He smiled slightly and said, as long as one escapes, you will face endless pursuit from the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I wonder if poisoned Douluo can withstand that. Poisoned Douluo frowned. What he said made some sense. With so many soul masters, I definitely can't kill them all, and if one escapes, I'm finished. Ha ha ha, young friend. I was just joking with you. I have always been on good terms with the Spirit Hall. How could I do anything harmful to you? It was all just a misunderstanding, Here, your token. Poisoned Douluo threw the token back to Yifeng, and Yifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, poisoned Douluo, you're too polite. Our Spirit Hall also values our friendship with you. Today was just a misunderstanding. Poisoned Douluo nodded. This kid is quite to my liking. In that case, I will take my leave. Yifeng nodded and thought of something, then said, wait a moment, poisoned Douluo? Poisoned Douluo frowned and looked at Yifeng warily. Do you have any other insights, young friend? Yifeng said, poisoned Douluo? Don't get me wrong. I just saw that you were full of poison, and I happen to have some poison in my body as well. Luckily, I know a bit about detoxification, I wonder if Poison Douluo would like me to help you detoxify? Poison Douluo was taken aback. Could this kid really be so kind-hearted? What do you want? He asked. I heard that Poison Douluo has a medicinal garden. Yi Feng smiled with ill intentions. Poison Douluo frowned and said, How much do you want? Yi Feng smiled and said, I want them all. The Poison Douluo fell silent, thinking that this kid really has a big appetite. Isn't he afraid of overdoing it? Oof. If the young friend really has such abilities, then come to the home.Our to find me. At that time, I might consider it. Yi Feng nodded. It was indeed not appropriate to treat him now. After all, with so many sold Douluos around, Poison Douluo would definitely not feel at ease letting him treat. All right, in a few months, I will go find Poison Douluo. Poison Douluo nodded, said nothing more, and flew away into the distance. Yi Feng breathed a slight sigh of relief. Facing the Poison Douluo really put a lot of pressure on him. His strength was still too weak. If he were a soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo, would the mere Poison Douluo dare to be so arrogant in front of him? He could teach him a lesson in just a matter of minutes. Yi Feng looked at the 12 soul Douluos and said, Thank you for your hard work. When we return, I will ask the teacher to reward you. It is our duty to be loyal to the young master. The many soul Douluos replied in unison. Yi Feng nodded and let them disperse. Once all the contra had disappeared, Yi Feng turned around and looked at the several worried girls. It's okay now, nothing happened. Yi Feng smiled. Although the process was a bit troublesome, at least it was safe. It scared me to death, as long as Brother Feng is fine. Ning Rongrong sighed in relief. The Poison Douluo had really frightened her just now. She threw herself into Yi Feng's arms, looking pitiful. Big brother, who was that person just now? So scary. Xiao Wu said, clutching Yi Feng's arm with a frightened expression. She had been hiding at the back and didn't dare to speak because she was a spirit beast in human form, and she was really afraid of being recognized. Fortunately, the Poison Douluo hadn't paid attention to her. Master, I'm scared too, Mingaran said, acting coyly, not looking scared at all. Yi Feng smiled, touched Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's little heads, and said gently, It's okay. I'm here. He gave Mingaran a look, thinking that she could act a bit more convincingly. She didn't look scared at all. Feeling Yi Feng's warmth, Ning Rongrong felt much more at ease. Indeed, this man is my Prince Charming, who will protect me when I'm in danger. She smiled, feeling very happy. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully won over Ning Rongrong by 50 points. Destiny luck has accumulated to 13 points. Reward, soul power 3. Please keep up the good work. The system said coldly. Yi Feng was taken aback, not expecting that Ning Rongrong would be so moved by him. Is this already half the way there? It seems that it's not far from pushing Ning Rongrong down. All right. Rongrong, Xiao Wu, let's go check on Zhu Zhuqing and see if she has successfully absorbed the soul ring. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded, getting up from Yi Feng's embrace, and the group headed towards Zhu Zhuqing's location. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was absorbing the soul ring of the Nether Cold Cat, which had been around for over 1,300 years. It looks like we still have to wait a while. Let's find a place to sit for a bit. Yi Feng sat down on a tree trunk with several girls. He looked at them and said, It seems we might not be able to go back tonight. At this moment, it was already dark, and Zhu Zhuqing had not finished absorbing yet. Great, let's build a house, Xiao Wu said happily. She had a lot of fun building a house with Yi Feng last time. Ning Rongrong looked at the large trees around them and said helplessly, with such big trees, we can't even chop them down, right? How are we going to make a house? Xiao Wu was also taken aback. Last time, it was Erming who pulled the trees, and now that Erming wasn't here, they really couldn't do it. She lowered her head a bit dejectedly, feeling like there was nothing to do. Yi Feng also smiled helplessly. The trees here are too big, making it really difficult to cut them down. It seems we have to hurry at night. Everyone should rest for now. Anyway, there are 12 soul Douluos nearby, so they don't have to worry about soul beasts disturbing them. The three women nodded, leaned against the tree trunks, and began to rest. Yi Feng also had his eyes slightly closed, recovering his strength. Brother Feng, what's wrong, Rongrong? Ning Rongrong was a bit shy and said awkwardly, She fidgeted, feeling embarrassed to speak up. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Rongrong, if you don't say anything, I want to know what you want to do. Ning Rongrong's little face turned red, and she shyly said in a low voice, I want to pee. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Feng smiled and said, Rongrong isn't afraid to go alone, is she? Ning Rongrong nodded and said, It's so eerie here. Rongrong is scared. Then let's go together. Yi Feng held Ning Rongrong's hand and accompanied her to a small grove nearby. Brother Feng, don't look, she said, her face turning red. It was the first time she had experienced such a situation. Yi Feng said nonchalantly, What's the difference? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Although that was 6 years ago. No, quickly turn your head. Ning Rongrong pouted, her face flushed. Yifeng smiled and didn't tease her anymore, turning around. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She walked a little further away before feeling reassured enough to relieve herself. Yifeng, being a gentleman, did not look back. After all, we are gentlemen. How could we do something so embarrassing? He turned his back to Ning Rongrong, waiting in boredom. Ning Rongrong suddenly shouted, and Yifeng was startled, quickly rushing towards her. Could it be that she encountered some danger again? Rongrong, are you okay? Snake. She pointed at the small snake in front of her, her face full of panic. Get away. Yifeng directly picked up the small snake and threw it away. All right, Rongrong, it's fine now. Yifeng turned his head, intending to comfort Ning Rongrong, but was stunned by the scene before him. What have you done to me? Ning Rongrong realized she wasn't wearing a top, and her face instantly turned bright red. A scream even louder than before rang out, and Yifeng quickly turned around, fearing that Ning Rongrong would be furious out of embarrassment. A rustling sound came from behind Yifeng as Ning Rongrong hurriedly put on her clothes. Soon, Ning Rongrong was dressed, her face flushed. I'll head back first, she said, lowering her head and rushing away, not daring to look at Yifeng even once. Yifeng smiled wryly and said, Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean to? He shook his head and quickly caught up. Rongrong, wait for me. Ning Rongrong walked ahead without any intention of looking back. The recent incident had made her too shy. The two hurried back one after the other and soon returned to Zhu Zhuqing's location. Rongrong is fine. It's not like she hasn't seen it before, right? Yifeng was talking nonsense behind, and Ning Rongrong covered her ears, not wanting to listen to him. Anyway, she would have to see it sooner or later. Brother Feng, can you please be quiet? Ning Rongrong could no longer tolerate it and finally replied. She was already very shy about being watched like a goldfish, and with him saying that, was he trying to make her feel even more embarrassed? Yifeng smiled and said, okay. Ning Rongrong pouted, and seeing that he agreed, she didn't say anything, just as she was about to go back. Yifeng suddenly hugged her. Rongrong, then use your mouth to block me. He directly kissed her. Ning Rongrong was startled by this sudden attack. She already felt shy from being watched, and now being kissed, she directly softened. After a moment, Yifeng released Ning Rongrong, holding her delicate body, and said affectionately, Rongrong, I love you. Ning Rongrong looked at him with deep affection and replied, I love you too, Brother Feng. His heart stirred, and he wanted to take immediate action with Ning Rongrong. Ahem, what are you two doing? A female voice came, and it turned out to be Zhu Zhuqing, who had just awakened after absorbing her spirit ring. Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms and looked at them expressionlessly. Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned red, and she pushed Yifeng away, shyly lowering her head. I'm going to check on Xiao Wu and the others. After saying that, she headed towards Xiao Wu's location. As she walked, she suddenly thought, wait, that's not right. Zhu Zhuqing isn't the main wife. Why should I run away like a mistress caught in the act? Isn't that just losing face? Ning Rongrong was filled with distress. Zhu Zhuqing smiled slightly. She found Ning Rongrong quite adorable. Yifeng also shook his head, looked at Zhu Zhuqing, and said, You bullied Rongrong again. No way. It's clearly you who are bullying me. She pouted and said unhappily, You know I'm absorbing a soul ring, but instead of protecting me, you're kissing other women. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him with a very resentful expression, and Yifeng felt quite awkward. The atmosphere had just been right, and he couldn't help but kiss her, who knew Zhu Zhuqing would suddenly wake up. Ahem, Zhuqing, how's your soul ring? Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glance. Every time she didn't want to reply, he would change the subject, which was really old-fashioned. But she still revealed her third soul ring. After all, she couldn't really hold a grudge against him. Her third soul ring lit up, and a light purple soul ring illuminated the dim environment slightly. This is my third soul ring. The soul skill is called Nether Slash, which forms a knife-shaped black shadow between my claws, with immense destructive power, and it also carries ice attribute damage. Yifeng was taken aback. Why was it still the Nether Slash? He remembered that in the original work, Zhu Zhuqing's third soul skill was indeed the Nether Slash. Now that he had joined, Zhu Zhuqing was absorbing a soul beast different from the original work. So why was it still the Nether Slash? Although this Nether Slash had increased ice attribute damage. That was one point that was different from the original work. Congratulations, Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing smiled, knowing that it was because of the man in front of her that she had such a good soul skill. However, she didn't thank him for anything. Since he already belonged to her, there was no need to fuss over such things. By the way, I'm already level 33 now. Is it because of absorbing the Nether Cold Cat? Yifeng asked, as he seemed to remember that absorbing soul rings could lead to leveling up. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. The nether cold cat was very suitable for her and directly helped her increase by 3 levels. Alright, since Zhuqing has finished absorbing her soul ring, let us go back. Ning Rongrong returned to the battlefield. Now she fully realized her previous mistake and was thinking about how to remedy it. Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran also followed behind her. Yifeng nodded and said, then let's go back. Brother Feng, I want you to carry me. Ning Rongrong stretched out her hands, looking at Yifeng with anticipation. Yifeng smiled, but said nothing, carrying her back as they walked. Ning Rongrong, on Yifeng's back, made a face at Zhu Zhuqing, as if celebrating a victory like a young girl. Zhu Zhuqing smiled, indicating that she didn't mind at all. After all, she was destined to be the mistress of the harem. How could she compete with a concubine like you over such trivial matters? The group quickened their pace toward the small town, but it was already dark, and they could only rely on the moonlight to find their way, which slowed them down considerably. They finally arrived at a small town around 3 or 4 in the morning. Let's rest there for a bit. Yifeng pointed to the spirit hall branch in the middle and said to the girls. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Meng Yiran all nodded, while Ning Rongrong had already fallen asleep on Yifeng's back. Upon reaching the spirit hall branch, Yifeng showed a token, and someone arranged rooms for them. As soon as they entered the room, Yifeng collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yifeng woke up, and it was already noon. Today, Meng Yiran didn't come to wake him up, which felt a bit unusual. As he lifted the blanket and was about to get out of bed, Yifeng noticed that there was a woman in his bed. Rongrong? Yifeng was taken aback. How did Ning Rongrong end up on my bed? He tried hard to recall that Ning Rongrong had been sleeping on his back all of yesterday. So how didn't he lay Ning Rongrong down properly, and she just fell asleep like that? Yifeng looked at Ning Rongrong lying on his bed, feeling a bit confused. The girl resembled a quiet and well-behaved kitten, having sweet dreams, and the smile lingering on her cheeks left a deep impression. While she slept, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the smile on her face made Yifeng's heart flutter. He gently kissed the top of Ning Rongrong's head. He really liked this girl. Ning Rongrong frowned slightly and slowly opened her eyes. You're awake, little lazy bug. Yifeng smiled and scratched her nose. Good morning, Brother Feng, Ning Rongrong said drowsily, and then suddenly realized that Yifeng was on her bed. Brother Feng, what did you do to Rongrong? Ning Rongrong covered her front with both hands, looking at Yifeng in terror. Yifeng was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh at Ning Rongrong's cute appearance. He pretended to be lewd and said, a lonely man and a woman alone in a room. What do you think I would do? Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, and after a brief silence, she didn't panic as Yifeng expected. She softly said, so, when will you marry me, Brother Feng? Huh? What? Yifeng was bewildered by Ning Rongrong's inexplicable reaction and momentarily couldn't respond. Brother Feng doesn't want to marry Rongrong, does he? Ning Rongrong pouted, tears nearly falling. No, Rongrong. I'm just curious why you suddenly said this. Yifeng helplessly said, I was just trying to scare you. How did it turn into a discussion about marrying you? Ning Rongrong's little face turned red, and she shyly replied, you've already done that kind of thing to me. Of course you have to marry me. Rongrong, I was just scaring you. We didn't do anything. Yifeng said helplessly, I was just joking. Do you have to take it so seriously? Huh? Ning Rongrong pouted, clearly a bit unhappy. I've already laid on your bed, and you didn't do anything. Do you look down on me, Ning Rongrong? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Bad big brother Feng. Ning Rongrong picked up a pillow and threw it at Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and did not resist. Ning Rongrong played for a while, and then angrily walked out of the room. Rongrong won't pay attention to you anymore. Yifeng smiled helplessly, thinking that he was being a virtuous person for once, yet he was still being scolded. Sigh. Women's hearts are as hard to fathom as a needle in the ocean. After Ning Rongrong left, Yifeng quickly tidied up and went to wake the girls. After having lunch with a few girls, they headed towards Shrek Academy. Along the way, Ning Rongrong completely ignored Yifeng, and Yifeng felt helpless about it. Once they returned to Shrek Academy, Yifeng took the girls straight to Dai Mubai's room. Rongrong, you guys are back? Oscar said excitedly as he saw Ning Rongrong and walked over. Ning Rongrong noted expressionlessly. Oscar asked, Rongrong, where have you been? We haven't seen you for the past few days. Seeing Yifeng trying to please Ning Rongrong, he instinctively frowned and said, Oscar, we have something to do. Let's talk later. Oscar glanced at Yifeng, slightly lowering his head. He knew that Ning Rongrong and Yifeng were a couple, but he just couldn't help but like Ning Rongrong. When Ning Rongrong heard Yifeng's words, she was also moved. She looked at Oscar and said happily, something? What is it? I have nothing to do. Come on, Oscar, Let's go chat over there. Ning Rongrong actively linked her arm with Oscar's and walked aside. Oscar was stunned for a moment, then filled with joy. Could it be that Ning Rongrong had fallen out with Yifeng? Great, my chance has come. All right, I just happen to have a new dish I want you to try. Yifeng looked at the two who were chatting happily and instinctively frowned. Although he knew that Rongrong was angry with him, he still felt a bit unhappy. Then you guys chat. We'll leave first. Ye Feng Poulet Zuzuking. Xiao Wu and Meng Yi ran towards Dai Mubai's room. Seeing his actions, Ning Rongrong's face turned pale, and she opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Brother Feng, Rongrong, let's go. I'll take you to try the new dishes, Oscar said happily, feeling hopeful. Ning Rongrong slowly shook her head and weakly said, next time. I'm tired. I need to go back to rest. Oscar was taken aback and then said, should I walk you back? Ning Rongrong nonchalantly nodded. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Yifeng, and she really didn't want to deal with him. Oscar escorted Ning Rongrong back to the dormitory and said to her, Rongrong, make sure to rest well. Ning Rongrong did not respond to him. Outside the door, Oscar remained silent for a while, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. He knew that Ning Rongrong was using him to annoy Yifeng, but he didn't care. He now had a crazy idea, which was to break them apart. Hee. Yifeng, since you have so many women, just let Rongrong be with me. Hee. Oscar said with a sinister expression, a mad thought slowly taking shape in his mind. On the other side, Yifeng was also feeling very displeased due to Ning Rongrong's actions. He hurriedly led the three girls towards Dai Mubai's direction. Arriving at Dai Mubai's door, Yifeng kicked it open. Bang! Dai Mubai, you bastard, get out here. He was very angry. Having just lost some people in the Stardow forest at the hands of the poisoned Douluo, and all of this was because of Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, you eunuch, come out quickly. After shouting for a while with no response, Yifeng frowned, feeling a bad premonition. Brother Feng, let us go in and take a look. Zhu Zhuqing also frowned and said. Yifeng nodded, telling the three girls to stay outside while he went into the room alone, mainly afraid that Dai Mubai might have some traps. As soon as he entered the room, it was empty, with nothing but a few pieces of furniture. Damn it, that bastard Dai Mubai. He actually managed to escape. Yifeng walked to Dai Mubai's bedside, where a letter was placed. Dai Mubai, haha Yifeng, if you can see this letter, then congratulations on dodging my revenge. But don't worry, this won't be the last time. Just wait for the endless retribution from my Xing Luo empire. As for Zhu Zhuqing, that little bitch, she can forget about breaking off our engagement for life. Even if I can't do it, I still have my brother and my younger brother. I will definitely make her a shared shoe of the Dai family. Haha. After reading the letter, Yifeng was extremely angry. You, Dai Mubai, not only sent someone to assassinate me, but also dared to leave a letter to insult me? Just wait. He tightened his fists, filled with rage. However, starting a war with the Xing Luo Empire was clearly not a wise choice right now. At least he had to wait until he became a soldat. There was no way, before becoming a soldat, that even if BibiDong loved him, she would send troops to fight the Xing Luo Empire for him. The interests were not aligned. The Elder Hall would not agree to that either. Yifeng walked out of the room with a heavy heart. What's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing asked with concern. She was also starting to dislike Dai Mubai now. After all, sending someone to assassinate was truly disgusting behavior. Yifeng shook his head and showed them Dai Mubai's letter. After reading it, Zhu Zhuqing also expressed her frustration. This Dai Mubai is really not human. Is he transformed from a soul beast? So disgusting? Soul beasts are not as disgusting as he is. Don't insult soul beasts. Xiao Wu, hearing her compare Dai Mubai to a soul beast, quickly spoke up. You can scold Dai Mubai, but don't insult soul beasts, okay? Zhu Zhuqing was educating Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu pouted, clearly not satisfied with Zhu Zhuqing's description. Indeed, Dai Mubai can't compare to those adorable soul beasts. Yifeng also nodded, thinking that there are also cute soul beasts like Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the two of them in confusion. Forget it. If he ran away, he ran away. At least without him. The air in Shrek Academy is much fresher. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, and just thinking about Dai Mubai not being here in the future made her happy. But what about your engagement, Zhuqing? Didn't Dai Mubai say he would take you? Xiao Wu said innocently. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned slightly red. She of course knew what Xiao Wu was talking about. She glanced at Yifeng and said with reassurance, It's okay, I believe in Brother Feng. Yifeng also smiled and said, Don't worry, Zhuqing, I will definitely help you. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, trusting Yifeng very much. All right, you all go back and rest. You've been traveling for a few days and are tired. The girls all nodded, feeling a bit tired at this moment. Yifeng sent them back to the dormitory and encountered Oscar along the way. Oscar looked at Yifeng and the others, momentarily frozen, then suddenly smiled and said, Yifeng, are you all done? Just in time, I also managed to get Rong to sleep. Yifeng frowned and asked, what does Oscar mean? What do you mean you made Rong fall asleep? What did you do to her? Oscar pretended to be surprised and said apologetically, oh, Yifeng, don't misunderstand. We just played for too long, and Rong got tired. He smiled and added, don't worry, I left only after I made her fall asleep. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Although he believed that Oscar and Ning Rong wouldn't have anything going on, the way Oscar spoke still made him unable to help but think in that direction. A bit of anger arose in his heart. He stared at Oscar, warning him, Oscar, I advise you not to get too close to Ning Rong. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it later. Oscar pretended to be innocent and nodded, smiling as he said, don't worry, I know all about it. I have my limits. Yifeng nodded and said nothing more. If Oscar were sensible, he wouldn't do anything to him. But if Oscar dared to covet Ning Rong, I would definitely make him understand why the flowers are so red. I'm leaving now. Oscar smiled, said a word to everyone, and walked outside. As soon as he turned his head, Oscar's originally friendly face instantly became extremely sinister. Yifeng, you bastard, wait for me. Ning Rong will definitely be mine. He tightened his fist. No matter what method he used, he would definitely get Ning Rong. Yifeng looked at Oscar's departing figure, frowning slightly, feeling a bit worried. Let's go. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Meng Yiran nodded, and the group headed towards the dormitory. Fengge, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Zhu Zhuqing invited Yifeng outside the dormitory. She was a bit concerned about the relationship between Yifeng and Ning Rong. Although Ning Rong was her rival, she didn't want them to split apart. After all, she was determined to become the queen of the harem, and Ning Rong was her chosen ally. With Ning Rong's help, she had a chance to become the queen of the harem. She had never forgotten about Yifeng's senior sister, and to be honest, Zhu Zhuqing didn't think she could compete with her, so she needed allies. Yifeng was taken aback, recalling Ning Rong's earlier behavior and Oscar's words, and couldn't help but frown, instinctively feeling a bit resistant. Forget it. I'm tired too. I'll go back and rest first. After saying that, he left without looking back. Zhu Zhuqing watched Yifeng's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. He has gone. Ning Rong walked out of the room with a pale face. She opened her mouth and weakly said, did I do something wrong? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Rong and smiled, saying, no, you didn't do anything wrong. If you think that way, then I will really give up on you. Ning Rong was taken aback, not understanding what Zhu Zhuqing meant. Zhu Zhuqing patted her head and said in a tone of someone who has been through it, silly girl, men are all greedy. They can't stand seeing their women interacting with others. You can act spoiled in other ways, but don't think about making him angry by looking for other men. Because he hates betrayal from women. Ning Rong panicked for a moment and hurriedly said, I just want him to care about me a little more. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, what you think doesn't matter. What matters is what you do. She patted Ning Rong's shoulder and said earnestly, in the eyes of someone who loves you, your actions are no different from betrayal. After finishing her words, Zhu Zhuqing went back to her room by herself. Ning Rong stood there, contemplating Zhu Zhuqing's words, tears unconsciously streaming down her face. Growing up as the princess of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, she had never thought about others because others always thought for her. So she didn't know how to think for others. She just wanted Yifeng to care about her more, but her willful behavior only made Yifeng very angry. Yifeng returned to his room, feeling very complicated about the events of the day. He is now writing a letter to BibiDong, warning her to be on guard against a surprise attack from the Douluo Empire. Sigh, I'm really useless, causing trouble for myself, and having to rely on my woman to clean up the mess. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. His strength was too weak now, and it was of no use at all. But to improve his strength, he had to pursue the goddess, and just thinking about this made his head ache. Ning Rong's performance today had really disappointed him. Even if Yifeng tried desperately to understand her, there was always a bit of discomfort in his heart. Sigh. He finished writing a letter, sealed it, and called for a Douluo. Young master, what are your orders? The Douluo knelt respectfully before Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng felt a bit of accomplishment. After all, he was someone who could command 12 Douluos, although it was achieved by relying on others. Ahem, you will deliver this letter to the Pope, and remember to give it to her in person. Yes. The Douluo nodded, took the envelope, and hurried towards the Spear Hall. Since the poisoned Douluo incident, they had been very respectful towards this young master, as he had saved their lives. If they used to respect him simply because he was the young master, now they respected him from the bottom of their hearts. After the Douluo left, Yifeng lay on the bed out of boredom, thinking about some random things. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Yifeng looked towards the door, unsure of who was knocking. It's me, Feng Ge. Ning Rong Rong? Yifeng was taken aback for a moment. How did she come here? He got up and walked to the door, opening it for Ning Rong Rong. What are you doing here? 65. Mengyaran's prank 1. What are you doing here? Yifeng looked at Ning Rong Rong with a blank expression, still unsure of how to face her. Ning Rong Rong was taken aback for a moment, feeling a bit hurt at Yifeng's indifferent expression. Sure enough, what Zhu Qing said was all true. Brother Feng, can I come in and sit for a while? Yifeng fell silent for a moment, and after a while, he stepped aside to let Ning Rong Rong in. The two entered the room and sat opposite each other. Ning Rong Rong lowered her head, and Yifeng looked around. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. After a long time, Ning Rong Rong finally said softly, I'm sorry, Brother Feng. I really didn't mean to. Woo. Rong Rong doesn't understand. Rong Rong just wants Brother Feng to care about her more. Woo woo woo. As she spoke, she began to cry. Seeing her in tears, Yifeng couldn't help but soften his heart and felt a bit reluctant. He said to Ning Rong Rong, I don't know what you're thinking, but I don't like my woman touching other men. Yifeng spoke very seriously. He didn't want Ning Rong Rong to make this kind of mistake again. Being willful is fine, but being willful with other men is not acceptable. If my woman is nice to other men just to provoke me, then I'd rather not have her. Ning Rong Rong opened her mouth, wiped her tears vigorously, and nodded earnestly. I'm sorry, Brother Feng, I won't protect them anymore in the future. Yifeng nodded and forgave her. It was just a matter of attitude. It wasn't like Ning Rong Rong and Oscar had done something serious. As long as she admitted her mistake, it was fine to forgive her. Yifeng smiled, gently touching her little head, and said, Don't do this anymore. Ning Rong Rong felt all her grievances suddenly surge up as he touched her, and she threw her arms around Yifeng, crying. Wah, Brother Feng, Rong Rong is so scared. So scared that you won't want Rong Rong anymore. Ever since Yifeng stopped paying attention to her, she had been filled with worry and fear. And she was also startled by Zhu Zhuqing's analysis. As a young lady, she had never experienced such things and was now in a state of panic. Originally, she could hold back her emotions, but once Yifeng forgave her, she turned back into that soft and weak little princess. Yifeng held her tightly and gently said, Silly girl, how could that be? I would never abandon Rong Rong. He let Ning Rong Rong cry in his arms, her tears soaking his clothes, without caring at all. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Rong Rong cried herself to sleep. Yifeng gently placed her on the bed and softly kissed her on the forehead. Just as he was about to let go, he heard Ning Rong Rong say, Brother Feng, don't go. It turned out she was talking in her sleep. Yifeng helplessly shook his head, deciding not to take a shower, and instead took off his soaked shirt and lay down to sleep. He did nothing. The next day, Mengyaran woke up early. She and T made breakfast for Yifeng the day before, so she planned to make breakfast for him today. She skillfully arrived at Yifeng's dormitory, gently pushed open the door, and was about to make breakfast for him. Then she saw Ning Rong Rong sprawled over Yifeng like an octopus, with Yifeng's upper body still bare. You too. She covered her mouth. Try not to make any noise. At that moment, she was already confused. Didn't Yifeng and Ning Rong Rong just argue yesterday? How could they be sleeping together today? This is too stimulating. Mengyaran's face turned slightly red, and just thinking about it made her excited. She had a thought and quietly moved closer to Ning Rong Rong, gently helping her take off her clothes. After much effort, she finally managed to remove Ning Rong Rong's clothing. Looking at Ning Rong Rong's not yet fully developed figure, Mengyaran couldn't help but feel a bit proud. After all, it was smaller than hers. After being narcissistic for a while, she walked over to Yifeng and took off his clothes as well. Seeing Yifeng's body, Mengyaran felt thrilled, but she still restrained herself. To avoid being discovered, she quietly walked towards the door. Once outside, Mengyaran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her heart was racing. This was so stimulating. For some reason, she seemed to really enjoy playing such pranks. Just thinking about how Yifeng and Ning Rong Rong would panic when they woke up made her extremely excited. Perhaps she could do something like that. Mengyaran smiled maliciously and walked towards the girls' dormitory. Hey, you guys wake up quickly. As soon as she entered the dormitory, Mengyaran shouted to wake up Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. What is wrong, Iran? Xiao Wu rubbed her eyes, having been woken up from a comfortable sleep. Zhu Zhuqing also stretched lazily. At that moment, she was wearing a thin nightgown, and her already impressive figure looked even more spectacular when she stretched. Mengyaran felt a pang of jealousy. She glanced at her own figure. Although it wasn't too small, compared to Zhu Zhuqing, she felt like a little sister. How embarrassing, especially since she was older than Zhu Zhuqing. What is wrong, Iran? Zhu Zhuqing said flatly. She was going to be the woman of the harem. So how could she call Meng Iran's sister? Meng Iran suddenly woke up, almost forgetting why she was there. Ahem, does anyone know where Rong went? I didn't seem to see her just now. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, looking around, and indeed didn't see Ning Rong's figure. Huh. Rong Wu T have not come back all night, right? Xiao Wu said in surprise. Xiao Wu, do you know what Rong went to do? Xiao Wu shook her head and said, I don't know. I just know she went out last night. Xiao Wu frowned. Could it be that Ning Rong was stimulated yesterday and ran out, getting caught by bad people? Do you think Rong was stimulated yesterday and went out, only to be caught by bad people? She said worriedly. Although Rong is a soul master, she has no combat power at all. Do you think Rong could be sold into prostitution? Bang bang. Zhu Zhuqing directly knocked on Xiao Wu's head twice, saying impatiently, what are you thinking? Rong knows what she is doing. Meng Iran also smiled. Xiao Wu's imagination was really wild. If she didn't know where Ning Rong was, she might have believed it. Xiao Wu pouted, what? I'm just worried about Rong. Now isn't the time to overthink. Let us go find a master. Let the master use the power of the Wuhuan Hall to find Rong. Seeing the two girls not thinking about Yi Feng, Meng Iran quickly guided them. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. It really wasn't necessary to overthink here. They should let the Wuhuan Hall look for her. The three girls hurriedly rushed to Yi Feng's dormitory. After a while, they finally reached the dormitory door. Big brother, something's wrong. Rong Xiao Wu pushed open the door and then saw a wonderful scene. 66. Meng Iran's prank 2 Xiao Wu looked at the two people lying on the same bed, completely naked, and couldn't help but freeze, unsure of what to do. Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Zhu Zhuqing asked when she saw Xiao Wu standing dumbfounded at the door. Xiao Wu turned her head, staring wide-eyed at Zhu Zhuqing, her hand trembling as she pointed inside. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, stepping past Xiao Wu and entering the room. Then she also saw the scene of Ning Rong and Yi Feng. Zhu Zhuqing's heart skipped a beat. She was so angry her heart raced, but she forced herself to calm down. She looked at Meng Iran and Xiao Wu and said, let us help Rong put her clothes on first. Xiao Wu's face turned red as she nodded. Meng Iran looked at Zhu Zhuqing with some curiosity. Wasn't she angry? She knew that Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Feng had been intimate before, and she thought Zhu Zhuqing would make a scene. But this? She sighed in disappointment and joined Xiao Wu in helping Ning Rong get dressed. Xiao Wu looked at the naked Yi Feng, her face turning crimson. She tried to look away, but couldn't help but struggle between looking and not looking. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her and said helplessly, Xiao Wu, you should go outside. No, I don't want to, Xiao Wu said a bit reluctantly. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head helplessly. After simply draping a piece of clothing over Ning Rong, they took some ropes and tied Yi Feng to the bed. During this process, Yi Feng also woke up and looked at the girls tying him up, puzzled. What are you doing? Don't move, Fengge. We'll explain after we tie you up. Zhu Zhuqing forced a smile, her expression a bit frightening. Yi Feng was half confused and just let them tie him up. After they finished tying him, Yi Feng helplessly said, all right, can I say something now? Just now, in order to prevent Xiao Wu from seeing something she shouldn't. Zhu Zhuqing had covered Yi Feng's lower body with a blanket, so Yi Feng hadn't realized until now that he wasn't wearing any clothes. Zhu Zhuqing didn't turn her head and calmly said, wait a moment. She walked over to Ning Rong and gently called her awake. Rong, wake up. Ning Rong slowly woke up and, seeing Zhu Zhuqing right in front of her, couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Zhuqing, what's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Yi Feng and slowly said, Rong, did Fengge do something to you last night? Last night? Ning Rong suddenly remembered how she had cried in Yi Feng's arms the night before, and her face turned red. This expression was noticed by Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, making their hearts tighten. So they really did something last night? Big brother, how could you do this? Rong is still so young. Xiao Wu pointed at Yi Feng, angrily saying, Rong is so young. How could she mate with him? And it was clearly Xiao Wu who started first. She pouted, looking very unhappy. Yi Feng looked at her in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Was it because I shouldn't have been so cruel to Rong last night? Should I have been gentler with her? Should I not be angry at Rong? Yi Feng nodded. It should be like that. I was a bit excessive last night. He lowered his head shyly. Seeing him admit it, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu both got angry. Oh, you really did it? And you admit it so readily? Big brother, you're a bad guy. Xiao Wu won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Wu angrily ran out of the room. You clearly said that you could only mate when you grow up, but you mated with Rong when she is so young. That's so unfair. It was obviously Xiao Wu who came first. Yifeng looked at Xiao Wu's angry expression, feeling confused. What does this have to do with Xiao Wu? Does she really need to be this angry? Is it because Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong are good friends, so she can't stand me bullying her? Yifeng nodded. That's the only explanation. Feng Ge, Rongrong is still young if you really want that. Come find me. Zhu Zhuqing said shyly. Although Ning Rongrong is a little older than her, she has the advantage of good physical development. At 12, she looks no different from 18. So if you want it, Feng Ge, come find me. Don't bully Rongrong. Yifeng looked at Zhu Zhuqing, wondering if she had the same thought as Xiao Wu. Did she not want him to bully Rongrong? It should be like that. I'm sorry, Zhuqing, I couldn't hold back last night. He really couldn't hold back, which is why he got so angry with Ning Rongrong. But to Zhu Zhuqing, it sounded different. She thought Yifeng couldn't hold back, so he ended up with Ning Rongrong. She couldn't help but feel a bit angry and said discontentedly, even if you couldn't hold back, that's not okay. Sigh, Brother Feng, you've disappointed me too much. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and walked outside in disappointment. Yifeng also lowered his head, feeling guilty for being angry with Ning Rongrong last night. Only Meng looked at them in confusion. Wasn't the situation between Yifeng and Ning Rongrong a false impression she created? But why was Yifeng continuously admitting to it? Could it be that they really did something? Meng couldn't help but be shocked. No way. Is it that exciting? Master, you're really impressive. Meng seriously gave a thumbs up, sincerely admiring Yifeng. Yifeng thought she was mocking him and awkwardly said, Sorry, Iran, I'll definitely hold back next time. Iran hurriedly replied, No, don't hold back. Do whatever you want. She was still looking forward to the show. If Yifeng held back, what would she watch? Besides, what if she was next? Just thinking about Yifeng doing that to her made Iran's face flush, and she quickly walked outside. She almost couldn't hold back. Yifeng listened to Iran's words, thinking that she was mocking him again, which made his face turn red with anger, and he couldn't help but feel even more ashamed. After Iran left, only Ning Rongrong and Yifeng were left in the room. Yifeng looked at Ning Rongrong and said apologetically, Rongrong, I was wrong last night. After being educated by the three girls, he fully recognized his mistake and was now sincerely apologizing to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong shook her head and smiled, saying it's okay, Brother Feng, Rongrong doesn't mind. Although there was a bit of unpleasantness yesterday, after clarifying things, their relationship actually progressed further. She smiled and said, Yesterday was my fault first. You were right, Brother Feng. I will seriously improve. Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng and said, Brother Feng, let me help you untie it. After saying that, she stood up, but just as Zhu Zhuqing had placed her on the chair, she had only draped a piece of clothing over her and hadn't put on properly. As a result, when she stood up, the clothes fell off. Her body was exposed right in front of Yifeng. Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment, and her face instantly turned red. Oh, 67. Xiao Wu noticed. Ning Rongrong screamed, hurriedly grabbed the clothes from the ground, and rushed outside. Yifeng was taken aback, completely not expecting that Ning Rongrong was actually not wearing clothes. He opened his mouth, feeling that something was off. Rongrong, wait for me. Yifeng wanted to chase after Ning Rongrong. After all, she was completely naked, and it wouldn't be good if others saw her outside. It would be better for her to stay here for him to see. Unfortunately, he was tied up and couldn't move. What was going on? At this moment, Yifeng also realized that he was completely naked, and he couldn't help but feel a headache. Both he and Ning Rongrong were naked. And combined with what Zhu Zhuqing and the others had just said, even he could guess what they had misunderstood. Could it be that I really did something with Ning Rongrong last night? Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. It seemed like he had experienced a situation where something like this happened accidentally while sleeping. He remembered it was a night of heavy rain, and he was sleeping in the same bed as BibiDong. That night, he had a wonderful dream. The next day, he found out that he and BibiDong had had an intimate relationship. Now, could it be the same with Ning Rongrong? Yifeng's head ached. On the other side, Ning Rongrong rushed out the door, quickly putting on her clothes, her face flushed as she headed towards the girls' dormitory. Rongrong, what are you doing here? Oscar happened to pass by and was pleasantly surprised to see Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong didn't even glance at him and quickly ran towards the girls' dormitory. Oscar was stunned. Looking at Ning Rongrong's flustered appearance and her disheveled clothes, combined with the direction she had come from, Oscar reached a conclusion. Damn it, that bastard Yifeng has already made a move on Rongrong. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could swallow Yifeng whole. Just wait, I will definitely rescue Rongrong. Holding a flying mushroom, Oscar's crazy plan gradually took shape in his mind. After returning to the dormitory, Ning Rongrong's face was still red. She had no idea why she was naked. Did Brother Feng not hold back last night? But was T had said that the first time would be a bit painful? Why didn't I feel anything at all? I'm back. Ning Rongrong shouted and walked into the dormitory. The three girls all looked over. Xiao Wu said impatiently, well, Rongrong, we were worried that you and Big Brother had a fallout yesterday, but unexpectedly, you just ran away? She pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Ning Rongrong's actions, thinking it should have been her first. Ning Rongrong's face turned red. She was also a bit doubtful about what exactly she had done last night. Rongrong, are you okay? Zhu Zhuqing asked with concern. Her first time had been incredibly painful, so why did Ning Rongrong seem unfazed? Ning Rongrong shook her head, strangely saying, I don't know. I just felt nothing. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. How could she feel nothing? Could it be that Ning Rongrong's constitution was even better than hers? Meanwhile, Meng Aran, who was watching, felt a bit flustered. She hoped they wouldn't discover her prank. She hurriedly said, Ahem, Zhuqing, the agreement you mentioned earlier still counts, right? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Meng Aran and nodded. That matter definitely had to count, or else her authority would be gone. What agreement? What are you talking about? Xiao Wu looked at the three in confusion. Why am I out of the group again? Zhu Zhuqing smiled and said, it's nothing. Just a little secret between the three of us. Nothing to worry about. Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu pouted, clearly unsatisfied. Speaking of sisterhood, there were 4 people, but 5 groups. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Rongrong and said, so today is Rongrong's turn? Ning Rongrong panicked, thinking of the awkward moments just now and the unclear event from last night. She didn't dare to face Yifeng. She looked at Meng Aran and hurriedly said, maybe next time. Today should still be Aran's turn. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. She thought they had just enjoyed a pleasurable moment together and would want to stay together. After all, she had wanted to be by Feng Ji's side all day back then. Indeed, Ning Rongrong was different from them. She nodded, and since Ning Rongrong had no objections, she wouldn't say anything. Then let's stick with Aran. Meng Aran was delighted and hurriedly said, okay, I'll go first. She happily rushed toward Yifeng's dormitory. You guys are too much. I'm going to find Big Brother. Xiao Wu frowned, becoming increasingly dissatisfied. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Wu, what we're going to do is related to spirit beasts. Are you sure you want to join us? Sun Yuqing head plus Lilith. She knew Xiao Wu loved spirit beasts, and as long as she mentioned them, Xiao Wu would definitely not want to participate. After all, what could a group of spirit masters do besides hunt spirit beasts? Sure enough, Xiao Wu was taken aback and pouted, saying, you guys are bullying spirit beasts again? Forget it, I won't bother with you. She walked outside, feeling a bit unhappy. Xiao Wu, where are you going? Ning Rongrong stopped her. She couldn't let her go find Yifeng. I'm going to find Sangu. It's been a while since I've seen him. Ning Rongrong was stunned and let go. As long as she didn't go looking for Yifeng, it was fine. Just be careful and don't leave the academy. Xiao Wu nodded and walked outside. Once they could no longer see her, Xiao Wu hurriedly took a shortcut back to the girls' dormitory, secretly hiding to eavesdrop. After Xiao Wu left, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Rongrong said apologetically, isn't it a bit unfair for us to treat Xiao Wu like this? Zhu Zhuqing also felt a bit soft-hearted, realizing it indeed wasn't right. But when she thought about how, without Xiao Wu, she could have an extra day with Yifeng, her resolve hardened as she said, it's fine, Rongrong. Xiao Wu is still young. We're just helping her take care of Fengge for now. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Xiao Wu is still young? Wasn't she older than you? You have to understand, without Xiao Wu, we can have an extra day with Fengge. Zhu Zhuqing continued to temper her. After pondering for a moment, Ning Rongrong found it quite tempting. Oh wow, how could you treat me like this? Xiao Wu jumped out from the nearby bushes, glaring angrily at the two. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were taken aback. How did Xiao Wu end up here? Oh no, Xiao Wu found out. Xiao Wu, don't say anything. You bunch of bad guys. I'm going to tell Big Brother. Xiao Wu's eyes were slightly red as she was extremely angry with them. She was determined to tell Yifeng to take charge. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing for help, and after a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly stepped forward to calm Xiao Wu down. Xiao Wu, wait a moment. Let us discuss this first. As soon as she thought about Ning Rongrong sneaking out, she got angry. The Big Brother clearly said that children shouldn't do that. He's really a bad guy. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, her face slightly flushed. She really had no idea about what happened last night. Then I want one day too. Xiao Wu, just give her a day. Don't be too excessive. Zhu Zhuqing also bargained a bit. Xiao Wu thought for a moment and nodded. After all, it was a loss. If you dare to not bring me next time, I will definitely tell the Big Brother. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchange a glance, both nodding helplessly. Who would have thought that the usually naive Xiao Wu would eavesdrop on their conversation? Anyway, it was their fault to begin with, so they just had to swallow this bitterness. On the other side, Meng Yiran happily arrived at Yifeng's room. Actually, for her, it didn't matter whether she could spend a day alone with Yifeng or not. She preferred to be with those girls because there were snacks to eat, and it was exciting. Upon entering the room, Meng Yiran skillfully put on the maid outfit and gently walked in. Rongrong, come and untie me. Yifeng heard the sound of the door opening and hurriedly said, those girls have all left, and no one is thinking about unbinding me. Meng Yiran was taken aback. Thinking he was talking about Ning Rongrong, she couldn't help but smile and gently walked behind Yifeng, avoiding his line of sight. Rongrong, I just thought about it. We definitely didn't do anything last night. It was just a misunderstanding. Yifeng just recalled carefully that his body didn't have the feeling of doing that kind of thing. Moreover, Ning Rongrong didn't feel any pain there, so this was definitely a misunderstanding. Meng Yiran smiled, realizing that he had discovered it. She covered Yifeng's eyes from behind and gently whispered in his ear, it's okay. Anyway, I will always be yours sooner or later. She deliberately imitated Ning Rongrong's voice, and for a moment, Yifeng couldn't tell the difference. Rongrong, do you really think so? Yifeng couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. Although Ning Rongrong was still young, Lolas had their own charm. Of course, it was true. She loved Brother Feng the most. Meng Yiran continued to playfully tease, and Yifeng was already stirred up by her. Brother Feng, I want. Meng Yiran gently blew into Yifeng's ear, causing his beastly desires to erupt in an instant, making him restless. Rongrong, hurry and untie me. I can't hold back anymore. Yifeng said excitedly, wishing he could execute Ning Rongrong on the spot. Seeing Yifeng's excited expression, Meng Yiran couldn't help but laugh out loud. No way. I can't let you go free. Why not? Rongrong, didn't you say you could? Yifeng said anxiously, his mind full of rolling in bed. Ha ha, because I'm not Ning Rongrong. Meng Yiran suddenly let go, allowing Yifeng to see her clearly. Master, you really are a pervert. You won't even let Rongrong, who is so small, go. But I like it. She licked her lips, very excited. Yifeng was taken aback. How did the perfectly fine Ning Rongrong turn into Meng Yiran? Heaven, what else with this sense of disparity? Yiran, why are you here? Where's Rongrong? He still stubbornly asked where Ning Rongrong was. Meng Yiran smiled and said, Rongrong is in the dormitory. What else the matter? Master, are you looking for Rongrong for something urgent? Yifeng was taken aback. It turned out it was Meng Yiran all along. Why did he suddenly feel a bit disappointed? Hey, what's with that expression? Although I'm not as pretty as Ning Rongrong, you shouldn't react like that. Meng Yiran pouted. Yifeng's expression was really annoying. Yifeng also felt a bit awkward and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Yiran. It's just that you see me and not Ning Rongrong, so you're a bit disappointed. Meng Yiran rolled her eyes at him, thinking that this man was really annoying. Yifeng lowered his head in shame. Meng Yiran felt a stir in her heart, slowly climbing onto Yifeng's bed and looking at him affectionately. She said, Master, is it not okay for me? She cast a charming glance at Yifeng, showcasing her mature figure before him. Yifeng instinctivement suvaluit. To be honest, although Meng Yiran is not as beautiful as Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, she is not far off. Moreover, at the age of 17 or 18, Meng Yiran's body is much more mature than that of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Her pride in front of him is only slightly less than Zhu Zhuqing's. Besides, Meng Yiran is currently wearing a maid outfit, showing off in front of him. How could he possibly resist? No man can withstand a uniform, I tell you. Yiran, untie me. Yifeng was afraid that if he continued to endure like this, he would break down. Meng Yiran smiled slightly and said, Master, do you really want me? She slowly slid her finger down from her lips and then gently tugged at her clothes, revealing a hint of snow-white skin, which was even more enticing in its partially exposed state. Yifeng's eyes lit up involuntarily. Who could resist this? Still, I'm begging you to let me go. Then you have to say you love me. Meng Yiran continued to tempt, crazily testing the boundaries of the title. Yifeng was taken aback. Every time a woman asked him if he loved her, he instinctively calmed down. This might be the passive skill of a scumbag. He thought seriously for a moment and looked at Meng Yiran, saying, Yiran, I don't want to lie to you. Right now, I only like you. It's not love yet. Although he was a scumbag, he never deceived anyone about love or lack of love. Love is love, and not loving is not loving. Meng Yiran was stunned. She didn't expect him to say such a thing at this moment. Shouldn't scumbags usually sleep with someone first before saying anything? Master, you really are different from others. Meng Yiran looked at Yifeng with rare normalcy. She gently untied the ropes binding Yifeng and said, I know you don't love me yet, but I love you, and that's enough. 69. Meng Yiran, but I love you, and that's enough. Meng Yiran kissed Yifeng directly on the lips. Yifeng was momentarily stunned by Meng Yiran's sneak attack, but relying on his rich experience. He quickly turned defense into offense, swiftly taking the high ground and knocking Meng Yiran off her horse. Meng Yiran instinctively let out a soft cry. Although she seemed to kiss so decisively, in reality, this was her first kiss. Master, are you okay? Meng Yiran felt a bit shy. It was her first time, and she was a little nervous. It's okay, Yiran, can you really do it? Yifeng looked at Meng Yiran's disheveled clothes, and the primal power within him was already uncontrollable. She shyly lowered her head, her heart pounding. It was just too thrilling. Meng Yiran had lived with the Dragon King and Snake Lady since childhood, and under their influence, she always enjoyed an exciting life. Now that she could be with Yifeng like this, she was certainly willing and nodded eagerly. Seeing her nod, Yifeng couldn't hold back any longer, directly pushing her down and started to stir up a storm. Third brother, I'm back. Xiao Wu shouted excitedly at the bottom of Tang San's dormitory. She hadn't seen Tang San for a few days, although she couldn't say she missed him too much after spending a few years together. Tang San felt like family to her. Not seeing family for a few days always made her feel a bit nostalgic. Although she was very dissatisfied with the things Tang San did regarding spirit beasts, they weren't at the point of falling out. Third brother, Xiao Wu, is back. After shouting for a while and not hearing Tang San's response, she felt it was quite strange. Xiao Wu, can you stop shouting? Ma Hongjun came out of the room, looking displeased at Xiao Wu. Really, I still want to sleep. Stop making noise. Tang San and the master have gone out. After saying that, he closed the door and went back to sleep. He had been up all night at the brothel and was extremely tired now. Xiao Wu stood there, stunned. No wonder third brother hasn't replied to me for so long. It turns out he went out with Yu Xiaojiang. But didn't third brother say he had fallen out with Yu Xiaojiang? Clearly, Tang San had just called Yu Xiaojiang a jerk a few days ago. Why was he out with him again now? Xiao Wu didn't understand. Men were so complicated. On the other side, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were in the middle of spirit power training. Very good, Xiao San, keep it up, don't give up. At this moment, Tang San was carrying tons of weight, stepping forward one step at a time. Each step left a deep pit in the ground. Tang San's face was covered in sweat. Yet he continued to move forward. I told you not to call me Xiao San, it's disgusting. Just thinking about what happened that night, he couldn't forgive Yu Xiaojiang. If it weren't for needing his help with training, Tang San would have already turned against him. Hearing Tang San say this, Yu Xiaojiang felt very embarrassed. After that incident, he had even thought about suicide, but when he thought about not being able to promote his theory, he couldn't bring himself to do it. So he could only shamelessly ask Tang San for forgiveness. He even prepared himself for the possibility that Tang San might use him for his own amusement. But fortunately, Tang San was still kind-hearted and didn't make things difficult for him. However, the requirement was that Yu Xiaojiang had to train him even harder. Yu Xiaojiang readily agreed. Even if Tang San hadn't said it, he would do his utmost to cultivate Tang San because it was related to his dream. As someone who had never broken through level 30 in his lifetime, his dream was to make his theory the #1 theory on the continent. All of this depended on Tang San. In the room, after 3 hours of intense battle, Yifeng and Meng Yiran finally stopped. Yifeng held Meng Yiran and gently said, Yiran, will you regret it? Meng Yiran snuggled closer to him and calmly replied, that depends on whether my master will take responsibility for me. Hearing Meng Yiran call him master, Yifeng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Is this what love is? Don't worry, Yiran, I will definitely take responsibility for you. Yifeng said sincerely, anyway, when the harem opens, I will take all the girls in. It will be beautiful. Puff, master, are you thinking of opening a harem and marrying us all? Meng Yiran smiled playfully, as if she could see through Yifeng's heart. Yifeng looked at her in surprise and said, Yiran, do you have mind-reading skills? Meng Yiran rolled her eyes at him and replied irritably, aren't you men all the same? Besides being able to do this, what else can you do? Yifeng smiled awkwardly, as if it were the case. Meng Yiran thought for a moment and said to Yifeng, Master, how about this? You can marry Zhu Qing and the others, and then don't marry me. Why? Yifeng was taken aback. Did she not want to marry him? Because a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a secret affair. Wouldn't it be exciting if you and I secretly had an affair? Just thinking about Yifeng and her secretly having a clandestine relationship made Meng Yiran feel very thrilled. Yifeng helplessly shook his head, tapped Meng Yiran on the head, and said irritably, what are you thinking about every day? Stealing? Is that fun? It seems like it is indeed fun. No, no, I can't let her go astray. I need to silently recite the core socialist values: prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness, freedom, equality, justice, and the rule of law. After calming down, Yifeng still rejected Meng Yiran's suggestion. Meng Yiran pouted, clearly unhappy with Yifeng's futile behavior. She thought for a moment and seemed to have a new idea. Master, how about this? In the future, I won't marry you. I'll just be your maid, okay? The things that maids and masters can't talk about are quite thrilling to think about. In the master's castle, the maid is busy cleaning the castle, while the master is busy cleaning the maid. How exciting. Meng Yiran's face instantly turned red. Yifeng was taken aback. Why does Meng Yiran always have these strange ideas? No, Yiran, remember, you are my woman, and I must marry you, he said seriously. Although Meng Yiran's suggestion was very tempting, as the successor of socialism, he absolutely could not do such a thing. We also have principles. Meng Yiran pouted and said unhappily, then I won't marry. If you don't want to marry, then I will just keep my distance from you, and you can't expect to do anything with me. Yifeng also said helplessly that Meng Yiran's hobbies were too unique, and he found it a bit overwhelming. Well, forget it, I might as well get married. Meng Yiran said helplessly. Encountering such a corrupt master was really speechless. Yifeng smiled and said, Yiran, if you really like it, we can occasionally play a role, right? Meng Yiran's eyes lit up. Master, I love you to death. The war in the room began again. 70. Strange message from a system. Yifeng and Meng Yiran had a crazy day and only stopped at night, falling into a deep sleep. The next day, as soon as it got light, Xiaowu excitedly came to find Yifeng. Big brother, I'm here to find you. When Xiaowu opened the door, she saw Yifeng and Meng Yiran lying on the bed together. Xiaowu, what are you doing here? Yifeng heard Xiaowu's voice and was startled. He hurriedly said, Xiaowu, you go out first. I'll find you later. Xiaowu glanced at Meng Yiran, who was hiding under the blanket, and her face turned red instantly. However, she couldn't say anything. After all, yesterday was Meng Yiran's special day. Moreover, Meng Yiran had grown up, unlike Xiaowu, who was still a child. She remembered what Yifeng had said. Children shouldn't engage in such activities. Then, big brother, hurry up. After Xiaowu finished speaking, she turned and left the room. Yifeng was taken aback. Is Xiaowu really this easy to talk to? Never mind, it's not important. He hurriedly put on his clothes and said to Meng Yiran on the bed, Yiran, hurry up and get dressed. What are you talking about, master? I've been wearing clothes the whole time. Meng Yiran smiled, lifted the blanket, and indeed was already dressed in her maid outfit. Master, I made breakfast. Remember to eat the wooden horse. Meng Yiran blew Yifeng a kiss and walked outside. Yifeng was taken aback. When did Meng Yiran get up? And she even made breakfast? He looked at the table, and indeed there was breakfast. Meng Yiran walked to the door, saw Xiaowu, and couldn't help but smile, saying, Remember to have a good time with the master today. Xiaowu pouted and said, What are you showing off for? Just wait until I grow up first. Xiaowu pushed the door and walked in. Xiaowu, why did you come so early? Yifeng said, It's only a little past 8. It's really early for me. Xiaowu pondered for a moment and said, Big brother, can you accompany me back to the Stardow Forest? Huh? The Stardow Forest? Didn't we just come back? Yifeng was taken aback. Why do we have to go right after coming back? Isn't it exhausting? I miss home. Yifeng pondered for a while, then nodded. Since Xiaowu wanted to go, he would accompany her. Yay, thank you, big brother. Xiaowu happily jumped onto Yifeng, gave him a light kiss, and immediately jumped down. She didn't want Yifeng to hold her and start nibbling again. So, big brother, when do we set off? Yifeng thought for a moment, realizing that it was too far from the Stardow Forest. If they walked there, it would waste too much time. Suddenly, he had an idea and said to Xiaowu, Xiaowu, wait a moment. Xiaowu looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he was up to. Ahem, come out. Yifeng coughed and immediately summoned a soul Douluo. In an instant, a soul Douluo appeared in front of Yifeng. Young master, what are your orders? We need to go to the Stardow Forest. Do you have any way to get there quickly? The soul Douluo was taken aback, wondering why the young master wanted to go to such a dangerous place again. Young master, didn't you just... Less nonsense. Just tell me if there's a way. Yifeng said seriously, as he didn't want to hear any of that useless talk. After all, he was going deep into the Stardow Forest, where the Ming and andHer Ming were. Even a title Douluo would be useless there. The soul Douluo hesitated for a moment before saying, We can take the young master and fly over. Yifeng nodded, agreeing that this was indeed much faster. Then take us to the Stardow Forest. The soul Douluo nodded, calling another soul Douluo to lead Yifeng and Xiaowu towards the direction of the Stardow Forest. A few hours later, Yifeng and the others arrived at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. The soul Douluo frowned and said, "Young master, we can't go deeper. It's too dangerous inside." Yifeng said nonchalantly, "You guys go back first. We have our own measures." Soul Douluo was shocked and hurriedly said, "Young master, that's not okay. It's fine. You all step back. I will ensure my own safety." Yifeng said calmly that he wanted to meet Deming and Erming with Xiao Wu, and they couldn't let them follow. Otherwise, Xiao Wu's spirit beast identity would be exposed. The soul Douluo frowned, took out a signal gun from his pocket, and handed it to Yifeng. "Young master, fire this signal gun if there is danger." Yifeng nodded and took the signal gun. After the soul Douluo retreated, Yifeng and Xiao Wu walked into the forest. "Xiao Wu, let Erming come to pick us up." Xiao Wu nodded, whistled, which was her way of communicating with Erming. Soon, Erming arrived beside Yifeng and Xiao Wu. "Roar!" Erming shouted excitedly. Xiao Wu jumped onto Erming's head, clearly very happy. "Roar!" Erming also roared. The big sister was finally back. Yifeng smiled. Xiao Wu and Erming had a really good relationship. He wanted to jump onto Erming's head. Erming noticed and tilted his head to dodge Yifeng. Yifeng fell directly down. "Ho, Erming," indicating Yifeng to jump into his hands. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. "Erming, you're being biased." Helpless. Yifeng could only jump onto Erming's hand. "Big brother, why are you down there? Come up." Xiao Wu laughed as she invited Yifeng. After all, it was much more comfortable on top, and Erming's head was big enough for two people without any problem. Yifeng raised his eyebrows at Erming and proudly jumped onto Erming's head. Erming let out a low growl in dissatisfaction. "Big sister, have you forgotten your family now that you have a man? What are you growling about?" "Erming, let's go, I want to see Deming." Xiao Wu patted Erming's big head, directing him to run towards the core circle. Erming, feeling helpless, had no choice but to charge towards the core circle with all his might. Soon, they arrived at the core circle. "Deming, I'm back," Xiao Wu shouted excitedly, as both Deming and Erming were her family. The huge water flow in the central lake churned, and Deming's big head slowly surfaced. "Xiao Wu," Deming happily called out, "You're back again." Deming, I said I would come back to see you, and look, I did what I said." Xiao Wu was quite happy. "Ha, it's good that you're back." Erming looked at Yifeng and nodded with a smile. Yifeng also nodded with a smile. He looked at Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, since your family is reunited, I won't disturb you. I'll just take a walk around here." "Okay." Xiao Wu nodded and handed a comb to Yifeng. "This is my mother's last wish. If you carry it, you won't be harmed by soul beasts." Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, took the comb, and looking at its appearance, it should be the one Xiao Wu gave to Tang San, right? How did it end up in Xiao Wu's hands again? "I will cherish it," he said seriously as he kept the comb close to him, without saying much more. Xiao Wu smiled, pleased with Yifeng's reaction. She turned to chat with Deming and Erming, while Yifeng went to take a look nearby. Just now, Yifeng received a strange message from his system. 71, Silver Dragon King. As soon as Yifeng arrived at the core area, he suddenly received a message from the system. "Ding, please proceed to the innermost circle of the Stardow Forest." The system said coldly. The innermost circle? So, I just need to walk further inside the core area? Yifeng was a bit curious. The system originally only issued tasks and never specified where he should go. Now it actually directed him to the innermost circle. Could there be something valuable in the innermost circle? Yifeng was very curious about what could attract the system's attention. After telling Xiao Wu, he hurried towards the innermost circle. It must be said that as he moved deeper into the core circle, there were indeed many powerful soul beasts, all over 10,000 years old. However, strangely, the closer he got to the innermost circle, the fewer soul beasts there were. In fact, by the time he reached the very end, there wasn't a single soul beast to be found. Yifeng frowned. It seemed that the opportunities provided by the system were a bit terrifying. He hesitated about whether to go further inside. Forget it. Opportunities are indeed precious, but life is even more valuable. It's better to go back. Yifeng said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. With the system here, I will eventually become a god. There's no rush." Ding. A major opportunity is ahead, 10 miles away. Please head there, the system said coldly. Yifeng was taken aback. Is the system anxious? Is this opportunity very important to it? Yifeng smiled and said, "Then I won't go either. It's too dangerous unless you increase the payment." The system pondered. How could there be such a terrible host? Ding. The opportunity ahead concerns whether the host can become a deity. Please proceed quickly, the system said coldly. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, pondering for a while. Is it related to becoming a god? How tempting, what should I do? Forget it. Xiao Wu is still waiting for me. I'll head back first. I have principles. I want to go without extra money. System, Ding, new task. Please investigate the unknown energy source ahead. Reward, a soul bone for the right arm. That's right. That's how it should be. This means I can earn money. Yifeng smiled and said, actually, it doesn't matter whether there's a task or not. I just want to go ahead and take a look with the system's rewards. Yifeng felt motivated and quickly covered the distance of 10 miles. However, the deeper he went, the more he felt something was off, because the trees here were tall, yet there wasn't a single soul beast to be found. Yifeng frowned and cautiously moved forward. When he reached his destination, he couldn't help but be stunned. In front of him was an enormous dragon body, silver white in color, exuding an overwhelming presence. Is this the Silver Dragon King? Yifeng was taken aback. Wasn't this guy supposed to appear in Douluo, Continent 3? Why is he here now? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Upon hearing the system's words, Yifeng couldn't help but curse inwardly. I knew it. With how generous you are, it can't be anything good. You lured me here with just a broken soul bone? Do you want me dead? The system completely ignored Yifeng's complaints and issued another task. Ding. New task. Please set up the 9-turn soul gathering array to gather souls for the Silver Dragon King. Reward, Silver Dragon Spear recognition. Note, all materials will be provided by the system. Yifeng was taken aback. Is the system really preparing to directly awaken the Silver Dragon King? System, it was wrong of me to bargain with you just now, and I apologize. If you have any dissatisfaction with me, you can just say it. There's no need to be so harsh and kill me, right? Others were stunned. The Silver Dragon King hates humans so much. If he is awakened, won't I be doomed? Ding. The 9-turn soul gathering array will awaken the personality of Guyu Na, merging Guyu and andHer from the original work. After recognizing the master of the Silver Dragon Spear, the host will gain 50 favorability from Guyu Na. 50 favorability? Does that mean I don't have to worry about being killed? But I still feel a bit uneasy. Ding. After the soul gathering is successful, the Silver Dragon King will awaken in 1 year. The system coldly stated, gather, it must gather. If he doesn't awaken now, then what is there to be afraid of? Anyway, he won't be a loss, right? Who knows? I might even become a Dragon Knight then. System, give me the materials. Ding, materials have been issued, the system coldly stated. Bang, a pile of items appeared out of thin air in front of Yifeng. A wave of memories suddenly emerged in Yifeng's mind. So that's how it is. Yifeng arranged the materials for the 9 Revolution Soul Gathering Array in their designated positions according to his memory. This Soul Gathering Array was not as miraculous as Yifeng had imagined. It would not instantly revive the Silver Dragon King upon completion. Instead, once set up, the array would operate and gradually gather back the soul of the Silver Dragon King. All done, Yifeng finally put everything in place. And next it was time to activate the formation. System, how do I use it? This wasn't taught. Ding. Please drop a drop of your blood on the Silver Dragon King's forehead. The system coldly replied. Is that how the formation runs? No. This way the Silver Dragon King will be connected to your bloodline, the system coldly stated. But system, wow, are you afraid that after the Silver Dragon King becomes Guyu Na, I won't be able to get close to her? This trick forcibly increases intimacy. Yifeng silently gave a good review. He forced a drop of heart's blood out and dripped it on the head of the Silver Dragon King. In an instant, he felt an inexplicable connection with the Silver Dragon King. Ding, the formation is starting to activate. The system said coldly. Yifeng was taken aback and hurriedly stepped back. I asked why he didn't tell me how to activate the formation. It turned out that the system was controlling it by itself. In front of him, faint beams of light flew towards the Silver Dragon King and were absorbed by it. At this speed, can it really wake up in a year? I doubt it. Yifeng was very skeptical about the capabilities of this formation. Ding, respectfully host, task completed. The system said coldly. Great. System, quickly give me my reward. Yifeng was a bit excited. The Silver Dragon Spear. That is the weapon of the Silver Dragon King. It must be very powerful. Ding. Found it on the Silver Dragon King. Yifeng was taken aback and said, I know it's with her, so I need you to go get it for me. Ding. Don't worry, host. The Silver Dragon Spear has recognized its master, and one day it will belong to you, the system said coldly. Yifeng frowned and said, so? It's not mine now. System. That's ridiculous, you dignified system. How could you deduct my rewards? Yifeng was filled with anger. How come other people's systems are so amazing, while mine deducts rewards? Even readers can't stand this, okay? Ding. New task. Available for selection. Once chosen, rewards will be directly issued. The system said coldly. Yifeng was taken aback. There are rewards for choosing? Is this system trying to make up for my previous behavior? He chuckled and thought. Let's see what good things you have. System, what task? What rewards? Just so you know, if the rewards aren't rich, I won't do it. Ding. Please, host. Conquer Geuyuna. Reward. Second martial soul, Sun God Blade, and the Heart Sutra of controlling women. The system said coldly. So it's really about conquering Geuyuna. It seems the system really doesn't plan to let the Silver Dragon King off. That's just what I want. But forget about the second martial soul. What on earth is this Heart Sutra of controlling women? The name looks very suspicious. Ding. Heart Sutra of controlling women. The Yellow Emperor controlled 3,000 women, ascending in broad daylight. The Heart Sutra of controlling women allows the host to become braver in battle and have a happy life. The system said coldly, this is a good thing. With this, I can have as many harem members as I want, and I won't even be afraid of collapsing in bed. System, I accept this task. Ding, reward had been issued. A surge of energy appeared out of thin air within Yifeng, and his second martial soul was spontaneously born. It was a nearly 2-meter-long blade, entirely fire-red, emanating endless true solar fire. Looking at this blade, Yifeng had an idea. If Tang San's second martial soul is over 100,000 years, then my second martial soul should be over 1,000,000 years, right? He instantly set his sights on those million-year soul beasts, the heavenly dream ice silkworm and the deep-sea giant squid. Yifeng looked at the Silver Dragon King and realized that it would take her a year to revive. Then I will come back in a year. He left the location of the Silver Dragon King and walked toward Xiao Wu. Just after he left, a faint sense of awareness appeared in the Silver Dragon King, and she glanced at him from a distance. Such a familiar feeling. The Silver Dragon King's consciousness softly murmured before falling back into a deep sleep. She was just too weak. Xiao Wu, I'm back. As dusk approached, Yifeng finally returned to the core circle. Big brother, you're back? Come and have dinner. Xiao Wu happily shouted, as she was in the small house she had made with Yifeng earlier. Yifeng smiled and walked towards the house. After not coming for a few days, the small room had already grown some moss, which gave it a unique charm. Is there anything delicious? Let's eat some fruit. Xiao Wu pushed the fruit in front of her and said happily. Yifeng was taken aback. Why is it fruit again? I wanted to eat meat. However, there are only soul beasts around here, so there really isn't any ordinary meat to eat. He picked up the fruit on the table and forced himself to eat a few. By the way, Xiao Wu, I'll return this to you. Yifeng took out a comb from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Wu. Big brother, help Xiao Wu hold this. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly, as if she didn't care about the comb at all. But Yifeng knew that this comb was very important to her, and now she just gave it to him. He felt so touched. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke up. Xiao Wu, can you tell me about your mother? Yifeng remembered that in the original story, Xiao Wu's mother was killed by BibiDong. He wondered if that was still the case. Xiao Wu was taken aback and fell silent. Seeing her hesitating to speak, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit of pain for her, and quickly said, Xiao Wu, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Xiao Wu shook her head and weakly said, Xiao Wu's mother made a sacrifice 12 years ago. Sacrifice? Wasn't she killed? She was sacrificed to your master, BibiDong. Xiao Wu's face was filled with pain as she looked at Yifeng. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment and hurriedly said, Xiao Wu, don't worry. I will definitely help master become a god, and then your mother can be revived. Although he didn't understand why Xiao Wu's mother was a sacrifice instead of being killed. As long as she wasn't completely dead, there was hope for revival. After all, in the original story, the two Ming brothers were revived by Tang San. I believe you. Xiao Wu nodded, as she trusted Yifeng very much. Moreover, at that time, her mother had volunteered to be a sacrifice, so it couldn't be blamed on BibiDong. Yifeng also nodded. He wasn't very familiar with the events of that year, and could ask BibiDong later. He was a bit suspicious that BibiDong was so easily conquered by him. It seemed a bit strange. Was there some secret back then that he didn't know about? I will definitely do it, Xiao Wu. In the following 2 days, Yifeng and Xiao Wu happily lived in the Star Dough Forest, playing with Ming and the others during the day and spending time with Xiao Wu at night. Of course, Xiao Wu was still young, so Yifeng was always reluctant to take the final step with her. Although Zhu Zhuqing was also young, she was simply younger in age. Xiao Wu, despite being over 100,000 years old, had a body that was too small, and Yifeng couldn't bring himself to do it. On the 3rd day, Yifeng finally returned to Shrek Academy with Xiao Wu. As soon as they entered the academy, they ran into Ning Rongrong and the others. Even Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder had returned. Wow, Xiao Wu, you still know how to come back. You clearly promised me one day, but what happened? Ning Rongrong saw Xiao Wu and was instantly furious. You clearly said you would give me 1 day, but you took 3 days instead. Hee, sorry Rongrong. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and felt a bit embarrassed. She had completely forgotten about this matter because she had so much fun these past few days. I don't care. You owe me. Okay, if you like it, that's fine. Yifeng looked at the two girls quarreling and couldn't help but smile. What a wonderful scene. It would be even better if Tang San weren't here. He glanced at Tang San, who also looked at him, and the two exchanged a nod. Ever since Tang San had that incident with Yu Xiaojiang, he had been afraid to face Xiao Wu, but he also couldn't bear to let her go. Now he was feeling very conflicted. He shot a glance at Yu Xiaojiang, his eyes filled with resentment. Yu Xiaojiang, completely unaware of what Tang San was thinking, saw Yifeng return and quickly said, Yifeng, you're just in time. We're planning to go to the Soto City Seoul Arena. Do you want to join us? Yifeng was taken aback. At this time, was the Seoul Master competition of the entire continent about to begin at the Soto Arena? Great. Yu Xiaojing nodded. Since Yifeng had returned, they could gather 7 people, and they even had an extra substitute. The group headed towards the Soto Arena, and, along the way, Yu Xiaojiang was explaining the rules of the Soto Arena to them. Yifeng and the others already knew about it, so they didn't pay much attention. Yifeng looked at Oscar, who had been talking nonsense beside Ning Rongrong, but Ning Rongrong ignored him. Ye think, no dit appreciativity. It seemed that the last lesson had made Ning Rongrong much more sensible. He walked over to Ning Rongrong, hugged her tightly, and said, Rongrong, let's go together. Ning Rongrong was startled by his sudden action. Knowing that he was jealous, she couldn't help but feel a bit happy. She nodded and walked aside with Yifeng. Oscar looked at the two of them, his heart burning with anger. Yifeng, just you wait, it won't be long, he said, taking out his flying mushroom. Gripping it tightly, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Yifeng and Ning Rongrong. 73. Zhu Zhuqing versus Tang San soon. Everyone arrived at the Soto Arena. Remember, you must obtain a Silver Soul badge to graduate from Shrek Academy, Flinder said seriously as he looked at them. Tang San tightened his fists, filled with fighting spirit. He stepped forward to register his information, then looked at Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, it's your turn. No need. Third brother, I've already registered, Xiao Wu replied. Tang San was taken aback, not knowing when Xiao Wu had come by. He then turned to Ning Rongrong and asked Rongrong, are you coming? Thank you, I've registered too. We've all registered, you just need to finish yours. Seeing that Tang San still wanted to ask, Yifeng had to speak up. Tang San frowned, realizing that the fool was actually himself. Then let's register for the doubles match. Xiao Wu, Tang San said. Looking at Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment and shyly said, I'm sorry, third brother. I've already teamed up with the big brother. Yifeng. Tang San sighed helplessly, having been preempted by him. Well, I'll team up with Ning Rongrong. With her support, we can definitely win easily. Rongrong, shall we team up? Ning Rongrong apologetically replied, I'm sorry, Tang San, but I've teamed up with Brother Feng. Tang San was taken aback. How is it Yifeng again? He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and asked, you want to, right? Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Seeing this, Tang San could only sigh helplessly. Without asking, he already knew that Meng Iran had definitely teamed up with Yifeng as well. Tang San, let's form a team. Oscar walked over and said with a smile. Tang San nodded. Although he found Oscar's way of transforming food a bit hard to accept, he had to admit that Oscar was also a good support. Hey, Oscar, you teamed up with Tang San? What about me? Ma Hongjun said unhappily, with Dai Mubai not around. He had no one to team up with. Then let's team up together. I'll team up with you and also with Tang San. The rules allow for that, right? Oscar said confidently, since he was just a support. Adding one more teammate was no problem. Tang San and Ma Hongjun nodded. That was acceptable. After forming the pairs for the doubles match, they then formed teams for the 7-player match. Have you thought a name for our team? Tang San asked. Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, how about calling ourselves the Shrek 7 Monsters? But there are 8 of us. Xiao Wu said with confusion. It's fine, don't worry about me. I'll just cheer for you. Meng Iran said nonchalantly from the side. After all, she wasn't a member of Shrek Academy. Yifeng frowned. Meng Iran was a strong offensive soul master, and it was not good to lose her. Moreover, he instinctively did not want his woman to be out of the game. How about this? I'll be a substitute. You guys go ahead. Oscar suddenly spoke up. Everyone was taken aback and looked at Oscar. Tang San said, Oscar, are you okay? It's fine after all. A team doesn't need 2 supports, right? Besides, my martial soul is very special. Even if I don't go on stage, I can still be useful. Oscar said confidently with a smile. His martial soul was food, so even if he didn't go on stage, he could still provide for them, which would not affect anything. Everyone nodded. This was also a good idea. However, Yifeng looked at Oscar with some confusion, wondering why he was being so kind. He felt it was a bit strange. After all, in his eyes, none of the boys from Shrek were good people. But since Oscar said so, he had no reason to object, right? After registering their information, everyone went to wait on the sidelines. The next match was Blue Silvergrass versus Spirit Cat. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San were both stunned. They didn't expect the first match to be an internal fight. Zhuqing, I will go easy on you, Tang San said with a smile. He was now level 33, while Zhu Zhuqing was only 28, at least in his impression, and he was a control type, so he basically had the upper hand. You can't beat me, Zhu Zhuqing said calmly. Tang San was taken aback, but didn't say anything and went up on stage. Zhu Zhuqing followed him. As soon as Zhu Zhuqing took the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers. It's her, she's back. Wow, goddess, I love you. Goddess, I want to have her babies. Wait, is that a guy or a girl upstairs? Zhu Zhuqing stood calmly on the stage, somewhat accustomed to this scene. Come on, Tang San frowned. He didn't understand why Zhu Zhuqing was so confident. In that case, here I come. A yellow ring appeared behind him as he prepared to attack Zhu Zhuqing with all his might. Is this it? Only 3 yellows, how embarrassing. Just get down. You're not our goddess's opponent. Don't embarrass yourself. Exactly, being ugly is one thing, but being so weak too. The audience saw Tang San's soul ring configuration and immediately began to mock him. Various unflattering remarks reached Tang San's ears, and his face turned red. He glanced painfully at Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang smiled helplessly. It was all his momentary confusion. First soul skill, blue silver bind. The blue-black vines spread along the ground, like blue-black snakes, quietly moving, covering an area around Tang San of about 10 meters. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and released her martial soul, her eyes changing color simultaneously. The left eye dark green and the right eye azure blue. A pair of cute cat ears appeared, perked up slightly, and her 10 fingers lightly flicked, revealing a pair of sharp claws. She coldly stared at Tang San, as if eyeing her prey, and her yellow, purple soul rings appeared behind her. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's soul rings, Tang San was shocked. When did she break through? Just then, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly attacked him, her claws continuously slicing through the blue-silver grass. Tang San panicked. His blue-silver grass's quality had been significantly reduced due to his third soul ring, and it couldn't stop Zhu Zhuqing at all now. However, as a control-type soul master, he certainly wouldn't be easily defeated. He seized the opportunity when Zhu Zhuqing jumped, hurriedly using blue-silver grass to grab at her feet. Zhu Zhuqing smiled. Someone had done that before. Did he think she would fall for it again? She directly performed a spin in the air, dodging the blue-silver grass. Second soul skill, Ghostly Hunter Claws. A pair of claws attacked Tang San. Tang San frowned and quickly used blue-silver cage. The blue-silver grass rose up from all directions, surrounding him. Clang! The claws hit the blue-silver grass, but couldn't break through its defense. Zhu Zhuqing frowned. The disadvantage of her agile attack was its insufficient lethality, and facing such strong defensive soul skills, she felt a bit powerless. However, now I'm different. Her tail appeared behind her, and with its appearance, Zhu Zhuqing's power instantly surged. Tang San frowned. He had a bad premonition. Third soul skill, Silk Net. Due to Yu Xiaojiang's mistake and Yi Feng's destruction, this soul skill, which was only 800 years old, was used by Tang San for the first time. 74. Zhuge Crossbow. The blue-silver grass instantly erupted with black light, its size increasing significantly, shooting toward Zhu Zhuqing. Although it was an 800-year soul skill, it still had some combat power. The momentum of its launch was quite threatening. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and instinctively dodged to the side as the blue-silver grass rushed toward her. Did she avoid it? Those blue-silver grass shot directly off the stage, failing to cause Zhu Zhuqing any harm. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback and curiously said, "Is that it?" Tang San's face turned red. It was also his first time using this third soul skill, and he didn't expect it to be worse than he thought. It could just be dodged? It's not over yet. To ease the embarrassment, Tang San stubbornly used his third soul skill again, believing that as long as he hit, this third soul skill would definitely deal high damage. Take another shot at me. The blue-silver grass beneath his feet began to turn black and grow larger, shooting toward Zhu Zhuqing again. Zhu Zhuqing watched the blue-silver grass warily and dodged in another direction. The blue-silver grass landed where she had just been, splattering juice everywhere. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the juice on the ground, paused for a moment, and then looked at Tang San and said, "Is that it?" "Ha ha, goddess. Such a good mockery. Is that it? Are you not capable?" The audience couldn't help but burst into laughter at Tang San's third soul skill, laughing heartily without hesitation. Tang San's face turned red from embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. But he was not one to give up. Since the blue-silver grass was ineffective, he wouldn't hesitate to use hidden weapons. "Sorry, Zhuqing." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. not knowing what he was going to do. She used her first soul skill and charged at Tang San. Tang San stood behind the blue-silver cage and took out the Zhuge crossbow. He hesitated for a moment and then aimed it at Zhu Zhuqing. Whoosh! An arrow shot toward Zhu Zhuqing. Not good. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and quickly dodged, managing to evade Tang San's Zhuge crossbow after several quick movements. At this point, she was a bit angry. This was just a match. And Tang San actually used hidden weapons? Then don't blame me. The tail behind her exuded a dark aura, looking extremely cold. Meow. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively shouted and charged at Tang San. Whoosh! Tang San frowned, continuously firing arrows from his Zhuge crossbow. At this moment, he couldn't dare to leave the blue-silver prison. Although he had agility, Zhu Zhuqing was an agility-type attacker, and he wasn't confident he could be faster than her. After firing several arrows without hitting Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San had an idea, pretending to run out of arrows and putting down the Zhuge crossbow. Sure enough, upon seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing rushed forward. Third soul skill, Nether Slash. A blade of black with a hint of blue formed beneath her sharp claws, attacking Tang San. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Tang San decisively used the Zhuge crossbow against her. Whoosh! The arrow shot out from the Zhuge crossbow, aimed at Zhu Zhuqing's face. The arrow, so close, startled Zhu Zhuqing, and she hurriedly swung her Nether Slash to cut at the arrow. Cracked just barely, she deflected the arrow from its original path, but even so, it still grazed her skin on the face. Zhu Zhuqing was furious. The external soul bone displayed immense power, and the Nether Slash struck at Tang San with unmatched force. Not good. Tang San was shocked, not expecting the Zhuge crossbow to fail, and now the Nether Slash was right in front of him. There was nowhere to dodge, and he was directly hit. Bang! Tang San was knocked out of the arena. Tang San coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Spirit Cat, win. The goddess is amazing. That opponent is so despicable. Actually using a sneak attack, shameless. Exactly, they deserve it. Zhu Zhuqing stood on the stage, taking a few deep breaths as she looked at Tang San, frowning in disgust. Is he all right, Zhuqing? After she came down, Yi Feng asked with concern. Just now, when Tang San used the sneak attack, he almost rushed up to kill him. It's just a match. Does it have to be like this? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, I'm fine. She looked towards Tang San's location, where Yu Xiaojiang and the others had already gone to treat him. Let's go over too. Yi Feng was silent for a moment and then nodded. No matter what, now is not the time to fall out with Tang San. Zhu Qing, you really went too hard, didn't you? Little San won't be able to recover for at least a couple of months. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said reproachfully. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and replied, if it weren't for Tang San using hidden weapons just now, would I have done that? Yu Xiaojiang, are you blind? Didn't you see what your disciple just did? Yi Feng looked at Yu Xiaojiang with disgust. Neither of these master and disciple were good people. What? Your good disciple can injure others with hidden weapons, but our Zhu Qing can't hit him, right? Haha, you two are really shameless. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned red. He had seen Tang San use the hidden weapon and knew how powerful it was. If Zhu Qing had been hit, she would definitely have been seriously injured. He had just been worried about his disciple and couldn't help but say something. All right, let's go back first. Let's not fight today. Flender quickly spoke up upon seeing this. Now that Dai Mubai is not here, we can't let them argue internally anymore, or else Shrek Academy will really fall apart. Yi Feng didn't care. It was all the same whether he fought or not, as he wasn't concerned about graduating. And so, the first day at the Soto fighting arena for the Shrek group came to an end. After arranging for Tang San, everyone returned to Shrek Academy and went back to their own dorms. Yi Feng stayed in the dormitory, thinking about today's match, and couldn't help but frown. Tang San's hidden weapons were too powerful. Even he found it difficult to cope. If only there were a way to disable his hidden weapons. System. Is there any way to make Tang San forget about his hidden weapons? It would be best if he could forget how to make them entirely. He was just asking and didn't hold out much hope. Ding. New system task. You can choose to accept or decline. The system said coldly. Yi Feng was taken aback. Another one of these tasks? Does that mean there is a reward if I accept it? Ding, yes. Is there really such good fortune? Yi Feng smiled, feeling fond of the system. System, what is the task? Ding. Capture Ain. Choosing to accept the task will grant you one soul beast revitalization potion. And completing the task will grant you one memory erasure. Soul beast revitalization potion can revive a sacrificed soul beast, provided the human who possessed that soul beast has died. Memory erasure can specify a target and erase specified memories. The system said coldly. 75. Tang, how this reward is hard to obtain. Looking at the rewards provided by the system, Yifeng fell into deep thought. First of all, the Soul Beast Revitalization Potion definitely cannot be used on Xiao Wu's mother. After all, he wouldn't want to kill BibiDong. Moreover, the system specified to capture Ain, who is Tang San's mother. So the one to be revived would definitely be Ain. The problem lies in the condition. To revive Ain, he must kill Tang Hao. But he can't beat Tang Hao. Sigh, forget it. I'll just accept it first and see if there's an opportunity later. Ding, task accepted, rewards issued. The system said coldly. A bottle of blue-green potion fell into Yifeng's hands, and he hurriedly and carefully placed it into his storage ring. This thing is very precious. He can't afford to lose it. With a method to deal with Tang San's hidden weapons, Yifeng was no longer anxious. After all, he definitely couldn't kill Tang Hao anytime soon. He lay on the bed and fell asleep out of boredom. Bang! A commotion erupted outside, and Yifeng couldn't help but frown. What is going on? He walked out and discovered that the noise was coming from Tang San's side. As he got closer, he sensed a terrifying aura. I entrusted my son to you, and this is how you take care of him? A bearded man was angrily scolding Flender. andHer, please calm down. This was just an accident. We didn't want this to happen, Flender said, bending over and trying to appease him. He was completely dumbfounded, never expecting that Tang San's father would be the renowned andHer. Now the academy was in trouble. Tang Hao frowned and said, I don't care if it was an accident or not. Hand over the person who hurt my son. His 9 soul rings released, and his aura pressured Flender so much he could barely breathe. Flender was sweating profusely and hurriedly said, andHer, this was just a child's quarrel. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to intervene directly. Flender was internally in despair. He never expected andHer to target Zhu Zhuqing. But he couldn't let Tang Hao harm Zhu Zhuqing after all, as he was her principal. Tang Hao frowned and said, Are you teaching me how to do things? Zhao Wujia, who was nearby, was taken aback. Hadn't I said this before? I wouldn't dare. I just hope andHer won't hold grudges against children. Flender's heart was in his throat, afraid Tang Hao would really make a move. Yifeng, who had just arrived, looked at Flender's reaction and was momentarily stunned, completely not expecting Flender to behave this way. However, it was quite surprising to him. He stepped forward and said to Tang Hao, I was the one who hurt Tang San. What do you plan to do? Yifeng's sudden appearance startled Flender, who didn't know how Yifeng had appeared out of nowhere. Tang Hao turned to look at Yifeng, frowned, and said, You are Yifeng? Yifeng nodded and said, That's right, I am Yifeng, and I am the one who beat your son. He looked around but didn't see Zhu Zhuqing and the other girls. Otherwise, he could have gained some favor in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Dang Hao Thao Wen. Recalling the name, Yifeng in his mind, it sounded familiar. In an instant, a distant memory flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but feel flustered. Looking into Yifeng's eyes filled with caution. Kid, what level are you at now? Yifeng was taken aback. You don't care about me beating your son, but you care about what level I am? Level 45, what's the matter? Yifeng spoke honestly, since there was no need to hide, and he couldn't hide it anyway. What? Yifeng, you're level 45? Flender was surprised. He had only been gone for 7 days. How did Yifeng reach level 45? Besides, it didn't seem like he had been enrolled for long, right? Tang Hao's face also twitched. As expected of the Chosen One, it was truly frightening. However, even if he was the Chosen One, he couldn't harm my son. Kid, no matter how much of a genius you are, if you dare to hurt my son, you won't have an easy time today. Yifeng squinted his eyes and gently waved his hand, summoning 12 soul Douluos to his side. The soul Douluos frowned and looked warily at andHer. Young master, the situation is tricky, one soul Douluo said inexplicably. Yifeng glanced at him and said, Don't imitate my words. Yes. Yifeng looked at Tang Hao warily. Even with 12 soul Douluo present, he felt no sense of security at all. He glanced at the 12 soul Douluo and felt that they seemed quite useless. What, do you think these 12 soul Douluo can protect you? Seeing the 12 soul Douluo, Tang Hao was also a bit surprised, but he didn't take it to heart. He could solve it with a single strike. Yifeng smiled and said, How could that be? With them around, no one can win. 12 soul Douluos. But what I want to say is, does andHer really intend to oppose the Spear Hall? Tang Hao furrowed his brows, and at that moment, he realized that these 12 soul Douluos were all wearing the Spirit Hall uniform. So he was really taken in by the Spear Hall back then? Damn, the Spirit Hall is really lucky. Kid, I don't intend to oppose the Spirit Hall, but you must give me an explanation. Yifeng frowned and said, I'll give you a tape. Do you want it? He wondered what andHer wanted. To cure my son and a soul bone. Are you robbing me? Tang Hao looked at him calmly and said nonchalantly, Is robbing this fast? Yifeng's face twitched This old man was truly shameless. He really wanted to kill him. Looking at the 100,000-year soul ring on Tang Hao, Yifeng felt envious. He glanced at the 12 soul Douluos behind him and wondered if they could defeat Tang Hao together. He recalled the scene in the original work where Tang Hao took down a soul Douluo with a single strike. Useless. He couldn't help but curse. These soul Douluos had not played any role since their appearance. Truly garbage. The many soul Douluos lowered their heads, internally cursing. Don't you think about what kind of enemies you have? 100,000-year soul beast, poison Douluo, and Haotian Douluo. Are these opponents that normal soul Douluos can handle? Haotian Douluo, do you really intend to go against our spirit hall? You should know that even though your Haotian sect has been hidden, it doesn't seem too difficult for me to find you. Yifeng coldly stared at him, thinking about snatching the soul bone from him. No way. It has always been me snatching from Tang San. When did it become Tang San's turn to snatch from me? Tang Hao frowned and said, "Are you threatening me?" "Not at all. I'm just stating a fact." Tang Hao fell silent. Although he had been expelled from the Haotian sect, if he dared to touch Yifeng, the Spirit Hall would definitely hold the Haotian sect responsible. He knew just how important Yifeng was to the Spirit Hall. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Hao said, "Kid, you don't need to threaten me. How about this? As long as you let me take a step, we can drop this matter today. What do you think?" He wanted to test if Yifeng was really as terrifying as those guys said. What if he wasn't the chosen one after all? Yifeng thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Tang Hao nodded, and behind him, a soul ring glowed as he stood there, waiting for Yifeng to attack. Yifeng took a deep breath. Although he didn't know why the situation had developed to this point, he had to give it his all no matter what. The 1,000-year soul ring behind him lit up, and he immediately entered the state of his first soul skill, meditation. Tang Hao watched him quietly, not in a hurry. On the contrary, Flinder and the others beside them were extremely anxious, thinking how foolish Yifeng was to agree to the title Douluo. With his level 45 soul power, how could he possibly defeat a title Douluo? As Yifeng entered meditation, the entire venue fell silent, everyone eagerly and nervously watching him. After a while, Yifeng finished his meditation and tightly gripped the blade of Gale with both hands. Wu Shifeng's gaze became extremely serious, his deep eyes fixed tightly on Tang Hao. The wind blade behind him shimmered with 40,000 years of soul rings, and the blade itself emitted a black glow. The black light flowed within the blade, and as the power was gathered, Yifeng swung it fiercely towards Tang Hao. A deep black blade aura was slashed out by Yifeng. Tang Hao frowned slightly. This blade aura indeed exceeded that of an ordinary soul sect, and even a typical soul sage, or even a newly promoted soul Douluo, would find it hard to take it head-on. But I'm a title Douluo. He unleashed his aura and stood firm, waiting for the blade aura to approach. As the blade aura neared, he directly brought his hands together to take the hit. With a roar, Tang Hao shouted, and he managed to catch the blade aura with his hands, not moving an inch and remaining completely unscathed. Yifeng opened his mouth, knowing he could continue, but he didn't expect him to take it so easily. Truly deserving of the title Douluo. How terrifying. Ha ha ha, kid, is this all you've got? Not terrifying enough. Tang Hao lauet petitli. Although Yifeng was very strong, he had yet to demonstrate the kind of strength expected of a chosen one. If Yifeng were not the chosen one, then he would be doomed. He was mentally calculating whether Yifeng could survive, depending on his abilities. Yifeng was silent for a moment. He hadn't expected the power of the title Douluo, although Haotian Douluo was indeed very strong. He wasn't as weak as you might think. He took a deep breath and summoned his second martial soul, the Sun God Blade. As soon as the second martial soul appeared, the entire night was illuminated, and the fiery red blade resembled a fire dragon, driving away the darkness. Tang Hao was taken aback, not expecting him to have a second martial soul. Could he really be the chosen one? He couldn't help but recall the great terror that descended 12 years ago. That day, he almost died there. I want to see what you are capable of. Yifeng ignored him, gripping two knives, while recalling the scene from his last battle against the twin sisters. That day, his tornado combined with the twins' martial soul fusion skill to form a water tornado. Today, he would fuse the Sun God Knife with the Gale of Forgiveness to create a Sun Tornado. After making up his mind, Yifeng opened his eyes, holding the Gale in his left hand and the Sun God Knife in his right. Haotian Douluo, take my move, self-created soul skill, Sunstorm. A black soul ring rose behind him, and the Gale Blade and Sun God Knife shone with brilliance simultaneously. With the Gale in his left hand and the Sun God Knife in his right, both blades moved together, creating a tornado infused with terrifying solar true fire that surged toward Tang Hao. Just as Yifeng had envisioned, The tornado and solar true fire merged, forming the sunstorm. Yifeng couldn't help but feel delighted. He had succeeded. The solar storm, carrying endless heat, charged towards Tang Hao, destroying everything in its path. Seeing the incoming solar storm, Tang Hao furrowed his brows in caution. This time he sensed danger. He no longer dared to be reckless and directly summoned the Haotian hammer. Striking down with it, the Haotian hammer continuously enlarged in his hand, and 9 soul rings floated behind him as Tang Hao channeled half of his soul power into the Haotian hammer. In the blink of an eye, the tornado storm arrived, and Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer to meet the tornado storm head-on. Bang! The two terrifying soul powers collided, and the wave of soul power instantly spread out, smashing nearby houses to pieces. Fortunately, this was the boys' dormitory area, and the girls didn't live here. Otherwise, they would have been affected. My house. Flender watched the destroyed house with heartache, feeling miserable. That was all his hard work. Protect the young master. 12 soul Douluos hurriedly rushed in front of Yifeng, surrounding him to prevent him from being harmed by the shockwave. Yifeng frowned and stared intently at the center of the storm, where there was a sea of red. He didn't know if Tang Hao had taken this blow. As for whether Tang Hao died inside, please, he didn't even dare to think about it. If a title Douluo could die so easily, then title Douluo wouldn't be worth much. Sure enough, as the soul power dissipated, Tang Hao emerged from the flames. Although his clothes were heavily damaged, he had no injuries at all. Indeed, the gap was too great. Yifeng murmured to himself that if he, a soul Douluo, used this move, Tang Hao would either not survive or be severely injured. Cough, cough, kid, you're quite impressive. Tang Hao dusted himself off and looked at Yifeng with a hint of admiration. With such strength, he truly deserved to be chosen by those people from above. Since you forced me to make a move, let us consider this matter settled for today. After confirming Yifeng's identity, he decided not to target Yifeng anymore. After all, he couldn't compete with those people from above. Yifeng was stunned. Is this it? I thought you would be so angry that you'd want to kill me. Then I'll have to thank the Haotian Douluo. Tang Hao nodded and said to Flender beside him, then let us consider this matter settled for today. I'll leave my son in your care. After saying that, he left without looking back. Flender was taken aback. Didn't the Haotian Douluo come to take Tang San away? Why'd he change his mind now? But speaking of Tang San, oh no, Flender panicked and hurried towards the ruins of the house. Come help quickly. Tang San is still inside. Flender frantically dug through the debris. Tang San was already injured, and now, with this situation, he probably wouldn't recover for months. Yifeng's face twitched. Tang Hao, that father who abandons his son. He must have come here not to seek justice for his son, but to add to his son's troubles. 77. Cat and mouse combination. Brother Feng, what happened? After Tang Hao left, the 4 women finally arrived, and upon seeing the ruins all around, they couldn't help but be a bit shocked. What kind of battle happened here? Ning Rongrong looked at the wreckage in surprise. Oh, it's nothing much. Just had a fight with a title Douluo. Yifeng said nonchalantly. Fortunately, his dormitory was a bit far from here and was not affected. What? Title Douluo? Brother Feng, are you okay? How could something like this happen to you, big brother? The 4 girls hurriedly stepped forward to check if Yifeng was okay. Yifeng smiled and said, it's nothing, I'm doing just fine. He glanced at Xiao Wu and said, but Tang San seems to be buried. What? Xiao Wu was startled and hurried toward the ruins. Tang San was considered half a family to her, and she didn't want anything to happen to him. Yifeng shook his head helplessly, not really caring. After all, Xiao Wu would definitely be mine. Tang San couldn't take her away. Brother Feng, what exactly is going on? Zhu Zhuqing frowned, wondering why a title Douluo had suddenly come. Oh, it's nothing much, just Tang San's father coming to seek justice, but it's already settled. Yifeng said nonchalantly. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, she realized why Tang Hao had come here. It must be to vent for his son. So, Brother Feng helped me bear the brunt of it. Her heart warmed involuntarily, and she said gently, thank you, Brother Feng. Yifeng smiled and said nothing. Between the two of them, there was no need for too much small talk or excessive politeness. After digging out Tang San, Yifeng went back to sleep, as it was no longer his concern whether Tang San lived or died. The next day, as usual, Yifeng was woken up on time by Mangaran. After having a bit of breakfast, they headed to the Soto Arena. Although there was an accident yesterday, and Tang San had sustained some minor injuries, the pace of Shrek Academy could not be halted. On the way to the Soto Arena, Flender spoke to everyone, looking at Oscar and saying, since Tang San can't participate, Oscar, you'll take his place. Oscar nodded. Tang San had a rough time yesterday. first being heavily injured by Zhu Zhuqing, and then being buried alive by a strange uncle claiming to be his father. When he was dug out, they almost didn't recognize him. He was completely covered in dirt, and his face was probably ruined. They didn't even know if that was really his biological father. Oscar commented that Tang Hao had acted too recklessly yesterday. Of course, it was also possible that he didn't know where Tang San was at all. It seemed that if he had to take action, he needed to be more cautious. He recalled the terrifying solar storm from Yifeng yesterday and felt a bit scared. If he took a hit, he might not survive. Soon, everyone arrived at the Soto Arena. Today, they were mainly there to participate in the 7-person team competition, but individual and pair competitions were also on the agenda. You must remember, you are facing teams above level 30. Once the battle begins, protect the support first, Yu Xiaojiang said to the 7 of them. Although it wasn't their turn for the team competition yet, it was important to give them a precautionary warning. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, Zhuqing, you are an agile attacker. You were supposed to enter the arena to harass the opponents. But now I have a more important task for you. Protect Rongrong and Hongjun. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, not understanding why Yu Xiaojiang made such arrangements. I should be in front to be effective, not hiding behind to protect them. Yu Xiaojiang paused for a moment before saying, I know you want to show off, but now that Tang San is injured, we can't afford to have any more team members hurt. Just protect the support and leave the rest to Yifeng. He looked at Yifeng and asked, Yifeng, are you okay? Yifeng smiled and said, no problem at all. Now that I have dual martial souls, I can easily deal with the opponent with just one move, as long as their soul power is not higher than mine. Yu Xiaojiang nodded and said, then let's proceed like this. At the beginning, you won't encounter very strong opponents. As long as there are no soul masters above the soul sect level, Yifeng, you can just unleash your ultimate move to clear the field. Yifeng nodded, agreeing that this battle strategy was very reasonable. As the saying goes, when in a desperate situation, tactics must be interspersed. When in a position of strength, overwhelming force must be used. Zhu Zhuqing also nodded and had nothing more to say. Everything was ready, just waiting for the competition to begin. However, after a long time, they still had not arrived. Yifeng sat in the audience, feeling quite bored. He looked at Xiao Wu and the others and said, how about we go play a singles match or a doubles match? Sure. Xiao Wu quickly agreed, as she couldn't stand the boredom either. The two of them hit it off and, taking advantage of Yu Xiaojiang and the others not paying attention, sneaked off to participate in the doubles match. The Soul Arena did not disappoint them. After waiting for a short while, it was their turn to take the stage. In the next match, Feng Wu would face the cat and mouse duo. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, as if he had heard this name before. It was the combination that fought against Tang San and Xiao Wu in the original work. He didn't expect to encounter it again. He smiled slightly, thinking that if Tang San could defeat them, then he could easily overwhelm them too. He and Xiao Wu went up to the stage, facing off against the cat and mouse combination. Below, the host announced, let us welcome the wind dance combination. Today is their first battle, and their opponents are the cat and mouse combination, who have already achieved 4 consecutive victories in the 2v2 matches. With their powerful strength, they have achieved unprecedented success in the Soul Master level competitions. How will they fare against the wind dance today? The host was about to continue, but upon seeing the list of the wind dance combination, he was taken aback. He hurriedly said, there's actually a soul zone among the wind dance combination. According to the rules, we must impose a soul power suppression on this contestant. No way. How could it be a soul zone? Soul zone experts are terrifying. I sensed the horrifying aura from afar, and indeed, it was as I expected, a soul zone expert. Yifeng was taken aback. The previous 2 matches had been fine. So why were they suddenly required to suppress their soul power now? No, I didn't request to suppress my soul power last time. The host hurriedly explained, it's like this. Last time, none of your teammates were above level 30, so according to the rules, it wasn't necessary. But now your teammate is already level 34. So we must impose a restriction on your strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to the opponents. Yifeng thought for a moment and nodded. There was nothing wrong with that. After the staff suppressed his soul power to level 39, Yifeng finally stepped onto the stage again. He looked across and saw a man and a woman. The woman was tall and appeared to be in her 20s, with red hair and sharp-looking eyes. Her fingers were continuously moving slightly, a gesture that Zhu Zhuqing often had as well. It seemed they were both cat-type soul beasts, and their habits were quite similar. The cat and the cat-and-mouse duo looked somewhat impressive, but the mouse was quite ugly. It was short, unusually fat, and had beady eyes, truly living up to its name. The cat girl looked at Yifeng and said cautiously, you are very strong. She didn't dare to mock him like in the original story, as Yifeng's soul power had just been revealed. Even if it was suppressed to Soul Master, being level 39 was still quite formidable. Level 39 was indeed very scary. Yifeng smiled nonchalantly, thinking that the woman wasn't attractive, so he wasn't excited to engage with her. As the battle spirit began, the audience was eagerly watching the stage. Originally expecting a cat-and-mouse solo, the unexpected variable of Yifeng instantly filled the audience with anticipation for this battle. The cat-and-mouse duo quickly entered their spirit possession state. The cat girl had a spirit possession similar to Zhu Zhuqing, growing ears and claws, with whiskers on her face and a white, yellow, and purple soul ring flashing behind her. Her teammate transformed into a lewd-looking mouse, also with a white, yellow, and purple soul ring behind him. Seeing the opponent reveal their spirits, Xiao Wu became alert and promptly displayed her own spirit. Long rabbit ears, white fur, longer legs, and red eyes. Among the four on stage, three revealed their spirits, while Yifeng stood calmly in place, admiring how Xiao Wu looked as a rabbit. "Xiao Wu, you look really beautiful." Xiao Wu was taken aback and said irritably, "Big brother, we are in a battle." The cat-and-mouse duo across from them frowned, thinking that this person was too disrespectful to them. "It's okay, it doesn't affect anything." Yifeng smiled and said, "Isn't it just a cat and mouse? It doesn't affect my watching Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Yifeng and said seriously, "Then I won't care about you anymore. I'm going in first." Two yellow and one purple soul rings appeared behind her, and Xiao Wu quickly attacked the cat and mouse duo. The audience outside erupted in surprise. They hadn't seen a yellow-purple soul ring configuration in a long time, since Zhu Zhuqing and the others had not displayed their soul rings during previous battles. The audience didn't know what their soul ring configurations were at that time. The cat girl and mouse man exchanged glances and surrounded Xiao Wu from both sides. The cat girl sprang into action, her legs moving rapidly as she charged at Xiao Wu. With one white and one yellow soul ring shining, she swung her claws, producing 10 bright silver claw shadows that shot toward Xiao Wu. She had one soul skill for speed and another for claw attacks, and with the effect of her soul rings, she quickly reached Xiao Wu, claws descending. Xiao Wu's eyes flickered. With a charm skill, she slowed the cat girl's speed, then leaped up, her long legs attacking. To be fair, if Xiao Wu, wearing high heels, kicked her, it would likely cause serious injury. Just as Xiao Wu's foot was about to land, the mouse man successfully circled behind her and threw a punch at her back. Xiao Wu frowned, activating her third soul ring to teleport away, abandoning the cat girl. She flashed behind the mouse man, tightly wrapping her hair around his neck and forcefully throwing him out. However, the mouse man was too heavy to be thrown out of the ring. At that moment, the cat girl also caught up, launching another assault on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu quickly retreated, dodging, but with the cat in front and the mouse behind, they formed an encirclement around her. Xiao Wu frowned. It seemed she could only use her last resort. "Big brother, when in doubt, look for Yifeng." Yifeng smiled. It seemed that Xiao Wu had played enough. Now it was my turn to make an appearance. He directly took out the Blade of Gale and activated his second soul skill, flashing in front of the rat man. "You want to go to heaven, huh?" Yifeng politely asked what. The mouse man was taken aback and instinctively replied, not yet realizing how Yifeng appeared in front of him, when suddenly Yifeng unleashed a tornado right in his face. Fortunately, Yifeng showed mercy, otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. "So hi." He waved at the mouse man, but he probably couldn't see him, considering he was already soaring into the sky. The tornado carried the mouse man higher and higher, until he was eventually rescued by the referee. So impressive, this is what a soul sec powerhouse is like, truly terrifying. Indeed, this move might even break my defense. In the upper floor, someone commented that this move had about 1/10 of their strength. The spectators outside the arena were astonished, never expecting that Yifeng would send someone flying just after making his move. Meow. Cat girl was startled, not expecting that the one who had been watching from the sidelines was so formidable. She was stunned. If this move hit her, she would either die or be crippled. One opportunity. In that moment of distraction, Xiao Wu reacted instantly and rushed forward. She executed a waist-bound move, sending Cat Girl off the stage. In this battle, Feng Wu wins. As the host's words fell, the spectators outside were momentarily stunned. Today's battle could not be described as very spirited, and it was more dramatic than anything else. No one expected that the 4-time champion Cat and Mouse would be so weak and easily defeated. Is this really what a soul sec powerhouse is like? Truly terrifying. I refuse to accept this. Referee, I refuse. He must have secretly used the power of the soul sect. Cat Girl pointed at Yifeng, her face filled with disbelief. How could her teammate be so weak? Absolutely impossible. He must have cheated. The referee quickly sent someone to check if the suppression on Yefeng was still in effect, and the result showed that it was. He hadn't cheated, and the result was valid. Cat Girl was taken aback. He and T cheated? How could that be? I don't believe it. I want to check personally. She jumped back onto the stage, wanting to inspect Yefeng herself. The referee frowned, very dissatisfied with her behavior. He looked at Yefeng and inquired about his opinion. Yifeng smiled and looked at the cat girl, disdainfully saying, just because you have never seen the light. Do you think this world is all darkness? Just because you haven't seen a strong person, do you think everyone is as trashy as you? He chuckled lightly and casually released his purple-black soul rings. As soon as the soul rings appeared, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was astonished. The cat girl looked at the 3 soul rings in disbelief, unable to comprehend. How is that possible? Yifeng smiled and said, don't be like a frog at the bottom of a well. There are many strong people in this world. The purple and black are just normal configurations. Catwoman was stunned for a moment, realizing, so I'm not even as good as normal. Yifeng finished speaking, and regardless of what she thought, he held Xiao Wu's hand and walked towards the stage. Although he did nothing, tonight, the Soto Arena would remember his legend. A 12-year-old soul ancestor with a purple and black basic configuration. 79. Battling the Frenzy team after finishing the doubles match. Yifeng and Xiao Wu hurried back to the team competition. Fortunately, it wasn't their turn yet. Where have you guys been? Yu Xiaojiang frowned, having been worried when he couldn't find Yifeng just now. We went to the restroom. Yifeng replied with a smile, saying that he didn't even blush while lying. Xiao Wu also nodded and said, that's right, we went to the bathroom. You went together? Yu Xiaojiang was a bit skeptical. A guy and a girl going to the bathroom? Yifeng held Xiao Wu's hand and calmly said, is it not allowed? I mean, is it really not allowed? Yu Xiaojiang frowned slightly and said helplessly, do as you wish, just don't let it affect the competition. Today's young couples are really crazy. They just run to the bathroom at any moment. How can one stand that? After all, just that one night with Tang San left him feeling drained, as if his body was empty. Sigh, being young is truly wonderful. Yifeng and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance and smiled. The two returned to their seats, quietly waiting for the match to begin. Rong, when the match starts, just directly give me more strength, and then you don't need to worry about anything else. Got it. Yifeng and Ning Rong discussed that the 7-person team match did not require suppressing their levels, and he could easily defeat them. Okay, Brother Feng. Ning Rong readily agreed, thinking that since Yifeng wanted to play this way, they might as well go along with it. The group rested for a while before finally waiting for the first match. Next up, the Shrek 7 monsters versus the Frenzy team. The host's voice rang out, and the 7 from Shrek were filled with excitement. Remember what I told you, protect Ning Rong and Oscar well, and leave the rest to Yifeng. Before going on stage, Yu Xiaojiang reiterated his concerns. He was most afraid of having team members injured and unable to compete. Got it. Everyone nodded as they walked towards the stage. The Shrek 7 wore masks just like in the original story, all sporting black masks. The only difference was that Yifeng and Meng Yiran had replaced Tang San and Dai Mubai's positions. As the 7 stepped onto the stage, they drew the audience's attention. It was their first time participating in a team match, and the audience was eager to see the performance of this new team. Of course, the main point was that although the 7 wore masks, it was hard to conceal their presence, especially Yifeng, who stood at the front, exuding an ethereal aura. Wow, so handsome. Although we can't see his face, just from his figure, he is definitely a handsome guy. Wait, don't you think his mask looks a bit familiar? Yeah. Isn't he the one who just appeared in the doubles match? What was his name again? Happy Windman? Yes, Happy Windman. Happy Windman, I love you. Happy Windman is awesome. The audience quickly recognized Yifeng's identity, and cheers for Happy Windman erupted from outside the arena. The Shrek members looked at Yifeng with curiosity, and Ma Hongjun said with a lewd grin, Yifeng, when did you become so famous? I had no idea. Happy Windman? Haha, that name. Ma Hongjun tried to hold back his laughter, but it was just too funny. He never expected that such a aloof man like Yifeng would use such an adorable name. Yifeng also feels a bit awkward. At that time, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision to use this name, and he didn't expect it to lead to such an embarrassing situation now. Ahem, don't talk nonsense. We're in a competition. Yifeng forced himself to remain calm and looked at the 7 members of the Crazy Battle Team. Their captain was named Crazy Rhino, and all members of the Crazy Battle Team were above level 35. He only remembered that Crazy Rhino's martial soul was a rhinoceros, but he had long forgotten the names and martial souls of the other members. However, it didn't matter anymore. Yifeng glanced at the 7 members of the Crazy Battle Team and smiled disdainfully. Kid, what are you laughing at? Do you look down on us? The Crazy Battle Team? The members of the crazy battle team looked at Yi Feng angrily. They had always looked down on others. So when did it become someone else's turn to look down on them, right? What's wrong? Yi Feng no dit seriously. I didn't expect you to realize that you are trash. That's quite rare. You're asking for death. The teammates of the crazy battle team instantly became furious. This kid was even more arrogant than them. Kid, just wait for it. As soon as the match starts, I will take you down. Yi Feng shrugged nonchalantly, thinking that it didn't matter since you couldn't beat him anyway. So he couldn't be bothered with you. He now had an idea. In the past, he always used the gale /vertically, but now he didn't want to do it that way anymore. He wanted to slash horizontally. He didn't know if it would work. If it succeeded, he could completely take down the berserker with a single strike. Are both sides ready? Yi Feng and the captain of the Mad Warriors both nodded, both eager to defeat each other. The referee also nodded and said, then the match begins. The members of the Mad Warriors instantly revealed their martial souls. On the Mad Warriors side, Captain Guangxi and two middle-aged men stood together, forming a triangular formation. A seductive woman stood in the center. As soon as she appeared, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of wicked fire, struggling to control his desires. There was no helping it. The woman was dressed extremely revealingly, wearing only a bandeau on top. And although she wore a skirt on the bottom, it was as thin as a cicada's wing, with a hint of flesh color visible. Yi Feng had no interest in such a woman, but for Ma Hongjun, she was irresistibly attractive. The seductive woman stood at the center of the seven, flanked by two short young men, while an ordinary-looking older middle-aged man stood at the back. Tear them apart. Guangxi roared, charging towards Yi Feng and the others. Yi Feng smiled lightly and slowly took out the blade of the gale. The sky-blue blade of the gale was held in his hand, and the blade faintly swirled with a cyclone. Behind him, the purple and black soul rings appeared. The members of the crazy battle team looked at this soul ring configuration, their pupils involuntarily contracting. However, as the saying goes, losing a person does not mean losing the formation. They still did not stop and charge towards Yi Feng. The style of the crazy battle team is wild. They may lose, but they will not retreat without a fight. The seven treasures are known for their strength. On the Shrek side, Zhu Zhuqing protected Ning Rongrong, who directly boosted Yi Feng's power. Feeling the enhancement of physical energy and soul power, Yi Feng smiled lightly. Now, let me clear the field with one move. The blade of the gale in his hand emitted a blue aura, and the 40,000-year soul ring behind him lit up. Yi Feng held the blade of storm horizontally and swung it forcefully from left to right. A horizontal storm slash was unleashed by him. The storm slash, with an unmatched force, attacked the seven members of the Berserker squad. Damn it, defend quickly. The Berserker, with gritted teeth, shouted and hurriedly stopped, blocking in the front. His muscles instantly hardened to withstand the storm slash. However, after just one exchange, he was sent flying by Yi Feng's storm slash. And the six members of the Berserker squad behind him were also unable to avoid being knocked out of the arena. 80. Mummy Tang San. Shrek's seven monsters win. As the host's words fell, the scene instantly quieted down. Just now, Yi Feng had briefly displayed his spirit ring and then used one move. And the Berserker squad was completely wiped out? This Happy Win Man is amazing. Shrek's seven monsters are amazing. Happy Win Man is amazing. Shrek's seven monsters are amazing. Happy Win Man is amazing. Shrek's seven monsters are amazing. Yi Feng and Ning Rongrong exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. Haha, Rongrong. You did a great job. Thumbs up for you. No, it's all thanks to you, Feng-ge. Ning Rongrong blushed a little. All right, you two, stop being modest. You are the ones who deserve the credit. Celebrate well when you get back today. Zhu Zhuqing said helplessly, it's a team competition, and we didn't even get a chance to perform. It's quite frustrating, someone replied. I really want to compete. Hey, crazy battle team, can you get up? Let's fight again. Xiao Wu looked at the seven members of the crazy battle team, hoping they could battle once more. The seven members of the crazy battle team twitched their faces but didn't want to respond to her. All right, Xiao Wu, we've already won, so stop teasing. Let's go. Yi Feng said helplessly, wondering if Xiao Wu was doing it on purpose by teasing the crazy battle team so much. Oh, okay. Xiao Wu said disappointedly as she got off the stage with everyone. After today's competition, Yi Feng became famous in the Soto arena, and the name Happy Win Man became known to all. In the following month, Yi Feng and the others came to the Soto arena almost every day. It became their training ground. In just a month, Xiao Wu successfully reached Copper Spirit Master, and her soul power rose to level 33, which was quite fast. Zhu Zhuqing also achieved Copper Spirit Master, with her soul power rising to level 34, becoming one of the top few among them. Meng Yuran was a bit behind. She lost a few matches and was still at Iron Spirit Master. Her soul power only increased by 1 level to 32. Unfortunately, her talent wasn't as good as some of the other girls, and she didn't have any external spirit bones. Ning Rongrong didn't have to compete in individual matches, but she cooperated well with Yi Feng in the doubles matches, winning over 10 times without a loss, and her soul power increased by 2 levels to 29. Surprisingly, Yi Feng didn't achieve Silver Spirit Master. He was still at Iron Spirit Master, not because of his lack of strength, but because there were too few opponents, and he couldn't find one for days. Moreover, his soul power didn't upgrade because he was too lazy to train. The most he practiced was the Heart Sutra of controlling women, training on Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Iran every day. His physical fitness improved significantly, and his soul power also solidified quite a bit. Oscar and Ma Hongjun also leveled up, with Ma Hongjun reaching level 30, and they helped him obtain a good spirit ring. Xiao Wu, can Tang San compete today? In Shrek Academy, Yi Feng was happily walking with Xiao Wu. Having not seen Tang San for a month, he heard that during this month, Tang Hao brought medicine to Tang San every day, desperately trying to heal him. Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh a little. Tang Hao probably didn't expect that by showing off once, he would end up harming his own son. Yeah, Sangu should be better today. Let's go check on him. Xiao Wu replied absent-mindedly. Should be? Haven't you gone to see him? Yi Feng asked in confusion. Given Xiao Wu and Tang San's relationship, she shouldn't be acting like this. I didn't dare to go. His father has been there all the time, and I'm afraid he would recognize me, Xiao Wu said. She also wanted to see Tang San, but for the past month, she didn't dare to appear next to Tang Hao, fearing that he would recognize her as a spirit beast. Yi Feng was taken aback. Recalling the plot in the original work, it seemed that Tang Hao had recognized her long ago. It's okay, Xiao Wu, I'll accompany you. Tang Hao should not be around today. Just thinking of Tang Hao made him think of Een. He had to come up with a way to get rid of Tang Hao so that Een could be resurrected. Otherwise, how could he be Tang San's second father? Imagining himself holding Een and having Tang San call him dad made him inexplicably happy. All right then, Big Brother will definitely protect Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was a little worried, but still nodded. Of course, with me here, no one can hurt Xiao Wu. Yi Feng looked at Xiao Wu and said, let's go. We're going to see Tang San. He held Xiao Wu's hand and slowly walked towards Tang San's room. When they reached Tang San's room, there were already many people gathered inside. Yi Feng took a glance and saw that Tang Hao was really not there. All right, he's not here. Xiao Wu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and dared to enter the room. Sengushi looked at Tang San, who was wrapped like a mummy on the bed, and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Xiao Wu, hold on. Tang San was completely covered, with only one eye open, and it was hard to hear him speak. Sengu, what are you saying? Xiao was a bit confused, unable to understand what Tang San was saying. Tang San looked helplessly at Yu Xiaojiang, who nodded and said to Xiao Wu, Tang San says he is fine. Oh, then how long does Sangu have to stay like this? Xiao Wu pointed at the mummy-like Tang San, feeling a bit anxious. It's fine. It will be over soon. We are waiting for Dean Flender to bring the tools, Yu Xiaojiang said calmly, noting that if they had the tools earlier, they would have already removed the plaster from Tang San. The tools are here. Dean Flender's voice came from outside, and everyone quickly made way for him. Here, tools. Flender threw a giant axe onto the ground, signaling Yu Xiaojiang to take action. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Dean Flender, are you trying to kill Tang San? Yi Feng said with a smile. With that big axe, if you're not careful, Tang San might be done for. Flender said awkwardly, it's not that there are no tools, we're just making do. Let us give a try. Yu Xiaojiang sighed helplessly and picked up the axe from the ground. He swayed with the big axe, barely able to stand steady. Are you sure you can do this? Xiao Wu said worriedly, feeling it was very dangerous. Tang San's eyes widened in terror. It's fine. I can do it. Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath and finally held the axe properly. He looked at Tang San and smiled gently, but to Tang San. That smile was like the smile of a devil, making him remember the scene of being tormented by Yu Xiaojiang that night. Let us go outside first. I'm afraid blood will splatter on my face. At this moment, Yi Feng said something very inappropriate, making Tang San's heart leap to his throat. All right, let us go out. This outfit is expensive. It would look good if it gets splattered with blood. Zhu Zhuqing also laughed, cooperating with Yi Feng. The two of them smiled and led everyone present out of the room. Tang San on the bed closed his eyes in despair. In the room, Tang San's screams and the sound of the axe chopping the plaster echoed. Sigh, Tang San is probably done for. Yi Feng shook his head, thinking it would be better if Tang San really was done for. Huh, no way. Sengu should be fine, right? Xiao Wu was startled when she heard Yi Feng say that. She had known Tang San for so long, and didn't T want anything to happen to him? Of course. Otherwise, just listen to that sound. It sounds a lot like killing a pig, right? What if Xiao Jiang accidentally cuts off Tang San's limbs with a shake of his hand? Yifeng smiled ominously, wanting to tease Xiao Wu. What should we do now? Xiao Wu looked at Yifeng innocently, very nervous. It's okay, Xiao Wu. At worst, I'll make a wheelchair for Tang San in the future, so he can sit in it. How can you say that? Sange is so pitiful. Yifeng chuckled to himself, thinking how cute Xiao Wu's expression was. All right, Fengge, stop teasing Xiao Wu. We'll go in and see later. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the two with helplessness. Yifeng could be so childish at times. I wasn't teasing her, I was just saying, what if? Yifeng smiled nonchalantly, knowing that the chances were slim, but one must always have some hope. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head helplessly, truly a childlike nature. All right, you can come in now. Yu Xiaojiang's voice came from inside the room, and everyone hurried in. Third brother, did you break your hand? Xiao Wu rushed in with a worried expression, concernedly looking at Tang San. What broken hand or foot? Xiao Wu, what are you talking about? Tang San lowered the gauze on his face, revealing that he had no injuries at all. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang beside him was drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San's face and couldn't help but be stunned, momentarily speechless. Yifeng also looked at that face and couldn't help but laugh. The others were holding back their laughter, feeling uncomfortable. Tang San furrowed his brows and asked, "What are you laughing at? Is there something on my face?" "No, there's nothing on your face, it's all good, haha," Yifeng said, and again couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Wu also lowered her head, not daring to look at Tang San, as she was afraid she would also start laughing. Tang San, feeling displeased, furrowed his brows and quickly took out a mirror from the night of the moon on the 24th bridge. He looked at his face in the mirror and was taken aback. His face was covered in pits, with some skin already burned away. There was not a single good spot on his face. Tang San was stunned, feeling foolish. He had originally had a somewhat decent face. How did it turn out like this? It's okay, Tang San. Looks are superficial, you don't need to worry about it. Yifeng said as he walked in front of Tang San, earnestly comforting him. Tang San felt a bit touched. He didn't expect that Yifeng, who usually had the worst relationship with him, would be the first to comfort him. It turned out he had misunderstood him before. Yifeng didn't know what he was thinking, and he said seriously, "Anyway, you were ugly to begin with. Now you're just a bit uglier. So it's not a big deal." He patted Tang San's shoulder to encourage him and then left, not giving him a chance to retort. Tang San was dumbfounded. "Is this your way of comforting me? Is there anyone who comforts others like this? What do you mean I was ugly to begin with? Although I'm not as handsome as you, I wasn't exactly ugly." "Third brother, you have to be strong," Xiao Wu said, lowering her head and looking at her feet, too afraid to look at him. "Third brother, even if you become very ugly, you are still my third brother." Tang San looked at Xiao Wu touched. Indeed, only Xiao Wu truly cared about me. "Xiao Wu, tell me, am I really that ugly? In my heart, third brother is not ugly. Then look up and see me." "Third brother, I haven't eaten yet. I have to go back first. You should rest well." Xiao Wu hurriedly lowered her head and ran outside, genuinely afraid to look at Tang San, worried she wouldn't be able to eat. Tang San opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. "If it wasn't for my father, I wouldn't be like this." Originally, the hit from Zhu Zhuqing would have only caused him minor injuries, but now after being dealt with by Tang Hao, his skin was completely ruined. But Tang Hao is his dad, and he can't do anything about it. He's the kind of person who values rules, so he can only swallow this bitterness. "Tang San, you have to hold on," Ning Rong said from a distance before hurriedly going back. Serves you right." Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly and followed Ning Rong back. Watching Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rong leave, Tang San couldn't help but feel a bit of pain. He didn't know why, but he always felt a surge of anger that couldn't be released. After everyone left, the room was left with only Tang San and Oscar. "Tang San, are you okay?" Oscar looked at Tang San seriously, smiling as he walked up to him. Tang San was stunned. Oscar was actually looking him in the eye. Indeed, this is what a good brother is. "Oscar, tell me the truth. Am I really ugly?" "What? I'm ugly?" "Yes, you are very ugly." Oscar nodded firmly, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Tang San lowered his head in disappointment, feeling very sad. "Tang San, what made you become like this?" Oscar quietly looked at Tang San. Tang San was taken aback and said, "It's because of my dad." "No, it's not," Oscar said with certainty. "Not? Why?" Tang San was puzzled. Oscar continued, "Right, it's not. You have to think about who caused all this. It's because of Zhu Zhuqing. If she hadn't hurt you, would your dad have come? No. If your dad hadn't come, would you have become like this?" He looked at Tang San seriously and said, "So all of this is because of Zhu Zhuqing. Without her, you wouldn't be like this." After listening, Tang San fell into deep thought, feeling that something was right, but also something was off. But if it weren't for me using a hidden weapon to hurt Zhu Zhuqing, she wouldn't have treated me like this. Tang San thought about it and felt that this incident was indeed his fault initially. Oscar looked at Tang San with disappointment and said seriously, "Tang San, let me ask you, did you ever think of using a hidden weapon to hurt Zhu Zhuqing at that time?" Tang San shook his head. He didn't want to startle Zhu Zhuqing and then catch her with blue silvergrass. "Then that's settled. You didn't intend to hurt her, but she unhesitatingly hurt you. Isn't that her fault?" Oscar shouted excitedly. Tang San frowned and didn't say anything. Oscar glanced at Tang San and continued, "Moreover, that was the Soul Arena. Even if you used a hidden weapon, it wouldn't have been a big deal. Ultimately, it was Zhu Zhuqing who deliberately wanted to hurt you, making you become like this." He leaned close to Tang San's ear and softly said, "This way, you can't compete for women with her man." Tang San's pupils constricted. Just thinking about Xiao Wu leaving him made him lose his rationality. That bastard Zhu Zhuqing. And Yifeng, I absolutely cannot let him take Xiao Wu away. Tang San clenched his fists. At that moment, he finally confirmed that he had fallen for Xiao Wu. Seeing that Tang San had finally come to this realization, Oscar couldn't help but smile. That makes things easier. "Yes, Tang San, clearly you and Xiao Wu are a pair. We absolutely cannot let Yifeng take her away." "Then what should I do? I've become so ugly now," Tang San said with a bitter face. Even he was afraid of how he looked. So how could Xiao Wu possibly like him? He looked at Oscar with hope and said, "Do you have a way to make me handsome?" Oscar's face twitched. "If I had that ability, I would have made myself handsome long ago. Why would I help you? I may not be able to make you handsome, but I can make Yifeng ugly." "Oh, how?" Oscar smiled and took out a flying mushroom, saying to Tang San, "Just do this." Soon, the two of them hit it off and initially established an alliance. Since Tang San is ready, let's have him compete today. Oscar could take a break first. In the Soto Arena, Yu Xiaojiang was assigning the next participants for the match. Over the past month, they had competed 3 times in total. The first 2 times were won quite easily, with Yifeng clearing the field with just 1 move. But later, the third opponent was clearly much smarter, not crowding together, but spreading out so that Yifeng's 4th soul skill couldn't wipe them all out. Although they still won in the end, Yu Xiaojiang didn't dare to let them go on casually anymore. "Okay," Oscar agreed, "no problem." Tang San also nodded. He was now wearing a mask. And he didn't look too bad, just that his head was shiny, which fell a bit out of place. Yu Xiaojiang habitually took the team battle badge to the participants and said, "Hello, please register for the team battle." The staff member took the team badge, looked at it, and was taken aback. "Shrek 7 Devils?" He looked at Yu Xiaojiang and asked, "Are you the leader of the Shrek 7 Devils?" Yu Xiaojiang was confused and nodded, saying, "Sort of." The staff member hurriedly stood up and said, "Wait a moment." After saying that, he ran to the backstage. Yu Xiaojiang frowned, not knowing what he was up to, but with the team badge in his hand, he could only wait helplessly. After a while, the staff member returned with the manager. "Sorry to keep you waiting." The staff member politely returned the team badge to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang took the team badge without saying anything. "This is our Soto Arena's supervisor, AO." The staff member introduced the supervisor next to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang nodded and quietly awaited the supervisor's next words. Supervisor AO smiled and said, "Hello, esteemed team leader. I wonder if we could have a chat? It won't take up too much of your time." Yu Xiaojiang calmly replied, "Is it on behalf of yourself or the arena?" Supervisor AO hurriedly said, "Of course it is on behalf of the Soto Arena." Yu Xiaojiang nodded. The performance of the Shrek 7 monsters over the past month had been outstanding, with very few losses. So it was normal for them to attract the attention of the Soul Arena. Although he didn't want to have any dealings with the Soul Arena, he also didn't dare to offend such a large organization. The two entered a room to communicate. "Captain, I'll get straight to the point." Supervisor AO said with a serious tone, "I represent the Soto Soul Arena and hope that the team battle the Shrek 7 monsters participate in today can be held at the Central Soul Arena." Yu Xiaojiang frowned and quickly said, "That doesn't seem to be in accordance with the rules, right? Isn't a Silver Soul Master required there? You should know that several members of the 7 monsters don't even have Copper Soul Masters." Supervisor AO smiled wryly and said, "You don't need to be modest. With their strength, obtaining Silver Soul Masters is just a matter of time. Even if they become Silver Soul Masters a bit earlier, it's not a problem." Yu Xiaojiang replied calmly, "If that's the case, then you shouldn't be in such a hurry, right?" Supervisor AO sighed helplessly. "I'll be honest. A few days ago, a team came, and they're all composed of Silver Soul Masters. It seems that several nobles from Soto City hired them, and for several consecutive days. Those nobles have placed heavy bets on them, causing us great losses in the Seoul arena. We hope the Shrek 7 monsters can go on stage and defeat them for us. Supervisor AO looked at Yu Xiaojiang with anticipation. If Yu Xiaojiang didn't agree, he would really have no other options. After pondering for a moment, Yu Xiaojiang asked, "Which team did you send up before?" "Our Soto Soul Arena doesn't have a team of Silver Soul Masters, so we sent a team of Copper Soul Masters to face them." "Which is the crazy battle team you've encountered before?" Supervisor AO sighed helplessly. Who knew the crazy battle team would also be utterly defeated? The crazy battle team? Is that the one that was defeated by Yi Feng in one hit? Yu Xiaojiang thought for a long time before finally recalling who the crazy battle team was. Supervisor AO awkwardly nodded. Compared to the Shrek 7 monsters, the crazy battle team was indeed not enough. Yu Xiaojiang thought for a moment. With Yi Feng in the team, no matter what kind of team it was, as long as they were still Soul Masters, they would not lose. At most, they would just get a bit injured. So what can the Soto Soul Arena offer us? Yu Xiaojiang smiled slightly, thinking that if they wanted them to take action, there had to be some cost involved. Supervisor AO thought for a moment and said, "Besides the basic rewards, our Soul Arena is willing to give you 10,000 gold soul coins. And your team will also be upgraded to Silver Soul Masters." Yu Xiaojiang contemplated for a while and agreed. After all, with Yi Feng and Tang San around, these gold soul coins were like picking them up off the ground. Seeing him agree, Supervisor AO finally smiled, and after discussing some details, he let Yu Xiaojiang return. In the waiting area of the Shrek 7 monsters, Yi Feng was sitting there bored. While the others were recovering their soul power, he was the only one doing nothing. At that moment, he happened to see a girl walking not far away, who looked quite familiar. "Is that Yu Lingling?" Yi Feng instantly thought of the woman who gave him the feeling of first love. How is she here? Could it be that the Emperor's battle team has arrived? Yi Feng thought for a moment, unable to resist his curiosity, and followed her. "Ling Ling, wait for me." Yi Feng shouted to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling was taken aback, stopped in her tracks, and turned to look at Yi Feng. "Is it you?" Yi Feng smiled and said, "Yes, it's me. It's been a long time, Miss Lingling. Are you here for the Soul Duel as well?" Yi Lingling nodded slightly. For some reason, she always felt a bit shy whenever she saw Yi Feng. "I came to participate in the team competition, and my teammates are all there." 83. Duguyen. Yi Lingling pointed towards the direction of the royal fighting team, where 6 or 7 people were communicating. Yi Feng followed the direction of her hand, and also saw a few members of the royal fighting team. He directly skipped over the men and focused on the women. There were only 2 women in the royal fighting team. Yi Lingling was here, and the other one, without thinking, was undoubtedly the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, Duguyen. "Lingling, can I go over and get to know your teammate?" Yi Feng similed kingly. Although the system didn't say to pursue Yi Lingling, he liked her. Yi Lingling hesitated for a moment. She wasn't very familiar with Yi Feng and felt a bit scared. "It's okay. I just want to get to know you. I definitely won't do anything, all right?" Yi Feng smiled gently, trying to avoid giving Yi Lingling any bad impression. "All right then, follow me." Yi Lingling nodded and led Yi Feng towards the direction of the Imperial battle team. Yi Feng smiled and quickly followed. "Lingling, over here." Du Guyan waved to Yi Lingling from a distance, indicating their location. Yi Lingling smiled and quickened her pace towards them. "Captain, Vice Captain, I'm back." Yu Qianheng nodded and didn't say much. However, Du Guyan looked at Yi Feng with excitement and jokingly said, "I didn't expect our little Linger to have found a boyfriend." "Not bad, he's quite handsome." Yi Feng glanced at the lonely Yin and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. That assist was pretty good. Sure enough, Yi Lingling's face instantly turned red. She flusteredly explained, "No, Yin Jie, it's not." She lowered her head, her face flushed, and secretly glanced at Yi Feng. Feeling extremely shy, Yi Feng smiled and said to Du Guyan, "Hello, my name is Yi Feng, and I'm Lingling's friend." He smiled and reached out his hand. Wanted to shake hands with Du Guyan. Smack! Du Guyan lightly tapped Yi Feng's hand and boldly said, "Little brat, are you trying to take advantage of your sister? Don't even think about it. Sister has a boyfriend now. Although you are better looking than my boyfriend. Sister doesn't like kids." She laughed and hugged Yu Tian Yuan's arm. And Yu Tian Yuan replied speechlessly, "If your boyfriend is not as handsome as him, I'm really sorry for you." Yi Feng was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Du Guyan with a hint of amusement and said, "Forget it, big sister. I was just being polite by shaking your hand. I have no feelings for you at all." He looked into Du Guyan's eyes and provocatively added, "After all, I don't like ugly people." Although Du Guyan wasn't exactly ugly, she couldn't compare to the likes of Dong Xianren Shui above her or Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong below her, so Yi Feng didn't find her appealing. Moreover, She had already been developed. Who are you calling ugly? Du Guyan exclaimed, jumping up like a mouse that had its tail stepped on. Yifeng smiled slightly and said, whoever replies is the one being talked about. You are looking for trouble, and Du Guyan, in a fit of rage, wants to fight with Yifeng right away. All right, Yinner, stop messing around, Yu Tianyuan said helplessly as he hurriedly pulled him back. Yifeng, don't say that about the deputy captain, okay? Yi Lingling also hurried to persuade Yifeng. It's really speechless to see these two arguing like this right after meeting. Yifeng didn't care much. He wasn't upset with a lonely Yin. However, Du Guyan couldn't stand others calling her ugly. Tianyuan Ge. If someone says your woman is ugly, won't you be angry? Du Guyan looked at Yu Tianyuan with an unsatisfied expression. Your girlfriend got insulted, and you didn't help, but you dragged me into this? Cough cough. Yinzi, you know that private fights are not allowed in the Soto arena. Yu Tianyuan awkwardly looked at Du Guyan, hurriedly bringing up the name of the Soto arena. He recognized who Yifeng was. Then you should challenge him. Du Guyan continued. Oh, challenge me? Are you sure? Yifeng smiled, remembering that in his impression, Yu Tianyuan hadn't even reached the soul sect yet. What's wrong? Little brat? Are you scared? If you apologize now and say Sister Yin is the most beautiful, I'll let you off this time. Du Guyan placed her hands on her hips, looking proudly at Yifeng. In her view, at Yifeng's age, he could at most just have entered the soul venerable stage. How strong could he be? Yifeng was taken aback, as if he had heard a joke, and he wanted to laugh. He looked at Yu Tianyuan, who at that moment had a grim expression on his face. Ha ha ha, little brat, what are you laughing at? Dong Guyan frowned, finding this kid quite arrogant. It's nothing. Forget it. I have things to do, so I won't play with you. Yifeng laughed for a while and lost interest in Dong Guyan. After saying a word to Yi Lingling, he turned and left. Hey kid, are you scared? Dong Guyan thought of chasing after Yifeng to make him apologize when she saw him leaving, but she was directly stopped by Yu Tianyuan. What are you doing? Yu Tianyuan, why are you so cowardly today? Dong Guyan frowned, very dissatisfied with Yu Tianyuan's continuous obstruction. Yu Tianyuan had a pained expression and said helplessly, did you not hear what he just said his name was? What did he say? Dong Guyan was taken aback. She had just been focused on looking at Yifeng's face and then got amused by his handshake gesture. I just wanted to tease him, but that little brat was so rude, calling me ugly. Yu Tianyuan, do you think I'm ugly too? Yu Tianyuan shook his head and said, I definitely don't think you're ugly. You're the prettiest in my eyes. Dong Guyan nodded, satisfied with this answer. However, Yu Tianyuan continued, although I don't think you're ugly, I do think you're really silly. What do you mean? Dong Guyan frowned, wondering why this guy was acting so strange today. Could it be that I just remembered he wasn't as handsome as that kid, so he became self-conscious? Yu Tianyuan shook his head and said, he just said his name is Yifeng. You should understand now. I really don't know what you were thinking, talking to someone from the soul sect like that. Yu Tianyuan shook his head and found a chair to sit down. Dong Guyan was stunned for a moment. It was only then that she realized that the little brat was the legendary figure circulating in the Soto Spirit arena. The Happy Wind Man with purple and black basic configuration. Yifeng? Dong Guyan looked at Yi Lingling and said in confusion, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yi Lingling, Sister Yin, you came here and started teasing me right away. How could I have a chance to tell you? Du Guyan, am I to blame for that? Or should I be blamed? Yi Lingling looked at Du Guyan speechlessly, really not knowing how big her heart was. Yifeng returned to the resting place of the Shrek 7 monsters and happened to run into Yu Xiaojiang, who was back. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Yifeng, frowned, and said, Yifeng, why are you running around again? Shouldn't you be focusing on recovering your soul power? Yifeng didn't even look at him and walked straight past. He always treated Yu Xiaojiang's words as if they were air. Yu Xiaojiang frowned, thinking that while Yifeng was great in many ways, his personality was quite frustrating. If only someone could temper him a bit. Yu Xiaojiang returned to the Shrek Lounge and informed everyone about the Royal Fighting Academy. Flender frowned and said, Xiaojiang, you shouldn't have agreed to them so quickly. At least wait until we arrive to discuss it. They mentioned that a major noble has placed a hefty bet, and the stakes are clearly substantial. If we negotiate well, they should be willing to pay more. Flender was quite helpless. If he were there, the price would definitely be higher. Yu Xiaojiang rolled his eyes at him and said, why have you become so mercenary? You don't know how expensive it is to run a household. I have an academy to support. Flender sighed helplessly. Who could understand the hardships of being a dean? Moreover, with Yifeng around, it was clearly a chance to make money. Not asking for more would be letting himself down. Yu Xiaojiang didn't want to argue with him. He truly felt helpless about this old friend. He said, if we win this time, our profit will already be considerable. 10,000 gold soul coins is a significant amount. I've thought it through. Giving each child 1,000 is enough, and the remaining 3,000 will stay with the academy to facilitate my trials for them. Do you have any objections? He wasn't asking Flinder and Zhao Wujia, but was addressing everyone in Shrek. I don't need it. You can keep it, Yifeng said nonchalantly. 1,000 soul coins was just pocket money for him. As a man supported by 3 women, he really didn't care about such things. Then I won't take it either, Ning Rongrong said, imitating Yifeng. They were the 2 richest among them, and they didn't care about such a small amount of gold soul coins. Yu Xiaojing nodded and didn't say anything. He was also aware of Yifeng and Ning Rongrong's backgrounds. Since that's the case, let's study your opponents first. Although with Yifeng here, your chances of losing are slim. Our goal is not only to win, but also to minimize injuries, ideally to have 0 injuries. Yu Xiaojing raised his hand and tapped the table, unfolding a silk scroll. The white fabric was bordered with a circle of golden embroidered flowers. And on both sides were embroidered the emblem of the Soto Great Soul Arena, with a neat record of a team's information on it. According to the rules of team battles, each team can have a maximum of 10 members and must have at least 7. During the battle, the number of participants is determined by the smaller team's number. The Royal Fighting Team only has 7 members, meaning Shrek can only send out 7 participants. And their information is as follows. Royal Fighting Team, all 7 members, all holders of the Silver Soul Badge. Captain, Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Level 39, Attack Type, Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Dugian, Martial Soul, Green Phosphor Snake, Level 38, Control Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, Level 38, Defense Type, Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, Level 37 Defense Type, Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yu Feng, Martial Soul, Wind Chime Bird, Level 36 Agility Type, Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Aosi Luo, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard, Level 36 Agility Type, Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Hearts Begonia, Level 35 Support Type, Tool Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Yifeng took a glance and immediately lost interest. He already knew about these people's soul rings and soul skills. Looking at them now was just a way to jog his memory and make his distant recollections clearer. After all, he had been traversing for nearly 13 years. So how could he remember everything so vividly? He had no interest in the members of the Imperial Fighting Team, except for Yi Lingling. This opponent was different from usual. Although Yifeng was very strong, it was impossible for him to clear the field with a single move, and his soul power was limited. Once it was exhausted, they would definitely lose. Yu Xiaojing looked at everyone and said seriously, they had won the previous matches too easily, and he was genuinely worried that they might become too relaxed. Relying solely on Yifeng was not a solution either. Yu Xiaojing turned to Tang San and said, Xiao San, you must not use hidden weapons in this match, understand? He was afraid that Tang San would do the same as last time and use hidden weapons again. Got it, Tang San snorted coldly. Now that he knew he liked Xiao Wu, his gaze toward Yu Xiaojing became even more unpleasant. After all, this bastard had taken his first time. Yu Xiaojing's face twitched, but he didn't say much more. He pointed to the information on the table, indicating that the 7 opponents, according to the data, formed a very complete combination. The 2 you need to pay the most attention to are their captain and vice captain, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master and the Phosphorescent Snake Soul Master. Yifeng looked disdainfully at Yu Xiaojing and said, I remember that teacher Yu is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, right? If all blue electric Tyrannosauruses are like teacher Yu, then what is there to pay attention to? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing's old face flushed red, and he found himself unable to refute. Ahem, Yifeng, don't make jokes about the master. He is a bit special, but the blue electric Tyrannosaurus is indeed very strong. Flinder quickly interjected to help explain for Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing gratefully glanced at Flinder. If Yifeng kept saying things like that, he estimated he wouldn't be able to maintain any prestige in front of everyone. Yifeng coldly snorted and said nothing more. Yu Xiaojing eased the awkwardness and continued. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is a top-tier existence among beast spirits, with extremely strong attack power, and is known as the strongest attacking beast spirit. Its status among beast spirits is equivalent to that of Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile tower among support-type spirits. As for this poison snake soul master, She is the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. Before Yu Xiaojiang could finish, Yi Feng spoke up. He was a bit excited about Dong Guiyin, as he had just quarreled with her. Although their first meeting was unpleasant, Yi Feng actually didn't dislike her. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback and asked, "Do you know her?" "Just met her," Yi Feng replied. Yu Xiaojiang nodded and said, "Then now that you know her power, you should be even more careful of her snake poison." Yi Feng sneered dismissively. "It's just snake venom. What's there to be cautious about? After all, I am immune to poison." However, he didn't voice this, as it's better not to let too many people know about such things to avoid being targeted. Tang San seemed to realize something. As a control-type soul master, he was naturally most concerned about the opponent's control-type soul master. He asked the master, "Old Yu Xiaogang, how does the opponent's emerald phosphor snake soul master control the field? With a snake as a martial soul, it shouldn't be good at control." Yu Xiaojiang smiled wryly. "Tang San still wouldn't call me teacher." He shook his head and said to Tang San, "She uses poison to control the field." Using poison to control the field made Tang San's pupils shrink slightly, but his mood became much steadier. Poison, what a familiar and friendly word. He nodded slightly and said, "If that's the case, then we really have a chance to defeat them." After all, Tang San himself is an expert in poison. At this point, Tang San and Oscar exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement. Just yesterday, they had jointly created a type of poison that, once ingested, showed no reaction for a day. However, after one day, many pockmarks would appear on your face, potentially ruining it instantly. They had put the poison into the flying mushroom, waiting for an opportunity to feed it to Yi Feng. "All right, just keep an eye on these two, and don't worry about the others. Remember, we have an absolute advantage now. We will definitely win." Yu Xiaojiang looked at everyone, as if he could see victory in sight. "Teacher Yu, I have a suggestion." Ningrongrong sait kautiosli. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at her, signaling her to continue. "Can we target their support when we fight? I know about the 9 hearts begonia martial soul. Unlike other martial souls, this one is passed down through a single lineage, with only one successor per generation. At the same time, there can only be 2 9 hearts begonia soul masters alive at once. Only when one dies can a next generation possibly appear. It can be said to be the rarest martial soul. My father once said that 9 hearts begonia is a miracle among martial souls." Ning Rongrong said with a hint of worry, as she was still below level 30 and wasn't confident she could surpass 9 hearts begonia. Yu Xiaojing thought for a moment and nodded. With a support present, it was indeed necessary to target the support first. Ahem, when you target her, could you be a bit gentler? Yi Feng said cautiously. He didn't want Yi Lingling to get hurt. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him suspiciously and said, "Brother Feng, you seem to care a lot about her. Do you know her?" Yi Feng's cold sweat instantly flowed down. "Not good. How did I make a mistake again? It seems I've been too reckless lately. Not steady enough. I actually talked about other girls in front of Zhu Zhuqing and the others. Cough, cough, it's not that. I just think Jiu Xn Haidang is quite pitiful. There are only 2 in the world, and if we hurt her, that wouldn't be good." Yi Feng hurriedly tried to save himself. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, half believing, and didn't say much more. "Since that's the case, then it's settled. You all rest for a bit. We'll be going on stage soon," Yu Xiaojiang said again with concern, and everyone nodded in agreement. In the Soto Arena, VIP room number 3. The decor here is luxurious, with a huge, genuine leather sofa over 15 meters long, enough to comfortably accommodate a dozen people. This is the resting area for the Royal Fighting Team. The captain of the Royal Fighting Team, Yu Qianyu, sat on the massive sofa. Yu Qianyu is a young man with long black hair and a tall, slender figure. His looks are not particularly handsome, and he rarely shows expressions, as if the muscles in his face are stiff. He wore a blue tight-fitting outfit with no decorations. Du Guiyin leaned against his shoulder, looking helpless. Opposite them, the other 5 members of the Royal Fighting Team looked anxious. "Captain, what should we do?" One of them, a handsome young man of average height and a moderate build with short golden hair and lively eyes, was pacing back and forth, looking very worried. "Why don't we just go back? That way we won't get beaten up on stage." Du Guiyin shot him a glare and said, "Retreating without a fight is not our royal fighting style. Besides, if we retreat without fighting, we'll lose money." They had an agreement with the nobles of Soto City. Losing is fine, but leaving without a fight is unacceptable. "I think we should let Lingling talk to her boyfriend and have him go easy on us on stage." On the opposite side, leaning against the crystal window, was a young man dressed in all black, also with golden hair, whose looks were as beautiful as a woman's. He crossed his arms and said helplessly. Yi Lingling's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly said, "I really have nothing to do with Yi Feng. We've only met twice." Du Guiyin looked at Yi Lingling with interest and said, "Really? Why don't I believe it?" "Our Lingling," Such a shy girl. How could she easily bring a man to meet us? If you ask me, Lingling must like him. Yi Lingling's face turned red, not knowing how to refute her. She whispered, he just wanted to get to know you. Dugian chuckled and teased. Lingling, you look so cute when you're shy, haha. But to be honest, that kid is good-looking and strong. The only flaw is that he has a bit of poor eyesight, so there's really nothing to criticize. If you think I'm ugly, then what is that if not poor eyesight? Yi Lingling lowered her head, not daring to reply. All right, you don't need to argue anymore. Yu Tianyuan, who had been sitting still on the sofa, finally spoke up. Everyone quieted down, showing that Yu Tianyuan held a high prestige in the team. He looked at everyone and said softly, although Yi Feng is strong, we still have our chances. Yu Feng, as soon as the match begins, you should focus on their support. Ningrong. Yu Tianyuan glanced at the quiet young man beside him, who was a sensitive attack type and a level 30 soul master. If given a chance, he could take Ning Rong out of the game. Yu Feng nodded, having no objections to Yu Tianyuan's arrangement. Shimo, you two are responsible for protecting Yi Lingling. Yu Tianyuan then looked at the Shijiao brothers who had just spoken. They were both defense-type soul masters, more than capable of protecting Yi Lingling. Boss, I have an opinion, Shimo said, expressing a different understanding of Yu Tianyuan's arrangement. Yu Tianyuan frowned and replied, what is it? Shimo continued, if we all go to protect Lingling, then who will block in front? Yu Tianyuan paused for a moment. Shimo was right. With Yi Feng's high damage, if no one was blocking in front, their plan might not even have a chance to execute. Then Shimo will act as a shield in front, and Shimo will protect Yi Lingling from the back. Shimo nodded in agreement. Oslo, you will harass from the side. If they charge any soul skills, stop them immediately, especially keep an eye on Yi Feng. Yu Tianyuan was also worried that Yi Feng might come up with a clearing move again. If that happened, they would be in trouble. Oslo nodded, having no objections. Yu Tianyuan then looked at Dugu Yin and said, Yin Zi, this match depends on you. You must control your poison well. He spoke earnestly, as whether they could win this time depended on how well Dugu Yin used her poison. Dugu Yin nodded with a charming smile and said, don't worry, brother Tianyuan. You don't trust my poison? Yu Tianyuan smiled as well. Dugu Yin's poison was learned from the poison Douluo, so he certainly trusted her. Then it will be up to you. Dugu Yin smiled, confident in her poison. Yu Tianyuan then looked at Yi Lingling and said, Lingling, this match is very important for us. You must heal us with all your strength and not go easy just because your boyfriend is on the other side. Understand? His biggest concern was the support from the back. If Yi Lingling didn't put in the effort, they would have no chance of winning. Yi Lingling's face turned red again. How come even the captain is like this? I already said we have nothing between us. I know, she replied softly. Since it's impossible to explain clearly, I might as well not explain at all. Yu Qianyu nodded in satisfaction. This way, he was confident that he could have a go against the level 45 Yi Feng. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked in from outside, anxiously saying, have you all discussed it? He was Qin Ming, the team leader of the Emperor Do team. Originally, it should have been him who devised the tactics for the Emperor Do team, but he let Yu Qianyu do it to give him a chance to learn. After all, winning or losing was no longer important. The 7 members of the Emperor Do team hurriedly stood up and bowed to Qin Ming. Teacher. Qin Ming looked to be around 30, with an ordinary appearance, simple black hair, and plain attire, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. He looked at Yu Tianyu seriously and said, Tianyu, Shrek Academy has made a last-minute change. The food system Soul Master has been replaced by control system Soul Master. Here, that's the new list. Qin Ming handed a jade tablet to Yu Qianyu. Yu Qianyu frowned as he took the jade tablet and opened it to see the following information. Captain, Happy Wind Man, Martial Soul, Swift Blade of Wind. Level 45 Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, Purple, Black. Vice Captain, Thousand-Handed Azura, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, Level 32 Control System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 3 yellow. Team Member, Softbone Charm Rabbit, Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, Level 33 Close Combat Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Evil Fire Phoenix, Martial Soul, Evil Phoenix, Level 28 Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Nether Spirit Cat, Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat, Level 34 Agile Attack System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Swift Wind Dragon Snake, Martial Soul, Snake Staff, Level 32 Control System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, Level 29 Support System Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. With Yi Feng's addition, several female members of Shrek had their soul power improved to a certain extent. After reading the list, Tianyu frowned. The food system was replaced with a control system. Looking at the information, Dougian couldn't help but laugh and said, "Teacher Qin, who gave you this information? It's hilarious. A blue silver grass soul master with 3 yellow garbage soul rings. How dare he replace that food system soul master?" Qin Ming was taken aback. He hadn't looked closely at the list before. Now, upon a second glance, he realized that Tang San's soul rings indeed only had 3 yellow. Did Shrek Academy not manage to get even a purple ring for the students after I left? No, they have a soul sage, right? Ahem, don't underestimate them. Since Shrek Academy let him compete, he must have his own strengths. Qin Ming looked at Dougian seriously and added, "And don't forget, the one who was replaced was a food system soul master. This means that even if Oscar doesn't compete, his food can still be used. So you're effectively fighting 7 against 8. Unlike the original story, this time Shrek Academy had an additional Yifeng. So Qin Ming didn't dare to underestimate them and research them a bit more. Dougian opened her mouth, looking at Qin Ming in disbelief. This is too ridiculous. Qin Ming shook his head and said, "There's no way around it. This is allowed in the soul fighting arena." The members of the Emperor Do team lowered their heads, feeling that victory was hopeless. Ahem, don't give up. Although they are strong, you're not lacking either. With Tianyu and Yinzi here, we have a chance. Tianyu and Dougian exchanged glances and felt a bit more motivated. Everyone, no matter what, we have to fight a match. Winning or losing doesn't matter, we just need to put on a good show. Tianyu encouraged the members of the Emperor Do team. The captain is right. Even if we lose, we must lose beautifully. Yes, lose beautifully. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction. Although this fighting spirit was a bit strange, at least they had some motivation, which meant they wouldn't to fall and have to pay. Thus, the 7 members of the Emperor Do team, with the spirit of losing, walked towards the main soul fighting arena. In the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena, the center main soul fighting arena, it wasn't as large as the common folks who could only watch from the sub-arenas might imagine. On the contrary, if they were to come here, they would think it was another sub-arena. The area of the center main soul fighting arena was only slightly larger than that of other sub-arena. The most peculiar thing about this center main soul fighting arena was its extreme quietness, composed of individual closed boxes with a crystal glass that only allowed one-sided views, hiding distinguished guests with deep backgrounds. They were either nobles from Soto City or powerful figures from elsewhere, and their noble status meant they wouldn't easily expose themselves to others. Moreover, the stakes here were incredibly high. What if a powerful figure lost money and wanted to take revenge on the winner? At this moment, the crystal glass served as protection for them. Suddenly, a spotlight lit up, breaking the tranquility of the center soul fighting arena. In the center of the fighting platform, a circular section with a diameter of 2 meters suddenly rose from the ground, revealing a thick golden pillar supporting it. And leaning against that golden pillar was a young lady. The lady appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, wearing an elegant white long dress. With long brown wavy hair, her full bosom and enchanting slender waist showcased stunning beauty. Holding a conical sound amplification soul guide, she wore a professional smile on her charming face. "It's an honor to see you all again, dear guests." The lady walked a circle around the stage. Although she couldn't see the guests, she still politely greeted them. "It's a privilege to bring you an exciting soul fighting match tonight. I hope all the esteemed guests enjoy themselves. Now, without further ado, let us welcome tonight's main characters. Let us welcome our popular team today, the Emperor Do team." A spotlight shone on the left-hand passage as the members of the Emperor Do team walked out with serious expressions. They all furrowed their brows and clenched their fists, appearing full of fighting spirit. It seems our Emperor Do team is determined to win today. I wonder how spectacular their battle will be. The lady pointed to the right-hand side and continued, "Now, let us welcome the opponents of the Emperor Do team. The Shrek 7 monsters, who have only fought 3 matches in the soul fighting arena and won all 3. A spotlight lit up on the right-hand passage as the Shrek 7 walked out. Unlike the serious demeanor of the Emperor Do team, the Shrek 7 appeared relaxed, chatting and laughing as they came up. It seems the Shrek 7 monsters are also full of confidence. Now, let us invite both teams to the stage. The female presenter introduced the audience again, and a pair of wings appeared behind her, flying into the sky. The Royal Fighting Team, Captain Yu Tianhong, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, Soul Master. Yu Tianyuan looked seriously at the Shrek 7 monsters opposite him, feeling a heavy pressure even before the battle began. The Shrek 7 monsters team, Captain Yifeng, Blade of the Gale, Swordsman. Yifeng looked indifferent at Yuan, who still couldn't make him take things seriously. In the competition corridor, the team leaders from both sides also saw each other. Flander frowned slightly as he looked at Qin Ming in the distance, his expression suddenly changing, but then gradually relaxing, as the previously tense emotions seemed to ease quite a bit. It seems I should bet a little more. Xiaojiang, do you see who is opposite us? That's right. Before the match started, Flander wisely bet on the Shrek 7 monsters to win, and he bet quite a lot. Zhao Wujia also saw Qin Ming, his eyes widening in surprise. How could it be him? It seems I also bet too little. Xiaojiang rolled his eyes at them speechlessly. What kind of people are you? Every day, thinking about money, not even asking me to place a bet. Do you know the leader of the opposite team? Flander nodded and said, his name is Qin Ming. He was also a student at Shrek Academy. Xiaojiang looked thoughtfully at Qin Ming. Being able to graduate from Shrek Academy, he should also be a genius. On the stage, the 14 Soul Masters released their soul rings, and the atmosphere was immediately filled with fighting spirit. All Soul Masters participating in the team battle, please note, you now have 1 minute to summon your own martial souls. You may only attack when I announce the start. The match continues until one side surrenders, is completely defeated, or falls off the battle platform. Yifeng and Yuan both nodded, ready for the competition. Now, the match begins. As Dodo's words fell, Yuan immediately became vigilant. He looked at Duguyan and said, Yinzi, control the field. Duguyan nodded, and her soul power instantly spread out, an endless stream of toxic gas rushing towards Shrek 7. The green toxic gas resembled a huge beast, ready to devour Yifeng and the others. Yifeng smiled and said, have you forgotten that my Blade of the Gale is wind attribute? He gripped the Blade of the Gale tightly and swung it towards the Imperial fighting team. A tornado instantly formed, and the tornado, created by the 10,000 years soul skill, spread the poisonous gas everywhere. Upon seeing this, Yuan not only felt no worry but instead smiled. I've been waiting for you. The tornado blew the poisonous gas everywhere, perfectly obscuring the sight of the Shrek 7 monsters. In the eyes of Yifeng and the others, the Imperial fighting team was surrounded by a mist, making it difficult to see their figures. Tang San sniffed the gas and couldn't help but frown, saying, this is not poison gas, just ordinary gas. Yifeng was taken aback and hurriedly said, not good, protect Rong. The Royal Battle Team used this to block our line of sight from the very beginning, so their intentions are clear. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and stood protectively beside Ning Rong. Thunderstrike! Yuan shouted and directly descended from the sky, landing among the Shrek 7 monsters. A dazzling blue light suddenly shone from Tianheng's forehead, and then the blue light instantly spread, descending into his entire body. Strands of blue-purple lightning erupted like little snakes, swirling around his body. Yuan waved his hand down, as if thunder was attacking from above, and his target was Ning Rong. Zhu Zhuqing watched Yuan warily, her claws exuding a ghostly aura as she moved towards the thunder. Her claws met the thunder, and the swirling ghostly energy barely managed to repel the lightning. Yuan frowned, not expecting Zhu Zhuqing to be so formidable. Take this blade. Yifeng charged up directly from Yuan, angrily slashing down. How dare this guy touch his woman in front of him? And he even did it in such a dramatic way from the sky. And the key was that he actually fell for it. Who could stand this? Yuan instantly turned around, his hardened arm clashing with Yifeng's blade. As Yuan's sharp claws and the Blade of the Gale exchanged blows. You all protect Rong. Give me 1 minute. Yifeng said to the others from Shrek. Yuan frowned, thinking, do you look down on me this much? 1 minute? Who are you underestimating? Yuan will hold on for 3 minutes today. I'll go deal with the support on the other side. Tang San volunteered, charging into the mist. Your opponent is me. Shimo blocked in front of Tang San, refusing to fight him. Tang San frowned and quickly used blue silvergrass to attack him. The blue silvergrass slithered towards Shimo like snakes, who glanced at it warily and tentatively tugged at it. Then, the blue silvergrass snapped. Shimo was taken aback, looking at Tang San with confusion. Tang San's face turned red, realizing he had forgotten that his blue silvergrass was of poor quality due to the third spirit ring being too weak. But he wasn't completely without combat power. Blue silver prison. The blue silver grass crazily took root under Shimo's feet, instantly forming a cage that surrounded Shimo. Shimo was momentarily stunned and hurriedly used his soul power to break free from the blue silver grass. After a great effort, he finally succeeded, but by then, Tang San had already entered the mist. Shimo wasn't in a hurry, charging straight ahead to engage in battle with Ma Hongjun. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing vigilantly watched her surroundings. Her task was to protect Zhu Zhuqing, and nothing else concerned her. Take this. At that moment, Osro from the Emperor fighting team charged in front of Zhu Zhuqing, attacking with a claw. Zhu Zhuqing quickly dodged. She looked at Osro, who was dressed entirely in black. And now even his hair had turned black. His beautiful, woman-like face appeared somewhat pale, and his pupils had transformed into two vertical lines. His whole body radiating a dangerous aura. Battle? Teasing? Osro's martial soul was a black panther. Like Zhu Zhuqing, he was a sensitive attack-type soul master. His claws glimmered with blue light as he attacked Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and quickly dodged, creating distance between herself and Osro. The two exchanged blows, but they were moving further away from Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Yu Feng, who had been waiting in the air, charged straight towards Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, be careful," Meng Iran exclaimed, quickly using her snake tongue to shield Ning Rongrong. She looked at Yu Feng, filled with vigilance. Among all the members of the Emperor fighting team, Yu Feng had the most drastic transformation after his martial soul was possessed. A pair of medium-sized wings spread out from his back. Unlike the white dove soul master in the air, his wings were brownish yellow, and the feathers on his wings looked anything but soft, instead having a solid texture. Yu Feng's arms transformed into wings, similar to the cloud monarch among kings. At this moment, he was attacking Ning Rongrong from the air, and even with Meng Iran in front, it was of little use. The airborne wind bellbird soul master activated his first soul ring, diving towards Ning Rongrong with a fierce whistling wind. The edges of his arm-transformed wings becoming sharp as blades. It was his first soul skill, Wing Blade. Meng Iran engaged him in battle with her snake tongue, and the snake staff clashed against the wing blades, sparks flying. But Yu Feng was attacking from the air, maintaining a significant advantage, making it impossible for Meng Iran to defeat him. 7 treasures named Power. Ning Rongrong decisively used her first soul skill on Meng Iran. Although it wasn't the most sensible choice to use it on Meng Iran at this moment, she didn't have time to think too much. Protecting Meng Iran was the priority. "Sister Iran, I'll help you." Xiao Wu used her teleportation to appear in front of Yu Feng, launching a waist bow attack, but unfortunately, Yu Feng dodged it. Meng Iran and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, joining forces against Yu Feng. With Ning Rongrong's soul power boosting them, the two of them were able to pressure Yu Feng. At this moment, Tang San entered the mist. There were 4 members of the Emperor fighting team outside, meaning there were still 3 inside. He cautiously moved forward, wary of ambushes. "Hey, where did this ugly kid come from, daring to come here alone?" A voice came from Dugu Yin, causing Tang San to frown. Tang San looked at Dugu Yin, who at that moment had lost both legs. No, he should say that her legs had fused together, becoming a thick snake tail, supporting her body with it. Tang San frowned and directly attacked Dugu Yin with blue silvergrass. Dugu Yin smiled, dodging to the side and disappearing into the mist. "Your opponent is not me." She had more important matters to attend to and didn't have time to deal with Tang San. Tang San stepped on Go's shadow and hurriedly chased after her. At this moment, Shimo blocked Tang San's path, provocatively saying, "Your opponent is me." Tang San said nothing and responded with blue silvergrass. Outside the mist, Dugu Yin quickly dashed towards Ning Rongrong. Halfway through, she was stopped by Yi Feng. Dugu Yin was taken aback and asked, "What are you doing here? Where's brother Tian Yuan?" Yi Feng pointed to the bruised and battered Yu Tian Yuan beside him. Dugu Yin was stunned. At that moment, Yu Tian Yuan's clothes were torn, and his entire body was covered in bruises. His already unattractive appearance looked even more ridiculous. "Not bad for a little brother. It seems I underestimated you before," Dugu Yin teased. Although she was feeling quite scared inside, she couldn't let it show on the surface. Yi Feng smiled slightly and said, "You're not calling me a little kid anymore?" Auntie Dugu Yan's eyelids twitched. If she could beat him, she would really want to give him a slap. "Oh, little brother, you're really funny." "What, Annie? I'm only 18. Call me sister." Dugu Yin threw Yi Feng a charming glance and said in a soft tone, "Oh, at 18, you look like this. Annie, why are you in such a hurry to grow up?" Yi Feng said disdainfully, "In terms of charm, you can't even compare to our daughter's pinky finger." Dugu Yin couldn't stand it anymore. "You can't bully people like this. I'm not ugly. Are you that blind?" "Humph, you're asking for it." Dugu Yin charged forward, believing that with her skills, she still had a chance to win. Blue poison of phosphor. Dugu Yin waved the blue poisonous gas and attacked Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled lightly, directly retracting his martial spirit and using his hand to interact with her. "It's not that we're being willful, it's just that we're immune to poison, and she can't hurt him." Moreover, the other girls didn't have any major issues. so let them practice a bit more. As for Tang San, who was at a disadvantage over there, Yifeng expressed that it had nothing to do with him. Du Guyan waved her right hand, sending blue poison gas towards Yifeng. Yifeng seized the moment and directly grabbed her hand. He even whimsically took a sniff. Not bad. Although the ant is a bit ugly, the smell is quite nice. Du Guyan smiled instead of getting angry, proudly saying, "You dare to smell my poison, haha? You're finished. Is that so? Now that you mention it, I seem to be a bit dizzy." Yifeng pretended to be dizzy and fell into her arms along her hand. "Auntie, I don't want to try hard anymore." Yifeng embraced Du Guyan tightly, his hands exploring her snake tail. To be honest, the sensation was quite nice. He couldn't help but wonder what the feeling of a real snake would be like. Du Guyan's face turned red with embarrassment as she struggled to resist the urge to push him away. She told herself it was all for victory. If she could just sedate him a bit more, it would be fine. Du Guyan exerted herself to release more poison, hoping to make Yifeng faint. Since he didn't want to fight anymore, then it was time to rest. She spoke gently to Yifeng, all to numb him further. Yifeng gently touched the snake's tail, moving upwards little by little. "Annie, if you really take a good look, you're actually a bit good-looking." Du Guyan felt a bit flustered as Yifeng's hand moved higher and had already reached her hip area, and that bastard was still rubbing hard. "Is that so? As long as you like it," she said, her face flushed, realizing that for the sake of victory, she was making quite a sacrifice. After playing around in that position for a while, Yifeng finally stopped. Just as Du Guyan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yifeng started to go up again. Du Guyan's face turned red. She was starting to doubt whether Yifeng had been drugged. She looked down at Yifeng, whose eyes were almost closing. "What's going on? I feel so dizzy." Yifeng shook his head and pretended to faint. Du Guyan felt a little more at ease. "Since you're about to faint, my sacrifice is worth it. Then just sleep." She exerted herself to use the poison gas, while Yifeng continued to pretend to be fainting. His hands finally reached the peak. With a gentle grip, he murmured, 89. First, support. Du Guyan instinctively let out a soft cry, her whole body tingling with unbearable sensations. Yifeng looked up at her with a wicked smile and said, "Auntie, I want to tell you something." "What?" Du Guyan's voice trembled slightly, her whole body feeling soft. "Actually, I'm immune to poison." Yifeng grinnet vikidly, pinched a few more times, and then pushed her away. Du Guyan was momentarily stunned, pushed to the ground by him, and looking at Yifeng, who showed no signs of being poisoned, she felt incredibly embarrassed. Bastard! Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and she wished she could kill Yifeng. How dare he pretend to be poisoned to take advantage of her? It was truly infuriating. The Green Poison by Lindsay Du. Du Guyan's originally green eyes completely turned purple, and even the green scales on her serpent tail were covered with a layer of faint purple light. She opened her mouth, and a thick purple mist spewed out, rapidly spreading in the air and rushing towards Yifeng. "I already said I'm immune to poison. Why do you have to do this?" Yifeng chuckled, ready to tease Du Guyan again, but at that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly let out a sharp scream. Brother Feng." Ning Rongrong covered her ears and crouched down in fear. In front of her stood a jade Tianyuan. Yifeng was taken aback and looked to the side. Sure enough, the unconscious Tianyuan he had just beaten was already gone. How was that possible? He panicked. Clearly, he had just beaten Tianyuan so badly. How could he now be acting as if nothing had happened? But it was obvious that this was not the time to dwell on that. Yifeng hurried towards Ning Rongrong. "Little brother, don't you like playing with your sister? Don't go. Let's play a little longer." Du Guyan stood in front of Yifeng. Although she hadn't made Yifeng faint just now, she had at least bought time for Tianyuan. As long as Ning Rongrong was eliminated, they would still have a chance. Yifeng frowned, as the dragon claw of Tianyuan was about to strike down. He didn't have time to play with Du Guyan anymore. His second spirit ring lit up, and he instantly disappeared from his original position. Du Guyan was taken aback. She didn't even react to how Yifeng vanished. On the other side, Ning Rongrong looked at Tianyuan in fear and said, "Don't hit me. Brother Feng won't let you go." Tianyuan frowned, changing his claw into a palm, intending to directly push Ning Rongrong away. "I'm sorry, we must win." Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in fear. Just as the dragon claw was about to fall, Yifeng appeared in front of Tianyuan in an instant. He caught Tianyuan's dragon claw with one hand, looking at him with icy eyes. "I don't know how you recovered so quickly, but if you touch my woman, you're seeking death." In Tianyuan's terrified gaze, a fist enlarged in his eyes and instantly struck his face. Bang! Tianyuan's face, which had just recovered, swelled up again. Yifeng summoned the blade of the gale, and Han Shu delivered a gale slash to Tianyuan. A massive wind blade struck Yu Tianyuan, severely injuring him. Quick, Lingling. Save brother Tianyuan. Duguyan looked at Yu Tianyuan in panic. The injury was truly terrifying. She never expected Yi Feng to be even more frightening than she had imagined. Is this really the little brother who just took advantage of her in her arms? Duguyan couldn't help but doubt. Yi Feng's transformation was too drastic. However, she had to admit that Yi Feng looked really handsome when he was furious for the sake of his woman. She recalled the feeling on her chest just now and couldn't help but blush a little. It was Yi Lingling who hurried over to treat Yu Tianyuan. Yi Feng was taken aback. Just now, there was a mist, and he couldn't see Yi Lingling's position clearly. Now that the mist had disappeared, he realized that it had always been Yi Lingling treating Yu Tianyuan. Watching Yu Tianyuan being continuously healed under Yi Lingling's hands, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The Nine-Heart Sea Pearl is indeed terrifying. The title of the continent's #1 healer is well-deserved. Yi Feng looked at Duguyan and said, "You wanted to solve the hope of the auxiliary first, but it has already fallen. For Lingling's sake, you should surrender. I won't fight you." Yi Lingling's face flushed. "What do you mean by for my sake? Who am I to you?" Duguyan also frowned. This little brat. Always talking about Lingling, not mentioning me at all. Just thinking about how Yi Feng took advantage of her earlier made Duguyan furious. Don't even think about it. We 1T give up with Lingling around. We can outlast you." Yi Feng frowned, looked at Yi Lingling, and said, "If that's the case, then I have to offend you." A tornado instantly formed under Yi Feng's command, blowing towards Yi Lingling and Yu Tianyuan. Duguyan was taken aback. "You really are going after Lingling?" She thought Yi Feng liked Yi Lingling and wouldn't actually attack her. But who knew this man was so ruthless, launching a tornado without saying a word? Yi Feng smiled and looked at the tornado. Under his control, the tornado only had the ability to move people and did not possess any harmful capabilities. Indeed, in Yi Lingling's eyes, the tornado kept enlarging, and she closed her eyes in fear, feeling a bit disappointed. It seemed that for Yi Feng, I am even less important than the competition. He could hurt me just for the sake of the match. However, the imagined pain did not come. Instead, it felt like a gentle breeze, lifting her down to the stage. Yi Lingling stared blankly at Yi Feng, not understanding why he did this. Yi Feng looked into her eyes and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. I won't hurt you." He also threw a charming glance at Yi Lingling, exuding a lot of flirtatiousness. Yi Lingling's face flushed, and she nodded, feeling warmth in her heart. However, Yu Tianyuan, who came down with her, didn't have the same treatment. He fell headfirst into a nearby trash can. Duguyan stared at Yi Feng in disbelief, not expecting this to happen. At this moment, Yu Tianyuan and Yi Lingling had already been sent off the stage, and they completely lost their advantage. Yu Feng, Shimo, and others also released their opponents and gathered towards Duguyan's direction. "Sister Yin, what should we do?" Shimo frowned. There was already little hope of winning, and now it was even less. Duguyan closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then said to everyone, "Even if we lose, we can't admit defeat. All right, I support Sister Yin. Let's fight them." Looking at the opposing team, full of fighting spirit, Yi Feng was taken aback, wondering how there were indeed people unafraid of death. Tang San also rushed back and handed Yi Feng a flying mushroom. "Yi Feng, eat a mushroom to boost your strength." Yi Feng nodded and was about to eat the mushroom. Tang San looked at Yi Feng with anticipation, urging him to eat, saying, "Quick, eat it, and you'll be like me." However, Yi Feng did not follow his intention. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the flying mushroom was primarily for flying, which was of no use to him. Why eat it? He handed the flying mushroom to Ning Rongrong, smiling as he said, "Rongrong, you eat it. This will give you more self-defense capability." "No, you have to eat this." "How can you give it to Ning Rongrong?" Tang San panicked and hurriedly tried to stop him. But when did Ning Rongrong ever listen to him? She directly took it and gobbled it down. "Thank you, Brother Feng." Ning Rongrong smiled sweetly. Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong in despair. That mushroom was a toxic mushroom developed by their Oscar. Eating it would cause pimples on the first day, spots on the second day, hair started to grow on the third day, and by the 7th day, you would turn into a big, ugly person. Originally, he wanted Yi Feng to eat it so that Yi Feng would become ugly, giving him a chance to win back Xiao Wu, but unexpectedly, it was now eaten by Ning Rongrong. He couldn't help but panic. There was no antidote for this. Yi Feng noticed Tang San's strange behavior, but didn't think much of it. He looked ahead. The Imperial fighting team was already prepared, ready for a final charge. "Ning Rongrong, give me a boost." Ning Rongrong nodded, and the 7 treasure glazed tile in her hand emitted a glow. The 7 treasures had a famous saying, strength. A surge of soul power flowed into Yi Feng's body, amplifying his soul power. At this moment, the 5 members of the Imperial fighting team also charged forward. At the front was Douluo, leading a wave of green, phosphor-purple poison. On the left and right were the Shimo brothers. And on the far side were Yifeng and Luo. The 5 of them rushed forward without any tactics, just aiming to make their defeat look impressive. Yifeng took a deep breath, and since you all want this, I will fulfill your wishes. The blade of the gale was held horizontally in front of him, and behind him, the 40,000-year soul ring shone. In an instant, a gust of wind slashed out. Go! Douluo shouted, and Shimo hurriedly used their 3rd soul skill to block in front. The gale lightly struck the 2 of them, causing them to grunt as they protected the 3 behind them. Sister Yin, it's up to you next, Shimo said one last time before collapsing weakly, seriously injured. Okay, we won't let you down. Douluo's eyes were red. This battle, which had no chance of winning from the start, had cost them dearly. But even so, they would fight until the end because they were the Emperor fighting team. Yifeng, Asro, let's go. The 3 charged forward again. Although the Shimo brothers had fallen, Yifeng was also exhausted. He had used 3 4th soul skills and 2 3rd soul skills, and his soul power was nearly depleted. Xiao Wu, Iran, Zhu Qing. It's up to you. All right. The 3 women nodded and joined the Emperor fighting team in battle. Ma Hongjun glanced at the 6 people in the arena and saw that Meng Yiran was not gaining the upper hand, so he rushed in. Although he was only at level 28, he was fierce, and with his addition, Yu Feng was quickly taken down by him and Meng Yiran. On Xiao Wu's side, she was also fiercely battling Asro. Asro's martial soul was Ghost Leopard, which was very fast, but as a rabbit, Xiao Wu was clearly not slow either. Xiao Wu, I'll help you. Tang San also joined Xiao Wu's battlefield and started fighting Asro. Although neither of their soul powers were as high as Asro's, their combined efforts made it difficult for Asro to defend himself, especially with Tang San's blue silver grass, which could always entangle Asro for a moment. Although Asro could break free instantly each time, it still slowed him down. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu delivered a waist bow to finish the fight. On the field, only Zhu Qing and Douluo were still locked in a standoff, unable to determine a winner. Douluo's poison gas was emanating around her, and Zhu Qing was hesitant to rush in for fear of being hit. Yifeng looked at Douluo and remembered how Tang San in the original story had solved her poison. Although he couldn't use that method, he still prepared the necessary items. He took out 2 water bags filled with strong liquor. He threw the 2 liquor bags into the air and then used his soul power to break them. He shouted to Ma Hongjun, "Fatty, quickly use the Phoenix Fire line." Ma Hongjun was momentarily stunned and didn't understand why they were doing this, but he still directed the Phoenix Fire line at the water bags. Bang! The 2 water bags instantly shattered, and the liquid inside transformed into a large cloud of mist under the intense impact of soul power. At that moment, Fatty's Phoenix Fire line arrived, and in an instant, the original mist completely turned into fire mist, spreading a unique fragrance throughout the area, enveloping all the purple mist within. The solidified purple mist actually began to burn in the face of the surging flames, producing a series of popping sounds before vanishing instantly. How is this possible? How did you neutralize my poison? Douluo was shocked. Not only did Yifeng have immunity to the poison, but he could also detoxify it. Was he even human? Yifeng smiled and imitated Tang San's tone from the original work, saying, "The poison of the green phosphor snake is merely a minor skill. If all 5 poisons of the green phosphor were present, I might pay a bit more attention. Your green phosphor snake poison is still not mature enough." Douluo was taken aback, unsure how to refute him. Since her best poison was ineffective, she stopped struggling and was directly sent out of the arena by Zhu Qing. The Shrek 7 monsters won. Yifeng exchanged smiles with a few girls, all of them unable to contain their happiness. Although it was something they had anticipated, winning still brought great joy. The Shrek 7 left the stage and returned to their resting area, while Yifeng made his way to the location of the Emperor fighting team. "What are you doing here? Are you here to watch us make a fool of ourselves?" Douluo coldly glared at Yifeng, clearly displeased with him for resolving her poison issue. Yifeng smiled and shook his head, saying, "How could that be? You are very strong. To be honest, if it weren't for my high soul power, I probably wouldn't be able to defeat you." Now you know." Douluo snorted coldly, feeling a bit happier. Yifeng smiled and walked over to Yu Tianyuan's side. Seeing Yu Tianyuan covered in wounds, he earnestly extended his hand. "You are very strong. Perhaps we can get to know each other." Yu Tianyuan hesitated for a moment, but still shook his hand. "You are the most talented genius I have ever seen," Yu Tianyuan said seriously. He had never seen a 12-year-old soul master, let alone one at level 45. Yifeng remained non-committal, as his soul power was not cultivated by himself, so there was nothing to boast about. Our academy also has a teacher from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, who might have some connection to you. What do you think? Would you like to go see him tonight? Yu Tianyuan was taken aback, not knowing who Yifeng was referring to, but he nodded and agreed. He then looked at Yi Lingling and said to her, Lingling, your martial soul is impressive. Yifeng sincerely gave a thumbs up. He knew how heavy his earlier strike had been, but even so, Yu Tianyuan was still able to speak and move now, which was enough to demonstrate the terrifying healing ability of the 9-heart begonia. Yi Lingling's face turned slightly red as she said thank you. Yifeng smiled and turned to leave. As he passed by Dugian, he deliberately stopped and leaned closer to her ear, saying, the feel is pretty good. Dugian's ears turned red, watching Yifeng's departing figure with anger. Yinzi, what happened? Yu Chanyu looked at Dugian with confusion. When he was awakened, he rushed towards Ning Rongrong and didn't see what Yifeng and Dugian had done. It's nothing, just Yifeng apologized to me. Yes, an apology. Dugian replied in a panic. She was feeling wronged. She originally wanted to harm the enemy 1,000, but hurt herself 800 instead. Not only did she fail to knock Yifeng out, but she also ended up suffering a loss. Well, you shouldn't be too hard on Yifeng. It's normal for a genius to be a bit proud, Yu Chanyu said, referring to Yifeng calling Duguyan ugly. Duguyan nodded bitterly and fell silent. In Shrek Academy's resting area, everyone was excitedly chatting, celebrating their victory. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others were happily talking. Although they had a good chance of winning from the start, it was still very joyful to actually win. Everyone was happy except for Tang San, who sat gloomily in a corner. What's wrong, Tang San? Oscar walked over, puzzled. Did you succeed? At that time, the arena was shrouded in fog, so he couldn't see if Yifeng had eaten it. Tang San shook his head in distress. Oscar sighed, a bit disappointed. But it's okay that it didn't work this time. As long as Yifeng is still in Shrek, there will always be opportunities. It's fine, Tang San. We'll find another chance next time. Tang San forced a bitter smile and helplessly said, that mushroom wasn't eaten by Yifeng. He gave it to Ning Rongrong. What? Oscar was shocked. He knew what that mushroom was for. Oscar grabbed Tang San's collar and lifted him up, angrily saying, why didn't you stop Rongrong? You clearly knew what it was. Tang San smiled bitterly and said, I couldn't help it. Rongrong ate too quickly. Bastard. Oscar punched him. The punch landed directly on Tang San's face. Although the damage wasn't high, it still made Tang San feel dizzy. Oscar, what are you doing? Flinder frowned and rushed over to pull Oscar away. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly hit Tang San? Flinder looked at Oscar with dissatisfaction. Weren't he and Tang San usually on good terms? Why did he suddenly resort to violence? Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and others also gathered around. Xiao Wu pointed at Oscar and scolded. How can you do this? How can you hit someone? Sangu is already ugly. What if you make him even uglier? Tang San, I was hurt. Oscar calmed himself down and felt a bit regretful for hitting Tang San. This matter was originally his suggestion, and he didn't dare to speak it out loud. It's fine, Dean Flinder, don't worry, I was just playing with Tang San. Oscar looked at Tang San and said, right? Tang San? Tang San nodded, not saying much. He didn't dare to mention the poisoning. Flinder looked at Oscar, then at Tang San, and said, I don't care what conflicts you have, but in the academy, you cannot harm each other, understand? Oscar and Tang San nodded, not daring to refute. What you all gathered there for? Yifeng's voice came from the doorway, and everyone turned to look at him, their expressions varying. Big brother, you're back. Please help me teach Oscar a lesson. He actually dared to hit third brother. Xiao Wu walked up to Yifeng, accusing Oscar of his wrongdoing. Yifeng was taken aback and looked at Oscar, who also frowned and appeared displeased. Yifeng said nonchalantly, it might be a bit of a misunderstanding. It's nothing. He looked at everyone and said, let's go have a feast, shall we? Let's celebrate today's victory. Yeah, I want to go. Xiao Wu instantly forgot about Tang San getting beaten when she heard about the feast. After all, no matter how important Tang San was, it couldn't compare to food. Flinder also nodded and looked at everyone, saying grandly, come on, today I'm treating. He had just won a few thousand gold soul coins in the soul fighting arena, plus the 10,000 gold soul coins that Yifeng and the others won. So he was quite a bit ahead financially. What are we waiting for? It's rare for Dean Flinder to treat us. Let's hurry up. We have to eat up all of Dean Flinder's money today. Ma Hongjun said excitedly. It was rare to see Flinder treat. How could he not be excited? Oscar and Tang San nodded as well, showing no objections. Oscar came to Tang San's side and whispered, hurry up and develop the antidote. Tang San nodded. Developing the antidote in 7 days was unrealistic, but he had to grit his teeth and try. The 3 teachers from Shrek, along with the 7 students and Meng Iran, headed towards the nearest luxury restaurant. As they walked, Ning Rongrong kept scratching her face, making it slightly red. Yifeng saw this and asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Rongrong?" Ning Rongrong shook her head and said, "I don't know, it's just that my face feels a bit strange." Tang San and Oscar, who were following behind, instantly became tense, their hearts racing in their throats. Yifeng thought for a moment and said seriously, "It might be due to lack of water. Remember to hydrate regularly." In his previous life, he had also experienced such situations. When he was dehydrated and his face was too dry, it would feel a bit itchy. Ning Rongrong nodded and said, "Got it." The group arrived at the restaurant, and Flinder generously booked the entire place, with 11 people occupying the whole restaurant. "Feel free to eat. No need to hold back." Flinder, being wealthy, was calm and encouraged everyone to indulge. "That's great, boss. Give me a menu." "Hee hee, I've been wanting to experience this feeling." Ma Hongjun shouted excitedly. He really enjoyed this feeling of showing off. Yifeng was taken aback. This plot felt so familiar. "You little brat." Flinder pressed down on Ma Hongjun's head and gave him a few light taps, but he didn't hit hard. "Dean, it hurts," Ma Hongjun shouted, as if Flinder really hit him hard. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. "Long time no see. Dean Flinder is still so lively." Qin Ming walked in with Yu Tianyu and others. Flinder was surprised. He didn't expect Qin Ming to come. "Qin Ming, long time no see." Qin Ming bowed to Flinder and said, "Long time no see, Dean Flinder." "Teacher, Zhao Wujia." Flinder and Zhao Wujia nodded. Qin Ming was once a student of Shrek Academy, so they accepted his respect. "Is this the Qin Ming you mentioned?" Yu Xiaojiang stood up and extended his hand to Qin Ming. "Hello, my name is Yu Xiaojiang, also known as the Master, and I'm a teacher at Shrek Academy." "Settling accounts?" Qin Ming was taken aback and shook hands with Yu Xiaojiang. "Hello, Yu Xiaojiang?" Yu Tianyu muttered, looked at Yu Xiaojiang, and cautiously said, "Is it Uncle Xiaojiang?" Yu Xiaojiang looked at Yu Tianyu, slightly taken aback, not recalling him. "Uncle Xiaojiang, I am Tianyu. I am your nephew," Yu Tianyu said excitedly. "I haven't returned home to the family for a long time," Yu Xiaojiang sighed. Ever since his father told him that he and Lu Erlong were siblings, he didn't dare to go back. Yu Xiaojiang said with emotion, "I didn't expect you to be this big now." Yu Tianyu nodded, and the two started chatting about family matters. "All right, everyone sit down. Let's eat." Flinder hurriedly urged the Emperor fighting team to take a seat. "Lingling, come sit with me." Yifeng smiled and called Yi Lingling over. Then he was met with 4 piercing gazes. "Brother Feng, what are you trying to do?" Zhu Zhuqing said with a hint of displeasure. This guy was starting again. "Big brother, can I sit next to you, Xiaowu?" Xiaowu looked at Yifeng with a pitiful expression. Clearly, there was a girl like Xiaowu, yet he was still thinking about others. "Brother Feng." Ning Rongrong also wanted to say something, but her face was too itchy, so she could only scratch it for a moment. "Master, you should pay attention too." Meng Yiran chuckled. The master was always so impatient, with so many women around. Didn't he fear they would get jealous? Yi Lingling glanced at Yifeng, shyly pulling her hand back and said, "No need, I'll just sit with Sister Yin." She held onto Dugu Yan's hand, and Dugu Yan shot a fierce glare at Yifeng. If she could beat Yifeng, Dugu Yan would definitely give him a good thrashing. Yifeng sighed with a bitter smile, realizing that this good opportunity to flirt with girls had gone to waste. "Ahem. Zhu Qing, please don't misunderstand me. I just want to have a heart-to-heart talk with Ling Ling, that's all." Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glance and replied, "Do you expect me to believe that?" "I don't believe you." Yifeng said to Xiao Wu, "Xiao Wu, come sit over here." Xiao Wu happily sat down next to Yifeng. Yifeng looked at Ning Rongrong again, and at this time her face had already turned red from being scratched. "Rongrong, are you okay?" Ning Rongrong said with a, "Brother Feng, Rongrong feels so itchy." Yifeng frowned and hurriedly said to Yi Lingling beside him, "Lingling, could you please come and take a look at Rongrong?" Yi Lingling was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. She approached Ning Rongrong, and the 9 hearts sea butterfly appeared in her hand, emitting waves of refreshing soul power. The soul power gently caressed Ning Rongrong's face, healing her. Ning Rongrong felt a cool sensation on her face, and the itching that had been unbearable was relieved. After a moment, Yi Lingling stopped the soul power, retracted her martial spirit, and said to Ning Rongrong, "All right, it should be fine now." Ning Rongrong was overjoyed and quickly thanked her. "Thank you." Yi Lingling nodded and said nothing more. Tang San, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but smile wryly. If it were really that easy to cure the poison he had administered, that would be great. But in reality, Yi Lingling hadn't cured Ning Rongrong. She had only eased her condition a little. As for his own poison, Tang San wasn't confident he could neutralize it, at least not within 7 days. "Thank you, Lingling," Yifeng also said with a smile. In his view, Ning Rongrong was only like this because she was dehydrated, and letting Yi Lingling treat her would be enough. Yi Lingling nodded and said, "It's fine." Ning Rongrong glanced at Yi Feng and then at Yi Lingling, unable to help but pout. "I thank you, and you just nod. He thanks you, and you respond. Do you have to be so obvious?" "Zhu Qing, be careful of this, Yi Lingling," Ning Rongrong whispered to Zhu Qing. Unknowingly, the four of them gradually recognized Zhu Qing as the leader. Zhu Qing also noticed Ning Rongrong's change in attitude and couldn't help but feel delighted. She looked at Yi Lingling and said seriously, "I know." At this moment, her mind was racing, thinking about how to deal with Yi Lingling. She wasn't thinking about how to keep Yi Feng away from Yi Lingling. Instead, she wanted Yi Lingling to acknowledge her position as the leader. After all, if Yi Feng wanted to open a harem, she couldn't stop him, so it would be better to pull in a few more people to strengthen her own power. Ning Rongrong noted. Since Zhu Qing knew about it, she would leave this matter to her to handle, as Ning Rongrong wasn't good at these things anyway. "All right, let's eat." Flander enthusiastically welcomed everyone, and a large spread was served, not worried about not having enough to eat. "Come," I toasted Dean Flander. Qin Ming raised his glass to Flander. The two clinked glasses and drank it all. This meal started at 9 o'clock and lasted until 2 or 3 in the morning, with Dean Flander and Zhao Wuji getting quite drunk. A few old acquaintances rarely met, so they drank boldly to have fun. On the contrary, the younger ones didn't drink much. Looking at the several teachers who were drunk, Yi Feng helplessly said, "Should we just sleep here tonight? After all, there are rooms above the restaurant, enough for them to sleep." Yu Qianyu nodded, having no objections. "Tang San, you take Yu Xiaojing back. Oscar, you take teacher Zhao Wuji back. Ma Hongjun, you take Dean Flander back." Yi Feng looked at the teachers on the ground and arranged for everyone to help them back to their rooms. Tang San's face twitched, and some painful memories suddenly surfaced in his mind, and he hurriedly refused. I'm a bit drunk. Let someone else take them." Tang San hurriedly walked towards the stairs, not daring to look at Yu Xiaojing even once. Yi Feng was taken aback, almost forgetting that Tang San had already been developed. So was he scared now? But he didn't take any medicine today, so what was he afraid of? He glanced at Yu Xiaojing, feeling a bit troubled, as he didn't want to go back with Yu Xiaojing. "I'll take Uncle back," Yu Tianyuan said proactively, as he also wanted to strengthen his relationship with his uncle. "Yu Xiaojing." Yi Feng nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." "No problem." Yu Tianyuan helped Yu Xiaojing up from the ground and walked upstairs. "I'm counting on you all to take care of Teacher Qin," he called out to the members of the Emperor fighting team. The Shimo brothers helped Qin Ming back, and Yu Feng also shared a room with Osro. Then, only Yi Feng and 6 girls were left on the scene. "Ning Rongrong, let's go back," Zhu Zhuqing said, and Ning Rongrong nodded. The two planned to share a room that night. "Then I'll sleep with Xiao Wu, master." "You sleep by yourself," Meng Yuran said playfully, pulling Xiao Wu upstairs. Yi Feng smiled and didn't mind. "Ling Ling, you go up first. I have something to discuss with Yi Feng." De Guyen looked at Yi Feng coldly. There was still an account to settle between them. Ye Ling Ling glanjet at Yi Feng. Then, at De Guyen, although she didn't know what they were going to say, she still nodded and returned to her room. After everyone left, De Guyen looked at Yi Feng and sneered, "Little brother, it's time we settle our accounts, isn't it?" 93. Eavesdropping at night, Yi Feng smiled, calmly found an empty seat and sat down, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it in one gulp. Good wine." De Guyen frowned and said, "Hey kid, did you even hear what I said?" Yi Feng glanced at her and asked, "What's the matter, Andy? What are you talking about?" He smiled mischievously, openly sizing up De Guyen. For this woman who was throwing a fit, he knew he couldn't speak nicely. He had to be tough. De Guyen was furious, pointing at Yi Feng and scolding, "You bastard, pretending to be confused to take advantage of me. Do you think it can just end like this?" "Oh, so Andy was talking about touching your and, huh? You should have said so earlier, then I would have known," Yi Feng said, pretending to suddenly understand, as if he really didn't know before. "However, to be fair, Annie, your figure is really impressive." He looked at De Guyen with a sly smile, clearly teasing her. De Guyen's face turned red, and she slammed her left hand on the table, angrily shouting, "You bastard scumbag." With that, she slapped him and turned to leave. Ouch. This little girl is really ruthless. Yi Feng covered his face, feeling pain. Even with his thick skin, he felt the sting from De Guyen's slap. But he couldn't retaliate. After all, he had already taken advantage of her, so let her vent her frustration. However, if she dares to hit me, she should be ready to pay the price. Yi Feng looked at De Guyen's enchanting figure as she walked away, feeling a surge of heat in his heart. Although De Guyen wasn't as beautiful as BibiDong or Qian Renshua, she wasn't bad at all. At least she had a great figure. Why do I feel like I'm the villain here? Yi Feng shook his head and turned to go upstairs. He selected a room among many, not knowing if anyone lived there. Anyway, the place was booked, so even if someone was there, they were on his side. He approached the door and leaned against it to listen for any sounds inside. Then he heard, "Uncle, no. We are uncle and nephew. What are you doing?" "Elong, Dongya. I miss you. Is that you Xiao Jiang and you Tian Yuan inside? What are they doing?" Yi Feng was taken aback. He didn't remember giving you Xiao Jiang that medicine. Could it be that you Xiao Jiang actually enjoyed it? However, how could DaughterFighting be someone you could call "Ba scum"? Guozhan and cursed a few times, and then moved to the door of another room to eavesdrop, or rather, to check if there was anyone inside. He leaned against the door, listening to the sounds inside. "Zhu Qing, you've grown again. I'm so envious of you." "Really? I don't feel anything special. I actually find it quite troublesome. You don't want to give it to me? I want it." Zhu Qing has grown again. Yi Feng recalled carefully, and indeed, when he had been with Zhu Qing recently, there were situations where he couldn't hold her hand properly. It seems that with my help, Zhu Qing has become even more outstanding. Yi Feng smiled wickedly, secretly planning to measure Zhu Qing's dimensions at some point. He left the doorway and walked to the next room. Leaning skillfully against the door, he eavesdropped on the voices inside. "Ling Ling, how did you meet that scoundrel Yi Feng?" "Oh, I met him when I was buying something." "Oh, Ling Ling, I've heard that Yi Feng is not a good person. Don't get too close to him." "Really? He seems quite nice, good-looking, and capable. Is this the room of that little vixen Duguyen?" "Yi Feng Fruonit. This little girl, Duguyen, actually spoke ill of him behind his back? How shameless." Fortunately, Ling Ling's eyes are not blind, and she successfully discovered his merits. He would definitely find a chance to settle the score with her. Yi Feng snorted coldly and walked forward. After exploring 5 or 6 rooms, he finally found an empty one. Pushing the door open and walking in, Yi Feng lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, around noon, Yi Feng was awakened by Meng Yiran's maid. "Master, it's time to get up." With this gentle wake-up call, Yi Feng slowly got up, ready to embrace another energetic day. "Master, would you like a sweet breakfast? Or do you prefer me?" Meng Yiran smiled sweetly, tempting him early in the morning. Yi Feng smiled, pulled Meng Yiran into his arms, and gently said, "Breakfast isn't as good as Iran." He leaned in and kissed her. After a passionate kiss, both of them were in the mood and hurriedly started to undress each other. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's voice suddenly came from outside. "Fenggo, it's bad. Rong Rong." Zhu Zhuqing rushed in a panic and immediately saw the two of them undressing each other. She instantly became furious, pointing at Meng Yiran and said, "Well, Yiran, you're cheating again." Meng Yiran stuck out her tongue and said shyly, "I just couldn't help myself." Yi Feng also felt awkward and carefully set Meng Yiran down. "Zhu Qing, why are you here?" Zhu Qing shot Yi Feng a glance, and then remembered she had something to say. Thinking of Ning Rongrong's situation, she anxiously said, "Not good. Fenggo, Rongrong is in trouble." Yi Feng was startled, jumped up from the bed, grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders, and said anxiously, "What happened to Rongrong?" Zhu Zhuqing frowned and said, "You're hurting me." Yi Feng was taken aback and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was too anxious." Zhu Zhuqing gave her a glance and replied irritably, "I don't know if you would react this way if something happened to me." "Of course I would, Zhu Qing. You are my treasure." Yi Feng said sincerely. Whether it was Zhu Zhuqing or Ning Rongrong, they were both the ones he loved, and he would feel distressed if anything happened to either of them. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him and nodded. She believed Yi Feng would feel that way. "Let's go. Rongrong is still waiting for us. You still haven't told me what happened. Let's talk while we walk." The three of them headed towards Ning Rongrong's room. On the way, Zhu Zhuqing said, "Do you remember how Rongrong kept saying she was itchy yesterday?" Yi Feng nodded. Indeed, Ning Rongrong kept saying she was itchy yesterday, and he even asked Yi Lingling to treat her. "What? Is it itchy again?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, "It's worse than that. Her face is covered in pimples, and you can hardly see her features." "Covered in pimples? How is that possible? She was fine yesterday. How did it end up like this?" "I don't know. You can ask her later." The three of them arrived at Ning Rongrong's room door, which was locked from the inside. Zhu Zhuqing tried a few times, but couldn't open it, and she shook her head at Yi Feng. Yi Feng anxiously shouted inside, "Rong, hurry up and open the door. Let me see how you are." There was no response from inside, as if no one was there at all. 94. Complete the task. Yi Feng anxiously knocked on the door, but Ning Rongrong inside did not respond. "Brother Feng, just break it down," Zhu Zhuqing suggested. "It's better to break in quickly to prevent Ning Rongrong from doing something foolish." "All right, you all step back a little." Yi Feng nodded, motioning for Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran to move aside, and he charged forward. Bang, 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 after 3 collisions. The three were finally knocked aside by Yi Feng. Yifeng hurriedly rushed into the room, looking around and discovering a large lump on Ning Rongrong's bed. Probably because she had buried herself under the blanket. He gently walked to the bedside and said softly to Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, are you okay?" The Ning Rongrong under the blanket trembled slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't come over. I don't want you to see me." "Silly girl, it's okay. No matter how you change, I will always like you." Yifeng said seriously that if he hadn't fallen in love with Ning Rongrong, he might have disliked her because of her appearance. But after falling in love with her, he no longer cared about what she looked like. As long as she is herself, that is enough. "Rongrong, come out. It's okay." "No, Rongrong is so ugly. She will scare Brother Feng." Ning Rongrong hoped that Horsedi. Overnight, her face had broken out in acne, and now she was too afraid to let Yifeng see her. Yifeng smiled helplessly and pulled open Ning Rongrong's blanket. Looking at Ning Rongrong curled up in bed, Yifeng couldn't help but be stunned. "Oh, don't look at me. I'm so ugly." Ning Rongrong immediately covered her face and started crying. Yifeng looked at Ning Rongrong's face full of acne, with almost every inch of her skin covered in pimples, leaving no spot untouched. Now, Ning Rongrong was still as beautiful as a flower, but just as Yifeng had said before, no matter how ugly she became, she would always be the Ning Rongrong that Yifeng liked. Yifeng lifted Ning Rongrong's face and kissed her directly under her tear-filled gaze. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her face. After the kiss, Yifeng looked at Ning Rongrong affectionately and said, "Rongrong, no matter what you become, I will always love you and never change my heart." "Brother Feng, I love you too," Ning Rongrong said, tears streaming down her face, touched by Yifeng. The two embraced deeply, confirming each other's feelings. For Ning Rongrong, the fact that a man was willing to kiss her even at her ugliest moment made him worthy of her lifelong commitment. Ding. The task of capturing Ning Rongrong has been completed. Yifeng was taken aback. The task was completed? This was truly an unexpected gain. He had only intended to comfort Ning Rongrong, but he didn't expect to complete a task. However, completing it was still good. He looked at Ning Rongrong, carefully observing the pimples on her face, feeling it was strange. She had been fine yesterday, so how did it become like this today? "Brother Feng, don't look. It's so ugly," Ning Rongrong said with a grimace, unwilling for Yifeng to see her. Yifeng frowned and said to Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, do you remember what you did and what you ate yesterday?" "What did you do, and what did you eat?" Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and replied, "It was just the food we had at the gathering yesterday, and I drank a bit of wine. Also, we fought soul battles together yesterday. Could it be the poison from Douluo?" Yifeng frowned and recalled carefully that at that time, Ning Rongrong was standing inside, far away from Douluo, and had no chance to inhale the poison gas. Moreover, that poison gas didn't have the ability to cause acne. He shook his head and said it shouldn't be. "Zhu Qing and the others inhaled more poison gas than you, yet they're all fine." "That's right, Rongrong even fought with Douluo at that time. And aside from feeling a bit dizzy, I didn't have any other sensations." "Think again. Zhu Qing had also fought with Douluo and was familiar with her poison. If she said it wasn't, then it definitely wasn't." Ning Rongrong thought for a while, but couldn't come up with an explanation. "I don't remember anything else, except that I ate an Oscar flying mushroom on the field." "Oscar wouldn't harm me, right?" "Flying mushroom?" Yifeng instantly remembered that he had given mushrooms to Ning Rongrong, which was Tang San's fault. Looking back now, it seemed that he was feeling guilty, and it appeared that the problem really stemmed from that mushroom. Yifeng confirmed the source in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. He said to Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, let me detoxify you first." "Really, Brother Feng? Can you do it?" Ning Rongrong said excitedly, as she couldn't stand this ghostly appearance. Yifeng nodded and said, "My blood can cure all poisons. Just one drop can relieve your poison. But will it hurt, Brother Feng?" Ning Rongrong asked with concern. Yifeng smiled and said, "It's okay, as long as Rongrong is happy." He took out a fruit knife from his pocket and gently stabbed, but it didn't break. Then he stabbed harder, yet it still didn't break. "This knife isn't very good. I'll switch to another one." Yifeng awkwardly put away the little broken knife and directly summoned the Blade of Gale. "Brother Feng, be careful." Ning Rongrong couldn't bear to watch and close her eyes. With such a big knife, if he wasn't careful and got hurt, it wouldn't be good. "It's fine, I know what I'm doing." Yifeng carefully held a large knife, over a meter long, gently pricked his finger, and a drop of blood appeared. "Come, Rongrong, just eat it and you'll be fine." Ning Rongrong nodded, took Yifeng's hand, and began to suck. "Thank you, Brother Feng." Ning Rongrong placed the finger back on Yifeng's hand, and the acne on her face visibly faded at a noticeable speed. Yifeng smiled and said, "There's no need for us to be polite. At this rate, it should be better by tomorrow." Ning Rongrong nodded. She could also feel the pimples on her face starting to subside. Then let's go out first. And you take a good rest. Ning Rongrong nodded again, now certain that she wanted to take a nap. Yifeng looked at Zhu Zhuqin and Meng Iran and said, take good care of Rongrong here. Zhu Zhuqin and Meng Iran nodded. After calming Ning Rongrong down, Yifeng walked outside, filled with anger and an urgent need of a fight. If he guessed correctly, this incident was definitely aimed at him. Tang San had researched a poisonous mushroom, wanting to ruin his handsome face. Being handsome really makes one prone to jealousy. He rushed to Tang San's door, ready to kick it open, when he heard a voice from inside. Tang San, are you capable or not? Hurry up and research the antidote. It was Oscar's voice. Don't rush. I'm in the middle of mixing it, but it's not possible to develop an antidote in just 7 days. So, be mentally prepared, came Tang San's voice. Prepared for what? Just hurry up and get it done. Yifeng, listening outside, was furious and kicked the door open, pointing at Tang San and Oscar, cursing, well, it's really you two scoundrels who did this. You've been abandoned by heaven and earth. Well, it's really you two bastards. Yifeng burst in, filled with rage, wishing he could kill the two in front of him. Yifeng, let me explain. Oscar panicked, eager to shift the blame. It was me. It has nothing to do with Oscar. Tang San said seriously, taking full responsibility. Oscar glanced at Tang San and hurriedly nodded, saying, right. It was all Tang San's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Yifeng frowned, glanced at Tang San, and then started punching him, each hit landing hard. You damn bastard, ugly monster, die for me. Bang. Tang San remained silent as Yifeng kept hitting him. After a few minutes, when Tang San's entire face had turned into a swollen mess, Yifeng finally stopped. Yifeng Shu looked at Tang San and said, if it weren't for your father's face, I would have killed you today, hum. After venting his anger, he turned to leave, not wanting to see these two scumbags. Tang San, are you okay? Oscar hurriedly stepped forward to help him up after Yifeng left. Get away. Tang San shook off Oscar's hand, angry at him for unhesitatingly taking all the blame for what had just happened. I can help you take responsibility, but you can't push it onto me. That's my bottom line. Oscar was taken aback, lowering his head and remaining silent. He had just betrayed Tang San, and it was useless to say anything now. Tang San pointed outside and calmly said, you can go out. I want to be alone. Oscar nodded and walked out. Oscar, don't do this kind of thing again, Tang San said, not wanting Oscar to poison his companions anymore. Oscar was silent for a moment and replied, I understand. He walked outside, marking the end of their alliance. Yifeng returned to his room. After beating Tang San, he felt much more comfortable and wasn't as angry as before. To be honest, if Tang San weren't Tang Hao's son, Yifeng would have drawn his sword long ago. As for why he didn't beat Oscar, it was purely unnecessary. Beating Oscar might actually improve the relationship between Tang San and Oscar, and by not doing so, he could still create a rift between them. Yifeng was not afraid of Tang San and Oscar, mainly considering those girls. Forget it, I won't think about this anymore. System, show me what good rewards I have. I just completed the for Ning Rongrong, and now it's time to receive the rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the for Ning Rongrong. You have obtained 20 destiny power. The host is rewarded with level 5 soul power, a special head soul bone, and a special item. The system coldly stated. As the system's words fell, a surge of soul power flowed into Yifeng's body, and in front of Yifeng appeared a head soul bone and a special item. Yifeng was originally at level 45, and with another 5 levels, he would reach level 50. He was a bit troubled at this moment, wondering whether to go collect his soul, ring himself, or wait for the system to provide it. Forget it. He decided to wait for the system. If he upgraded the soul, ring himself, it might not be as high in years as the one given by the system. Yifeng quickly finalized the plan. He looked at the head soul bone in front of him. This soul bone was called the Wisdom Soul Bone. Absorbing it could enhance support abilities and increase training speed. This was specially made for Rongrong. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, as this way Ning Rongrong would be able to keep up with his pace. He then looked at the item, which was called the Soul Ring Extractor, a disposable item that would be gone after use. The main function of this item was to extract soul rings, completely taking out the soul of the soul beast within the soul ring. After extraction, the soul beast would have a chance to be revived. Yifeng looked at this item thoughtfully. System, does this item combined with the soul beast resurrection agent mean that we can resurrect soul beasts without killing them? Ding. Correct. The soul rings extracted with the soul ring separator can be resurrected using the soul beast resurrection agent. The system replied coldly. Yifeng nodded. This way, he could resurrect Ain without killing anyone. However, how was he going to strip the soul ring from Tang Hao? Yifeng was instantly filled with distress. This matter seemed no easier than killing Tang Hao. Forget it. I'll think about it later. He tidied up the room and went outside. Walking down the corridor, he passed several rooms before finally stopping at Yu Xiaojiang's door. It was already noon, and the door was still tightly closed. He wondered what the person inside was doing. Yi Feng recalled the conversation he overheard yesterday and couldn't help but curiously lean against the door to listen. There was not a sound. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, Yu Xiaojiang's voice finally rang out. "Tianyu, it's Uncle's fault. I was drunk last night," Yu Xiaojiang said with a hint of a cry in his voice, having long lost hope. He never expected that after accidentally being with his own disciple last time, he would now be in a similar situation with his nephew. "I really am a beast." Opposite him, Yu Tianyu stared expressionlessly at the ceiling, unable to say a word. "Tianyu, just say it. As long as you can forgive Uncle, I'll do anything you want." Yu Tianyu finally glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, helplessly smiling as he said, "Uncle, what do you want me to forgive you for? Because of you, I don't even dare to see Yanzi now. Just thinking about how I asked a man for it makes me." He was filled with anger. Although he was drunk last night, for some reason, he just couldn't resist Yu Xiaojiang. It was as if some unseen force compelled him not to fight back. Yu Xiaojiang wore a sorrowful expression and sighed. "I'm sorry. Tianyu, it's all my fault. If you want to vent your anger, just kill me." Yu Tianyu looked at the pale-faced Yu Xiaojiang, but he felt no murderous intent. He couldn't say how much affection he had for this uncle he hadn't seen in a long time, but blood is thicker than water. The bond of kinship made it hard for him to take action. He shook his head and said, "Don't tell Duga Yin." Outside the door, Yi Feng was taken aback. He never expected that Yu Xiaojiang really did something with Yu Tianyu. It shouldn't be. Last time it was because of that kind of drug, and it was normal for them to do such things, but this time he hadn't taken any drugs, just drunk. Could it be that because of his first time with Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang developed this kind of preference? Yi Feng felt it was very likely. But why didn't Yu Tianyuan resist? He wasn't drunk yesterday, and with his strength, it should have been very easy for him to resist. System, do you know why? When encountering unclear matters, one should ask the system. This is the correct method. Ding. Due to the host seizing the power of destiny, destiny is bestowed upon the host, and the host will be favored by heaven and earth. Similarly, those who have their destiny taken away will become increasingly unlucky and ultimately be abandoned by heaven and earth. The system said coldly. 96. Close the door. Yi Feng nodded thoughtfully, realizing that it made sense. Since he had seized the destiny, the original protagonists and supporting characters would inevitably face misfortune, right? But would that affect Zhu Qing and the others? He remembered that in the original story, Zhu Qing and her friends were also protagonists. Ding. Anyone who befriends the host will be favored by heaven and earth. The system said coldly. That's good. Then I don't have to worry and can indulge freely. Yi Feng was indeed worried that the system would also target Zhu Qing and the others, which would not be fun at all. He pondered for a moment and thought that since Yu Xiaojiang had such a hobby, he definitely had to support him. It was just right to teach that bastard Tang San a lesson. In an instant, a plan formed in his mind. Yi Feng went outside and summoned the Soul Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Soon, a Soul Douluo appeared before Yi Feng. "Greetings, young master." Yi Feng nodded, signaling him to get up. "You go check if Tang Hao is nearby. If the next plan is discovered by Tang Hao, it won't be fun." The Soul Master immediately replied, "Young master, the Hao Yin Duo just left here a few days ago. He shouldn't be coming back today." Yi Feng nodded. With Tang Hao not around, it was time to take action. "Go get me some things," he said, repeating the medicine he used for Dai Mubai last time, instructing the Soul Douluo to fetch it. "Remember to bring more." Yes. The Soul Douluo accepted the order and immediately rushed to the branch of the Spirit Hall. In no time, the medicine was in Yi Feng's hands. Yi Feng smiled with ill intentions. It was time to make a move. Arriving in the hall, Yi Feng shouted, "It's time to eat." It was noon, and everyone hadn't had lunch yet, so Yi Feng had the restaurant owner prepare lunch. The first to come down was Xiao Wu, who came down with Meng Yiran and Zhu Qing. "Big brother, is there anything delicious?" Xiao Wu's stomach was growling. She had been wanting to eat for a long time. Yi Feng smiled and pointed to the large table of dishes in front of him, gesturing for Xiao Wu to eat freely. "Come on, eat more. Brother Feng, you prepare some food. We'll take it to Rong Rong," Zhu Qing said, as Ning Rong Rong was still in the room. Although Yi Feng's blood cured Ning Rong Rong's poison, the acne still hasn't disappeared for the time being, and she can't go down to eat with a face full of pimples. Yi Feng nodded, pointed to the lunchbox beside him, and said, "It's all prepared with Rong Rong's favorite dishes." Zhu Qing smiled as she took the lunchbox and said, "Brother Feng is really good to Rong Rong. I'm a bit jealous." "Don't worry, Zhu Qing, I saved some of your favorites too. Yifeng pointed to the dishes next to him, all of which were Zhu Zhuqing's favorites. Forget it, Brother Feng, please pack some for me too. Rong, and I will eat in the room. Zhu Zhuqing looked at those dishes and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, they're all my favorites. Yifeng was packing the food into a box, while saying, of course. How could I forget what Zhu Qing likes to eat? He gently placed the rice into the box for Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled lightly and said, I knew Brother Feng is the best. After she finished speaking, she took the food box and went upstairs. People upstairs gradually came down one after another. First, it was Duge Yin and Yi Lingling. One of them glared at him fiercely as soon as she came down, while the other looked at Yifeng with a slightly dazed expression. Yifeng smiled helplessly. It seems that what Duge Yin said to Yi Lingling yesterday really had an impact on her. Right behind them were Zhao Wuji and the others. Notably, there were Yu Xiaojing and Yu Tianyuan. The uncle and nephew had some unspeakable events last night, but they didn't seem unusual now. Yu Xiaojing still wore a stern expression, and Yu Tianyuan was not as incapacitated as Tang San had been before. Could this be the advantage of the blue lightning tyrant dragon? Yifeng murmured to himself. What did you say? Yu Tianyuan looked at Yifeng in confusion, as if he had heard him mention the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Yifeng hurriedly said, No, nothing. I just think your blue electric Tyrannosaurus has strong recovery abilities. You were like that yesterday, and today you seem fine. Yu Tianyuan instantly recalled the incident where he was beaten up by Yifeng yesterday. It was quite miserable. Not really. It's mainly because Ling Ling's healing ability is powerful. If Ling Ling wasn't here, I probably wouldn't even be able to stand right now. Yifeng was taken aback. Did you go to Yi Ling Ling for a treatment after you said yesterday that Yu Xiaojing had developed it? This Yu Tianyuan didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Yifeng instantly looked at Yu Tianyuan with a disdainful gaze, leaving Yu Tianyuan confused. Why hasn't he the third party come down? Yu Xiaojing looked around and didn't see Tang San, so he couldn't help but ask. Yifeng suddenly remembered that Tang San had been beaten up by him, and now his face looked no different from a pig's. It seemed he wouldn't be coming down. He glanced at Yu Xiaojing and suddenly had an idea. If Tang San wasn't coming down, then let Yu Xiaojing go up. Tang San seemed a bit uncomfortable. So why not? Teacher Yu Xiaojing, you could bring him some food, Yifeng said, and without waiting for Yu Xiaojing to agree, he started packing a few dishes into a food box and added some extra ingredients to the food. Yu Xiaojing, not suspecting anything, nodded in agreement, as he wanted to go up and take a look anyway. After all, he really didn't dare to watch Yu Tianyuan from here otherwise. He would keep thinking about last night. I'll go with you. Yu Tianyuan suddenly spoke up, catching both Yifeng and Yu Xiaojing off guard. Yifeng was stunned at the time. Why was Yu Tianyuan following him? Did he not have enough fun yesterday and want to play again today? Yu Xiaojing also looked confused. He had finally found an excuse to stay away from him, so why was he following him again? On the contrary, Yu Tianyuan seemed indifferent, as if nothing had happened the night before. Cough, since it's like this, I'll charge a bit more. Yifeng didn't know what to say. Anyway, if Yu Tianyuan wanted to go, he could go. He couldn't stop him. Of course, he didn't want to stop him either. Yu Xiaojing sighed and reluctantly agreed. Soon, Yifeng packed up the dishes and handed the box to Yu Tianyuan, who then walked up with Yu Xiaojing. Watching their backs, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. It seemed the upcoming show would be even more interesting than planned. On the stairs, Yu Tianyuan and Yu Xiaojing walked one behind the other, with Yu Xiaojing in front and Yu Tianyuan behind. Yu Tianyuan looked at Yu Xiaojing and suddenly said, Uncle, I hope you can forget about what happened last night and let us just consider it a dream, a beautiful yet disgusting dream. Okay? Yu Xiaojing paused for a moment and nodded, saying, I just agreed. Don't worry. I will definitely not let a third person know. Yu Tianyuan nodded. He was only following him because he was worried. The two arrived at Tang San's door, opened it, and then consciously closed the door. Downstairs at the dining table, the departure of Yu Xiaojing and Yu Tianyuan did not affect everyone else's meal. Come on, everyone eat up. Once we're done, we should head back. Flander called out to everyone to eat. By now, they had already earned the silver spirit coins, and there was no need to stay in Soto City any longer. It was time to go back and start training. Hearing this, Yifeng panicked and quickly said, Principal, don't rush. We just finished the spirit fight. We should at least take a few days off. I still want to communicate with the members of the Imperial fighting team. He couldn't let Flander gather everyone to go back just yet. Not to mention that the big show with Yu Xiaojing and Tang San hadn't started. But also, he couldn't let Ning Rongrong go back with a face full of pimples. Flander thought for a moment and nodded. After all, he had won a lot of money from the spirit fights, so it was no problem to extend their stay at the hotel for a few more days. Then we'll leave later. It's not good to disturb you for too long. Duge Yin spoke up. They were guests after all. and they had only slept here last night because they were drunk. There was no reason to continue staying here today. No way. Yifeng hurriedly opposed. Du Guiyin and Flanders both looked at Yifeng strangely. It's one thing not to let Shrek Academy go back, but why not let the Imperial fighting team go back? Yifeng was also startled for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts, and he said, I would like to chat more with Lingling. I'm very curious about the Nine Hearts Begonia. Yi Lingling's small face turned red, and she hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Du Guiyin frowned and said unhappily, if you want to know about the Nine Heart Begonia, go look it up yourself. We Lingling don't have time to accompany you. Lingling didn't say anything. What does it have to do with you? Yifeng also retorted without holding back. For a woman like Du Guiyin, one must not be soft-hearted. Being tough is the way to go. Du Guiyin snorted coldly. I am Lingling's vice captain, and I have the right to make decisions for her. Haha, you are just her vice captain, not even the captain. Why do you have to say that? Moreover, even if you were Lingling's captain, you still wouldn't have the right to say that. He looked at Yi Lingling seriously and said, Lingling is a complete person, and any matters concerning her should be decided by herself. Yi Lingling suddenly raised her head to look at Yifeng, her eyes filled with confusion. As the heir of the Nine Heart Begonia, she had her own mission since birth, which was to survive and promote the Nine Heart Begonia. She had never lived for herself, nor had anyone ever told her to do so. Therefore, hearing Yifeng say that made her a bit bewildered. So what? I believe Lingling will definitely listen to me. Du Guiyin snorted coldly. She had never had a good attitude towards Yifeng. Let's stay a little longer, Yinjia. Yi Lingling said cautiously, not knowing why she just wanted to chat with Yifeng a little more. Yifeng instantly looked at Du Guiyin with a triumphant expression, embodying the demeanor of a victor. Du Guiyin gazed at Yi Lingling in surprise. The usually introverted Yi Lingling actually said something like that. Lingling, have you forgotten what I said yesterday? Don't be fooled by him. Du Guiyin looked at Yi Lingling with frustration, feeling that after all the things she said yesterday, they couldn't compare to just one sentence from him. Yi Lingling said apologetically, I'm sorry, Sister Yin. I believe Yifeng is a good person. Du Guiyin instantly lost her temper. You say he's a good person? Someone who can pretend to faint during a competition to take advantage of others is a good person? She looked at Yi Lingling with disappointment and said, Lingling, I didn't expect that even the usually calm you would be deceived by this scumbag. Hey, who are you calling a scumbag? Clarify that, or I'll sue you for defamation. Yifeng said unhappily, looking at Du Guiyin. You call me a scumbag, did I scumbag you? Du Guiyin glared at Yifeng fiercely, ignoring him, and turned to walk outside. Sister Yin, aren't you going to eat? Yi Lingling shouted at Du Guiyin's back. Not eating, I'm full of anger. Yi Lingling smiled helplessly, feeling that Sister Yin was still as irritable as ever. After Du Guiyin left, everyone else quickly wrapped things up and dispersed, leaving only Yifeng and Yi Lingling sitting across from each other. Looking at Yi Lingling, who was sitting opposite him, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. He had just casually mentioned a reason to keep them there. He didn't really want to discuss anything about the Nine-Heart Sea Peach Flower with Yi Lingling. After all, what she knew, he knew, and what she didn't know, he also knew. Moreover, Yifeng was also thinking about going to see if Yu Xiaojiang had started yet. Is there anything you want to know? Yi Lingling asked cautiously, as she wasn't very good at chatting with others. Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, Lingling, why can your martial soul only manifest two? The Nine-Heart Begonia can only have one successor in each generation. At the same time, there can only be two Nine-Heart Begonia soul masters alive. Only when one dies can a descendant possibly appear. It could be said to be the martial soul with the least quantity. This is also the aspect that Yifeng finds most puzzling. Other martial souls, even divine-level ones, do not have such a situation. Yi Lingling shook her head and said, I don't know either. Maybe this world just doesn't like the Nine Hearts Begonia. She couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It was precisely because of this reason that the Nine Hearts Begonia, couldn't compare to the Seven Treasure glazed tile pagoda. Yifeng was taken aback. So she didn't know the reason either? Then Lingling, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? I want to use the power of the Spirit Hall to protect you. Yi Lingling was taken aback for a moment, her face a little flushed, and she couldn't help but lower her head. She was silent for a while before saying, Can I ask why? Why what? Why do you want to protect me? Yi Lingling raised her head and looked seriously at Yifeng, as if she wanted to see through his heart. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment. Why did he want to protect Yi Lingling? This was a question he had never considered, as there were too many people he wanted to protect. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and all the girls he liked. He wanted to protect them all. But why did he want to protect Yi Lingling? Was it because of her pitiful background? Or was it because she gave him the feeling of first love? It seemed like it was both, yet neither. He looked at Yi Lingling and said seriously, I want to protect you. No reason needed because you are Yi Lingling, and that's why I want to protect you. Yi Lingling was taken aback. She had thought of several reasons, but she didn't expect Yi Feng wouldn't even give her a reason. Am I really that special? Yi Feng nodded and said seriously, you are very special because you are Yi Lingling, because I like you. Yi Lingling's face instantly flushed red, startled by Yi Feng's sudden confession. She said in a flustered manner, what are you talking about? We've only known each other for a few days. Lingling, time doesn't matter. Although we've only met a few times, you've already entered my heart. If you don't believe me, feel it for yourself. There's a place in my heart that belongs to you. Yi Feng grabbed Yi Lingling's hand and pressed it against his chest. Yi Lingling didn't react in time, and her small hand was pressed there. Feeling Yi Feng's powerful heartbeat, Yi Lingling's face instantly turned red. She struggled to break free from Yi Feng's hand. Let me think, she said in a panic and hurriedly ran outside. Lingling, I'll wait for you. Yi Feng smiled. It was so enjoyable to flirt with girls in such an undisturbed situation. After Yi Lingling left, no one disturbed Yi Feng from watching the show anymore. He hurriedly walked upstairs. At this moment, the originally absent Douluo also returned and happened to see Yi Feng sneaking around, so she followed him. Yi Feng lightened his footsteps and arrived at the entrance of Tang San's door. He skillfully leaned against the door and listened. Uncle, what's going on? I can't control myself. This was the voice of Yu Tianyuan. Yi Feng instantly got excited. Is it about to start? Unfortunately, there was no recording camera. Otherwise, it would have been fun. Tianyuan Xiao San, me too? It feels so uncomfortable. This is Yu Xiaojing's voice. Teacher, don't. This is Tang San's voice. Listening from outside the door, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. The feeling of only being able to listen and not see was too uncomfortable. He had a thought and gently used his soul power to unlock the door, opening a crack to see the scene inside. Sure enough, just as he imagined, Yu Xiaojing was fighting alone against Yu Tianyuan and Tang San. First, he had a first half with Tang San, and after a heated battle, it was Yu Qinyuan's turn for the second half. Yi Feng was getting more and more into it. At that moment, Du Guyan quietly came up behind him. Seeing Yi Feng sneaking a glance, she curiously looked over as well. Then she saw a scene that shattered her worldview. She widened her eyes and opened her mouth wide, momentarily speechless. Yi Feng finally noticed that someone was behind him. He quickly turned around, covered Du Guyan's mouth with his hand, and said to her, don't scream. Understand? If you shout, your boyfriend will lose all face. Du Guyan, in pain, shed tears and nodded with her eyes closed. Yi Feng was still not at ease, so he had no choice but to cover her mouth and drag her to his room. Fortunately, Du Guyan did not resist either. Once back in her room, Yi Feng locked the door and then released his hand from covering Du Guyan's mouth. He sat on the bed and looked at Du Guyan, saying, you saw the situation, so don't go around saying anything. Du Guyan was completely in shock, unable to comprehend Yi Feng's words at all. Yi Feng smiled and said, I didn't expect your man to have this preference. It's really unique. Although Yu Tianyu's behavior today was related to him, it wasn't the case yesterday. So Yi Feng thought it wasn't too much to say he had this hobby. Du Guyan instantly turned her head, glaring at Yi Feng, and shouted, impossible. Brother Tianyu is not that kind of person. Did you drug him? Those dishes just now were all prepared by you. Yi Feng felt a panic in his heart. Had he been discovered so soon? Could it be that women today are this clever? Although he was anxious inside, he still maintained a calm demeanor and said, I have no grievances or grudges against him. Why would I drug him? Besides, I ate those dishes too. How could I not have been affected? Impossible. It must be you. You deliberately gave the poisonous food to Brother Tianyuan. The more Du Guyan thought about it, the more it didn't make sense. How could you Tianyuan, who was perfectly fine, end up like this? And there were 3 of them. It was too absurd. Moreover, just now, Yi Feng did indeed pack the food for them separately. So Yi Feng was the most likely suspect. Yi Feng felt a surge of panic in his heart. It's a pity this woman doesn't become a detective. I only did this once, and she caught me. Sigh, there's no way out now. It's all your fault for pushing me. Yi Fengshu looked at Du Guyan and said, you are so strong. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly his whole body began to turn red, his muscles bulged, and his eyes instantly turned red as well. What happened to you? Du Guyan panicked, wondering how he could go from fine to this in an instant. Moreover, it didn't look fake at all. Yi Feng's eyes were red, and he looked as if he were on fire, filled with desire. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm so uncomfortable. He directly lunged at Du Guyan, his whole body feeling like it was on fire, struggling to control himself. Bastard, you scumbag, stop acting. Du Guyan desperately pounded on Yi Feng's back. At that moment, Yi Feng was burning with heat, Just being held by him made Du Guyan break out in a cold sweat. Could he also be poisoned? Impossible. How could such a coincidence happen? I just suspected he poisoned me, and now he shows symptoms? That's too coincidental. But he didn't look like he was pretending. At this moment, Yifeng was desperately pulling at Du Guyan's clothes, and no matter how much she hit him, it had no effect. His whole body was fiery red, and waves of heat radiated from him. Yifeng kept murmuring that he wanted to, and then directly kissed Du Guyan on the lips. Du Guyan's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect Yifeng to actually dare to do it. At that moment, she finally saw Yifeng's eyes, which were filled with desire, but also devoid of clarity. In other words, Yifeng was indeed under the influence of that poison. Du Guyan felt a surge of panic as she realized that Yifeng was out of his mind, and with his great strength, she couldn't break free. A few minutes later, Yifeng released Du Guyan's lips and roughly pushed her onto the bed, charging at her as the battle began. In a nearby restaurant, 5 people were engaged in 2 battlefields. On Yu Xiaojiang's side, it lasted less than an hour before the 3 of them were too exhausted to continue and fell asleep. Meanwhile, on Yifeng's side, the fight lasted over 3 hours without stopping. Finally, after more than 3 hours, the battle between Yifeng and Du Guyan came to an end. Du Guyan collapsed weakly onto the bed, and Yifeng finally regained his senses. Indeed, Yifeng had just been overwhelmed by desire. Initially, Du Guyan's powerful detective skills almost uncovered that he was the one who had poisoned her. Then, he had a sudden idea. If I were poisoned too, wouldn't that prove I wasn't the one who did it? Of course. This was just a simple first line of defense. He had also prepared a second line of defense. Thinking of this, he found it quite feasible. However, with Du Guyan right in front of him, he couldn't take the medicine in her presence. So he used his second martial spirit. The fire attributes soul power from the sun godblade to absorb the drug and bring it back into his body. But unexpectedly, the fire soul power fused directly with the drug, instantly igniting the desire within him, leading to the events that followed. Looking at Du Guyan sleeping beside him, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a headache. How am I going to wrap this up? Forget it. I'll just pretend I was really poisoned. After all, it's not entirely false. He simply lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In the evening, Du Guyan slowly woke up, feeling her entire body aching. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise. She never expected to be so exhausted from such a thing. Looking at the sleeping Yifeng beside her, Du Guyan frowned. She hated him now, but strangely, she felt no desire to kill him. She didn't understand why. Could it be because he could satisfy her in a way? Du Guyan shook her head. How could she think like this? She was not that kind of person. Sigh. Forget it. He was just poisoned. Du Guyan sighed, unsure of how to face Yifeng and Yu Tianyuan. She hurriedly got out of bed and looked around the room, blushing at the mess everywhere. How crazy must one be to end up in such a situation? She quickly tidied up the room, took out a new outfit from her storage ring, and left the room. He didn't kill me? Yifeng opened his eyes and said in surprise. He had thought that with Du Guyan's personality, she would directly kill him to end everything. He didn't expect her to just walk away and even clean up the room before leaving. What a strange person. Yifeng shook his head. It seemed that Du Guyan wanted to pretend that nothing had happened. Well, I will satisfy you. I will keep the secret. Bang bang, Suden Li. There was a knocking sound from outside the door. Yifeng frowned. Could it be that Du Guyan regretted it again? Not want to play dumb. Wanted to come and kill him? Yifeng felt helpless and was about to open the door when it was kicked open. Yifeng, come out. Outside the door, Yu Tianyuan stormed in, followed by Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. In an instant, Yifeng knew why they had come. Well, it seems everyone is a Sherlock Holmes now. Fortunately, I was prepared. Yifeng instantly glared at Yu Tianyuan in anger and said, dissatisfiedly, What are you doing, Yu Tianyuan? How can you still have the nerve to say that? You bastard, you actually gave us that kind of drug? Yu Tianyuan looked at Yifeng with a fierce gaze, almost ready to fight. Behind him, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San also had expressions of disbelief, now suspecting whether the previous incident was also caused by Yifeng. Yifeng was taken aback and said in surprise, You fell for it too? Yu Tianyuan frowned and said, What do you mean? Yifeng sighed and said, To be honest, I also fell for it. If you don't believe me, just smell it. My room is filled with that kind of scent, and it hasn't dissipated yet. Yu Tianyuan subconsciously sniffed and seemed to really smell that scent. He frowned and said, Isn't it you? Yifeng nodded. Of course it's not me. Then who could it be? How would I know? Yifeng looked at Yu Tianyuan as if he were an idiot and said, Are you asking nonsense here? Yu Tianyuan frowned and asked again, Who did you vent your anger on? Yifeng looked at him displeased and said, What does it have to do with you who I am with? Yu Tianyuan also felt a bit awkward and quickly said, I meant male or female. Yifeng looked at him in confusion and said strangely, "Of course it's a girl. How could it be a boy?" He looked at Yu Tianyuan with a strange expression. Yu Tianyuan's face instantly turned red, and Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang behind him also felt very uncomfortable. Of course it's a girl. Who would be with a boy? Ah! Yu Tianyuan chuckled awkwardly, trying to escape from reality. Yifeng looked at him doubtfully, his face full of disbelief. Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. I believe Yifeng wouldn't do such a thing. Let's investigate further. Thank you for trusting me, but I'm sorry. It was indeed me who did it." Yifeng complained inwardly and then looked at the three, saying, "No need. I've already sent my subordinates to investigate, and I believe we will find out soon." He said fiercely, "Anyone who dares to attack me must die." Yu Xiaojiang and the others nodded. If they found the person who poisoned, they would make sure he would have a terrible end. Soon, a soul Douluo from the spirit hall brought someone into the room. The soul Douluo threw the person onto the ground and then knelt down to report, "Young master, it was this chef who poisoned." Yifeng instantly forgave him, rushed up and kicked the chef, scolding, "You damn it, you dare to harm me. Are you looking for death?" Yu Tianyuan, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang San also stared at the chef, wanting to swallow him whole. "My lord, please spare me. I didn't mean to make a mistake. That medicine was originally meant for someone else, but I accidentally used it wrong. Please have mercy." The chef cried with snot and tears, looking extremely pitiful, as if it really was just an unintentional mistake on his part. Yifeng watched and silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. "Not bad. Very well done." Indeed, this person was the backup Yifeng had prepared, allowing him to take on all the responsibility, and afterward, he would give him 1,000 gold soul coins. Enough for him to live comfortably for a lifetime. When Yifeng mentioned this at the time, the chef was taken aback and said, "Just let me take his life directly, otherwise he won't feel secure taking those 1,000 gold soul coins." But that's not the kind of person Yifeng was. He would only kick him a few times at most. Yifeng pointed at the chef and said to Yu Xiaojiang and the others, "The murderer is right here. What do you think we should do? Should we just kill him?" Yu Xiaojiang frowned and replied, "Killing him directly seems a bit too cruel, doesn't it? We don't need to be so ruthless. He just said it was an unintentional act. How about we just give him a light punishment?" Yu Tianyuan glared at the chef. He also felt that killing him was unnecessary. After all, just now, he was quite happy. Cough, cough, don't get the wrong idea. Yu Tianyuan am not interested in men. Tang San sighed helplessly. He was always too soft-hearted and couldn't bring himself to kill. He said to Yifeng, "How about we just cut off his lower part? A small punishment will do." Yifeng and Yu Xiaojiang both looked at Tang San in a strange way, saying, "You call this a small punishment? Isn't this more terrifying than killing him?" Yu Xiaojiang suddenly felt a chill, thinking, Tang San wouldn't want to cut me up too, would he? Yu Xiaojiang said, "Cough. Little San, we don't need to do this. He just made a mistake unintentionally. How about we let it go?" Tang San rolled his eyes at him, implying that since it's not him suffering down there, he wouldn't understand the pain. He snorted coldly and said, "You all do as you like. I don't care anymore." Saying this, he walked outside. "Little San, wait for me." Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly followed, feeling filled with guilt towards both Tang San and Yu Tianyuan, and of course, there was another kind of feeling as well. Seeing that they had all left, Yu Tianyuan could only say, "Then I'll leave it to you, Yifeng, to punish him. I will take my leave now." Yifeng nodded in agreement. After the three of them left, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped into the chair. He spoke to the chef on the ground. "All right, get up." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The chef expressed his gratitude to Yifeng, feeling that from this day on, Yifeng was like his reborn parents. "Enough, enough. Take the money and get out of here. And it's best if you don't show up in Swoto City again." Yifeng said impatiently, "This chef has been here for another minute, and I can't stand it." "Wait a moment, sir." The chef exclaimed excitedly, and Yifeng was curious about what he was going to do. He stood up from the ground and began to hit himself repeatedly, blood streaming everywhere, but he didn't stop. He even took out a rolling pin from his bosom and started hitting his legs hard. The chef tortured himself while screaming in agony, and even Yifeng, who was watching from the side, fell silent. This guy is someone who can do big things. He's ruthless. After a while of beating himself, the chef had no intact place left on his body. He bowed to Yifeng 3 times before limping out. Now he felt much more at ease. "Yifeng, where did you find the actor?" Yifeng looked at Soul Fighter and asked. "Back to the young master. I found in the kitchen," Soul Fighter replied. He was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect that just picking a random chef would yield someone so impressive. "Isn't this too dedicated?" Yifeng nodded and waved for home.Our to go down. Although the chef's acting was surprisingly good, at least this matter had come to a temporary conclusion. It seems that such things cannot be done in the future. If they must be done, it should be left to the servants. Otherwise, doing it oneself makes it too easy to be discovered. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. After finally trying to be a bad guy, he was caught by 4 people. What a failure. He shook his head and was about to go out when he suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding, new task, please host. Charm the goddess who has a blood relationship with the child of destiny, with a requirement of over 90 points. The system said coldly. Yifeng was taken aback. He had a blood relationship with Tang San? Ayin? No, Ayin had a mission to conquer her already, so the system couldn't have issued another task. Besides Ayin, the only person Yifeng could think of was Tang Yuehua. Sure enough, Aunt Yuehua, you don't intend to let this go, do you, you evil system? Ding, this system is dedicated to serving the host. All tasks are what the host desires, the system coldly stated. The system has discovered this. That's right, he really has taken a liking to Tang Yuehua. He had known Tang Yuehua since he was 6 years old. At that time, he had stayed with Yu Xian for a long time, learning from Tang Yuehua. She was already very beautiful back then. He wondered how she was now. Yifeng suddenly felt a bit impatient to meet Tang Yuehua. It seemed that it was time to leave Shrek. He had already won over the 3 beauties in Shrek. And even Xiao Wu had agreed to marry him when they grew up, so it was basically settled. Therefore, it was also time to leave Shrek Academy. With this in mind, Yifeng walked outside, ready to say goodbye to a few girls. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the people from the Imperial Fighting Academy packing their things and preparing to leave. Yifeng immediately spotted Du Guyan in the crowd. At this moment, her face was like frost, clearly showing that she was very unhappy. Du Guyan also sensed Yifeng's gaze, and the two locked eyes in an instant. Unlike other girls, she didn't shy away. Instead, she shot him a fierce glare, her eyes filled with anger. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit awkward, not daring to look at her, especially since he had just done that with Du Guyan. He stepped forward and said to Yu Tianyuan, "Are you guys preparing to go back now? Aren't you going to chat more with Yu Xiaojiang?" Yu Tianyuan looked a bit uncomfortable and replied, "Chat more? I only stayed for a day and a night, and I was played with twice. If I stay any longer, I might even bend." He internally complained, but still calmly said on the surface, "No, we still need to go back to cultivate. Next time we meet, I will definitely catch up to you." "Oh, then good luck. I hope you can become a soul sage before I get my title." Yifeng said nonchalantly, thinking, "Want to catch up to me? Unless you have a system too." Yu Tianyuan's face twitched, thinking, "Do you have to say it so harshly? Then let's see who prevails next time. Farewell." Yifeng nodded and said, "Then I'll strike you when the time comes." Yu Tianyuan returned to the team and instinctively reached out to hold Du Guyan's hand, but was dodged by her. He was taken aback, not understanding why Du Guyan was acting this way, but he couldn't say anything and could only tell everyone, "Let's go. Teacher Qin Ming is waiting." "The captain, can you give me a moment?" Yi Lingling in the crowd raised her hand and said cautiously. Yu Tianyuan nodded, knowing what she wanted to do. "Go ahead." Yi Lingling shyly walked up to Yifeng, her hands fidgeting and clearly a bit nervous. Yifeng smiled and said, "Ling Ling, what do you want to say to me?" Yi Lingling lowered her head and said softly, "Yifeng, were you serious when you just said that? Just now? What did I say just now?" Yifeng was a bit taken aback. "It's just that you said you wanted to protect me." Yi Lingling actually wanted to ask Yifeng if he really liked her, but in the end, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Yifeng smiled and said, "Of course it's true. How could I lie to you?" Upon receiving his response, Yi Lingling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and happily said, "Can I come to find you in the future?" "Why not now?" Yifeng looked at her in confusion, thinking to himself, "I'm right in front of you. Why do you want to find me later?" Yi Lingling shook her head and said, "No, I can't. I need to go back to the Royal Fighting Academy with the captain and the others. I still have things to do. Once I'm done, I want to find you." After saying this, she felt a wave of shyness. She didn't expect herself to say such things, but there was no other way. She needed someone to protect her. And if that person was Yifeng, that would be even better. Yifeng nodded and said, "Sure. You're always welcome to come to the Spirit Hall to find me." Yi Lingling smiled and nodded. Then it settled. After saying that, she ran back to the Imperial battle team. Yifeng smiled. Yi Lingling was really adorable. No wonder she made me feel like it was my first love. Watching them leave, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. It was my turn next. "Oh, you seem reluctant? Why not go with her?" Behind Yifeng, Zhu Zhuqing said with a hint of sarcasm, clearly dissatisfied. Beside her were Xiao Wu, Meng Iran, and even Ning Rongrong, who stood by wearing a veil. The 4 of them stood together, creating a breathtaking scene. Yifeng turned around, looked at the 4 girls, and said seriously, "Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, Rongrong, and Iran, I might have to go back." The 4 girls were taken aback, not expecting Yifeng to suddenly say this. Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly asked, "Feng Ge, where are you planning to go?" She felt a bit anxious. Yifeng was everything to her. And what would she do if he left? Yes, Feng Ge. We're all here. Where are you going? Ning Rongrong also panicked, fearing that Yifeng would leave her just like 6 years ago. Big brother, where are you going? Xiao Wu will go with you. Xiao Wu looked at Yifeng nervously, unsure of what he meant by suddenly saying this. Master, I am your maid. Please don't leave me behind. Meng Yaran quickly said. Among the four, her identity was the most awkward. She was not a student of Shrek Academy. If Yifeng left, she would have no reason to stay at Shrek Academy. Yifeng looked at the four girls with a bitter smile and explained helplessly. I'm just planning to return to the Spear Hall. What are you all thinking? Don't worry, I won't leave you. The four girls breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, glad that he wasn't leaving them. Feng Ge, you're going back to the Spirit Hall? Then I want to go too. Zhu Zhuqing said seriously. Yifeng was her pillar of support. Wherever he was, she wanted to be there as well. Me too. I don't want to stay at Shrek Academy without Feng Ge. Ning Rongrong quickly added. She had been to the Spirit Hall before, so going back with Yifeng was no big deal. Little Wu wants to go too, Xiao Wu said earnestly, determined not to be left behind this time. Master, I am your maid. Meng Yaran looked at Yifeng gently, her meaning clear. I am a maid. I can keep you warm at night. Yifeng suddenly felt a bit flustered. He didn't want the four girls to go with him because he was going to flirt with girls, not for anything else. How could he flirt with girls with four girls around him? He needed to come up with a way to refuse them. Yifeng looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said seriously, Zhuqing, what level are you at now? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, not understanding why he suddenly asked this. But she still replied, level 34? Yifeng shook his head, a bit disappointed as he said, you're only level 34? How can you become the head of the Zhu family? You know Zhu Zhuyan is already higher than you. Be honest, have you been slacking off recently? Zhu Zhuqing fell silent for a moment. Of course, she hadn't been slacking off lately, but she hadn't been working as hard as before either, because most of her time had been spent battling with this man in bed. Stay and cultivate. Although Yu Xiaojiang is a bit weak, he can still teach you. Yifeng said earnestly, completely for her own good. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and agreed. After settling Zhu Zhuqing, Yifeng turned to Ning Rongrong and smiled. Rongrong, are you sure you want to go back with me? Ning Rongrong nodded without hesitation. Yifeng smiled and said, all right then. I'll take you back to be a decorative vase. Ning Rongrong was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Yifeng said with a smile, Rongrong, it's okay if you don't want to work hard anymore. After all, I can support you, no problem. Ning Rongrong fell silent, finally realizing the gap between her and Yifeng. She was only at level 29, while Yifeng was at level 45. Even if the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda was powerful, her support for Yifeng was minimal. Brother Feng, I also want to become stronger and help you. But I'm just too stupid, she said with a face, feeling very upset inside. Who wants to be just a decorative vase when they can help Yifeng? Yifeng gently touched her head and said, then this is for Rongrong. Rongrong and Zhuqing. Let's work hard together, okay? He handed the wisdom head soul bone given by the system to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong took the head soul bone and happily nodded in agreement. Having sorted out the two most difficult ones, Yifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Victory was within reach. He looked at Xiao Wu and pulled her aside. Once they were a bit farther away from Zhu Zhuqing and the others, Yifeng let go of Xiao Wu's hand. Big brother, why did you pull Xiao Wu over here? Do you have something good to give her? Xiao Wu looked at Yifeng with anticipation, eager to see what good thing he would take out. Yifeng smiled awkwardly and said unhappily, you only know how to ask for good things. Do you know you almost exposed your identity? Huh, did I? Xiao Wu looked at Yifeng in confusion, clearly thinking that she hadn't done anything. So why was he saying that about her? Yifeng shook his head and said directly, you want to go to the Spirit Hall with me? Isn't it just to expose your identity? Why would going to the Spirit Hall with Big Brother expose your identity? Xiao Wu looked at Yifeng in confusion, clearly not understanding. She remembered that the big sister at the Spirit Hall was quite nice. Yifeng helplessly said, there's an old man in the Spirit Hall. He is very bad and very powerful. If you go there, you'll get caught. He kills rabbits to take their rings. What kind of old man is so scary? Isn't it dangerous for you to go back to the Spirit Hall, Big Brother? Oh, I'm fine, I'm not a soul beast. In short, you can't go back to the Spirit Hall with me. Xiao Wu nodded, half understanding, if I can't go, then I can't go. After settling Xiao Wu, Yifeng took her back to Ning Rongrong and the others. Now, 3 have been taken care of, only Meng Yaran is left, and Yifeng looked at Meng Yaran. Meng Yaran smiled mischievously and said, what do you plan to do to make me give up my idea, master? She looked at Yifeng with a bit of anticipation, curious about what he could come up with. Yifeng smiled and said seriously, do I need to say something? Meng Yaran was taken aback for a moment. What do you mean? Yi Feng smiled and patted her little head. Just train with him. Remember, this is an order. She knew that Meng Yiran liked this tone, so there was no need for many reasons. Just say it directly. Meng Yiran pouted and helplessly nodded, saying, Yes, yes, yes. I know, Master. Her sweet address made Yi Feng's heart warm, but unfortunately, he had already exercised earlier, so even though he had the urge now, he couldn't act on it. Yi Feng talked with 4 girls for a while before reluctantly leaving. Accompanied by 12 soul masters, he headed towards the spirit hall. Watching Yi Feng disappear from sight, Zhu Zhuqin couldn't help but sigh helplessly. What's wrong, Zhuqin? Brother Feng will come back. Is it necessary for you to sigh like that? Ning Rongrong said, not understanding. Anyway, Yi Feng is at the spirit hall. You could just go see him if you want. I'm not sighing for that. Zhu Zhuqin replied. Then what is it for? She looked at Ning Rongrong and said slowly, I can't help but sigh when I think that Brother Feng will leave and there will definitely be more girls around him. Ning Rongrong was taken aback for a moment before realizing, so that's why Yi Feng said so much. He doesn't want us to follow him and stop him from flirting with girls? What a jerk. 102. The man destined to become a god king. Yi Feng, escorted by 12 soul Douluos, hurried towards the spirit hall. Although Tang Yuehua was not in the spirit hall, he had not returned for several months and found himself missing his wife, so he decided to go back and see her. The Douluo continent was quite vast, but with the 12 soul Douluos providing their strength, he should be able to arrive in a day. The 12 soul Douluos led Yi Feng through city after city and forest after forest. Yi Feng truly realized the power of the spirit hall at this time. Under Yi Feng's proposal in the early days, BibiDong established branches of the spirit hall in every populated area. They provided free soul power awakening for commoners, helped them find jobs, and mediated conflicts between soul masters and commoners. Now, the spirit hall subtly trends towards becoming the continent's greatest power, as long as he wishes. The commoners are his most solid support. The interests of the spirit hall align with the interests of the commoners, and given time, any commoner would take pride in joining the spirit hall. Yi Feng was very satisfied with such changes. This was the spirit hall he had in mind. The holy place of Douluo continent. Under the escort of 12 soul Douluos, Yi Feng finally returned to the spirit hall at noon the next day. Looking at the tall building in front of him, Yi Feng felt a sense of peace. He had lived here for 12 years, and this was his home. Anyone who dared to touch his home would have to die. He stepped forward and walked into the spirit hall. At this time, the main hall was open, and usually at this hour, BibiDong would be inside reviewing documents, dealing with some trivial matters. Yi Feng walked in skillfully, and everyone he met along the way respectfully greeted him. Everyone knew not to offend the young master, as those who did had all died. When he arrived at the door, it was not empty as usual. Instead, it was filled with people. Yi Feng was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly stepped forward. Under everyone's gaze, he knelt down before BibiDong, performing the ritual of master and disciple. Yi Feng had met his teacher. Get up, BibiDong said calmly without raising her head. Yes. Yi Feng immediately got up and stood aside. He looked around and spotted the old guy, Lu, at the front. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Why did this old man suddenly come out instead of staying in the elder hall until death? Lu saw Yi Feng and nodded kindly, making one wonder if he was actually a good person. Lu stepped forward and said to BibiDong, since Yi Feng is back, shouldn't we make a decision about what we just discussed? Yi Feng was taken aback, wondering what was going on. BibiDong frowned and said discontentedly, Great elder. Yi Feng is only 12 years old. You are too hasty. Lu chuckled and replied, Well, he'll be 13 in just a few days. I can't afford to be slow. I'm worried that some people might act recklessly without shame. BibiDong shot a glare at Lu and asked, Who are you subtly mocking? In any case, I will not agree to this matter. Hearing this, Lu also looked at BibiDong with dissatisfaction and said, Hope, don't forget how you secured your position. Be careful not to fall from it. BibiDong frowned. She understood what Lu was implying. Back then, she had used Yi Feng as a leverage point to get Lu to agree to let the elders of the Elder Hall listen to her. The premise was that Yi Feng had to marry Qianrenxue. If she openly breached this agreement now, the title Douluo from the Elder Hall would definitely turn against her in an instant, and her position as Pope would become unstable. BibiDong looked at Yi Feng and couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. If she had known she would come to like this brat, she wouldn't have made that decision. Back then, Qian Shuanjia had ambushed Xiao Wu's mother, nearly causing her to perish. At that moment, a hand descended from the sky, and with just its authority, it killed Qian Shuanjia instantly, leaving no ashes behind. Then the large hand placed a baby in her arms, which was Yi Feng. The owner of the hand said a few words, stating that Yifeng was destined to become the God King and asked her to take good care of him, promising that he would send her a god in the future. At that time, they didn't know if it was true, but following the principle of not losing anything, she accepted the child. Then the next moment, Xiao Wu's mother told her that since she was going to die anyway, she might as well sacrifice herself to her, hoping that she wouldn't forget to resurrect her after becoming a god. Thus, BibiDong acquired a 100,000-year soul ring. Shortly after, she received the assessment from the Rakshasa god. When Douluo learned about this, he was also eager, as he had long wanted to become a god. So he pursued BibiDong to get Yifeng for himself. BibiDong naturally was unwilling, but she couldn't confront him openly. So she arranged for Yifeng to be engaged to Qianrenxue. Today, Douluo came to urge Yifeng to marry Qianrenxue as soon as possible. Looking at Yifeng, BibiDong felt a headache coming on. She said, "Yifeng, the great elder wants you to marry Qianrenxue. What do you think?" Yifeng was taken aback. Marriage? Only a fool would get married, I 1T. Don't you know that marriage is the grave of love? Besides, I haven't had enough fun yet. How can I get married? Cough. Thank you for the elder's kind intentions, but I am still young. And Sister Shui has important matters to attend to, so marriage is really not suitable. Douluo frowned. He knew he was a bit anxious, but he had to gain something. After all, it had been 12 years, and Yifeng still hadn't helped him become a god. Who knows if what that giant hand said was true? Moreover, Yifeng was only half a level by nature. Douluo frowned and said, "Yifeng, what level are you now?" "Level 50, why?" Yifeng replied casually. "Isn't it better to ask those below you about this?" "Why ask me?" "What? Level 50? Douluo was taken aback. Most of the information about Yifeng was hidden by BibiDong, so he really didn't know what level Yifeng was at now. In his impression, Yifeng was still at level 9, and he didn't expect him to reach level 50 in an instant. However, this was still far from the standard, unless... "Yifeng, do you have a second martial soul?" "Yes." "What's wrong? Didn't anyone tell you about this, elder?" Yifeng said strangely, "I fought with Tang Hao, and I should have known everything that I was supposed to know." BibiDong turned her head away subtly, secretly smiling, then turned back with a serious face. Douluo couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He had been pondering the Angel's 9 tests, and had no mind to pay attention to these matters. Moreover, BibiDong had intentionally hidden it. If he wanted to know, he had to put in the effort to investigate. But this was no longer important. Since Yifeng had a second martial soul, he could barely meet Douluo's standard. "In that case, your wedding with Schwerer will have to wait, but you must marry Schwerer first." 103. Don't believe in your own strength? When saying this, Douluo deliberately glared at BibiDong, feeling very uneasy about her. BibiDong also felt a bit unnatural. After all, competing for a man with her own daughter was indeed not honorable, especially when that man was her own disciple. Yifeng nodded indifferently and said, "Okay, I understand. Anyway, for him, all wives are equal, so it doesn't matter who he marries first." Douluo nodded in satisfaction and left the main hall with his entourage. "You all can leave too." BibiDong waved her hand, signaling everyone to retreat. Only Yifeng and BibiDong remained in the entire hall. Yifeng ran happily to BibiDong's side, who was sitting high on the papal throne, looking at the memorial and ignoring him. Yifeng didn't mind and ran behind BibiDong, kneading her shoulders. "Teacher, is this pressure enough?" "MMM, a little to the left." "Got it." Yifeng was diligently massaging BibiDong's delicate shoulders, trying to make her comfortable. To be honest, BibiDong's shoulders were indeed nice, with skin as smooth as cream, giving a tingling sensation when touched. No wonder she is one of the representatives of beauty in Douluo continent. "Hee, teacher, you are becoming more and more beautiful now. I'm even envious of those lovely shoulders." Yifeng subconsciously took a sniff. It was the fragrance of roses mixed with the natural scent of BibiDong, which was simply addictive at first whiff. BibiDong comfortably closed her eyes, enjoying Yifeng's attentiveness. "Stop being so glib. Why don't you explain what is going on with those girls first?" Yifeng's heart skipped a beat, and his hand involuntarily paused. Sure enough, he couldn't avoid it. "Ahem. Well, teacher, I want to tell you that I'm already level 50 now. Isn't that amazing?" Yifeng spoke ambiguously, not daring to respond directly to her. BibiDong turned her head, looking calmly at Yifeng, and said, "You have 1 minute to decide whether to speak." Her expression was very calm, seemingly indifferent, but actually contained a killing intent, meaning that he had 1 minute to explain clearly, otherwise he could just leave. Yifeng's eyelids twitched, this damned sense of oppression. "Cough. Donger, and no matter how many women I have, you will always be the most important in my heart." He looked seriously at BibiDong, his eyes filled with deep affection. BibiDong frowned and said, "So you mean you want to find more?" "Huh? No, DaughterFighting. How could you understand it this way? I meant to say you were the most important," Yifeng said in a panic. How did BibiDong guess the truth so quickly? BibiDong gave him a glance and said helplessly, "Are you saying this to all women?" "No, absolutely not, I promise," Yifeng said earnestly, guaranteeing he wasn't lying. "Anyway, you wouldn't know." BibiDong rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think I don't know who you are?" "Sigh. Fengya, I don't care how many women you have outside, but once you're in the spirit hall, I'm the biggest, understand?" BibiDong said helplessly. Encountering such a man really left her speechless. "All right, I promise to do it," Yifeng said earnestly. This was something he could manage. BibiDong nodded, pointed outside, and said, "You can leave now." "All right." Yifeng turned around and left without hesitation. BibiDong shook her head helplessly and shouted, "Come back." Yifeng immediately turned around and hurried back to BibiDong's side. "Is there anything else you need, Your Holiness?" BibiDong gave him an annoyed glance. "Honestly, you finally come back once. How long do you plan to stay?" Yifeng replied with a smile. "Teacher, what are you talking about? Can't I stay here forever? With you here, how could I bear to leave?" "Sigh, if only you really thought that way." BibiDong sighed helplessly. Yifeng has never been a patient person since he was young. In the past, when his soul power level was low, she had some reason to manage him. But now he has become powerful, and BibiDong cannot control him. "Teacher, no matter where I go, the spirit hall is my home," Yifeng said seriously. His feelings for BibiDong and the spirit hall are the deepest, there's no doubt about that. BibiDong nodded and said, "I know that your outings to meet girls must be related to your increase in soul power, and I won't ask you why, but you must not forget that I'm here." BibiDong said this very seriously, and Yifeng was taken aback. This is not something BibiDong would usually say. He reached out to touch BibiDong and then touched himself with the other hand, looking strange. BibiDong asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Measuring your temperature. I want to see if you have a fever. Otherwise, how could you say something like that?" Yifeng said earnestly, without a hint of joking. BibiDong rolled her eyes at him. "You're the one with a fever." "I'm being serious." She swatted Yifeng's hand away. "This guy is never serious." BibiDong glared at him and said, "This is the papal hall. Don't act out of line. It's not good if someone sees us. Come in my room tonight." Yifeng's eyes instantly lit up. Wow, is BibiDong inviting him? Sure enough, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and now BibiDong must really want it too. Hee. All right, I will definitely clean up and send you to bed. BibiDong rolled her eyes at him and said, "Get lost. Don't bother me." "Okay." Yifeng smiled and, in perfect harmony, did not leave. Instead, he came to BibiDong's side and began to massage her. It is well known that a woman's words should be taken in reverse. If she tells you to go, you must not leave. And if she tells you not to go, you must definitely stay. BibiDong ignored him, allowing Yifeng to massage her from behind while she focused on her work. The hall fell silent once again, with only the sound of pages being turned. After a long while, Yifeng casually said, "Teacher, I ran into Yu Xiaojiang." BibiDong's hand paused for less than a second before she turned another page and calmly replied, "Oh, are you jealous? You can have so many women, but I can't have an old crush? No way, of course not. Teacher, you can only be mine. Both your body and heart belong to me." Yifeng instantly became anxious. Although he wasn't afraid of Yu Xiaojiang and didn't think Yu Xiaojiang could compete with him, he didn't want BibiDong to have Yu Xiaojiang in her heart. BibiDong smiled and turned to look at Yifeng, saying, "I didn't expect you to have such a possessive side. Don't worry, I've long forgotten that guy. Don't you believe me? Or do you not trust your own strength?" 104. Massage Yifeng was taken aback for a moment. "If you say so, then I must show off a bit." He suddenly recalled the strategies he had developed for BibiDong over the past 12 years. He couldn't help but smile, thinking, what was I worried about? If BibiDong can still remember Yu Xiaojiang like this, then I might as well give up being the Sea King and forget about having a harem. I should just go home and farm. Hee. Of course I trust you and believe in myself. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head back and check it out. With the answer in hand, Yifeng happily walked out, feeling quite pleased. BibiDong couldn't help but chuckle. This guy could be terrifyingly mature at times, yet childish like a kid at others. Is it really that important for you to get my answer? She couldn't help but shake her head. Come in. Is there something the Pope commands? Go to a place called Shrek Academy. There's someone named Yu Xiaojiang there. I've heard he has a taste for handsome men. Go arrange something. Make sure he has a good time. Yes. Yifeng returned to his room, which was over 300 square meters. There were 5 bookshelves and 3 wardrobes in the room, and the walls were adorned with various precious paintings. He lay on a 5-meter-wide bed and took a deep breath. Ah, the smell of home. Yifeng had not left the Wuhuan Hall for 12 years since his crossing, and now that he had been away for several months, he really began to miss it. "Young master, may I come in?" "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a maid of about 18 years old walked in. The maid looked ordinary. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she wasn't unattractive either. "Young master, you haven't been back for a long time. Is there anything that needs to be added to this room?" The maid bowed respectfully to Yi Feng and asked. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, "Prepare water for me. I want to bathe." "Yes." The maid then stepped back to prepare the items Yi Feng would need for his bath. Yi Feng nodded. This is what a professional maid should be like. What about Meng-Ran? That's not called professionalism. Besides warming the bed, she can't do anything else. But this one could do everything except warming the bed. Thinking about it, Meng-Ran is still better. Bang, bang, bang. There was another knock on the door, and Yi Feng was taken aback. Is it ready so soon? That's quite fast. He walked to the door, opened it, and was ready to take a shower. However, outside the door was not the maid, but Douluo. Yi Feng was taken aback and asked curiously, "Elder, what are you doing here?" "What? Can't I come?" Douluo said calmly. Yi Feng hurriedly said, "Of course. It is my honor for the Grand Elder to come. Please have a seat inside." Douluo nodded and followed Yi Feng into the room. The room was equipped with special chairs and tables, and there were even 3 sofas, which were more than enough to accommodate Douluo. The two sat down, and Yi Feng brewed a cup of tea for Douluo, speaking leisurely. "This tea is a treasure from the star Luo Empire, obtained with great difficulty by my teacher. Grand Elder, please try its taste." He knew that Douluo must have something to discuss, but he chose not to ask, just enjoying the moment. Douluo nodded, took a careful sip of the tea, and said leisurely, "This tea is indeed good. It has a bitter taste with a hint of sweetness, and a bit of bitterness in the sweetness. It truly leaves a lasting impression." Yi Feng smiled and said to Douluo, "If the Grand Elder likes it, I can get some for you?" "Forget it. I won't take what you have. What you said, Grand Elder, is that if you like it, then it's all yours." Douluo smiled and looked at Yi Feng, saying, "Is that how you think?" Yi Feng said without hesitation, "Of course, it's just tea. If you like it, feel free to take it." Douluo narrowed his eyes and said, "What if I want more than just tea?" "Oh, the Grand Elder doesn't want tea? Are you interested in my sofa or the famous painting?" Yi Feng said with a grin, as if he completely didn't understand what Douluo was talking about. Douluo also smiled, and with a sly grin, he said, "What if I want to compare the Spirit Hall and the Spirit Beast Hall? Are you going to open up too?" Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of killing intent in his voice as he said, "It's better for the Great Elder not to think about these things. I'm afraid the Great Elder is getting old and won't be able to eat." The last sentence was delivered with precision. Douluo could back down from anything, but not from the Spirit Hall and his woman. Douluo was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Huh, are you threatening me, old man? I wouldn't dare. I'm just stating a fact to the Great Elder." Yi Feng replied without retreating, showing that he would not back down on this matter. Douluo laughed, genuinely pleased. He wasn't angry at Yi Feng's threat. Instead, he felt a bit happy. In his view, Yi Feng was destined to be the God King. If he didn't even have the courage to resist him, how could he ever become the God King? Moreover, if Yi Feng could protect BibiDong, then he could also protect Qianrenxue. With that, Qianrenxue was destined to become a god, and he would benefit from it as well. Yi Feng looked at Douluo with confusion. Why was this old guy acting so strange? Just a moment ago, he had a serious face, and now he was laughing? Yesterday, did you learn to change faces like in Sichuan opera? Good. Yi Feng, I have high hopes for you. The Spirit Hall and Schwerer will be entrusted to you in the future. Douluo patted Yi Feng on the shoulder and walked outside, leaving Yi Feng standing there with a silly expression, completely bewildered. So what exactly was he here for? Yi Feng was puzzled, wondering why the old man was acting so foolishly. Could it be that he had dementia? But can a soul master even get dementia? "Young master, the water is ready." A maid's voice came from outside the door. Yi Feng shook his head, not wanting to think about Douluo, and walked outside. He skillfully made his way to the bathhouse, where, with the assistance of 6 maids, he took off his clothes and stepped into the bath that was 20 meters wide and 20 meters long, beginning a long-awaited soak. Feels great. I haven't taken a bath in ages. This feeling is wonderful. Yi Feng freely soaked in the bath, then summoned a few maidens to give him a massage and scrub him down. Of course, he wanted something to happen in the bath, but he didn't dare. If he did, the next day that maiden would mysteriously disappear, and he would be grounded for a few days. Moreover, at this moment, he no longer found these ordinary maidens appealing. They were nowhere near as entertaining as BibiDong, Qianrenxue, or Hulaina. Yi Feng lay by the bath, enjoying the luxurious life of the wealthy. Closing his eyes brought him happiness, and opening them felt like paradise. In this wonderful state, he gradually fell into a dream. You all can leave now. Yes, Your Holiness. BibiDong gracefully approached the bath, waving her hand to dismiss all the attendants. Then she took off her clothes and stepped into the bath. A bit harder. Why aren't you pressing? Murmured Yi Feng in his sleep, sensing that no one was massaging him anymore. Just after he spoke, a pair of soft hands, as gentle as milk, began to massage his back. Is this pressure enough? Close enough, a bit lower. All right, BibiDong gently replied, indeed pressing a little lower. Yi Feng, who had his eyes closed, suddenly felt something was off. Why did that voice sound so familiar? He quickly opened his eyes and turned his head, only to see BibiDong smiling at him. Teacher, why are you here? BibiDong smiled tenderly. What, you don't want to come? It was then that Yi Feng realized BibiDong was completely naked, even with the water covering her. He could see almost everything. Moreover, it was this semi-exposed state that felt the most enticing. He instinctively swallowed hard and lunged forward, bathing in the ambience, indulging in delights. 3 hours later, BibiDong lay lazily in Yi Feng's arms, her hair moving in front of him involuntarily. When you plan to leave this time? DaughterFighting, why do you ask like that? It sounds like you think I'm a scumbag. Just finishing and leaving? Yi Feng replied seriously, I'm a good person. BibiDong rolled her eyes at him. Aren't you a scumbag? You've been a scumbag since childhood. When you were little, you dared to play with my body just because you were small, and as you grew up, you used thunder to scare me into sleeping with you. If you're not a scumbag, then who is? Yi Feng instantly felt embarrassed. There was really no way to explain it, because he had indeed done it. home.Our. Please don't say it out loud. BibiDong shot him an annoyed glance and said, if I had known you were this kind of person from the beginning, I wouldn't have accepted you as my disciple. Yi Feng was also taken aback. At this point, he was very puzzled about why BibiDong had chosen him as her disciple in the first place. Moreover, she knew he was at half level in innate talent, but still didn't plan to abandon him. Dongar, I am very curious. Why did you take me as your disciple back then? And I was already at half level in innate talent, yet you didn't give up on me. What is the reason for that? Is it really because I'm handsome? Or did you fall in love with me back then? BibiDong fell silent. Yi Feng's words reminded her of that giant hand from back then, and the terrifying threat seemed to be right in front of her. In her view, that hand was definitely stronger than a god, at least stronger than her Rakshasa god. Fenger, some things you need to explore on your own. That way it has meaning, rather than asking me directly, got it? Yi Feng pouted and said, how would I know what you were thinking back then? How can I check your secrets? Speak up or not? He turned his head away, deliberately acting sulky. Usually, when Yi Feng did this, BibiDong would compromise with him. Sure enough, seeing Yi Feng like this, BibiDong sighed helplessly and said, at that time, I just thought you were handsome, which is why I took you as my disciple. As for why I didn't get rid of you later, it's because of Laina. If you can't do it, then let her inherit the spirit hall, and you can just stay by my side as a decorative vase. Helplessly, BibiDong had to tell a beautiful lie. Yi Feng said happily, I knew it was because I'm handsome. Yes, you're handsome. BibiDong said helplessly, why are you acting like a child again? Yi Feng thought for a moment and asked, DaughterFighting, that night I wanted to sleep with you. Why didn't you refuse? And how did you have that kind of thing at that time? Could it be that Qianren is actually not BibiDong's daughter? He was very concerned about this issue because the next target to pursue, Tang Yuehua, was very similar to BibiDong in attributes. Both were strong women and much older than him. BibiDong's face instantly turned red as she recalled that night. She didn't know why she didn't refuse. It was as if there was a thought in her mind urging her not to. How can you say that? I haven't touched any part of you. Even if I refused, you would still have another chance, and another, and another. Since it was destined to fall into your hands sooner or later, why should I refuse? The sooner I give up struggling, the sooner I can enjoy it. As for Qianren, you'll find out about this matter later. Yi Feng nodded, realizing that to conquer a goddess like this, he had to start from the physical aspect, from the outside to the inside, in order to succeed. Splashing sounds echoed as BibiDong walked out of the water and sat down beside him. At this moment, she was completely unguarded, her entire body visible to Yi Feng, igniting a fire in his heart. Don't move, you continue your bath. I don't want to come back today. Seeing Yi Feng making a move, BibiDong hurriedly stopped him, knowing that if he came any closer, she would lose control. DaughterFighting, can you be so decisive? Yi Feng said with a face, how can you tease without letting me? As BibiDong put on her clothes, she replied, I don't care about you. Go find your vixen outside. Vixen? Yi Feng instantly thought of Laina, deciding it wouldn't be bad to look for her later. Nana, don't think about it. She's not at the spirit hall. BibiDong immediately guessed Yifeng's thoughts and ruthlessly struck him down. Yifeng was feeling down, lying by the edge of the bathtub with a face. Seeing him like this, BibiDong couldn't help but smile. She didn't pay him any mind and got dressed before walking outside. "Fenger, you should rest well today." After BibiDong left, Yifeng lost interest in bathing, got out early, put on his pajamas, and returned to his room. He had just been joking. He and BibiDong had fought for 3 hours. So how could he possibly have that many bullets left to fire? Lying on the bed, he quickly fell asleep. It must be said that the 5-meter-wide bed was very comfortable to sleep on. The next day, without Meng, Iran's wake-up service, Yifeng felt a bit unaccustomed and didn't wake up until noon. There was nothing to be done. Although the spirit hall had maids, they didn't provide wake-up services. Mainly because BibiDong wouldn't allow it. The day after leaving Iran, he missed her. Yifeng muttered a sentence and walked outside. After leaving his room, he took a few steps and arrived at BibiDong's room. But BibiDong was usually not there during the day, so Yifeng didn't go in. Passing by the Douluo hall, Yifeng saw a group of Douluo and titled Douluo inside, talking about something he didn't know, but Yifeng wasn't curious. So he didn't pay attention. He walked all the way to the papal hall, where BibiDong was, as usual, handling affairs. Yifeng Suvegiriting. Reporting to the Pope, there seems to be an issue with the infiltration plan of the Tiando Empire. Douluo said respectfully in front of BibiDong, relaying the information that had come in. BibiDong furrowed her brows and asked, "What happened?" It seems that a girl was involved due to an avalanche, and it just so happened to implicate Miss Shui. BibiDong frowned, surprised that a small avalanche could cause such a situation. Was it a coincidence, or was it a deliberate scheme? Just then, Yifeng, who had just entered, heard the mention of the avalanche and couldn't help but shiver. Wasn't that the scoundrel who tricked Qianren Xue? This guy deceived everyone and later became the king of the Tiando Empire. What a cunning and treacherous person. But this time, with me here, I won't let you succeed. Teacher, let me help Sister Shui. BibiDong furrowed her brows again, instinctively. She didn't want Yifeng to go because with Qianren Xue there, if Yifeng went, he probably wouldn't return for several months. Nonsense. Is this kind of major matter something you can participate in? BibiDong glared at Yifeng, urging him to abandon this idea. Yifeng was taken aback. What does it mean that I can't participate in such a big event? Didn't I make the plans for the spirit hall before? He felt speechless in his heart and understood BibiDong's thoughts. She just didn't want him to go find Qianren Xue. Teacher, I think I can. No, you just came back. Don't think about going out. Then I'll go in a few days. No. After thinking for a moment, BibiDong still wasn't very willing. In her eyes, the matter of Qianren Xue was just a small issue. What kind of tricks could that avalanche play? Yifeng looked towards Douluo beside him. Douluo understood and quickly spoke up. Reporting to the Pope, the matter of the avalanche is of great importance to our spirit hall and cannot be taken lightly. It's better for the young master to go and take a look. Yifeng silently gave a thumbs up. BibiDong furrowed her brows. One of her left and right guards beside Douluo was present, and she didn't want to lose face in front of him. But she was also reluctant to let Yifeng leave right now. How about this, teacher? Why don't I rest for 7 days first, and then go help Sister Shui? Yifeng cautiously suggested to BibiDong, wanting to spend more time with her. BibiDong glanced at him and calmly said, "Since Douluo has spoken, you don't need to wait 7 days. Just leave tomorrow." Yifeng was taken aback for a moment and pretended to be wronged as he said, "Oh, I understand. Your Holiness, I'll take my leave now." Douluo wisely exited the Great Hall. Only Yifeng and BibiDong remained in the Pope's chamber. Yifeng pretended to be very aggrieved and said, "Is that how you want me to leave, teacher?" He pouted, his expression looking very pitiful. BibiDong shot him a glare and said, "All right, don't act all good after getting what you want. Go spend time with your fiancé, eat tomorrow." Yifeng immediately restrained his expression and smiled, saying, "How could that be? I would rather accompany you, teacher." He didn't even glance at BibiDong and walked straight ahead, saying as he walked, "I still understand your little thoughts, right? Come to my room tonight." Yifeng felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurried to catch up. After spending a peaceful day at the spirit hall, Yifeng had an in-depth conversation with BibiDong in the evening. The next day, he was ready to set off for the home.Our Empire. Yifeng looked at the 12 Douluo and said to BibiDong, "Teacher, there's no need for these 12 Douluo to follow me. They aren't much use anyway." The 12 Douluo lowered their heads, thinking, "It's not that we're useless, young master. It's just that your enemies are too strong. They're often 10,000-year-old beasts and titled Douluo. How can we fight them?" BibiDong nodded, knowing that the performance of the 12 Douluo wasn't great and that they were dispensable to Yifeng. She took out a piece of talisman paper from her bosom and handed it to Yifeng. "This paper contains my full power strike. Take it for safety. A full power strike from a 99 level title Douluo? Yifeng felt delighted and shamelessly said, Hee, teacher, this one doesn't seem enough. Can you give me a bit more? As a man living off a rich woman, he always believed that what belonged to the wealthy was his, and what belonged to him was still his. BibiDong rolled her eyes at him and took out 2 more pieces. This is the last of it. I don't have any more. It's really hard to get these sealed soul power items. That's enough. Thank you, teacher. Yifeng happily put them away, thinking that today was another day of being loved by a wealthy woman. I live off a rich woman, and I'm proud of it. All right, you should go now. Don't cause trouble for Qianren Xue. BibiDong said helplessly. Although she didn't want him to go, she still had to prioritize the bigger picture. Yifeng nodded, said goodbye to BibiDong, and walked towards the direction of the imperial city of the Tiando Empire. BibiDong watched Yifeng walk away, feeling a subtle sensation in her heart. After Yifeng was completely out of sight, she turned her head. The gentle aura around her instantly disappeared, returning to her usual dominance. On the other side, after walking for 2 or 3 hours, Yifeng suddenly felt something was amiss because he had forgotten one thing. He didn't know the way. Moreover, this place was filled with trees. As someone who was bad with directions, how could he possibly know where to go? If he had known, he wouldn't have acted so cool. In fact, those 12 soul Douluos were quite important. At least they knew the way. As a person with terrible sense of direction, Yifeng sighed helplessly, realizing that his attempt to show off had backfired. With no other choice, he decided to head in one direction in hopes of seeing someone. After walking for another 3 hours, he still found himself surrounded by trees, and Yifeng was starting to feel foolish. Am I going to be trapped here? Just as he was in despair, a faint song floated from afar. The singing was beautiful and melodious, especially when Yifeng was on the brink of despair. It felt like heavenly music. It's hard to find a place to stay at night. What should I use to numb myself? There are too many emotions. How can I face them? It's not that I don't want you to accompany me. Some things you can't understand. Lowering my guard, loneliness follows. I want my own space. This beautiful song instantly gave Yifeng hope because he finally encountered someone. He hurriedly ran towards the direction of the song. After passing through the woods, he saw a stunning woman sitting on a rock, softly singing, with a look of sorrow on her face. Just one glance made Yifeng's heart flutter. Seeing her quietly sitting there, he instinctively thought she was a gentle woman, but in the next moment, he realized he was mistaken. Who are you? The woman shouted, rushing towards Yifeng and grabbing him. Who are you? And how did you get here? She frowned, glaring at Yifeng. This was her private space, and she generally didn't allow others in. Let go of me. Yifeng choked, unable to speak due to her grip on his neck. The woman frowned, but eventually released Yifeng. Now who are you? How did you get here? Cough, cough. Yifeng gasped for air, coughing, nearly suffocated by that grip. I mean, do you have to be so ruthless, Auntie? I just accidentally passed by here. Auntie? The woman glared at Yifeng, and with a punch, she sent him reeling. Who are you calling Auntie? Bank a punch kanokit Yifeng sili. Who is this woman? She looked like an ant, although well-maintained. She had to be at least 30, not an ant. You look like you're at least 20. I'm only 12. Can I call you Auntie? Yifeng said aggrievedly. I didn't say anything wrong. 20 years old? In your eyes? Only 20? The woman looked at Yifeng in confusion, and Yifeng nodded seriously. The woman instantly became happy and stopped hitting Yifeng, instead helping him up. Kid, you have good taste. I am indeed 20 years old. Yifeng nodded seriously, and internally began to complain. He had just realized that the person in front of him should be Lu Erlong, someone from the same generation as Yu Xiaojiang. In fact, he should have reacted when he first heard that song. Wasn't a love letter written by Yu Xiaojiang to Lu Erlong? Yes, sister, you look so good. I just shouted wrong. I shouldn't have called you Auntie. Sister, my name is Yifeng, what's yours? Yifeng blinked his big, innocent eyes, trying hard to pretend to be a clueless child. Lu Erlong was also very happy to be called sister by Yifeng. He wrapped his arm around Yifeng's neck and said joyfully, My name is Lu Erlong. You have good taste, so you'll be my little brother from now on. Yifeng was squeezed on the face by Lu Erlong, and he felt a bit excited. Although Lu Erlong's temper was a bit fiery, her figure was really impressive. But to ask me to be your little brother? Auntie, have you forgotten how old you are? I'd be too young to be your son. Do you think Yifeng is someone who just eats soft rice? All right, sister. Although he was internally complaining, Yifeng still happily called her sister, and it was so sweet. Ha ha ha, good, from now on, sister will take care of you. Lu Erlong was also quite happy. Having such a tall, handsome, perceptive, and sweet-talking little boy was really nice. Little brother, come tell sister how you ended up here? Lu Erlong asked curiously, as this was her private territory, and, generally, people wouldn't be allowed in. Yifeng lowered his head and said with a face full of grievance, "Sister, I just got lost and accidentally came here. I didn't expect you to hit me as soon as you came up, boo-hoo." As he spoke, he started to cry in grievance. The scumbag is willing to do anything to pick up girls, and fake crying is nothing to him. Lu Erlong felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this and quickly said, "I'm sorry, little brother. Come on, let's go inside. I'll help you with the medicine." Yifeng nodded and obediently followed Lu Erlong into the room. Applying medicine. It was a wooden house with simple decorations, just a bed, 2 chairs, and a bookshelf filled with books. As soon as Yifeng entered the room, he naturally sat down on the bed without any hint of politeness. Lu Erlong frowned slightly at the sight, but didn't say anything. After all, she had just accepted him as her brother, so he was family now. However, she found it strange why she had decided to recognize Yifeng as her brother. She was also feeling a bit confused, as it had just been an impulsive decision. "Come on, let me apply the medicine for you." Lu Erlong crouched down in front of Yifeng and quietly began to apply the medicine for him. Yifeng nodded, leaned in, and let her apply the medicine. To be honest, when Lu Erlong was silent, she was truly beautiful. Her face was free of makeup, her skin as smooth as cream, her neck graceful, her features delicate, and her eyes clear. The key point was that her pride in front of her was also quite satisfying. If she didn't speak, she would truly be an exquisite person. Unfortunately, Erlong had a mouth. "It hurts." Yifeng grimaced, pretending to be in pain from Lu Erlong's touch. Lu Erlong said, "Just endure it. It will be fine." She gently applied the medicine, not daring to use too much force. Seeing Yifeng's little submissive appearance, she suddenly felt a surge of maternal affection. Sure enough, little boys were really quite tempting. "Brother, where are you planning to go? How did you get lost and end up here with me?" Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "I just left home, planning to go to Tiando City. But I got lost in the forest because I don't know the way. I almost couldn't find my way out. Fortunately, my sister's singing guided me in the right direction. Otherwise, I would have had to spend the night in the forest and might have been eaten by a big bad wolf." Yifeng made a big wolf gesture with both hands, looking adorably silly. Lu Erlong couldn't help but smile. This newly recognized brother was just too cute. "Don't worry, there are no big bad wolves around here." "Really? That's great. I'm most afraid of big bad wolves." Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, pretending to be scared. "Although there are no big bad wolves here, there's a big black bear." Lu Erlong suddenly smiled mischievously, wanting to scare Yifeng after seeing his reaction. Yifeng instantly jumped up from the bed and hugged Lu Erlong tightly, his body trembling. "Sister, I'm scared." Yifeng said this, but inside he was already overjoyed. Was Lu Erlong giving him a chance to hug her? What a good person. Lu Erlong was taken aback. She hadn't expected Yifeng to be so excited. However, she thought Yifeng was still young and probably didn't have those kinds of thoughts, so she didn't think much of it. "All right, I was just joking. I'm not really coming." "Sister, you scared me." Yifeng reluctantly left Lu Erlong's embrace, pouting to show his dissatisfaction. "It's okay if the big black bear comes. I will protect you." Lu Erlong patted her 36D and promised earnestly. "Really? Thank you, sister." Yifeng nodded happily. Now he had successfully gained another wealthy benefactor, which was great. Weren't you going to Tiando City? Let me take you there." After applying the medicine for Yifeng, Lu Erlong tidied up her things, stood up, and was ready to take Yifeng to Tiando City. Yifeng looked at her with a tangled expression, occasionally tugging at Lu Erlong's clothes, appearing as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Lu Erlong also noticed his peculiarity and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to Tiando City? It's getting late." Yifeng shyly pointed outside, where it was already dusk, and it was likely to be dark soon. Lu Erlong was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that this kid was afraid of the dark and didn't dare to go. She patted Yifeng's little head and said, "It's okay, with my speed, we'll definitely arrive before it gets dark." Lu Erlong reached out to pull Yifeng, but he instinctively shrank back, unwilling. "I don't want to." "Sister is lying. We definitely won't make it before dark. I don't want to travel in the dark." Yifeng pouted, perfectly portraying a child's fear of the dark. Lu Erlong helplessly rubbed her forehead and had to say, "Then let's rest here for today." Yifeng quickly nodded, having achieved his goal. Lu Erlong shook her head, thinking he was really just a child, scared even of the dark. She looked at the only bed and felt a bit troubled, wondering how they would sleep. "Sister, I'm hungry. Can you make me something to eat?" Yifeng blinked his cute big eyes, looking at Lu Erlong with expectation. Lu Erlong was taken aback. "You want me to cook?" "But I can't cook." She looked at Yifeng with a big smile and said, "You want to eat, huh?" Yi Feng nodded in anticipation. Lu Erlong smiled even brighter, leaned close to Yi Feng's ear, and suddenly shouted, "If you want to eat, go make it yourself." Yi Feng was stunned when he was directly called out. This was indeed Lu Erlong. He wore a face and nodded helplessly, then took out a pot and some food from his storage ring. Unfortunately, Lu Erlong didn't even have a kitchen, so he could only go outside to start a fire and cook. Watching Yi Feng's busy figure, Lu Erlong smiled with satisfaction, thinking, isn't he capable of cooking? Soon, under Yi Feng's careful preparation, a pot of delicious phoenix and mushroom soup was ready, and the aroma instantly spread in all directions. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, my cooking skills haven't diminished. Back then, it was this skill that conquered the three ladies of the spirit hall. Lu Erlong also came over, drawn by the aroma, her eyes shining at the sight of the delicious food in the pot. Not bad, let me try it first. She squatted down beside the pot, eager to dig in, but then awkwardly realized she didn't have a bowl. Here, Yi Feng thoughtfully handed Lu Erlong a bowl, allowing her to serve herself. Lu Erlong was not polite at all, filling the bowl to the brim and drinking directly from it, not caring about the heat. How is it? Yi Feng looked at Lu Erlong expectantly, waiting for her feedback. Lu Erlong gulped down the contents in one go, then filled another bowl, completely ignoring Yi Feng's presence. Yi Feng smiled helplessly, realizing that Lu Erlong was also a foodie. Lu Erlong stopped after drinking 5 large bowls, giving Yi Feng a thumbs up with a satisfied look on his face. Not bad, brother. This soup is almost as good as mine. Yi Feng also poured a bowl and started drinking. Hearing Lu Erlong say this, he couldn't help but excitedly ask, really? When will you let me try it, sister? Lu Erlong instantly felt awkward and thought, I was just saying that. Why did you take it seriously? Cooking is not something I can do. Ahem. Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it later. Yi Feng nodded seriously and said, then let's talk about it later. Lu Erlong lay down on the grass board, looking at the sky. It was already dark, and the stars had come out. There are many stars in the Douluo continent, and the sight of the twinkling stars is truly beautiful. Yi Feng also lay down beside her to watch the stars. I used to watch the stars alone. You were the first one to accompany me. Lu Erlong suddenly said, a bit emotional. Yi Fengxiang asked in confusion, Sister, why is there no one to keep you company? You're so pretty. There should be many people who like you. Lu Erlong smiled wryly. She indeed had many admirers, but she only liked one person. Brother, do you think there can be love between siblings? Siblings? Are you talking about you and Yu Xiaojiang? Yi Feng thought seriously and said, I don't understand what love is. But I heard from the elders at home that siblings can't get married, or else they will give birth to monsters, like those with 3 heads or 4 legs. Sister, you said it would be scary for siblings to marry. Isn't that called something chaotic? It's called chaos. Lu Erlong completed a sentence. Yes, that's it. Yi Feng suddenly understood and said seriously. Lu Erlong fell silent. She had also heard Yi Feng's claim. Over the years, to prove that siblings could be together, she had crazily searched for cases of siblings being together. However, the results were not good, and indeed many people's children were born as monsters. Could it be that siblings really couldn't be together? Lu Erlong sighed. Of course not. That's illegal. Yi Feng hurriedly replied. If you and Yu Xiaojiang are together, then who will I play with? Lu Erlong knocked on Yi Feng's head and said irritably, You little kid, do you understand these things? Ouch, that hurts. Yi Feng grimaced. Why did Lu Erlong like to hit people so much? Lu Erlong got up from the floor and walked towards the room. I'm going to sleep. Sister, wait for me. Yi Feng quickly followed. The thought of sleeping with Lu Erlong excited him. He rushed into the room, where Lu Erlong stood in front of the bed, looking troubled. She hadn't thought that there would be other people staying here and had only prepared one bed, which now made things difficult for her. But Yi Feng didn't care about that. He quickly stripped off his clothes and jumped onto the bed, inviting Lu Erlong's sister, come up and sleep. Lu Erlong frowned at Yi Feng, who was left in just his underwear, and angrily said, You can get on the bed, but why are you taking off your clothes? Yi Feng was taken aback and quickly said, Sister, I'm used to sleeping like this. You're used to it? But I'm not used to it. Lu Erlong stepped forward, grabbed Yi Feng's hand, and directly threw him out. Put your clothes on properly, or don't sleep at all. Yi Feng was a bit stunned by this throw. Can't this woman just talk nicely? Why is she always resorting to physical actions? But it's not all bad. At least Lu Erlong agreed to let him have the bed. He hurriedly put on his clothes, wearing as he walked in, standing motionless in front of the bed, quietly watching Lu Erlong. At this moment, Lu Erlong was reading a martial arts manual and felt uncomfortable under Yi Feng's gaze. She furrowed her brows and said, What are you staring at? You sleep inside. She patted the inner half of the bed indicating that Yifeng should sleep inside while she would take the outside. Oh, Yifeng said dejectedly, as he reluctantly walked to the inside of the bed. Yifeng lay on the bed, while Lu Erlong was reading a book. The bright light made it impossible for Yifeng to fall asleep, but of course, he didn't really want to sleep. Sister, this light is so bright, I can't sleep. Lu Erlong sighed helplessly, wondering why this kid was so annoying. Fine, I'll turn off the light. She had no choice but to put down her book and turn off the light. Thank you, sister. Yifeng similit happily. And the two of them went to bed together. Lu Erlong lay on the bed, unable to sleep. She had never slept with a man before, not even with Yu Xiaojiang. In contrast, Yifeng, who was lying beside her, had already fallen asleep and was snoring. Lu Erlong smiled helplessly, thinking that this kid was sleeping quite well. She had no choice but to close her eyes and try to fall asleep. After a while, just as Lu Erlong was about to fall asleep, Yifeng suddenly reached out and hugged her. Lu Erlong frowned, thinking, is he taking advantage of me? She immediately thought about giving Yifeng a slap, but one of his words made her hesitate. Mom, don't leave me. It turned out he was dreaming about his mother. Lu Erlong sighed and thought, forget it, just let him hug me for a moment. With that thought, she relaxed her body and gave up on waking Yifeng. However, the next second, she slapped Yifeng directly. You bastard, where are you touching? Slap. Lu Erlong slapped him hard, thinking that letting him hug her was one thing. But he actually groped her? Does he think Lu Erlong is a pushover? Yifeng, who was awakened by the slap, looked completely confused. He stared blankly at Lu Erlong and asked innocently, Sister, what happened? Lu Erlong furrowed her brows. Yifeng didn't seem to be pretending. Could it be that he really was dreaming just now? Do you know what you just did? What did I do? Yifeng thought seriously for a moment and said, I just dreamed about my mom. She gave me a balloon, and I was happily playing with it. Lu Erlong's heart skipped a beat. Did he just take my chest for a balloon? And then I got slapped awake. Sister, why did you hit me? Yifeng looked at her with a confused expression, looking as pitiful as could be. It's nothing, just swatting a mosquito. Hurry up and go to sleep. Lu Erlong casually said and turned over. Yifeng smiled proudly and lay down to sleep beside her, but he didn't stop there. Instead, he continued with his previous antics. After a while, Yifeng's snoring could be heard again as he skillfully wrapped his arms around Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong frowned. Last time it was a dream, but this time he couldn't possibly be dreaming again. Could he? Just as she was about to slap him, she heard Yifeng mumble, Sister, thank you. Lu Erlong was taken aback. Was he not sleeping? Was he really bold enough to hold her like this without dreaming? What did he take her for? She immediately slapped him away. Get out and sleep elsewhere. Poor Yifeng was unceremoniously tossed out. Yifeng, why doesn't Lu Erlong follow the usual pattern? Shouldn't you let me hold you like a petite girl? That's really not cute. As expected, Lu Erlong is truly not an ordinary girl. Yifeng stayed outside, shivering in the night breeze. He trembled and said, Sister, I'm so cold. Lu Erlong frowned, not wanting to pay attention to him. This must be this little brat's trick again. Does he really think I haven't been through this? Even if I haven't experienced it. It's not something you can play tricks on. Sister, I'm really so cold. I'm not lying to you. Yifeng's upper teeth were clashing with his lower teeth. This time he wasn't acting, he was really cold. Of course, he could have put on some clothes himself, but to stir up Lu Erlong's maternal instincts. Yifeng had to endure the cold night wind. It was just a bit chilly. He had to handle it himself. Lu Erlong dropped the sentence and didn't care about him, falling asleep. Poor Yifeng waited outside until dawn. The next morning, the sunlight shone on Lu Erlong's face right on time, and she woke up slowly. Lu Erlong yawned. She had slept really well last night. She instinctively looked around the room, but didn't see Yifeng. Could that kid really be foolish enough not to come in? Lu Erlong panicked and hurried outside. And sure enough, she found Yifeng at the door. At that moment, Yifeng was icy cold and extremely stiff, clearly having endured immense suffering. Hey, little brother, are you okay? Yifeng struggled to open his eyes and said tremblingly, I'm fine, before instantly fainting. Lu Erlong panicked and hurriedly carried him inside, covering him with a blanket to keep him warm. Seeing Yifeng still shivering under the blanket, Lu Erlong felt anxious. It seemed the blanket wasn't helping at all. He quickly rushed outside to gather firewood to start a fire and brought Yifeng to sit by the flames. Come on, warm up a bit. You'll be fine soon. Yifeng sat by the fire, trembling constantly. At this moment, he was awake, but he didn't want to open his eyes, pretending to be asleep. He hugged Lu Erlong tightly, shaking all over. So cold. Lu Erlong frowned slightly, but didn't let him go. After all, it was because of him that Yifeng was like this, so she considered it a form of compensation. Yifeng kept rubbing, making Lu Erlong feel quite uncomfortable. but she thought that Yifeng was probably doing this because it was too cold, so she didn't take it to heart. However, Yi-Dog's next move directly showed us what it means to be shameless. Yifeng opened his cracked lips and hoarsely shouted, "Water! Water!" Lu Erlong hurriedly looked around to see if there was any water for him, but she was being held by Yifeng and couldn't get the water. "Be good. Let sister go get some water," Lu Erlong said gently, trying to persuade Yifeng to let go. However, Yifeng ignored her and continued to shout for water. Lu Erlong felt helpless and couldn't get him any water. Yifeng shouted for a while, and seeing no water coming, he directly kissed Lu Erlong's mouth. Sucking in a breath, Lu Erlong's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yifeng, thinking, "What is this bastard doing? Taking advantage of me?" In an instant, she was furious, concentrating her soul power in her hand, ready to slap this cheap brother to death. However, Yifeng wouldn't let her succeed. He immediately released Lu Erlong and shouted, "The water is delicious." Lu Erlong was taken aback. This bastard just drank water from my mouth? Her face turned slightly red, and she retracted a bit of her soul power, leaving only 1/10 of it, and slapped it towards Yifeng's face. Slap! Yifeng groggily opened his eyes, feeling the pain on his face, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. That little vixen Lu Erlong was really ruthless, hitting him so hard and only on the face. His handsome little face was almost ruined. Although he was cursing in his heart, he still wore a confused expression on his face. He looked at Lu Erlong and asked in bewilderment, "Sister, why did you hit me again?" Lu Erlong snorted coldly and didn't even mention the kiss that just happened. Instead, she said, "Just look at the time, still sleeping. We should be heading to Tiando City." She stood up, angrily kicked the fire pit, and walked outside. Right now, she felt like a mute eating bitter gourd. She had no way to express her grievances. Yifeng smiled proudly and said, "I'll let you throw me outside, and now you're the one at a disadvantage." He was very happy in his heart and quickly extinguished the fire, following her. "Sister, wait for me." The two of them walked one after the other through the forest towards Tiando City. Just as Lu Erlong had said, it really wasn't far from Tiando City. After walking for a while, they saw Tiando City right in front of them. Lu Erlong walked beside Yifeng and calmly asked, "Brother, you haven't said what you're doing in Tiando City yet. Where are we going later?" Yifeng thought for a moment. He was here to help Qian Renxue, but Qian Renxue was now the prince of the Tiando Empire, and he couldn't openly say he was looking for her, otherwise it would expose him. "Going to Yuexian, my family want me to go to Yuexian to study." After thinking it over, Yifeng still felt that going to Yuexian was appropriate. After all, his current task was to pursue Tang Yuehua. If he could stay at Yuexian, wouldn't that mean he would have the advantage? Lu Erlong exclaimed in surprise. "Yuexian? Where are you going?" 110. Tang Yuehua. Lu Erlong exclaimed in surprise. "Yuexian? Where are you going?" Yifeng looked at her in confusion. "Can't Yuexian go?" "What's wrong, sister? Can't Yuexian go?" Lu Erlong smiled and said, "That's not the case. It's just that Yuexian is a place for training the imperial royal family, and generally only nobles can go." "You don't look like a noble either." Yifeng was taken aback. "Does Yuexian have this rule? No one told me about it when I went there. Besides, Yuexian mainly focuses on cultivating noble etiquette and phonetics." "Are you sure you can stick it out?" Lu Erlong said disdainfully. She didn't believe that she could learn any etiquette from that bastard who ambushed her and kissed her. "Sister, please don't look down on people, okay? I'm actually quite impressive." Yifeng feigned anger as he looked at Lu Erlong, his expression very dissatisfied. Lu Erlong sneered and said, "If you can learn etiquette and graduate from Yuexian, then pigs can climb trees." Yifeng pouted and said unhappily, "Sister, don't look down on people. How about this? Let us make a bet. If I can graduate from Yuexian, you have to agree to one of my conditions." As soon as the word bet was mentioned, Lu Erlong instantly became interested and excitedly said, "All right, but if you lose, you have to come to my academy as a student." "Deal, it's a promise." The two shook hands and the bet was officially established. Yifeng smiled, successfully setting a trap for Lu Erlong. This condition might play a crucial role in strategizing against Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong also smiled. She was well aware of how strict Yuexian was. She remembered that just a few days after enrolling, she was expelled. She didn't believe Yifeng could endure and graduate. "Brother, just wait to be my student." Lu Erlong laughed heartily as she walked forward. Yifeng smiled indifferently, confident that he would win this bet. The two of them walked through the streets and alleys of Tiando City and finally arrived at Yuexian. Lu Erlong stood at the entrance of Yuexian and arrogantly said, "Move aside, I want to go in." The student guarding the door looked at her coldly and said unhurriedly, "Sorry, entry is not allowed for those who are improperly dressed." The two exchanged glances and realized they were both dressed quite ordinarily, but they weren't improperly dressed at all. Yifeng had a sudden inspiration and said to the person guarding the door, "Then may I ask what is considered neat? At least you need to wear a tie." Yifeng smiled, took out a tie from his pocket, and waved it in front of the guard, saying, "I have it." He tied it haphazardly and then walked in with Lu Erlong, and the guard really didn't stop them. Lu Erlong marvelously said, "This is the first time I've heard that wearing a tie means being neat. I've really learned something new. But brother, you look quite handsome in a tie." Yifeng smiled slightly and said, "Sister, you were joking. When have I not been handsome?" Lu Erlong was taken aback for a moment and then burst into laughter. This kid is really interesting. They walked in the Moon Pavilion, where several students were studying phonetics, making it quite lively. The two continued to ascend. As Yifeng needed to find Tang Yuehua to register if he wanted to enroll in the Moon Pavilion, and Tang Yuehua's room was on the top floor of the pavilion. As they reached the stairway, someone blocked their way. "Stop! The room above is the master's, and no idle people are allowed to go up." There was also someone guarding there, preventing outsiders from ascending. Lu Erlong frowned, about to provide a reason to go up, but was directly pulled back by Yifeng. "Sister, let me handle this." Yifeng stepped forward with a grin, his sharp eyes fixed on the person. Lu Erlong was surprised, wondering if her brother was about to fight. How exciting. She eagerly watched Yifeng, waiting for his next move. The person opposite Yifeng was also looking at him with a wary expression and said, "What do you want?" "I warn you, this is Yuxian. If you want to be shameless, then go ahead and make a move." Yifeng smiled disdainfully, clenched his fists tightly, and took a deep breath. The guard immediately summoned their martial souls, just in case. Lu Erlong stood by like he was watching a show, looking quite interested. Both of them were focused on Yifeng's movements, and Yifeng did not disappoint them. In the next second, he gathered his energy in his dantian, channeling all his strength into his abdomen. "Teacher Yuehua, I'm here to find you." Yifeng shouted loudly at the upstairs, instantly leaving the two in a daze. "Goodness, I thought you were going to fight, but you just shouted? Ha ha, my brother's really amusing." Lu Erlong laughed out loud, finding Yifeng too entertaining. "Kid, don't shout so loudly. If you disturb the master, you're in trouble." The guard glared at Yifeng, clearly displeased. Meanwhile, students studying phonetics quickly gathered around, pointing and criticizing Yifeng. "Hey, are you crazy? Yelling in the Moon Pavilion? What kind of person does he think he is? Hurry up and throw him out. Yeah, take him out to feed the dogs. Vulgar. We are all refined people. How can we say such common words? Someone, please take this gentleman to the kitchen." The group of students surrounded Yifeng aggressively, ready to overpower him. Lu Erlong looked at the crowd warily and wanted to pull Yifeng away. But Yifeng remained calm and signaled her not to worry. "It's fine, they don't dare to make a move." Yifeng was calm and unconcerned. Regardless of how many people were in front of him, Lu Erlong was taken aback. What was wrong with this little brother? He was terrified of a big black bear before, but now he wasn't afraid even when so many people were about to hit him. Was he pretending before? Lu Erlong began to have doubts. "Everyone, this kid looks down on us. Let's teach him a lesson. Yeah, beat him. Be gentle, be gentle. To hell with being gentle." The crowd instantly surged forward, ready to give Yifeng a lesson, but Yifeng remained calm and indifferent. Just as they were about to strike Yifeng, a beautiful voice suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Everyone halted abruptly, tumbling over one another. Tang Yuehua slowly descended the stairs, her elegance and beauty unmatched. She looked at Yifeng, momentarily taken aback, and after a moment's thought, she remembered who he was. "Yifeng, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing Tang Yuehua, Yifeng was instantly excited. He stepped on the fallen crowd and rushed into Tang Yuehua's embrace. The people on the ground were left speechless. "Thank you. Teacher Yuehua, you finally came. They were about to hit me. I was so scared." Yifeng looked like he was about to cry, pitifully gazing at Tang Yuehua, and without hesitation, he filed a complaint. Lu Erlong, who was beside him, nodded as he observed Yifeng's behavior, realizing that this was indeed the real Yifeng. The previous impression had definitely been an illusion. Tang Yuehua was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently, lightly stroking Yifeng's head, and said, "It's okay. Teacher Yuehua will take care of it for you." 111. Martial Soul Mutation? Yifeng nodded pitifully, his expression extremely aggrieved. Tang Yuehua smiled at Yifeng, then instantly turned her head to look at the many students, reprimanding, "You all go back and study the phonetics? Today you'll be punished to learn the Tiendo song 10 times. You can't go back until you finish." The numerous students below instantly felt the pain. The instructor was being too biased. After scolding the students, Tang Yuehua turned back to Yifeng and gently said, "Yifeng, come on, sit with the teacher." "All right. Teacher, I have an older sister there." Yifeng pointed at Lu Erlong. indicating for her to come up as well. Tang Yuehua was taken aback. When did Yifeng have an older sister? And wasn't that Lu Erlong? How did she become his sister? Lu Erlong, however, didn't mind and followed along, greeting Tang Yuehua. Hello, Teacher Yuehua. Hello, Director Lu. Tang Yuehua and Lu Erlong exchanged simple greetings. As two people from the same generation met, it was not as friendly as Yifeng had imagined. Instead, they remained silent with each other. The air suddenly fell silent for a while. Tiaha Yuhua. Let's go up. Yifeng hurriedly spoke up, as the atmosphere was obviously tense, and he didn't know what grievances they had. Douluo. Would you like to join us? Tang Yuehua calmly invited, trying her best to maintain etiquette. Lu Erlong thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, Forget it. I won't go up. Little brother, come visit me at Lamba Academy when you have time. Yifeng was stunned. Lu Erlong was leaving? He hurriedly walked towards Lu Erlong and asked her, Sister, why are you suddenly leaving? Why do you care? Lu Erlong locked her hand around Yifeng's neck and pinched his face, saying, What? Do you want me, this ugly boy, to accompany you to school? Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, thinking it made sense. He had just said he came to school, and he couldn't let Lu Erlong accompany him all the time. Their relationship hadn't reached that stage yet. He nodded and said with a hint of sadness, Sister, remember to come see me. Lu Erlong instinctively glanced at Tang Yuehua, who stood there quietly, seemingly indifferent. She nodded and said, All right, stop being so sentimental. Go to school. Lu Erlong boldly tossed Yifeng in the direction of Tang Yuehua and walked out. Yifeng took a few steps back, barely steadying himself, and looked in the direction where Lu Erlong had disappeared. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that winning over Lu Erlong was quite challenging. Aldikt, Yifeng. Let's go up. Tang Yuehua smiled gently, inviting Yifeng to sit upstairs. Yifeng nodded and went up to the top floor with Tang Yuehua. The top floor was Tang Yuehua's private domain, which was quite spacious, with 3 rooms. One used as a living room to receive guests. One as a guest room for emergencies, and the last one was where Tang Yuehua herself lived. Tang Yuehua led Yifeng to the living room and gently said, Yifeng, what brings you here? Yifeng replied, Oh, it's like this, Teacher Yuehua. I've encountered some issues in my recent cultivation, occasionally getting caught in flames and going into a frenzy. The teacher suggested that I come and stay with you for a while to calm my temper. Yifeng seriously talked to Tang Yuehua, and he wasn't lying. Ever since he used his second martial soul to activate the spring medicine last time, it had directly caused his second martial soul to mutate. Now, whenever he activated his second martial soul, it would bring about the fire of desire. This fire could make him feel high, and it could also make the opponent feel high, looking quite impressive, but the problem was that he couldn't control it. Once activated, it was like both sides were taking the spring medicine. Who could withstand that? Tang Yuehua was taken aback and asked with concern, How did it mutate? That's a long story, and I can't really explain it in detail. Teacher Yuehua, it's better if you don't ask. Yifeng didn't want to discuss such matters with Tang Yuehua. It would be embarrassing. Tang Yuehua nodded and didn't press further. After all, Yifeng had his own secrets. Then take out your martial soul and let me see what the problem is. Yifeng was taken aback. Summoning a martial spirit? That might not be good. If Tang Yuehua got too excited, that would be too much. That's not too good, Teacher Yuehua. My martial spirit is a bit special and might affect you. Tang Yuehua smiled and said nonchalantly, It's fine, I have my own way. She had a special domain, the noble domain, which could calm those around her and dissipate their anger and killing intent. In the original work, Tang San relied on this to consume killing intent. Yifeng nodded. Since Tang Yuehua had no objections, he couldn't refuse either. If something really happened, it would be just as he wished. Then Teacher Yuehua, please be careful. Yifeng leaned closer to Tang Yuehua and summoned his second martial soul, the Sun God Blade. As soon as the Sun God Blade appeared, the entire room was instantly filled with flames, with a hint of black mist among the fire, a change caused by the spring medicine. Tang Yuehua took a careful look at the blade, a bit stunned. It looked too terrifying and seemed very powerful. She examined the blade closely, but couldn't discern anything. So she had to lean in a bit closer for a better look. Teacher Yuehua, don't get too close. Yifeng, andHer. It would be unpleasant if she got sucked in. It's fine, I'm just curious. Tang Yuehua was about to say it was fine when, in a moment of carelessness, she inhaled the substance. Yifeng panicked. It really came after all. Should I take the initiative to suck it up? Would it make it easier to cooperate with her? He hesitated for a while, but he didn't intend to do that. Such things were of no use to Tang Yuehua. Teacher Yuehua, let me get you a basin of water to calm down. Yifeng hurriedly prepared to go get some clear water to help Tang Yuehua calm down. Tang Yuehua smiled and said, It's nothing. This little bit won't affect me. After saying that, she activated her soul power, and a sense of tranquility emanated from her. Her previously slightly flushed face also calmed down a bit. Even the Sun God Blade was affected by Tang Yuehua's domain. The medicinal effect on it slightly diminished. But to make it completely disappear, it would probably take a few more months. However, Yifeng instinctively didn't want it to disappear. It would be great if he could control it, so that in future battles, he would have the desire fire automatically activated against his opponents. Just thinking about it, if during a fight, the opponent suddenly felt that kind of impulse, Yifeng was very much looking forward to it. It would definitely be fun. It seems my domain has some effect on your blade, but the effect is a bit weak, Tang Yuehua said as she carefully observed the Sun God Blade, nodding slightly. She then looked at Yifeng and said, how about this? For the next few months, you will study at Yuxian, and I will treat you every day. Yifeng nodded. If it couldn't be controlled, then he could only let Tang Yuehua eliminate it. I'm going to rest now. You can sleep in the guest room. Tang Yuehua said, walking towards her own room. Yifeng had lived here when he was young, so he didn't need her to take special care of him. All right, Teacher Yuehua, Yifeng said politely, bowing as he watched Tang Yuehua return to her room. After Tang Yuehua left, Yifeng noticed a puddle of water on the sofa where she had just been sitting. 112. Sleep together? Yifeng was taken aback. Was this just what Tang Yuehua had shown? He couldn't help but smile inexplicably. It turned out that Teacher Yuehua wasn't completely immune to such things. He chuckled, as if he had found a direction for his strategy. Skillfully returning to the guest room, he often stayed in this room before he turned 6. At that time, Qianren Xue was working undercover, BibiDong was busy controlling the spirit hall, and Hulaina was training, leaving no one to take care of him. Then, Qianren Xue threw him into Yuexian in the name of the Crown Prince, making him learn etiquette there, and it was here that he met Ning Rongrong. Remembering the happy times with Ning Rongrong in Yuexian, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect to have such a childish past, even though he was a traveler. The decorations in the room hadn't changed much. There was still a familiar guardrail next to the big bed. Back then, Yifeng often used the excuse of being afraid to sleep alone to go to bed with Tang Yuehua, and then he would tease her. Of course, he was too young at that time to take any real action. He could only move his hands and mouth. Later, Tang Yuehua installed a guardrail for Yifeng, saying that this way he could sleep peacefully. But Yifeng insisted, I just want to sleep with you. Yifeng smiled and didn't think much of it. After simply tidying up and taking a shower, he familiarized himself with Tang Yuehua's room. Teacher Yuehua, I can't sleep. Tang Yuehua was startled and quickly turned to look at Yifeng at the door, her eyes filled with panic. At that moment, she was wearing pajamas, the lace trim being her favorite. She wouldn't dare let Yifeng see her in this outfit, especially since he had grown up and was now taller than her. She felt even more reluctant to let him see her. W, what are you doing here? I'm here to sleep with Teacher Yuehua. Didn't we used to sleep together? Yifeng looked at Tang Yuehua in confusion, as if he didn't understand why she was reacting so strongly. Sleep. Tang Yuehua was taken aback, staring blankly at Yifeng. Do you know what you're saying? How old are you now? You still want to sleep with me? I didn't even dare to sleep with you when you were younger, and now that you've grown up, how could I possibly sleep with you? Who knows what you might do in the middle of the night? Regarding Yifeng, Tang Yuehua was quite familiar with him. This kid was inherently a pervert. Given the chance, he would definitely make a move on her, so she absolutely couldn't give him that opportunity. Yifeng looked at Tang Yuehua with a puzzled expression and said, I'm only 12 years old, not even 18 yet. I'm still a minor. Tang Yuehua was taken aback for a moment and then replied, well, that does seem to be the case, but you don't look like a minor at all. Come on, stop messing around and go to sleep by yourself. Yifeng instantly pouted and said, Teacher Yuehua doesn't like me anymore. After saying that, he turned around and walked away, not giving Tang Yuehua any chance to speak. Tang Yuehua was taken aback, wondering what kind of scene this was. She rubbed her forehead with one hand, feeling helpless towards Yifeng. Sai, come here. Whoosh. Yifeng instantly flashed in front of Tang Yuehua, looking at her with joy. Tang Yuehua glared at him and said, behave when you sleep. MHM. Yifeng nodded confidently and promised not to move. After saying that, he quickly ran to the bed and closed his eyes to sleep. Tang Yuehua shook her head helplessly beside him. Ever since Yifeng came to learn from her at the age of 5, he had developed the habit of sleeping with her. Several times she had tried to get Yifeng to sleep by himself, but he was too scared. Once, she locked him in her room, thinking that he would fall asleep on his own when he got tired. But to her surprise, the little rascal stayed awake the entire night. Since then, Tang Yuehua softened her heart and allowed Yifeng to sleep with her, though she was still not used to his habit of touching her face. You'd better not move around tonight, or I won't let you into this room tomorrow. Tang Yuehua said softly, warning Yifeng but unfortunately, he was already asleep and did not hear her. She sighed helplessly and closed her eyes to sleep as well. The next day, as the first light of dawn broke in the sky, Tang Yuehua woke up from her dreams. She looked at Yi Feng beside her and saw that he was actually sleeping soundly. He hadn't moved at all during the night. Tang Yuehua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but she also felt inexplicably a bit disappointed. It seemed that Yi Feng had grown out of that bad habit. Tang Yuehua nodded in satisfaction, prepared a simple breakfast for Yi Feng, and then went to wake him up. "Good morning, Teacher Yuehua." Yi Feng yawned, looking like he hadn't fully woken up. "Morning? What time is it? Hurry up and eat breakfast and come with me to class." Tang Yuehua scolded Yi Feng. At Yue Xian, she would never allow Yi Feng to wake up this late. Yi Feng was taken aback. "Going to class? Is that a thing?" "No, Teacher Tang Yuehua. Didn't I graduate long ago?" He remembered that he graduated before he was 6. Tang Yuehua was stunned for a moment. "Oh, right." He had already received his graduation certificate from Yu Xian. Her face couldn't help but turn red, and she hurriedly said, "Ahem, I know. I meant for you to be their teacher." As soon as she said it, Tang Yuehua regretted it. Is it really okay to have Yi Feng teach those students? Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Being a teacher? Not bad. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. He quickly finished his breakfast and pulled Tang Yuehua downstairs. Tang Yuehua had no choice but to follow, unsure if this guy would be up to the task. The two soon arrived on the first floor, where the students were all waiting for the teacher's arrival. "Hello, teacher." Upon seeing Tang Yuehua, everyone shouted in unison. In terms of respecting teachers and valuing education, the students of Yu Xian were second to none. No need for formalities. Yi Feng raised his head and signaled everyone to get up. Tang Yuehua looked at him helplessly, realizing he was being mischievous again. "Hey, who are you? We're calling for the teacher. What are you responding to?" A student frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Yi Feng's behavior. "This person seems to be that rude guy from yesterday." Don't say that. Can't you see the Xian master is here?" The students below quickly hushed, knowing they couldn't be too unruly with Tang Yuehua standing there. "Ahem, everyone listen to me." Tang Yuehua cleared her throat, and everyone instantly settled down. Tang Yuehua nodded in satisfaction and pointed at Yi Feng, saying, "This is Yi Feng, who graduated from Yu Xian 6 years ago and is now your teacher." Although she wasn't sure about Yi Feng's abilities, she still steeled herself to introduce him to the students. Yi Feng instantly felt proud, puffing out his chest and displaying a face full of confidence. The numerous students looked at each other, somewhat confused, wondering if it was really okay for this person to be their teacher. "He didn't even look taller than me." "Xian master, we are all top students of the empire. How can an ordinary person teach us? Please retract your order." "Be a teacher?" A student spoke up, and the others followed suit. "Yeah. What qualifications does he have to teach us?" "A teacher should excel in both talent and character." "We want to discuss your character, but your abilities should at least be better than ours, right?" A seemingly cultured person stepped forward and said to Yi Feng, "Wen Kai is right. If you are more capable than Wen Kai, we will accept you." Exactly. Let us have a competition. Let us compete." The crowd instantly began to shout, supporting Wen Kai and urging Yi Feng to compete. Tang Yuehua frowned and scolded. "What are you shouting about? Is there no order anymore?" The students quickly closed their mouths, not daring to argue back against Tang Yuehua. At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly took a step forward and said to the students, "I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be met with distance. No more. I'm laying it all out. I am a great artist." The students looked at him in confusion, wondering if this person had gone mad. Yi Feng didn't care how they looked at him. He turned to Wen Kai and said, "So you want to compete with me? I, a mere novice, wish to learn your esteemed skills." Wen Kai politely bowed and said seriously. Yi Feng nodded and said, "Since you seem to have a good attitude, I'll give you a favor. How about this? I'll play a piece of music, and if you don't think it's good, then I'll consider a loss, okay?" Wen Kai was taken aback, so confident. Is the master not afraid that I might speak recklessly based on my preferences? Yi Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "If you still have the courage to speak nonsense after listening, then go ahead and speak." Wen Kai nodded, feeling a bit curious about what Yi Feng would play. "Yi Feng, are you okay?" Tang Yuehua asked with concern. Although she knew Yi Feng could play, she didn't believe he could perform a piece that everyone would like. "Don't worry, just watch my performance." Yi Feng smiled and walked straight towards the guqin. "When it comes to cultivation talent, I may not be as strong as you, but when it comes to music, you can't compare to me." He recalled that in his previous life, in order to pursue the woman he liked, he had self-taught various musical instruments, including the guqin. Thinking back to how crazy he was back then, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile, but unfortunately, she had an accident later, and he also traveled through time, and they ultimately could not be together. Shaking his head, Yifeng stopped thinking about irrelevant things and focused on the guqin in front of him, his mind recalling the famous pieces from his past life. After a while, Yifeng's eyes lit up. This was it. He gently brushed the guqin with both hands, his fingers quickly plucking the strings, and a series of sounds burst forth. The sound was like cavalry sweeping across the ground, like a rain of arrows. Within the music, it seemed like two armies were battling, with metal clashing and the atmosphere overwhelming like a tiger, the aura of slaughter hidden within the notes. Each note was like a killing intent, making the listeners feel as if they were facing an army of 10,000, surrounded on all sides, unable to escape. Those with extraordinary courage, like Xiang Yu, who could lift a cauldron, still could not avoid self-destruction. The piece Ambush from 10 Sides, a war song, was also a supreme melody. As this piece was performed by Yifeng, an endless killing aura instantly swept towards the many students present, making them feel as if they were amidst thousands of troops, struggling to protect themselves. Sweat quickly soaked their clothes, and at that moment, it felt as if they were facing death directly. In less than 10 minutes, Ambush from 10 Sides left many students, including Tang Yuehua, feeling as if they had experienced a life-and-death battle, gasping for breath. Tang Yuehua patted her chest, feeling a bit frightened. She had never known that Yifeng's music was so powerful, as one piece had drawn her in so deeply that she couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Moreover, this piece was so powerful. It was indeed very suitable as a military battle song. Yifeng stopped his hands, looking at the many students with a proud expression, and said, "How about it? Is my piece all right?" He glanced at Wenkai, the one who had cheered the loudest just now, and now it was also him who was sweating the most. After a moment, Wenkai came to his senses, respectfully bowed to Yifeng, and said, "Sir, you are incredibly talented. I can't wait any longer." The many students behind him also bowed earnestly and shouted in unison, "Sir, you are incredibly talented. We can't wait any longer." Yifeng smiled gently and said, "Then I might be your teacher?" Wenkai quickly replied, "It is our honor that such a talented person like you is willing to teach us. We sincerely ask you to impart your knowledge." The many students behind Wenkai also hurriedly called out, and for a moment, the Moon Pavilion was filled with this phrase. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the appropriate attitude. He looked at the students and said, "If you want me to be your teacher, that's fine. But I'm a strict teacher. You all need to be mentally prepared. If you don't complete your assignments later, don't blame me. Of course we won't. Please rest assured. Sir, you can come at me. If you frown even once, I will consider it a loss. Please teach me, teacher." Yifeng simile, truly adorable. He turned to look at Tang Yuehua, who also nodded, indicating that he could go ahead and do his thing. With Tang Yuehua's affirmation, Yifeng felt much more at ease. He said to the students, "Since that's the case, for our first class today, I'll teach you how to appreciate music. Write a reflection on the piece I just played." "Yes, we will definitely do it." One kind nodded earnestly, and the other students had no objections. "Well, since that's the case, class is dismissed." Yifeng waved his hand, indicating they could leave. When Kai was taken aback, was class dismissed already? Hadn't they just started? "Teacher, won't you guide us a bit more?" Yifeng glanced at Wenkai and reprimanded, "Superficial, you are truly superficial. Do you think I haven't taught you anything?" "No, I have taught you, but you just haven't comprehended it." Wenkai was taken aback for a moment, suddenly falling silent as he recalled what Yifeng had just said and what he had done from the very beginning. He thought seriously about it. Yifeng had always been calm and unperturbed, regardless of what we did or said. Even during the final performance, he was very relaxed. So, the teacher wanted to tell us that to learn music, we must first learn to calm our hearts. Only when the heart is at peace can one learn good music, including the class dismissal. It must also be part of the teacher's plan. On the surface, he let us out of class, but in reality, he was testing our state of mind. Only those who were not restless inside would stay behind to study here after class. It turns out this is all the teacher's heartfelt intention. "Teacher, I understand." When Kai deeply bowed in respect, feeling utterly devoted to the great talent of the teacher. Yifeng nodded. Although he didn't know what he understood, it didn't matter. It was good enough to finish class. "All right, so are you all done with class? I'm leaving first." 114. Communicating with Qian Renshue. Yifeng informed Tang Yuehua and then walked outside. Looking at the many students who were at a loss about what to do, Tang Yuehua felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, Yifeng was unreliable. She stepped forward, intending to organize the students for study, when she heard Wenkai say, "Aren't you all enlightened yet?" "Enlightened? Enlightened about what?" Tang Yuehua looked confused. The many students also looked at Wenkai with curiosity. Wen Kai sighed helplessly and had to repeat his earlier thoughts. You are truly a group of lazy talents. How can you not comprehend even a fraction of the teacher's profound meaning? I'm really disappointed. The students bowed their heads in shame, not expecting that among so many people. Only Wen Kai understood the teacher's profound meaning. Wen Sai's wisdom is something we all aspire to. Let's calm down and write our reflections. We must not let the teacher down. Yes, this reflection must be at least 8,000 words. Otherwise, we would be disrespecting the teacher. 8,000? But he looked down on. I will write 10,000. I will write 20,000. 30,000. Seeing that his classmates had grasped the teacher's wisdom, Wen Kai nodded in satisfaction. Though they may be rotten wood, they can still be carved. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua looked at her passionate classmates, momentarily stunned. Did Yifeng really have that much meaning just now? Why do I feel like he just wanted to slack off? Tang Yuehua scratched her head, feeling a bit confused. On the other side, Yifeng came out of the moon pavilion and, after wandering for about half an hour, headed straight for the prince's residence. Although there were some unexpected events on the way that caused him to arrive a few days late, it didn't matter. It was just a minor avalanche, nothing serious. Yifeng arrived at the prince's residence, where the guards were very strict, making it one of the most secure places in the home.Do Empire. However, to Yifeng, it felt just like home. He simply showed the prince's token that Qian Rinxue had given him and walked right in. From the main gate to the place where Qian Rinxue lived, there was a large corridor lined with various flowers, making it quite beautiful. Hello, I'm here to see the prince, Yifeng said to the guard at the door. These guards were different from those outside. They were sent by the home.Do Empire to monitor Qian Rinxue, so Yifeng didn't dare to act too presumptuously. Please wait a moment, one of the attendants said and went to report to Qian Rinxue. After a short while, Yifeng was invited inside. Upon entering the prince's hall, which was usually used by Qian Rinxue to receive guests, there was no one else present except for Qian Rinxue's personal bodyguard. As Yifeng entered, he saw Qian Rinxue silently sitting in a high position. At this moment, Qian Rinxue had a masculine appearance, whether it was her face or figure. She looked like a man. She should now be called Xue Qinghe. Yifeng stepped forward and said, "Greetings, your highness." Qian Rinxue glanced at Yifeng, waved her hand to signal the guards to leave, and now only Qian Rinxue and Yifeng were left. Sister Xue, I'm here. What's the situation now? Yifeng hurriedly rushed to Qian Rinxue's side. With no one else around, he no longer needed to put on an act. Qian Rinxue shook her head and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. This matter is just a small misunderstanding. Why are you here too?" Yifeng was taken aback for a moment and quickly said, "It's the teacher who sent me here. She cares about you." Qian Rinxue was stunned for a moment, and after a brief silence, she replied, "She cares about me? Sister Xue, don't say that. The teacher actually cares about you a lot." Huh, if she truly cared about me as her daughter, would she compete for men with me? Qian Rinxue scoffed disdainfully, feeling very dissatisfied with BibiDong. Yifeng was taken aback. It seemed that BibiDong might really not be Qian Rinxue's mother, because BibiDong's first time was clearly taken by him. He furrowed his brows, feeling that something was off, but he didn't want to say anything since he didn't know much about it. Changing the subject, he asked, "Sister Xue, can you tell me what happened this time?" Qian Rinxue nodded. She didn't really want to say much about BibiDong. After all, that was her mother, and she didn't have the right to comment. After sorting out her thoughts a bit, Qian Rinxue spoke. "It's like this. This time, it was because that kid Xue Bong saw a woman on the way and forcibly brought her home, and then, well, he didn't know that the woman was actually the daughter of a minister. Because of this, that minister specifically went to cause a scene at Xue Bong's place. And in the end, it was the Snow Knight Emperor who personally intervened, allowing Xue Bong to marry the minister's daughter, and that's how it was resolved." Qian Rinxue looked at Yifeng and said calmly, "It's nothing, just Xue Bong being infatuated. It's not a big deal." After listening, Yifeng was shocked. This avalanche operation is really impressive. He used that woman to tie the minister and himself together. He looked at Qian Rinxue and said seriously, "Sister Xue, you might be mistaken. You think this matter is very serious, but Avalanche has used it to bind the minister to himself. He is indirectly gathering power. You must be careful." Qian Rinxue shook her head and said nonchalantly, "It's fine. You might not understand this. No matter how many ministers he gathers, it doesn't matter. Whether he can become the emperor depends on those royal families. The ministers have no decision-making power." "I don't understand." "Yes, I may not understand, but I know the plot. In the original story, it was Avalanche who eventually became the emperor." Yifeng frowned and said seriously, "Sister Xue makes a lot of sense, but don't forget. You are currently an undercover agent, not a true member of the royal family. If your identity is discovered, then Xue Bong will definitely become the emperor." Qian Rinxue pondered for a moment. Yifeng was right. She was not a member of the royal family, and that was the biggest issue. But I can't do anything to him now. I've already killed several princes, all of whom were killed after Shuebong, so I would be suspected as well. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, Then leave it to me. I'll help you deal with him. Qian Rinxue was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle and said, What's this, my little Feng? Finally going to take on a man's responsibility and lighten the burden for your fiancé? She couldn't help but laugh. Yifeng wanted to help her made her very happy. Yifeng nodded seriously and said, Trust me, I can do it. All right. Then whether I can become the Emperor of God depends on you. Qian Rinxue patted Yifeng's shoulder and said happily, Okay, I will bring you the crown then. Yifeng and Qian Rinxue exchanged a glance and both laughed heartily. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, their bond had not diminished at all. After chatting with Qian Rinxue for a while, Yifeng left the prince's mansion. It wasn't convenient for him to stay there for too long, as it could easily raise suspicions. As he exited the prince's mansion, Yifeng happened to see a girl, and with just one glance, he recognized who she was. A member of the Tiando Empire's royal family, Shui Ke. She is here to find Sister Shui? Yifeng pondered for a moment, but did not follow her. However, he formed a plan in his mind. Perhaps he could get close to Shui Bing through Shui Ke. With the plan set in his mind, Yifeng returned to Yuexian, knowing that Shui Ke was a student there, and they would eventually meet. As soon as he entered the door of Yuexian, Yifeng saw the students diligently writing. Why are you all still here? Didn't class end? Yifeng said in confusion. Were the students of Yuexian this hardworking? No one went home after class? Sir, we understand your profound teachings and will not disappoint your guidance. Wen Kai replied respectfully as soon as he heard Yifeng speak. Yifeng was taken aback. Deep meaning? What deep meaning? Did I say anything? What depth is there? Class is over. Let us hurry back. Wen Kai was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the teacher was really just dismissing class? No. With such great talent, how could the teacher not have deep feelings? Thinking carefully, the teacher's words must have a deeper meaning. First of all, when the teacher first spoke, he asked why we were still here. What are we doing here? We are writing. But what is the teacher teaching? It's a music. So the teacher meant to ask why we don't play the music first before writing? Therefore, this is also the meaning of the teacher's second statement. The teacher wants to say that it's better for us to go back than to bury ourselves in writing. When Kai's eyes lit up, it must be like this. Teacher, I understand. Yifeng smiled and said, If you understand, then go. He waved his hand, signaling Wen Kai and the others to leave class. But this action in Wen Kai's eyes was just